Dark greetings, traveler. You have accessed the Makati archives. Within these recordings, you will find the stories the galaxy forgot. Fan fiction and podcast deep dives that live in the shadows of the saga, told fully and without compromise. Every transmission is unabridged. Nothing has been lost. Nothing has been left out. If this reaches you, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and let your voice be heard in the comments. It is what keeps the archives alive and stories coming. For those called to serve more fully, channel membership awaits, with exclusive benefits for the devoted few. Your presence here is not by accident. Now, settle in, open yourself to the Force, and let the story take you where it will. May the Force be with you, always.
Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story. Broken Alliance, written by Aaron J. David. 14 years since the Battle of Endor, the New Republic has expanded across the galaxy. The Galactic Empire, a sliver of its former self, grasps to the last cluster of Imperial planets within the Outer Rim. Pieces on the horizon. Nonetheless, years of war have taken their toll, and even as freedom reigns, enemies are everywhere. No one knows this better than Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. So when a routine rescue mission ends in tragedy, he and a feisty Mara Jade are tasked with discovering the identity of a Force-wielding assassin, one who's determined to rip apart the fragile threads tethering the galaxy together. The cost of failure is high, a final war that could destroy the New Republic, but the cost of success might be higher, as Luke must soon choose between the cause he's always sworn to protect or to protect all that he's always sworn to destroy. Chapter 1. He had no name. They'd taken it from him? He tried to remember, tried to latch onto that final relic of what he'd been, what he had believed in and belonged to. But it was lost now, surrendered to them, as was his body, his life. His soul, all was theirs, no scraps remaining. The only thing now relevant, he was lying on his back. His arms ached, always ached, as his eyes burned from the white lights above, this searing fire. But he never blinked, not while in this room with men looming over him. He was a tool, a weapon, a savior, and an enemy bundled into one. It didn't matter what any of these men thought, however. All that mattered was the belief of one man. Then the light was eclipsed, a hooded figure blocking the fire above, hunched over with hands protruding from his ebony cloak. "You have done well, my child," he spoke. "Your transformation is all but complete. Soon, you will no longer need any re-education." He never responded to this hooded man, at least not anymore. The first few years, he had fought it, to try willing himself from the commands, and sometimes he succeeded. It only caused more pain, an array of drugs and torture of days without food or drink. Then the hooded figure would start again, and there was no fight left. No, there really was no point to it now. He was his, and it would remain that way. What? No. Wait. He did have a name. He had one, and had never lost it. There were those who tried to steal it from him, his father, the Emperor. They had attempted to transform him into something else, but he resisted and prevailed. He had a name. It was Luke Skywalker. As Luke stared at the hooded figure, he saw the deep, deformed lines of other man's skin, the yellow eyes gawking with childlike joy, a paper-thin smile on his face that Luke recalled while almost being electrocuted to death years before. The Emperor. I have a name, Luke thought, but couldn't speak. Then the Emperor's wrinkled hand stretched out. I have a name? Luke tried to shout, but his mouth refused the command. His eyes could not blink, his body could not move. Then those clammy hands touched his face, and all he felt was death. With a gasp, Luke Skywalker jerked up. The quarters were dark and empty, as they had been when he fell asleep hours before. It was a private but tiny room on the old Rendili-class dreadnought cruiser, with metal walls and a cot just big enough for a single person. Military comforts. A blanket covered Luke from feet to waist, a worn-out pillow behind him that was so soft his head almost went through it when he slept. He was wearing a simple pair of black pants and undershirt, both now soaked in sweat. From the corner, a small blue circular light manifested, and with it came a mechanical, concerned shrill. "I'm okay, R2, Luke said, but even to his own ears, he wasn't convinced. The little astromech droid released a string of moans, clearly not buying it, either. With a sigh, Luke rotated his legs off the cot down to the floor. The metal felt cool on his bare feet, and he welcomed the sensation. He knew this wasn't the end of it, however. 2 standard weeks, and 3 of these dreams there was no more denying it. The Force was calling to him, warning him of either the past or the future of things that might be or could have been. Perhaps it was a past Luke had not endured or a future still not set. The Emperor or a projection of him, one that still plagued the thoughts of so many across the galaxy. It was always in motion, but whatever the visions meant, the Force was obviously trying to get his attention. Attention got, he muttered to himself while wiping the sweat from his forehead. There was a tiny squeal of the comm system in the room's corner. Then, "Skywalker, you all right in there?" Luke couldn't help but grin, despite it all. Mara Jade, former Emperor's hand, now leading associate of the Smugglers Alliance and prospective Jedi Knight, if he could ever convince her to attend the Jedi Academy, never failed to catch those minuscule ripples in the Force, especially from him, it seemed. In the past, she could hear the Emperor's voice across the galaxy, so surely she noticed Luke having a bad dream just down the hall. Except it wasn't a dream, not really. "I have a name?" Luke rubbed the back of his neck, trying to soothe all the tiny hairs that were standing on edge. "Luke." Mara's voice came again. "I'm fine," he replied. "Just restless night." There was a pause. "You're a lousy liar." "I know. Want to grab a drink and talk about it?" Luke shook his head as if she could see. "No, I'm okay. Not really feeling like talking about it. Not yet, anyway." "All right, suit yourself. Sweet dreams, farm boy." The comm went dead. They were almost at their destination anyway. Thale, a binary star system just shy of Endor near the border of the Imperial Remnant, was expecting Luke, Mara, and every other representative of the New Republic and Smugglers Alliance that had been called to duty. Mara had been assigned to this mission to show faith from her associate talent card and the other smugglers wishing to do business with the planet. Luke, on the other hand, was there because the New Republic's negotiations had failed. The Empire, led by its Supreme Commander Admiral Gilad Pelian, was still ever present in the galaxy. With the New Republic's assistance, Theo had recently expelled the last bit of Imperial presence from their solar system, signing a unity clause to join the Republic that guaranteed protection from further Imperial invasion. This was especially useful as Theo was the closest world to the Imperial Remnant, permitting New Republic forces to be at the Empire's front door. Surely Admiral Pelian didn't approve of this, but surprisingly, he wasn't the current problem. Luke lumbered into the small refresher connected to his quarters. Twisting the sink's faucet, he splashed some cold water on his face, enough sleep for tonight. It was time to get moving. A few minutes later, Luke emerged from his quarters, dressed in his full Jedi attire, dark brown robes and a black suit. Soldiers and other ship personnel nodded as he passed, his robe swaying behind him as he trekked through the narrow corridors. Some gazes locked onto him, the men and women apparently noting, as Luke had observed before, the novelty of a Jedi, especially one dressed in almost full black attire, even his right hand. Luke knew it threw people at times, but he liked the color. The same as his father, but for him it was a reminder of what he could have been, of what he might be if he didn't stay true to himself and the Force. "I have a name?" Luke internally shuddered and made his way to tactics. "Master Skywalker, you're up bright and early," Admiral Halba Lagiel addressed him as she peeked up from the large holo schematic in front of her, with General Emilia, a stocky male Bothan by her side. "I'm up very late," he replied. "How about you?" "Not much for sleeping. Not with a bad back on a rickety old dreadnought." Admiral Lacial motioned a hand. "Come, we are finalizing our operations for the raid, and we'd love a Jedi's perspective on this." Hands in front, Luke walked to the Admiral's side. From the holo, Lacial zoomed in on the schematic. "This is where we believe the insurgents infiltrated the Thale Palace. Easy access points, 4 windows and 2 side doors on the first level." "No shielding?" Luke asked. "They used ion grenades to disrupt the shields just long enough for them to enter. That shows premeditation. Some of them, most certainly, which means they might have brought an arsenal with them. Blasters, detonators. But no reports of explosives utilized so far. None yet. Just enough blaster fire to keep the Thalian and New Republic authorities out." Luke studied the schematic as it glowed white-blue on the table. A radical group of Thalian citizens, roughly 40, from reports had seized the Palace of Royals on their own homeworld, and the Thalian ruler, Queen Erlin Tavos, who had signed the Unity Clause 2 weeks prior, was now being held hostage, along with 23 diplomats and staff who happened to be there. Most of the insurgents who infiltrated the palace, approximately 1,000 of them, had either scattered or been arrested, but this small pack had held up. They were afraid of the transition, of how their planet would fit into this shiny new government. No matter what good intentions the New Republic might have had, when there's change, someone always loses. The people were afraid, and fear was the dark side. Any new reports from the New Republic officials on the ground? Luke asked. Admiral Lacial shook her head, her pinned gray hair bobbing back and forth as she did. "Your sister had nothing new. She wanted you and your Jedi to do a preliminary sweep of the palace before any operation is to take place. See if what we sense in the Force conflicts with what's been reported. I suppose I'm not fully versed in Jedi senses, so we get to do a trust exercise, then?" Luke offered a reassuring grin at the woman. Leia had already spent a standard week trying to bridge terms with the terrorists. The local officials had chanced one rescue attempt, but it was all blaster fire, and no results. Now Luke and 2 other Jedi had been called in, along with Mara and dozens of specialized New Republic infiltration operatives. Ultimately, after 2 weeks and endless attempts at peaceful resolution, this was unlikely to end with hearty handshakes. Of course, Admiral Pelian and his Imperial remnant weren't making a move. Thale was already imploding without him. "You'll be a point man, I assume," General Amelia chimed in. "For the raid, I mean." Luke turned towards the Bothan. "That will probably be for the best. I can deflect blaster fire while other team members get into position around the perimeter. If it comes to that." The Bothan snorted. "It's been 2 weeks. It'll come to that. We'll need to talk to the insurgent leader when we arrive and try one last time for them to surrender. We've already spun our wheels, Master Skywalker. He won't budge. It's Jedi principle to offer a nonviolent resolution before proceeding, whenever possible. We'll lose any surprise we have." "No, you won't," a familiar voice called, and then a slender, red-headed woman entered tactics, also sporting black attire with the exception of off-white sleeves and a lowered hood sticking out of her bodysuit. "Mara Jade?" At her presence, Luke felt the temptation to smile, but that was squandered as he also sensed a darkening in the Force, but not from her. As Mara approached Luke's side, both General Amelia and Admiral Lacial tensed up, but Mara either didn't notice or didn't care. "You ever see a Jedi swinging a lightsaber up close and personal?" she asked the general. The Bolton's gaze switched from Luke to Mara. "Not up close, no. Neither have your insurgents. They'll be tripping over themselves the moment their blaster beams start bouncing back." Amelia gave a nod, but it was clear neither he nor Lacial appreciated Mara's feedback. Given Mara's previous Imperial career, that occurred sometimes, and while Luke understood the reluctance to an extent, the fact was that the majority of the galaxy had been Imperial. Attitudes had to realign if the New Republic was to survive. And since the truth of Luke's parentage had finally surfaced this last year to the whole galaxy, he was especially empathetic to that cause. Son of Vader, it had been rumored for a while, with Leia informing politicians like Mon Mothma and Admiral Akbar long ago, and Luke had told close friends like Wedge Antilles and other fellow rogues, and all of his Jedi had known for years. That was just a handful of people, being trusted friends and allies, but now everyone out there knew of Luke and Leia's lineage, with Leia even recently having to deal with political backlash from an enemy, Viceroy Nil Spar, calling her the daughter of Vader across the HoloNet and declaring that she was not to be trusted. Although most of that hostility had ceased, Leia had suspended her duties as chief of state until the public's view, and her stress levels had settled, among other things. If it weren't for her and Luke's previous record with the Rebel Alliance and New Republic, things might have spiraled even more out of control. But the truth was there were people who hated them, for no other reason than who their father had been. That was a tough reality to reflect upon sometimes. Luke returned his attention to Emilia and Laishal. "We'll reach out one last time to the insurgents," he said. "If that doesn't work, then at least we'll know the only choice was the worst-case scenario." The Dreadnought, Guardian's Way, made orbit with Thale by morning on standard time early afternoon for the world's capital. Per military protocol, multiple shuttles were utilized to transport everyone to the surface, with Admiral Laishal and General Emilia separated on 2 different vessels along with roughly 30 specialized infantry troopers. Luke and Mara took another shuttle with the remaining 10 troopers and 2 Jedi Knights who had accompanied Luke for the mission. Simne, Treda, and Streen. Streen, the oldest Jedi in Luke's order, was a gas prospector from Bespin who had such empathetic abilities, it compelled him into a life of solitude until Luke offered to train him. The youthful Simne, recently knighted, was an Outer Rim anti-slavery activist and had attended the academy to promote her work against Hutt warlords. "We're approaching Thay Batel," the comm from the cockpit called, referring to Thale's capital city. 3 minutes. The New Republic troopers were already checking blasters, classic Model 57 similar to what Luke had used as a rebel commander, and then some heavier A280 rifles. Mara inspected the power cell on her sleeve blaster, which was always attached to her like a heavy bracelet, but the lightsabers, they remained at their sides. Those were Force-sensitive weapons, the kyber crystals attuned to their handlers, so if anything was wrong with them, the Jedi would sense it. "We're setting down," Emilia said through the comm to all the transports and shuttles. "Remember, when it's time for extraction, your point man will be the Jedi, but keep your guard up. Lightsabers only reach so far." There was a thud as the freighter met ground, and then the back of the cargo hold lowered. The soldiers charged out in 2 rows, meeting up with Emilia and Laishal and the other troopers several meters away. Furthest back, Luke, Mara, and the other Jedi took more time, observing. "Lovely," Simne commented, her eyes scanning the landscape. Naboo might have competition for the greenest planet near the Outer Rim, that's for certain. They were stationed on a landing pad, but those were scarce. In front were buildings of triangular shape, some short and stocky, while others stretched almost as tall as buildings on Coruscant. Many were elongated, and there were outlines of silver, with purple and turquoise exteriors constructed from polished stone. Outside Spar's landing pads, there was no place for transports except speeder bikes. Trains whipped around structures like snakes. Only walkways bordered buildings, just wide enough for foliage to grow and residents to pass. The Thale citizens were a mix of humans and, what Luke learned on the way, native Thalians, who were hairless, ashen red in color, and taller than their human counterparts, with limbs as thin as Luke's lightsaber, 2 legs, 4 arms. Before the Empire, Thale had been strictly natives, but Imperial colonization had expanded swiftly the last few decades. "This way," Emilia said, and they were off, reaching a waiting train. Luke held onto a dangling vine-like strap, and within a minute, they arrived. Stepping out, they were greeted with a yard far larger than was seen permitted around other buildings. Flowers of yellow and red lined the perimeter, and in front was a palace made of bluish stone walls sprinkled with gold and a gold trim. It would have been beautiful, if not for the busted windows, most boarded up on the inside with pieces of wood and scrap metal, with the stone structure tarnished with black soot from blaster fire. There were groups of New Republic and Thalian officials, with temporary living quarters stationed on the green grass. The area reeked of ozone, engine fuel, and people residing in far too close proximity to each other for far too long. Nonetheless, as Luke peered into the crowd, he smiled. Luke, Leia greeted him a few seconds later as they reached each other. They embraced, and he could tell from the slag in her shoulders she was exhausted. Leia was wearing her traditional white military attire similar to what she wore on Hoth years ago, with her hair pinned back in a braid that collected at the base of her skull. "I take it the trip was uneventful," she said as she released him. "Small quarters, military rations, lumpy cot." Luke shrugged. "Typical. And you?" "Makeshift tents, scratchy blankets. I've worn the same outfit the last 3 days." She shrugged back. "Typical." "Hey, kid," another voice emerged from the crowd in front of them, Han Solo, appearing as disheveled as his wife. Nonetheless, with his tall stride, blaster at his hip, and that lopsided grin, there was no amount of exhaustion that could make Han appear as anything less than the wild smuggler he had been in his youth. Especially with the tall Wookiee lagging behind him. "You come for the party?" Han asked Luke as he reached them with a brotherly pat on the shoulder. "Hoping to wrap up the party?" Luke surveyed the palace. "I checked the last intel report. Any changes?" Leia's expression dimmed some. "No change. We've managed to negotiate food and water for the insurgents and hostages, and that's it. For the last week." "Any status on the hostages' well-being?" "The higher-ups just ran some thermal scans," Han said. "But the building is made of some kind of mineral that's hard for the scanners to penetrate." Luke thought about R2 still on the Dreadnought, but certainly ground officials had already utilized probe droids. "It also means any scanner the insurgents have will be minimal," Luke said. Chewie voiced an acknowledgement with his standard Wookiee growl. "Is the entire structure made of that material?" Luke nodded towards the blue gold walls. Han placed his hands on his hips. "Think so, yeah." "I really need to know so," Luke replied. "And if there's a sample of it, even some scrap from construction or a piece that's come off the walls during the attack. I'll start hunting and begging after we get assembled." "Thank you." Luke turned back to Leia. "What about you? Have you noticed anything?" Leia understood. "I haven't sensed any sudden emotional shifts. Nothing to indicate someone has been killed. But, Luke, you know my skills are." "I know." "It's okay." Across the yard, Admiral Laishal and others had gathered, including both Jedi Knights and Mara, who waved a hand for Luke and the rest to join them. As Han gave Luke a quick pat on the back, all approached the others, huddled together like a sports team. They ran through the intel, clicked on a holo of the palace's schematic, and talked with the commanding officer on the ground. As previously reported, the insurgents were guarding the building's perimeter on the 8th level of the 10-level structure, barricading themselves in the Queen's office suite. The Queen, on the other hand, was held separately in her bedroom suite on the same level, away from the perimeter, with only a few insurgents guarding her. Outside of Emilia, who would be the team's pickup man and team leader, Luke requested Han be a second point man after the Jedi, as he had his experience infiltrating stubborn strongholds, plus no one on the unit truly knew what Jedi could do, or more importantly, what they couldn't. Due to his size, the commanders believed Chewie would be too easy a target, a point the Wookiee vocally argued, but in the end, he was ordered to stay behind. "Master Jedi," Emilia seemed reluctant as he addressed Luke, "do you still want to speak with the insurgents?" Luke glimpsed at Leia, who didn't appear particularly optimistic but didn't contest his request. She knew, just as he did, it was the Jedi way. "Yes," he said, and began to remove his robe. "We try a compromise 2 weeks now," a Thalian official pointed out, his basic broken and accent thick. "And New Republic negotiators, even sister here a week, and nothing." "I'm not going to compromise," Luke replied. "I'm going to tell them what will happen if they do not release the hostages and surrender immediately." "And what is that?" Luke glanced at Mara, then Leia, before turning back to the Thalian, that they're going to die. Chapter 2. Yves Pacha knew they were in it for the long haul. He kept up with the holo of what the New Republic sympathizers were really conspiring with those red lanky aliens who considered Thale theirs. Pacha came to the planet as a boy. His father had been a lieutenant before dying during the Battle of Endor. Now the humans on Thale were about to lose it all, with Pacha and the rest being booted from the planet. At least that was the rumor. The palace siege might have started as a protest, but now as he stood in the Queen's office suite, a grand room decorated with gold statues, hostages lining the northern wall, he understood that this was the end point. Triumphant in success or sacrifice? None of them have moved, one of Pacha's freedom fighters, Dex, said as he peeped out through a small crack between the barricaded windows. Not since 10 minutes ago when they checked the perimeter. What about the Jedi? Pacha asked. Any changes with them? They're just standing out there with a pack of politicians and military types. Pacha internally cringed. The Jedi. He assumed they would get there at some point, as the situation had received too much holo feed not to involve them. Publicity seekers that they were. From the comlink on his belt, a voice crackled, and then, calling for Yves Pacha. Can you hear me? Pacha grabbed the device, putting it close to his mouth. This is Pacha. Who is this? Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master of the New Republic. I've been assigned to discuss terms with you. A hum of chatter manifested from almost everyone in the room, except Pacha, as his hand merely tightened on the comlink. Figures. I guess your sister out there made some special calls. We need you to stand down. Drop your blasters and exit the building. Immediately. Pacha pressed the comlink hard to his mouth. You don't dictate to us, Jedi. This doesn't have to end violently. We're not interested in harming you or any of your associates. But we do need this to end. Now. Or what? You'll come and swinging that laser sword of yours and kill us all. Yes. The matter-of-fact reply caught Pacha off guard. Unconsciously, the comlink eased from his mouth. Pacha, another freedom fighter, whispered, her blaster out but aimed towards the ground. Where are they? Pacha demanded, hurrying to the window. The Jedi where? Still in the yard. Dex pointed through the small crack in the metal. He inched back so Pacha could take a peek. The viewpoint was lousy. Of course, it was better to keep snipers from snipping than to have a panoramic view. Pacha spotted them regardless, 3 hooded figures in their robes among the huddle of commanders and politicians. Pacha, they're Jedi, the same female fighter said, and he could hear the wobble in her words. They can kill us all with their minds. Shut up, he shouted back, but for the first time, he felt the tightness in his throat, the gymnastics in his stomach. He knew some Jedi could show up if this dragged on, but being in the reality of it was a different story. Licking the dryness off his lips, Pacha said into the comlink, we just wanted you to leave us alone. We can't end this peacefully, Skywalker replied. No one needs to die today. And then what? You and your New Republic take our homes, our land. Kick us off Thale altogether. We don't want any of that. Liar. It's irrelevant what you believe at the moment. You and your associates need to drop your weapons and surrender to us now. Or be destroyed? Pacha. Dex pleaded from the window. The terror was rising, but with it, a new determination. Pacha's life was worth the planet he loved. Get them up. Pacha shouted, pointing his blaster at the hostages by the wall. The other freedom fighters complied, but the energy in the room, that grand energy that had kept their resolve for the last 2 weeks, was suddenly diminished. Pacha would reignite it. As the fighters got the hostages standing in a row by the wall, he didn't hesitate to point his blaster at one of the youngest, prettiest Thalian females in the lineup. Come here. Pacha forced her from the others, down to her knees facing away from him. She was crying so hard, big blue tears running down her red cheeks, she almost collapsed completely. Take it. He shook the comlink by the side of her face. With all 6 limbs trembling wildly, she accepted the device. Talk to him, tell him what I'm doing, Pacha said, and pressed his blaster to the back of the girl's bald head. With a whimper, she lifted the comm to her mouth. "He have blaster," she stammered with her broken basic and that garbled Thalian accent. "He have at head." "Whose head, girl?" "My head." The words hung in the air. "Pacha, please," Dex said again. "This is what we prepared for." He told the others, "Get in line. Just pick out some of them, aim, and fire on my command." Slowly, about half a dozen freedom fighters did as instructed, the others backing away, clearly having no goods for glory. "Please, Jedi," the Thalian girl sobbed into the comm. "He doesn't care," Pacha said, and then grabbed the device. "You hear me, Skywalker? This is your own fault." He shoved the comlink back into the pouch on his belt and aimed his blaster rifle. "Press the trigger." Nothing. The trigger wouldn't budge. He tried to squeeze it again, as hard as he could, but it was jammed somehow. He lifted the blaster away from the girl's head and inspected the weapon but saw nothing that would indicate a problem. Pacha aimed again, and again, the trigger would not move. It all dawned on him at once. The trigger unmoving, the Jedi and the Yardi hadn't seen Skywalker in particular, just hooded silhouettes with backs turned. Random figures in random robes. He had made his mistakes. There was no time to course correct. His blaster and the blasters of every freedom fighter by a hostage flung from their grips. The weapons flew up to the ceiling as if falling the wrong direction and got stuck there. The hostages were suddenly pushed to the floor as though attached by an invisible string. Then light poured into the office suite, green and blue, shooting up from the floor beneath them. The blue streaked across the fighters by the hostages, a single blade that glided like a predator in water, veering across their legs, cutting through the fighters' feet and thighs. Pacha heard screaming. No, it was he who was screaming as he felt the green blade burn into his legs. The front part of his left foot detached from the rest of him, and he collapsed sideways. The stench of burnt flesh and ozone polluted the room. The Thalian girl staggered away on her 4 hands and 2 feet. Just a meter from where she had been, the green blade made a circle in the stone. The floor caved, and then a figure leaped through. Dressed in all black, Jedi robe missing. Boyish face, shaggy blonde hair Skywalker. Blade already swinging, he deflected blaster bolts from the remaining freedom fighters on the other side of the room, his expression blank. Droid-like. He didn't even seem to be looking at anything, and yet the blade kept catching the beams. It was something inhuman. 2 of the barricaded windows farthest away from the hostages burst open with an explosion just slightly louder than the humming laser sword buzzing half a meter from Pacha's crumpled body. From a transport rumbling just outside the windows, a flood of dull green suited New Republic officers charged in, blasters already firing. There was another emerald laser sword, this one of an older man, as he covered the officers filling the perimeter. In the crowd, Pacha swore he spotted the lanky Han Solo take point. Really, even the smuggler. Then Pacha's vision blurred, and all he could think before passing out was how the New Republic was going to ruin everything he and his family had built throughout their lives. Near the hostages, the blue lightsaber blade carved a circle into the floor similar to Luke's, and then the black-clad Mara Jade hopped through. As her feet made contact, the blade remained ignited, with Mara's sleeve blaster also in hand, shots whizzing by Luke's right as she fired at the insurgents who were now back to the interior wall. From the ceiling, Luke allowed the insurgents' lost blasters to drop like fruit from tree branches, and they clattered to the floor. Of those remaining insurgents, roughly 30 or so were still armed and panicked as they took cover in front. The New Republic forces were keeping a line, all troopers inside the building, the transport that had carried them to the entrance point now vacant. Further in the building, Luke vaguely detected one more presence, that of Simne, already in the Queen's bedroom suite. She'd done the same trick as Luke and Mara had, and now her lightsaber was swinging, taking out the insurgents on guard there. It was time. Streamed Mara, Luke called through the Force. That was all he required. Along with Mara, they mentally grabbed the sofas, tables, chairs, anything and everything the insurgents were utilizing as cover and pull. The furniture shot away from the insurgents, heaving some of them with it. There were screams, and with a push this time, Luke, Mara, and Stream knocked all the insurgents backwards, their blaster fire slamming the ceiling. For a second, the opposing red beam stopped. "Hold!" Han shouted to the New Republic troops, and the firing ceased altogether. Luke rushed forward, between the insurgents and troops, blade in front. "Drop your weapons!" Han shouted on his behalf, tone forceful but steady. "Do it now." A single insurgent shot at Luke. He deflected the bolt back, hitting the man in the chest. The room froze. The tension was so thick, so heavy, it seemed like gravity had tripled. It was that singular moment for the insurgents. Surrender or suicide. It could go either way. When people were angry, scared, their rationale caved to the dark side. Luke gripped his saber, awaiting their decision. Then, one of the insurgents tottered forward. The expression on her face was blank, except the eyes. So sad, those eyes. She dropped her blaster. As she got onto her stomach, other insurgents followed, and then, in a drawn-out 20 seconds, the rest were disarmed, belly down on the floor. Groans and whimpers exuded from hostages and insurgents alike. The hostages, as they realized it was over, the insurgents, probably dreading what was in store. Between their dead comrades and long detention terms, they had a lot to contemplate. The Force blared in Luke's head. There was a click, and before he could spin around, Luke already recognized what it was. In the stone room, the device's beeping bounced off the walls and floor like a metal ball. He turned just in time to see the insurgent leader, Yves Pacha, still on the ground, beaten and injured, but on the man's face was a grin. In his right hand, a detonator. "For Theol," he whispered. Through the Force, Luke grabbed the man's thumb before he could release the trigger. Master Skywalker. It was Simne. She was in pain. No, she was dying. The shock jolted through Luke's body, his mind unfocused for a split second. That was all the time Pacha needed. The detonator shrilled, activated. Luke snatched it with the Force, stretching out his left hand as he mentally flung the device out an open window. Not enough. A blast wave travels faster than the speed of sound. With all the energy he had, Luke tried to make an invisible barrier between the explosion outside and everyone inside, but for all his powers, his mind couldn't match the blast wave speed. He wasn't aware the barrier had failed until he was crashing to his back. His lungs suddenly filled with smoke, and he had a chemical taste in his mouth. There were screams inside the room, from insurgents to hostages to New Republic troops. Then, it was over. A ringing. Was it something in the room? No. As Luke's eyes began to focus and he found himself lying on the floor, he realized the noise was emerging from his own ears. "Get up." Gritting his teeth, Luke rode to his front, planted his hands on the floor. Humans possess 24 vertebrae in their spines, and as Luke forced himself up, he swore he could feel every one of his crackling. He twisted around to where Mara had been right before the blast. Closer to the hostages than the open window, or troops, she was already propped up on her knees, panting, her face and hair flecked with dirt and debris. But she nodded at him, acknowledging she was all right. Next to Luke, Pacha was sitting, his pupils glazed over, his brain obviously not comprehending the entirety of the situation. Without another thought, Luke grabbed one of the other man's wrists and, with the Force, flipped him hard to his stomach. Snapping out of a hand, Luke called a pair of binders from one of the troopers across the room and secured the man's arms behind his back. He checked for any other weapons. There were none. "What I did for Theo," Pacha muttered. "Stop talking," Luke said in a voice that was gruff even to his ear. He left the man on the floor. "We have officers down." One of the New Republic troops called into his comlink. "We need fix-it droids and medic now." Dizzy? Luke felt it as he staggered to the other side of the room. His middle ear was damaged. He could still hear, but it was off, all sound unnaturally favoring the bass over the treble. He used the Force to steady himself and surveyed the insurgents near the interior wall. Most remained on the ground where they had been when they surrendered, as the explosion hadn't impacted them as much as the New Republic officers closer to the windows. "Master Skywalker, "Are you all right?" Streen asked as Luke approached, still sitting, a hand to his left ear, face cloaked in sweat and debris. Luke nodded, asking the same of Streen, while also scanning the crowd near the window, the injured men and women closest to the blast wave. Some were dragging their feet a little but were otherwise alert, trying to check their comrades. Others remained grounded, eyes aimed upwards, their minds still not seeming able to process what had transpired. All were blanketed in dirt and blood. General Emilia, the Bothan, forced himself upright to examine his troops. Luke's eyes continued tracking, his senses still stretched out, growing more desperate as he searched. Then, he spotted him. Han. Luke rushed to his friend's side. On his back, Han was conscious, a hand cupping his right ear where blood had already streamed down, his eyes closed as if trying to pretend he was somewhere else. Luke dropped to his side. "I'm all right," Han said in a voice uncharacteristically monotone for him. "Just busted up." Through the Force, Luke scanned his friend. Explosives resulted in barrel trauma to the body, air-filled cavities most affected. The lungs, ears, intestines. Concussions. Han didn't need to hit his head, as the positive pressure wave could cause the brain to impact the skull all by itself. Pulmonary issues from inhalation of dust and smoke. Luke didn't know how close the blast wave had been, but around them, the exterior wall was cracked, the window cloaked in black soot, its once smooth frame now jagged and crooked. Everything smelled of chemicals and fire. Fear is the dark side. "Mara," Luke called as he scanned Han's injuries, "can you secure the remaining insurgents? Check for any more weapons." Groaning, Mara got to her feet. "All right." She called to the insurgents as she approached, trying to stand tall while her body clearly desired that she sit back down. "Anyone else have any more surprises? Because if you do, I assure you, I have better ones." She pointed her sleeve blaster, ready to fire if needed. "I'm okay, Luke," Han repeated. "Nothing a dip in the back to tank won't fix right up." He still didn't move, his eyelids remaining shut. Luke finished his scan. "Your left middle ear has a minor tear," he told Han. "But your right eardrum is heavily damaged. You have a mild concussion and smoke inhalation, possibly some debris in your lungs." "So tell me the bad news." Luke frowned. "You need a few days in the back to tank they might have to replace the right eardrum entirely." I was being sarcastic. Suddenly, Luke's mind caught up with him. Simne. Where was Simne? He reached out with the Force, but her presence. "I have to go," he said to Han. "Just stay where you are." "Planned on it, kid." Luke jumped to his feet and almost collapsed as the dizziness struck him again. Restabilizing himself, he bolted from the office suit down the hall. "Simne," he called through the Force. Nothing. No voice, no sense of her. No more pain, but Luke knew that was a bad sign. From the palace's schematic, the Queen's bedroom suite was at the end of the hall, down from the office suite. Around him, columns of gold complemented the blue stone, furniture made of some type of redwood with flecks of purple. It ended at a large archway with double doors. Running towards them, Luke stretched out his left hand. Mentally grabbing both doors, he jerked his hand back. The heavy redwood burst towards him, each door slamming into the floor on both sides as Luke ignited his lightsaber and bolted in. Then immediately stopped. It was done. On the floor near the front of the room, there was a hole, a smooth circular cut only a lightsaber could create. Beside it, shutting down his lightsaber, Luke lumbered into the room and slumped to his knees beside his fallen Jedi. A gratuitous move. Her eyes were open, gapping upwards at nothing, her pupils frozen as if she were a portrait. Her mouth was partially open as though caught in mid-crack across her neck, a simple long slice. A dagger strike, the blood evidence of that. It surrounded her head, matting her short brunette hair at its ends. Oh, all the air barreled up from Luke's aching lungs, and he lowered his head. She had only been 22, had been one of his most inspiring students, and he'd been just a few meters down the hall when she died. "Luke!" Mara's voice called just as her footfalls landed at the bedroom suite's entrance. Any other words she had apparently got stuck in her throat. Gradually, Luke raised himself from his knees. It wasn't until he stood completely that he noticed Simne's blood on his pants, causing the cloth to stick to him like a second layer of skin. Numb, he wandered towards the hole in the floor, where the insurgents had clearly escaped through. No, not insurgents. Simne was a knight. If these had been regular terrorists, they would have easily fallen to her blade. Even if there had been too many, she would have taken some of them out before they managed any fatal blow. This room, this scene, told a different story. What in the galaxy happened here? Mara said as she moved past him, beyond the gold-plated bed with its purple covers. Then her eyes honed in on the floor, and she released a long breath. Oh, blast it. Slowly, Luke walked to Mara's side and followed her stare. He inhaled hard, his stomach plunging in free fall. On the floor, still in her royal teal robes, was the Thalian queen. The cloth dotted with blue blood, already drying from multiple stab wounds across her torso. Chapter 3. The yard in front of Thal's Palace of Royals had been so transformed into a barge of medical transports and injured men and women, Luke barely spotted the green now. In the distance, Leia and Chewie stood beside a medical capsule, Han lying in his center, his eyes open, his lips cracking a crooked smile to his concerned wife, but Luke felt his friend's misery. Sir, this will be momentarily uncomfortable, the medical droid, a 2 on a B, said beside Luke just a millisecond before its robotic hand jabbed the medical instrument further into Luke's right ear. Sitting at the edge of a medical transport, he winced, the thin, elongated device feeling as though it was trying to poke into brain tissue. He didn't use the Force to dull the pain. Everyone else around him was in agony. After what transpired today, he deserved his fair share. Hey, a familiar voice emerged from behind, unusually soft. How are you feeling? Mara said, coming up to his left. Clenching his teeth, Luke replied, "It's a minor tear, nothing permanent. Just uncomfortable, I've been told." He shot a side glare at the droid and his prodding hand before returning to Mara. "And you?" She folded her arms over her chest. "No significant damage. Eardrums got a little rattled, a bit of a headache. Smoke inhalation, I'll survive." "I'm so sorry, Mara." She paused a heartbeat, obviously reluctant, but Luke had learned over the years that Mara Jade was never reluctant for long. "What happened in there?" she asked. "I lost control," he said without skipping a beat. "I had the detonator, and then I didn't." "Was it Simne?" "I felt it, to the panic. I didn't know what to do, either. It wasn't your responsibility to know. It was mine, and I let that madman. Sir, this will be momentarily uncomfortable." In one swift move, the med droid's hand gripped Luke's chin, tilting his head to the side as the needle dug deeper into his ear. "Ouch," he muttered, vision fixed on Mara. She stared at him, her eyes as emerald as the grass beneath them, observing him as if trying to piece together something. Mostly, though, there was kindness there. When Luke first met Mara, those eyes were ugly, shrouded with anger and hatred, especially towards him. She had blamed him for killing her master, Emperor Palpatine, and destroying her life. He didn't notice at the time how vibrant those eyes were with all the darkness beneath them. He was relieved the darkness was gone now. Stepping forward, Mara placed a hand on his left shoulder. "This wasn't your fault. No matter what some bureaucrat who wasn't there might try to spin. Sometimes things just don't go right, even for Jedi Masters." He lifted his right hand and set it on top on hers, giving a squeeze. "Thanks. I know. I'm not convinced you do, but all right." Procedure complete, Tuanabe said as Luke's head was abruptly aligned upright, and the medical instrument that evil thing was withdrawn from his ear. "Do you require any further medical assistance?" As Mara removed her hand, Luke shook his head at the droid. "No, my hearing seems fine now. I don't feel dizzy anymore, thank you. I will tend to other patients, then." With that, the droid contorted his robotic body and trekked to the others in medical capsules. As Luke observed it leave, he noticed a gathering further away on the lawn. Near the yard's perimeter, where the New Republic had established their temporary living and military stations and tents. An assembly of commanders, admirals, senators, and Thalian diplomats were congregating other than Leia, who was still caring for Han. Within the circle, gazes flipped back and forth between the group and Luke, their expressions saying it all. A lot of angry faces in that crowd, Mara commented. Luke sighed. Yes, there are. After another minute, all those angry faces started to disband, with the Thalian diplomats sticking behind, and all the New Republic officials approaching Luke, a mix of confusion and not well-hidden frustration on their features. Master Skywalker, Admiral Laishel said as she reached him at the head of the pack. How are you feeling? I'm fine, Luke replied. Are there any fatalities from the explosion? No, Laishel said. There are some serious injuries, however. Damaged eardrums, lungs, a few gastrointestinal tears. Some organs will need to be replaced. Luke swore his mechanical hand was aching. I'm sorry to hear that. We contacted your lost Jedi Knight's family, Laishel went on. We've made the arrangements to have her remains returned to them as soon as possible. Luke cringed. She was my student. It was my responsibility to handle that. My apologies. We were following standard procedure. Of course. I appreciate the intentions. There was a minor pause, and Luke sensed Laishel's emotions as she tried to calculate how to approach the bantha in the room. Although he didn't know Laishel much, she and General Amelia had been with the Rebel Alliance, now New Republic, since the Battle of Hoth, and she knew what it meant when the mission went horribly wrong. He decided to just say it. I wish to take full responsibility for what happened today. His candor appeared to catch her off guard. Can you elaborate on that decision? I underestimated the insurgents' firepower. I didn't notice the detonator until it was activated, and then Jedi Traitor was dying, and I lost. The Queen is dead. A voice emerged from behind Laishel. Do you have any idea what you've done? Luke looked past the Admiral to a tall, lanky, 30-something man with a receding hairline cut just a little too short for him. He had a pale, long face that was drawn out even longer from exhaustion and bitter rage. You told us your Jedi Knight was capable of handling this, the man kept on, that she'd be able to rescue the Queen. Those were your words. Wait 1 second, Mara's voice shot through, being politically incorrect in a way Luke wasn't permitted. We risked our lives today for your people. Master Skywalker lost one of his Jedi for the cause. I'm sorry, Laishel raised a hand, but you're not part of this discussion, Madam Jade. Luke didn't need the Force, or any senses, really to predict Mara's reaction to that. You didn't seem to mind me being in the middle of the blast fire she started, but Laishel only lifted her hand higher, and Luke felt the Admiral's patience fleeting. As a representative of the Smugglers Alliance, the other woman went on, you're not privy to New Republic or Thalian intel. I need to ask you to leave. Mara's mouth dropped, and Luke couldn't blame her shock. He knew deep down that she hadn't put her life on the line only for the Smugglers Alliance. She'd also gone because Luke was going, as he tried to help her bridge the gap between her shady past and potential future that would include, at least in part, the New Republic as the government grew. What now was not the time for personal vendettas. People were dead, and accountability had to be dispensed. Mara, Luke whispered as she pointed a finger towards Laishel. The redhead spun to him, and he spotted the insult on her face. Really? I'm sorry, he replied, but this is not helping me. She sucked in a breath through her teeth. Fine, she growled. I'll leave you to the angry mob. Then, at that, she stormed off, and Luke could sense it, another person he'd hurt that day, just as she was trying to defend him. Luke returned his focus to the pale, long-faced man. I'm sorry, go on. You were in the middle of informing me how my Jedi's life was inconsequential. You don't even know who I am, do you? The man asked. Luke blinked. Should I? I'm Ridgely I. Mythil. I was the lead ambassador for Thale until today, working to finalize the Unity Claw. But before that, I was a lieutenant on the Chimera under Grand Admiral Thrawn. A coldness jostled up Luke's spine, and Mythil seemed to notice his surprise. That's right, Skywalker, he went on. I was part of the bridge crew when Thrawn attempted to snag your X-Wing above Potter's all those years ago. I'm sure you remember. Luke squared his jaw. I remember I escaped. Barely. I almost had you. From the events today, I'm sure you're aware that almost doesn't count. Unexpectedly, Mythil grinned. That little failure brought me the attention of the Grand Admiral. He was so impressed by my innovative tactics, he promoted me and assigned me to figure out a way to counter that move you pulled off to escape. Did you? Why don't you go fly your X-Wing near a Star Destroyer and see for yourself? Luke straightened up. So why are you here? Shouting about the death of a queen you clearly have no sympathy for. The Empire is dead. Pellaeon is a third-rate Thrawn at best and everyone knows it, even him. Once the Grand Admiral was killed, I deserted as soon as I had an opportunity. Surrendered myself to the New Republic, got immunity for my personal information about the Empire's workings, and well, he opened his hands in self-congratulation. We're getting off topic. Lace will cut in and then face Luke again. Master Skywalker, I need a detailed report from you as soon as possible. I understand, Luke replied. You realize this might go all the way to the Senate. We'll need you to be absolutely honest with us, everything that went wrong. No omissions. Of course. Lacial locked eyes just long enough for him to detect her hesitancy. I must ask, could this have been some type of sabotage? From the inside. Luke furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Lacial swept her gaze around them, as if checking if someone outside their group was eavesdropping. The Emperor's hand, she finally whispered. The shockwave that coursed through Luke's body almost forced a gasp up his throat. Mara? She was referring to Mara? No, he replied. It wasn't like that. This isn't like Reglii, Lazial came back. We have so many formal Imperials who have come into the New Republic, either low-ranking or offering us something for forgiveness. But this friend of yours, she worked directly under Emperor Palpatine. Her days with the Empire are over. Are you sure? I want to trust you, Master Skywalker. Your record practically demands I do, but can you see how this looks from the outside? Luke surveyed the group of New Republic officials encircling him. Suddenly, he had déjà vu, gaping up at all those men and the bright lights, unable to move, unable to feel anything but coldness and death. I have a name? Luke swallowed hard, composing himself. Something is going on here. Something beyond my senses, but the blame for today falls on me. And me alone. Lacial tossed a glimpse at the other officials, their stares and glowers looming over Luke as he sat, their expressions demanding compliance. I'll do my best to help you, Lacial said, but the consequences of today most likely. The Thalian Senate will veto the Unity Clause Queen Erlin Tavas signed as a vote of no confidence. The New Republic will be forced to withdraw from their system, and when that happens, the Empire will come back. Mythil made a swooping motion with his hand. The last 2 years that I've been working to get Thale into New Republic space, wiped out in a matter of hours. And thank you for that. Luke tried not to show that the verbal punches were making contact. I want to stay, he said. I don't advise it, Master Skywalker, Lacial replied. This has put some bad blood between the Thalian people and the New Republic. And when the Empire arrives, I lost one of my Jedi today. I want to know why. Order him off the planet, Mythil cut in. I don't want him here. I'm not under military jurisdiction, Luke pointed out. The raid is over. I can go about as I wish. Mythil glared. I see that Jedi arrogance I keep hearing about doesn't disappoint. Master Skywalker, Lacial huffed a breath. Since you are a Jedi, and, yes, not under any military jurisdiction, we don't have the authority to order you off planet. However, when that veto is approved and the New Republic withdraws, the Empire will be back. Quickly, and with an army. Luke drew in a ragged breath. How much time do I have? Lacial threw a look back at the yard where the Thalian diplomats had been just a few minutes before. They were gone now. She returned her gaze to Luke. Since they're probably signing the veto now, I'd give you a day, maybe 2? At most. Chapter 4. They'd already removed the body Simne and the Queen's. Holos were taken. The alien investigators had stationed guards in front of the broken doors of the bedroom suite, restricting access. Despite their anger and sorrow, the local authorities permitted Luke inside, more for the loss of his Jedi than any reassurance of him assisting with the investigation. On the floor was the hole Simne had carved to enter the bedroom suite, and right next to it, the last evidence Simne was ever there, a gigantic blood stain on the beautiful blue and gold stone. More blood splattered the wall just behind it, a whiplash of crimson across the window and curtains. Beside him, R2 finished his scan and released a long, wavering shrill. "Well, you're predictable," Mara's voice came from the room's busted entrance. Luke spared a glance in her direction before turning back to the crime scene. "How'd you get in here?" "It's restricted access." She released a laugh. "You think I can't sneak my way past a few guards?" When he didn't reply, she stepped inside. "I told them I was with you. They saw the lightsaber on my belt, and she trailed off." Luke internally braced himself. He knew it was coming, the inevitable dress down from their altercation on the lawn. Mara approached his side. "What do you have so far?" He brought his attention to her, but to his surprise, she had no clenched jawline or steeled shoulders. He quirked an eyebrow. "So that's it. I expected a better show." "You look like a wampus true toy right now, Skywalker. I'm not one to hit a man when he's down, so let's just move on. What do you have?" Luke motioned a hand to the scene before him. There's blood splatter on the wall, some lightsaber marks on the edge of the nightstand, and one in the corner. None across the room where the Queen was killed. So Simne didn't even reach her. "I don't think so." Mara walked to the other side of the room, observing the walls, floor, and furniture as Luke had in the last half an hour. She had experience in investigations like this, a part of her work with the Empire. After a minute, she rejoined him. "Could the intel be wrong, that there were more insurgents than we realized?" She asked. "No. Even if there were more, Simne would have taken out some of them prior to their escape. Other than her and the Queen, the room's empty." "So what are you thinking?" "Sith." The word ricocheted within Luke's brain, but immediately soured. He had been less than 50 meters away from Simne, so if it had been a new Sith Lord, wouldn't he have detected it? "You're not thinking someone went all dark side in here, are you?" Mara asked. From R2, another little whine. Luke rested a hand on the droid's dome, giving it a pat. "I don't know, Mara. Who else could take out a Jedi Knight?" "Perhaps someone got lucky." Luke shook his head. "Simne was fighting someone in here. I felt that. It wasn't a lucky strike that took her out. It had to be someone skilled, someone capable of taking down a trained Jedi by themselves." "So, Sith?" Again, Luke's mind blared no. "If it were a Sith, I would have sensed it. We were just down the hall from each other." Mara gave him a look. The old Jedi Order had Chancellor Palpatine right at their front door for over a decade before they realized what he was. It's certainly not impossible to think we missed a Sith through the course of one afternoon. Suddenly, Luke's mind traced back the last couple of weeks, all those dreams. The Emperor hovering over him, his cold, clammy hands on Luke's face, draining the life away. "What is it?" Mara asked. "Nothing," Luke stopped himself. "Not nothing. Something, but I don't know what it means." "Master Skywalker," an accented voice came from the room's entrance, clearly Thalian. "Sister is leaving. You come out now." "Yes, thank you." Luke gave a single wave to the man as the Thalian bowed his head to leave. A few minutes later, back on the palace's lawn with Mara and R2 trailing behind, Luke approached Leia, her expression sullen, her hair flat. The left cuff of her white suite was smeared with blood, where Han must have taken his hand and accidentally gripped her sleeve. Luke hugged Leia tight as he reached her. "How is he?" he asked. His sister peeped back at the medical capsule just a few meters behind her, Han unconscious, probably sedated, Chewie, and 3PO beside him. "He needs a few days in a back-to-tank and a new eardrum," she said, "but after that, he should be okay. That's what all the medics have said, at least." Despite her statement, there was strain in her tone. Luke hunched down a little to look Leia in the eye. "How are you?" She smiled at him, short-lived as it was. "Ready to go home? I'd like him to see a specialist on Coruscant, not a droid on a dreadnought." "Sounds like a good plan." Luke hesitated, his mouth parting to say the words, to apologize, but then Leia placed both hands on his face, silencing him. "Don't," she whispered. "Whatever happened in there, I know you did everything you could. Sometimes things just go wrong, Luke. Even for a Jedi." "Good luck with that speech," Leia, Mara commented from behind. "I gave him a similar one already. He's too stubborn for the both of us." Leia peered over Luke's shoulder and grinned. "Are you staying behind?" As a liaison for the Smugglers Alliance, Mara replied, "They'll want to know why business turned to fodder here." "Ah, all business, then." Leia flipped her gaze between Luke and Mara, but before Luke could say anything, she hugged him again. "Take care," she said. "Don't stay too long. Admiral Pelion won't waste any time heading this way." "I'll be careful," Luke replied, feeling the love from his sister, the care and compassion towards him through the Force. It warmed the emptiness in his heart, a millisecond of calm for a day of chaos. As his sister walked away, Luke tossed a glimpse to Mara. "So you're staying?" She gave a shrug. "Like I said, I have to. Looks like you're stuck with me, Skywalker. Hope you don't mind the intrusion." The Jedi was sticking around. Not just any Jedi, Luke Skywalker, the legendary Jedi Master. Seriously, Dr. Garrett Tavis wouldn't pretend to fully comprehend what all that meant, but given Skywalker's track record for being frustratingly persistent, he imagined it wasn't good. As he sat in his lab chair, in this room with its gray walls and floor and equally gray tables, Tavis pitched his head back, swiveling the chair back and forth as he tried to refocus his mind from the news. His olive uniform, that starchy Imperial attire, rode up slightly as he moved. "What do we need to do?" he asked into the comlink on his desk. "Kill him?" "No," the voice on the other end replied, so encrypted that it sounded almost as deep as a Hutt's. "It'll attract too much attention. Besides, the Jedi aren't our targets. We might just make things worse if we take out someone as high profile as Skywalker. But if we're discovered, the Jedi haven't discovered us in years of operation. Get your head straight." Tavis stopped pivoting his chair. He dropped his gaze, landing it on the pane of transparent steel glass a few meters away. The room on the other side of it darkened, at least for the moment. That'd change soon. "What's the plan?" he asked. "Given the circumstances," the encrypted voice replied, "I think it'd be best to halt the theatrics. We've taken out the Queen, so now it's time to clean up the mess. Put in the command he goes out tonight." Chapter 5. The Thalians called it the Circle of Justice, although the structure was similarly constructed as the other triangular-themed buildings in Thebatel. Compared to the palace, this building was less maintained, with small cracks in its stone structure and cheap metal desks and doors. There was a hint of seafood smell in the air where someone had obviously cooked in a community kitchenette. As R2 processed the surveillance footage, images of that day's events blinked by in fragments on the floor from his droid eye. Luke stood next to Mara and the lead investigator, Taffway Neal, as the Thalian man explained what they'd uncovered the last several hours. Criminals from Raid processed, the investigator said in broken basic. Many still with medics. We identify all but 5. Arms folded within his Jedi robe, Luke wrinkled his nose. Why not those 5? Off-worlders, it's possible, the Thalian replied. No identification. Not talking. Imperials. Mara interjected. They could have incited the entire insurgency, and the protesters followed like warped frogs. Perhaps, Luke replied as he tried to keep up with the images zipping by from R2. We need to interview them, see what their motives were. He glanced at the Thalian. Can you arrange that for us? With his narrow face that wasn't much wider than his neck, Taffway Neal bowed his head. As you will, Master Jedi. Thank you. From the holo footage, a figure approached the back of the structure, almost a dot from the camera's position. Stop there, he told R2. The holo paused, and Luke leaned forward, focusing on Simne's short brown bob as she wore her traditional off-white Jedi tunic that she was so proud to adorn. His heart sank, mentally acknowledging these were the last few minutes of her life, frozen on a grainy holo. "Start playback, R2, Luke said, his throat dry. The little droid did as instructed, and Luke watched the footage of the Jedi Knight as she got into position at the back of the palace by herself, crouching down before exploding upwards in a Force-assisted leap. 4 levels up the triangular structure, she made contact with the slanted wall, stabbing a climbing pick into the stone to stabilize herself before slicing a passageway for entry. A second later, the girl disappeared into the building. Luke propped his artificial hand under his chin, a coldness clamping down on his insides. A few minutes later, a horrid quake shook the holo's image and smoke bellowed from the front of the building to the back, partially obscuring the feed. Luke squatted down, waiting for the image to clear, but the smoke kept corrupting it. A minute after the explosion movement, a figure within the smoke, emerging from Simne's saber-carved passageway, and, without hesitation, leaped from the hole, down the 4 levels to the grass below. The figure landed, his legs seeming barely strained, before bursting into an all-out run away from the palace and out of view. Simne's killer. The image so gritty, Luke couldn't distinguish if it was human, alien, male, female, anything. He straightened back up, pinching the bridge of his nose. Beside him, Mara sent him a sense of well-being through the Force, but it did little to appease him. The word, Sith, rematerialized in his head, but at the same time, the Force screamed no once again. The assailant didn't have a Mandalorian jetpack, and no one but a Force user could handle that fall unscathed. Perhaps a few alien species might survive it, but they'd be hurting after, not bolting from the scene with as much ease as a speeder bike. Luke brought his attention to Tafway Neal. "About these off-roaders, when can we schedule an interview?" "4 here." They finished treatment. The Thalian motioned to his ear, clearly indicating they sustained damage from the explosion. "Last one," she heard more. "Lightsaber cut. More treatment needed." He pointed to the exit door and the office that led to the turbolift, which Luke assumed meant the last off-roader was at their medical facility down the street. "We can't wait for the 4 here to finish up," Luke replied. "Again, our sincere thanks." "Of course. Hear their information." Tafway Neal retrieved a datapad off his desk and pressed a button, revealing the insurgents' names, or at least what names they provided, and photos, before handing the device to Luke. Then, with the bow of his head, he departed for other tasks. Lowering his vision to the frozen image on the floor, Luke ran a hand down his face, the endless questions eroding his brain. This was supposed to be a routine mission. He and other Jedi had endured more dangerous situations than this, and today. "You hungry?" Mara chimed in, her voice unusually chippy. Luke shook his head. "I'm hungry," Mara went on. "How about we take a break? I could use the company." "I'm okay, thanks." Luke studied the image. "Who could this?" "Okay, allow me to rephrase." Mara's voice was back to lower octaves. "You're exhausted, you're consumed in self-pity, and you're no good to me either way. So we're going to take a break, get some food, and try to decompress for half an hour. Fair deal." He finally twisted his head towards her. Mara, in standard form, had her arms crossed, hip popped out, eyes zoned in, daring him to protest more. A part of him wished to argue, but Mara, along with Han, Leia, and a few select others, was one of the few people who would question him, who didn't think he possessed all the answers, who treated him well, like a normal person. He slagged his shoulders. "Seafood sounds good." Mara uncrossed her arms and slapped them to her sides. "Seafood sounds horrible. Let's go, my treat." From the circle of justice, Luke exited with Mara by his side. Around them, the flurry of downtown Thebatel, with citizens hustling along the grass-coated walkways as they went about the last bit of their day with the larger of the twin suns above them starting to set. The second, smaller star was in orbit around the larger one, further away, an orange speck high in the sky. Theo had no real night this time of year, as the smaller sun lit up the night to a soft twilight, Or at least that was what Luke had read on his way to the planet. "Let's see what they have down the way," Mara commented. "They cook their seafood, right?" "I think so," Luke replied as he continued observing the sunset. "You don't like it raw?" "It's all right, as long as it doesn't scream when I stab it." "I take it this is from experience. Never blindly accept a dinner invite from a Mon Calamari ambush." "Mara," Luke pointed upwards. "Look." She followed his hand, her eyes squinting until she spotted it, too. "Well," she huffed, "that didn't take long." "No," Luke replied. "It certainly didn't." His gaze remained hooked to the sky as he witnessed the gray, triangular-shaped vessel slowly grow, descending further into the atmosphere. An Imperial Star Destroyer. In the distance, two more still locked higher in orbit. "Master Skywalker." The voice manifested as if from a cave, and Luke rotated around to see a man who appeared vaguely familiar. He was just a touch taller than Luke and had a slender frame, seeming more so as he hunched over. His attire was out of sorts, like he'd been playing in dirt. "You're one of the hostages from today," Luke said, finally placing him. The man bobbed his head. "I'm Yinja, Ambassador Mythel's personal assistant." Ridgely I Mythel, the former Imperial under Thrawn. Luke's back locked into place. "What can I help you with?" Yinja surveyed their surroundings. "Maybe not here. It's a bit public." Luke stretched out with the Force. It could be a trap, some plan to lure Mara and him away from the circle of justice. But as he sensed Yinja, all he felt was exhaustion and concern. "All right," Luke replied. "Where do you want to go?" From his expression, Yinja hadn't thought this through. He did another visual sweep of their surroundings, and then gestured a hand to follow as he hurried to an alleyway between two buildings. With Mara beside him, the three trekked a few blocks from the circle of justice into the less crowded space with trees lining the close-packed structures. "Maybe I'm just being paranoid, I don't know," Yinja said, almost whispering despite the lack of surveillance cameras and people. "But after everything that happened today, I think it's important somebody knows." "Knows what, exactly?" Mara asked. Yinja pressed his lips together before replying, "Ridgely I Mythel, I think he might have something to do with the Queen's death." Luke tried to keep the shock off his features. "Go on." Yinja fidgeted. "I don't know everything, but Ridgely well, he's been trying to get into the political arena for years, ever since deserting the Empire. In the last decade, he's gotten more frustrated that he keeps losing out on political bids. Has to win Bakura. Wait. Luke drew his brow together. Not just Thale. He's tried this before to gain favor with other Imperial systems, courting them for inclusion into the New Republic. Why? Mara asked. Can't Mythel run for office on his own? Not as a senator representing a planetary system, if that planet no longer exists. Luke stared at Yinja when his brain caught up with him. He's from Alderaan. Yinja nodded again. He was an ensign off-world when it happened. How could he still have served the Empire after that? Mara said. They destroyed his homeworld. Yinja shrugged. He blames the Rebel Alliance. Says they forced the Empire to do it. Luke suppressed an eye roll. Denial was a powerful opponent. Due to the loss of their planet, Alderaan only has one political seat available, Yinja continued, and that's always been dominated by, well, first your sister. And now Cal Omas. Ridgely has no chance of running against either of them for election. So now he's been trying to gain favor on other worlds, Mara said, to persuade them to join the New Republic. He could gain residency quickly enough, Yinja explained. He's done it with every system so far, and with citizenship after the merger, he'd be primed to run for office. Luke shut his eyelids briefly. What in the world was going on here? So what went wrong? Mara asked. You said this is his third attempt. Yes. Behind the scenes, he's gotten all those systems close to the finish line, only for things to fall apart right before the merger. Hastuin's first attempt to join the New Republic was an utter mess. The Prime Minister of his Crystal Islands was assassinated. It stalled negotiations with the New Republic for another 7 years. Then Bakura was all set and primed, and now they're an independent system. Luke kept his expression even keeled, but inside his heart sank. A former love interest of his, Giriel Captison, was from Bakura. She had died recently during the first Corellian insurrection, sacrificing herself for the New Republic, a government she wasn't even a part of. Nonetheless, something Yenja said still caught him. The Prime Minister of Hastuin was also assassinated just like Queen Erlin Tavast. He asked. Yenja paused. Well, yeah, but that one it was a year or so after Grand Admiral Thrawn was killed, and the Empire still had a firm hold of its regions. They didn't like it when a planet suddenly tried to bail on them. Luke suppressed a frown. Continue. Ridgelei has become desperate, Yenja said. He's tried to establish himself with the New Republic all this time, and has only become an ambassador. Then a few months ago, Queen Erlin Tavos told him she didn't want to join with the New Republic. The Empire had given Thale stability and security, despite colonization issues. Whatever the state of the Empire now, she didn't want to lose that. So what caved? Mara asked. Did he threaten her? I think he bribed her, Yenja explained. If she agreed to the New Republic's Unity Clause, and he gained the Senate seat which, with her support, would be inevitable, then he'd push for term limit expansion within the Thalian Constitution. Basically, it'd make it almost impossible for Queen Erlin Tavos to ever be removed from office. Luke held still, permitting his thoughts a second to click together, for all this new information to find its bearings. If this were true, it would explain why Ridgelei Mythil had been so enraged after the failed rescue attempt on the Queen. From the look on Yenja's face, however, Luke could tell that wasn't all of it. Then why do you believe he's responsible for her death? He finally asked. Because, after the protests started outside the Palace of Royals, even before the insurgents stormed the building, Queen Erlin Tavos retracted the contract. She changed her mind, Master Skywalker. She decided to stay with the Empire. Through the Force, Luke stretched out to Yenja to hunt for any deception, but there was none. Even if Yenja was wrong, it seemed that at least he believed he was being truthful. Then the Force screamed inside Luke's head. In the distance, an explosion. The blast shook the ground, a sudden rumble as if thunder was surfacing from beneath them. Luke reeled around back towards the main walkway and stretched out with his mind. It didn't take long to know where the source had originated from. In a panic, Yenja was already darting away, trying to escape any potential danger. Luke and Mara ran towards it, unholstering their lightsabers, prepared to ignite them out of the alley and its bustling trees, back to the main walkway. The casual humans and Thalians from just a few minutes before were now scrambling for escape, knocking into each other, a mob of panic and fear. Just a few blocks down, the Circle of Justice was burning. Luke struggled through the crowd towards the building, trying to not get stampeded as the entire city's population went the opposite direction. Mara staggered back but eventually caught up with him as he arrived at the building's entrance. The structure wasn't actually burning, just smoking now, as the stone was apparently non-flammable, but the damage was done. Level 3 had been hit hardest, and with a forced jump, Luke found himself on the triangular slanted building, landing at the edge of a busted window. With a strong mental hold, he assisted Mara to reach the opening with him. The smoke stung Luke's nostrils, his lungs, and he and Mara kept themselves low to the ground as they passed. Thalians and humans alike were either lying or crawling on the stone floor, but the blast itself was deeper inside. No casualties he could detect in the area closest to the window, more injuries from debris and falls and air cavity pressure. The second explosion of the day? You all right? Luke asked as he found Investigator Tafwaniel just outside his office. Beside him, Artu like a beetle on his back swayed back and forth, trying to right himself. I good, the Thalian said and pointed down the hall. There. Luke turned that direction and immediately sensed what had been targeted. I got them, Mara said as she started to haul Artu back to the droid's feet. Luke rushed down the hall. As he reached the end of the office suite, however, it only confirmed what he dreaded, that there was no rescue attempt possible. It was all recovery now. The detention cells, with the insurgents all destroyed. Chapter 6. There was no time left. It was clear whoever triggered the explosion had been precise, concentrating on the custody hold in that area alone. Everyone outside of the bearings had survived, everyone inside did not. A skilled, professional hit, which now meant there was only one leftover ejector. As medics rushed to the explosion site in the Circle of Justice, Luke and Mara hopped on a speeder bike owned by investigator Tafway Neal and pressed the accelerator. The streets were deserted now, most residents seeking refuge indoors. The Beacon of Healing, which was the Thalians' poor translation for their medical facility, was already bustling by the time Luke and Mara arrived. Above them, the single-star destroyer that had broken orbit had now expanded across the sky of Thebatel. The system's second star, that large dull orb, was eclipsed by the massive Imperial vessel. From the ship's sides, shuttles were detaching, descending fast Delta-class, DX-9 stormtrooper transports, dozens of them. From all the speakers installed across the city, sirens boomed, along with warnings of a curfew set for the next hour. Luke and Mara were about to be relabeled from tourists to criminals in one afternoon. He hoped they would have had a few days to sort out what occurred at the palace, but Pelion had wasted no time. In fact, this was beyond the Empire reacting to an invite. They had been waiting for the Queen to either retract the contract with the New Republic or for her to die. Luke wasn't sure which. Inside the beacon, the remaining insurgents, the ones who sustained more critical injuries during the palace raid, were being evacuated from their rooms to be separated and relocated in more secure locations within the building. Nurses and physicians were dressed in biosuits, dark blue robe-like scrubs, evidently trying to prepare for any explosives that might be discharged. Security officers in gray swept the area with scanners, along with astromech and seeker droids, obviously attempting to prevent a third explosion that day. Along with staff, 2 wannabe and fix-it droids towed medical capsules towards turbolifts. The insurgents restrained to their beds, shouting protests and demands. It was crowded and chaotic, about the worst scenario for any dramatics. Darting past some of the capsules, Luke asked one of the Thalian nurses where to locate the off-worlder and gave him her name. True, Luke could be wrong, that the assassin, or assassins who managed to detonate the prison ward at the Circle of Justice might have been hunting down all the insurgents. But his gut told him no. She that way, the Thalian nurse explained and pointed down the hall while wrestling with the medical capsule. We get her out. Soon to leave. Luke shuffled down the hallway, attempting to skirt around the medical personnel, medical equipment, medical droids, medical everything. Channeling the Force, Luke tried to perceive any misgivings, any sign of someone whose feelings didn't match the flustered atmosphere. But everything was so jumbled, it was impossible to distinguish all those minds. At the end of the hall, there was a medical capsule, a human female resting inside with a medic and 2 wannabe droid beside her. Luke slowed, Mara next to him, when she suddenly gripped his arm, demanding he stop completely. It didn't take but a heartbeat to spot it. Beside the capsule, the medical droid was shut off. From the edge of the stretcher, a single thin stream of crimson was pooling to the floor. The medic, a tall, broad-shouldered figure, a typical masculine physique but Luke couldn't tell fully, stood there in blue medical robes with a hood and black gloves. He or she didn't turn to them, but in hand was a small, ebony-bladed dagger, also dripping red. Despite facing away, the person's shoulders suddenly tensed, head straightened, clearly realizing Luke and Mara were there. Get down, Luke shouted to everyone. More confusion, more panic and terror tainted the air. Around them, most of the medical staff screamed and scurried, trying to either merge with the walls or sink into the floor, but the area was still too dense, and neither Luke nor Mara had the space to ignite their sabers. Luke reached out with the Force to the assassin. He received a basic sense of the other being's life energy. He was male and a human. But that coldness of the dark side Luke expected, the death, the anger and rage. Nothing. There was nothing. Then from the assassin's hand, the dagger went flying. Even with all the civilians, the blade managed to bypass them, and Luke focused. His left hand whipped out, plucking the weapon out of the air a few centimeters from his face. With a single movement, he chucked the dagger to his left, the blade stabbing the wall beside him before he charged forward. From her sleeve blaster, Mara was already firing, using the Force to aim with surgical precision a regular security officer could not replicate. The aliens and humans shouted, covering their ears. A few were paralyzed with fear, standing as though their feet were stuck in mud, and Luke grabbed as many as he could with the Force, tugging them downwards or to the side while trying not to step on all the people seeking refuge on the floor. The assassin bolted down the hall. One of Mara's blaster bolts snagged his right arm, just below the elbow. No reaction. It didn't slow him down one footstep. Really? Come on, Mara shouted, breaking Luke's confusion. They charged off, the aliens and humans desperately scurrying out of the way as Luke and Mara weeded through the crowd. Mentally, Luke sensed the assassin again, his life energy, but his mind was lost to him a cognitive void. Not bothering with the turbolift, the assassin ran to the emergency staircase located at the center of the beacon. Luke felt him moving upwards towards the building's triangular point at the top of the structure, and as he and Mara entered the stairway, a large cone-like design with steps that spiraled around its walls, he immediately pitched a look upwards to the assassin 4 levels higher. Luke summoned the Force. Igniting his lightsaber, he leaped upwards, circumventing the stair. The assassin stopped and grabbed something from his belt. Red sparks flew, but Luke's saber caught them with ease. Just a few more meters. The assassin jumped. Across the stairway to the other wall, 1 level up. As Luke caught himself on the railing where the other man had been, another flood of red sparks went wild from above, and Luke stopped short, deflecting the beams away. From below, Mara fired off a few calculated shots. Again, the assassin vaulted across the stairway, another level up. Crouching on the outside stair railing, Luke force jumped once more, his lightsaber up, deflecting beams and preparing for a kill strike. A blaze of white. It stretched out in front of Luke's green saber, blocking it, a fantastic bright blade void of color or life. Then one of the assassin's legs snapped out. The hilt caught the side of Luke's face, the impact knocking him down a level to the other side of the stairway. Jerking out a hand, Luke grabbed hold of the railing the same instant his body slammed into it, denting the cheap metal a few centimeters in. He winced, his face burning, his sides aching from the collision. He had no time to process it. Within the Force, his mind blared danger, his lightsaber swinging as a barrage of blaster fire hissed on the blade. The stench of ozone burned his lungs, and then the assassin blaster in one hand, lightsaber in the other sprang upwards again. Then again, up each level, until he reached the top. Luke threw himself into one more leap. Straight up the stairway, soaring directly to the roof exit. The assassin was already there, escaping through the sliding door. Wasting no time, Luke landed on the stairs by the door and forced it open. Then he stopped. In the triangular building, the roof was actually a glassed dome, where all 3 points of the building merged to form its shape at the top. The assailant was bolting to the roof's edge, and as Luke watched, the man released the white lightsaber from his grasp, the blade slicing through the glass like it was made of jelly before he snatched the saber's hilt back into his hand and bolted through the glass-broken center. Rushing to where the assassin had jumped, Luke peered down as the other man plummeted several stories before he met the side of the building, sliding the rest of the way. Luke braced himself, ready to dive off the rooftop in a similar fashion, but as the assassin hit grass, he immediately hopped on a speeder bike. The vehicle took off, swerving around a building before disappearing into the landscape. From above, the sirens of the city continued, a single voice bellowing across the buildings as the Empire again demanded curfew. Gawking at the city, Luke tentatively glided his thumb on his lightsaber's activation stud and extinguished the bright white-green blade. He had no name. They'd taken it from him? Whatever he had been, whatever he'd hoped to become had been disposed of, pieces of himself he tried to cling to, tiny fragments he thought meant something but clearly hadn't. At first, he fought it, believing his willpower would be enough. It wasn't. Then he fantasized of a rescue, but they had killed everyone he loved. There was no one left who cared for him, no one left to save him. In the room, this place with only the man and lights, as his arms ached, his eyes burned, he felt the sting at the back of his neck like a row of teeth bearing down. He would have screamed, but they'd taken that away from him too. The hooded man no longer visited. They didn't need him anymore. His work was completed, and now the men in this room had free rein. Dressed in their black and olive suits, they leered over him, pleased at their accomplishment. One in particular bent further down, an older man with magnifying glasses on his face. "Your enemies will attack you," he said, reminiscent of what the hooded man had preached. "They will try to destroy you. You must destroy them first. Attack, destroy. I have your first mission." The man grinned, and through the lenses on his face, a reflection. That of a boy on a workbench, no older than 10. His hair black and wavy, his skin a deep tan, and his eyes a soft, gentle hazel, gaping upwards, the pupils fixed, as empty as the dead. "Skywalker." Mara's voice was close. With that cue, Luke opened his eyes, allowing the Force vision to abate. He refocused on where he was to hear, and now sitting cross-legged by the edge of the beacon's glassed-in roof, a few meters from the broken panel where the assassin had escaped. "What are you doing up here?" Mara said as she approached from the entryway. Luke drew in a cool, calm breath. "Meditating." Mara paused, and he could tell she was absorbing the scene. "I take it our new friend got away," she said. "Yes." He inhaled again, allowing the air to fill his lungs, the Force to fill his body. Mara watched him. "You pick interesting times for self-reflection. The Force is telling me something. I'm trying to listen. You mind asking it to speak up a little?" He didn't respond. Outside, the sirens had stopped, but the curfew warning was still booming every 5 minutes. Slowly, Luke shut his eyes again and arched his head back, absorbing the sensation as the outside air breezed through the broken window. It felt good, a slight chill his body appreciated. "I think I know who our assassin is," he finally said. He sensed Mara perk up. "Great, who?" "I don't know." Mara released a half-grown half-whimper. Luke felt her irritation spike, but she was able to compose herself swiftly. "Okay," she said. "I'm pretty good at deciphering Jedi lingo, Skywalker, but you need to help me out here." "My dreams. There's a boy there. He's in pain. They're performing a procedure on him." "The Empire." Mara fell silent, less from shock, more from the realization of another tragedy provided firsthand by the Empire. She didn't have time to reflect further as the sirens began again and the voice patched through. "Curfew is now in effect." "Repeat, curfew is now in effect." "We need to get out of here," Mara said, and grabbed Luke's mechanical hand. The physical contact cracked his concentration, and he finally opened his eyes to Mara. "Not quite yet. There's one more chore we need to take care of before we go on the run." "Get out." The insurgent leader, Yves Pacha, screamed from his medic bed, pitching a metal water cup towards the door as Luke and Mara entered. Lousy aim, the thing bounced off the wall, splattering the remnants of liquid to the floor. Within the beacon, it took Luke and Mara several minutes to locate him. All the insurgents had been disbanded, scattered throughout the facility, and hidden away with enough alien security to fill a cruiser. Luckily, the medical staff managed to put them on the right track, and on level 15, there he was, Yves Pacha, just as hospitable as Luke remembered. "We need to talk to you," Luke said as he approached the right side of the man's bed, Mara to the left. "You're one of the only few people who witnessed everything that happened during the palace siege." Pacha burst out laughing, a madman's laugh, as he shook his head violently on his pillow. "You think I'm going to help you after what you did to me?" he screamed. Luke couldn't blame Pacha for hating him, given that his lightsaber had taken half his foot, but that was irrelevant now. Then the laughter halted. Pacha stopped shaking his head. Those wild eyes zeroed in on Luke, and then the man cleared his throat. As Pacha opened his mouth, ready to spit mucus at Luke's face, Mara's hand shot out. She pinned her palm over his lips, her fingernails clawing into skin. "Swallow it," she growled, those green eyes narrowed into slits. When he didn't comply, Mara reached out her other hand and gripped his Adam's apple, squeezing down. The swallow was loud enough for Luke to hear, even with the bustle of the nurses and medics outside the room. Pacha glared at Mara, but the wild energy he had possessed a minute before had dispersed. Slowly, she withdrew her hand, wiping it on his bedsheet. "As I was saying," Luke went on, "you're one of the few people who witnessed everything during the siege. We need to know what happened to the Queen. You and your new Republic can wither and die for all I care. Same as that traitorous Queen." Apparently, the man hadn't heard the news about Queen Erlantavas' change of heart. Luke squared his jaw. "We know it was more than just you and your loyalists in that palace. Go jump in the Sarlacc pit." Luke peered up at Mara, her arms now sufficiently folded across her chest. She released an overly lighthearted sigh, and then shrugged at Pacha. "Well, if that's the way you feel about it, then that's the way you feel about it." She turned to Luke. "Master Skywalker, melt his brain." It took everything Luke had not to show the shock on his face. "Melt what?" "Oh, you didn't know Jedi could do that?" Mara asked Pacha, and Luke saw the abrupt horror in the man's eyes. "It's a fairly simple skill. A Jedi extracts the information he needs from your mind, but the process, well, it has a tendency to liquefy things. Right, Master Skywalker?" Luke's gaze skipped between Pacha and Mara, unsure what to say. This was a flat-out threat, far from anything a Jedi should condone. But they needed this intel, or else more people could die. Luke hesitated, Mara's eyes meeting his, demanding he play along. "Yes," he finally declared. "The Jedi mind melting trick." He swallowed so hard, he could feel Mara tense up. She was right, he was a lousy liar. Nonetheless, for however bad Luke's deception was, Pacha was either too foolish or simply too afraid to notice his discomfort. The man's breathing grew heavy, almost to the point of hyperventilating. "You need to tell us," Mara said, her voice almost chippy. "They can replace your foot, not your head." "All right," Pacha panted. "I don't know everything that happened. We got into the building, we just wanted to make a statement, you know? Let the Queen, the politicians see we meant business. It was never supposed to go that far." "You brought a detonator," Mara pointed out. "I think you knew it could go that far." To Luke's surprise, Pacha shook his head again. "No!" "It wasn't mine. I took it off another fighter. Felt like I should have it, given I was leading everyone." "Was it one of the off-worlders?" Luke asked. "Off-worlders." Pacha made a face. He wasn't subtle, and Mara leaned forward. "Melting brain, Pacha?" All right, the man shouted. "Yeah, there were a few people that, came to help out." "From where?" Luke asked. Pacha's face darkened some. "They said they came from the Imperial Remnant itself. They had direct orders." Luke frowned at that, angling his face away for a second to hide the disappointment on his features. The off-worlders could have been lying, but why? And what did Mythal and that Force-using assassin have to do with this? "What about the Queen?" Mara came back before Luke could. "She was isolated. For what purpose?" "I don't know," Pacha replied. "He wouldn't let us near her." Luke and Mara exchanged looks, his dread reflected on her features. "Who wouldn't?" Mara asked for them both. "The man who didn't speak," Pacha explained. "He came with the others, the off-worlders. The first day, he took her away from the rest of us. Locked her in her room with him. Other than some food and water, he never came out. And I never saw her alive again." Chapter 7. After a few more minutes, Luke and Mara gladly departed Eve's Pacha's room, leaving the man to his misery. He could offer no description of the unnamed man who abducted the Queen. The assassin had been covered from head to toe, a hood attached to his suit. Although Luke loathed the manner in which they received their information, it was beneficial to confirm what they already believed: the Queen was deliberately targeted by someone outside the palace insurgency, possibly by Admiral Pelian himself. All the while, there was this assassin, most likely the boy in Luke Vision, lying on a workbench. What had the Emperor done to him? Some type of brainwashing. Experimentation. You think it was always the intention to kill the Queen? Mara asked as they walked side by side towards the turbolift down the corridor. I believe so, Luke replied, trying not to bump into medics as they passed. Then why wait until the siege? Just to blame it on the insurgents. It makes sense. Whoever wanted her dead, the Empire, or whoever they had mapped this all out long before we arrived. She was never intended to be saved. From his peripherals, he saw Mara give him an inquisitive eye. Our next step should be interviewing Ridgely I. Mythil. Luke grimaced. My favorite person. I noticed that. He could still be a part of the Empire, working as an agent. Or he knew about the Queen's retraction from the New Republic and had motive to strike against. Luke stopped himself, lifting a hand in front of Mara's collarbone. She halted next to him, eyebrows knitted. But after a second, she obviously sensed it too. On the beacon's first floor, a flood of new life forms, all humans, entered through the lobby, marching more than walking. Stormtroopers, Luke muttered. He couldn't calculate an exact number, but it was a few dozen at least. Are they here for us? Mara asked, and Luke concentrated. Typically, potential opponents squaring off against Jedi had a different aura about them, either blindly overconfident or dreadfully reluctant. It was hard to say with 15 stories separating them, but Luke didn't detect either. I don't believe so, he replied at last. They must be here for extra security. One of the patients was murdered today. If this assassin is working for the Empire, then why would they boost up security here? Good question. Luke pressed his lips together briefly. Perhaps it's a front, to show that the aliens they're here to help. Perhaps not. Either way, we need to make ourselves scarce. With extra energy in their steps, Luke and Mara hurried down the hall. The turbolift was already gliding upwards, and in it, Luke felt the presence of the stormtroopers as it stopped at each level, assigning units to every floor. He stretched out to the other two turbolifts, one for each wall of the triangular structure, all occupied with Imperials. How about the stairway? Mara suggested. Walking past the lift near them, they curved around the corner and started for the stairs. Then Luke grabbed Mara by the arm and, with a tug, forced her to turn around as he sensed 3 stormtroopers emerge from the stairway's entrance several meters away. Through the Force, he felt the presence of more stormtroopers progressing upwards, a few taking point at particular spots along the stairway. Closer to one of the turbolifts, he found an empty room, and he and Mara entered. All right, this just took a dark turn, she groaned as he shut the door. Any brilliant ideas? We're blocked at every exit, he replied. They're on alert, so attempting any distraction, any mind trick, it could work for 1 or 2 of them, not a pack. So trying to disguise ourselves with the forces out. But they aren't hunting for us in particular. How about we just bust a window in here and graciously make an exit? Luke drew his eyes to the window in the empty room, the outside bathed in twilight, made darker by the Star Destroyer above them overshadowing everything. Stormtroopers are being stationed at the exterior exit points as well, Luke explained, some walking the perimeter. We'd have to land and then fight our way out of here. They see us coming long before we reach the ground, and he hesitated but had to say it. Your Force skills aren't up for that type of drop. I can't guide you and ward off any potential attack at the same time. Mara pursed her lips. Subtle Skywalker. Fine, dropping to my death is out, and I assume you don't want to go all blasters and lightsabers in here. It's too crowded. We need to avoid all the medical staff. Bystanders would be injured or killed. You Jedi and your pesky morality problems, Mara teased. Then she motioned her head to a closet in the room. Any clothing in there? Luke walked to the closet and slid the door open. It's empty. Okay. Mara bounced her vision around the room and then finally settled it back on Luke. Here, she said, and approached him. Take this off. Without warning, she started to yank his Jedi robe from his shoulders. Unsure what to do, Luke rotated around as she continued, leaving him in his solid black tunic, suit, and boots. Also this. She snatched his lightsaber from his belt, and then, with her free hand, gestured to his chest. "The tunic, too? Lose it." Luke arched his brow, tempted to question Mara's commands, but then decided best just to do as told. The tunic overlapped his black suit, tucked into his belt, sliding the cloth from his waist and away from his shirt. He handed it to Mara. "Anything else?" Holding his lightsaber and clothing in her hands, Mara gave him a once-over. "You're still horribly conspicuous. I didn't consider an Imperial planetary takeover when I got dressed this morning. It might still work, however." Mara plopped his belongings to a nearby table. "All the black is very Imperial. You dress awfully Sith-like for a Jedi, you know that." "It never crossed my mind." From the back of her attire, she slid out the off-white hood attached to her undershirt and stuffed her vibrant hair underneath the cloth. Then she removed her lightsaber and, with Luke's, wrapped both in his Jedi robe. "Here, hold this," she said, and dumped the clothing and lightsabers into his hands. She inspected him again, her eyes flicking up and down, pausing for a moment as if to ponder something. "What?" he asked, and she shook her head. "Nothing." She met his gaze. "All right. Once an opening presents itself, we're off." With his tunic, robe, and the lightsabers bundled nicely in his hands, Luke followed Mara out of the medic's room. His hair was damp, slicked back with water from the room sink, as Mara believed farm boy chic was a bit too recognizable. The stormtroopers had sufficiently found their positions, with one near the turbolift, his attention wavering. The lift itself had reached the top of the building, designed to glide both down a tilted shaft, following the slanted exterior wall of the triangular structure. Luke and Mara walked to the turbolift. The stormtrooper on guard twisted his helmeted head to view the two of them as they pressed the down button. "Identification," he said. "You don't need our identification," Luke replied, reaching out with the Force to the other man's mind. It was thankfully as dull as Luke sensed from the medical room. "I don't need your identification," the stormtrooper replied. "We can go about our business." "You can go about your business. Let us move along." As the turbolift opened, the stormtrooper waved a hand. "Move along." Silently, Luke and Mara entered the lift, empty as it had just finished transferring medical staff and troopers to the top of the building. As the door closed, Luke turned to Mara. "Perfectly done, Jedi Master," she said as she pressed the button for the ground level. "Now follow my lead and turn to the back wall." "Yes, ma'am." Sarcasm noted. "Just keep those baby blues facing away from the door." The two of them rotated around, their backs to the turbolift's exit. Just in time, the lift began to slow at level 12, and Luke sensed a pack of Thalian and human medics by the door, waiting to be let in. The door opened with Luke and Mara facing away from everyone else. The medics entered and Luke felt they were taken aback, viewing the two random humans angled the wrong direction. The door closed, and from Luke's peripherals, he spotted Mara to his left as she stared hard at one of the male nurses. She motioned her head at him to turn the same way as them, regarding him as if he was an idiot for needing the encouragement. Through the Force, Luke sensed his confusion, but it was more than that. The Thalian felt as though he was missing something, that he'd gotten into a situation he didn't understand and didn't like it. Luke was tempted to use the Force, to mentally urge that discomfort, but it became clear quickly that was unnecessary. As the turbolift descended, the Thalian turned the same direction as Mara and Luke. After a few seconds, half of the others followed suit. On level 6, the door opened again, but this time, it was 3 stormtroopers, their armor clanking together as they stepped onto the lift. Just like the others, they seemed dumbfounded by the people in the elevator, Thalians and humans alike, as most faced the wrong direction. There was a gnawing in their gut. Luke detected this awkwardness as they didn't comprehend what was occurring. 2 of the 3 stormtroopers twisted towards the back wall as well, the last halfway. Together, the group traveled down the turbolift as it followed the triangular lines of the beacon until it reached the ground level. From there, the door opened and the stormtroopers rotated around and exited. The remaining medics did the same, and Luke and Mara stayed on their heels. The trooper by the door didn't notice them as they walked with the others, away from the turbolift, and then Luke and Mara split off, down an adjacent hallway. With no stormtroopers around, Luke grinned at Mara. Nicely done. She smirked back. Never underestimate the power of conformity. They found a side exit to the beacon. Outside, it was guarded by one stormtrooper who wasn't a match for a Jedi mind trick. As other Imperials walked the perimeter, Luke and Mara hurried off into the night. The alleyways of Thay Batel were made of grass, trees, and other greenery with narrow stone slab walkways for residents. Above, the trains had stopped, evidently complying with the Imperial curfew. In the distance, Luke heard the buzz of speeders and transports, the march of stormtroopers on the main street as the Empire took further control of the city. Within a bustle of trees tucked away between several random buildings, Luke whispered into his comlink, tried to find access to the city's mainframe, and pull up Reglii Mythal's address. From the other end came a set of classic R2 beeps and bleeps. Still at the Circle of Justice, the little droid had limited computer access since the explosion, but R2 was, well, R2. He'd find a way. Try to hurry, Luke whispered. We're running out of time here. A small, uneasy acknowledgement. Then the comm went dead. If Mythal hasn't gone off planet already, Mara said softly, sitting beside Luke on the grass as if for a picnic, her face barely visible under the foliage and her shirt's hood. He's probably moving on to plot another planet to sabotage. Perhaps, Luke replied. If he knew about Queen Erlin Tavos' retraction from the New Republic, then he might have simply killed her for revenge. If he didn't know, then this failed attempt to bring yet another planet to the New Republic is just like Hastoin. It'll take years for the New Republic to gain favor with Theo after all of this. Luke's stomach growled. He didn't know if Mara heard it until she snorted a laugh. Here, she said, and fished a ration bar from a pouch on her belt. It's no seafood platter, but it'll get the job done. Luke accepted the bar and unwrapped it. Thank you. He took a bite. Mara grabbed one for herself. So, she started as she chewed. Tell me more about these visions. The ones from the roof. Swallowing, Luke shook his head. It's been going on for a few weeks now. Images of this boy, he's trapped on a workbench, unable to move. He's in pain, his arms and neck, but I don't know. He's not restrained, and yet he can't move. Some type of mind control. I think so, yes. The Emperor is there, corrupting him somehow. Luke took another bite of his dinner, the disgusting, fake sweet thing that it was. Mara paused, her meal held in her lap, seeming to consider the possibilities. This reminds me of George C'baoth, she said. What he did on Wayland with, you know. She let the words dangle. Luke inhaled deeply. The insane clone of Jedi Master George C'baoth was found by Grand Admiral Thrawn a decade before. The crazed Dark Jedi had wanted Luke, Mara, and Leia, plus Han, and Leia's children, to join the dark side, and when Luke refused, C'baoth unveiled a clone, Luke, that almost killed him. The clone had been so corrupted by C'baoth, there was no mind left, just Luke's face. With a grimace, Luke forced himself to take another bite of his ration bar, but his appetite was gone. Sorry, Mara said as finished her meal. But what if this man is a random killer clone? Something created. I don't think so, Luke said. That clone of me, it was designed from the start to be subservient to his master's will, even before it was finished forming. This boy had been someone once, had been cared for, had a mind of his own, and the Emperor stripped all that away. Mara froze at that. Even under the darkness of the neighboring trees beside them, of the hovering Star Destroyer above them, a realization cast upon her face, something just as dark as the shadows overlapping. When her eyes met his, there was nothing but dread. He's an Emperor's hand, she declared. Luke drew in his brow. Another one. Thrawn has said there were more than just me. But you aren't like this boy. You might have been manipulated by the Emperor, but he never stripped you of your individuality. I cooperated, she said, her voice adrift as though facing a harsh truth. I didn't fight back. She didn't say more. Her shoulders drooped, her energy appearing to have been sapped away as this new revelation circled through her mind. Luke was silent as well, attempting to rein in his thoughts, what this meant, what it would mean. He didn't know much about Mara's past, neither did she, except that she had a family once, and the Emperor had abducted her from them. She was brought to the Imperial Palace on Coruscant and trained under Palpatine. At 14, she became the Emperor's hand. The training was limited, however, the Emperor never desired for Mara to graduate to an apprentice like Vader, as having two Sith Lords could be a danger to him. Apparently, he had kept the other Emperor's hands oblivious from one another, as well for the same purpose. If they banded together, all these Force sensitives with at least some training that could pose a threat instead of being an asset. Perhaps not all these children, stolen from their families and homes during the Empire's rule, wished to become what Palpatine had kidnapped them for. The Emperor would never tolerate such defiance, Luke knew from personal experience. I have a name. From his comlink, a string of trills. R2, Luke said as he retrieved the device from his belt, relieved by the distraction. Do you have it? The high-pitched bop from the little astromech droid said it all. Okay, transfer it to my datapad. A second later, with his datapad out, the screen set to dark, the map of Thay Batel showed through, richly at Mythal's address dinged with coordinates. I have it, thank you, Luke replied into the comlink. Now, can you check to see if there's any New Republic ships still leaving Thale? After another minute, R2 replied with a low bass whine. That was a no. How about a neutral party freighter? Anything on the departure logs? Another minute, and then R2 returned with a high string of beeps. Luke smiled. Good. Get yourself on one and head to Adumar. We'll meet you there shortly. The chain of worried shrills would have been easy to translate for anyone. We'll meet you there, Luke emphasized, and then turned to Mara, her face grim as she, too, realized they weren't out of this yet. As R2 gave off another spat of concerned whines, Luke gave a goodbye, and then stuffed his comlink in his belt. All right, he said to Mara, let's go. Chapter 8. The neighborhood stood on the outskirts of Thay Batel, away from the close-knit buildings with their narrow walkways, to homes with spacious lawns and lavish ponds, land speeders readily available near each yard. Luke and Mara had managed to sneak back onto Taffway near Speeder Park near the beacon, and found their way to Ridgely Mythal's residence. The three-story triangular-shaped mansion had one elongated side at the front with the light still on, and as Luke and Mara approached the front door, the stench of burning plastic and wood wafted through the air. The two swapped looks, and without a word, Luke used the Force to unlock the door and push it open. Took you long enough, Ridgely Mythal said as he tossed a datapad into a steel trash reciprocal in the middle of his living quarters. Gingerly, Luke stepped into the residence, the heat from the inside making him sweat instantly. The fire had been burning a long time. Around him and Mara, shelves had been emptied, the desk in the back of the large room ransacked. What are you doing? He asked. Destroying evidence, Mythal replied without glancing up. He checked a hollow cube into the fire. Hey! Mara charged forward, but Mythal immediately raised his hands in mock surrender. I'm pretty much done here, he said. Luke's mind caught up with him. He lifted a hand and, through the Force, extinguished the trash fire. Then, through the open doorway he entered, face already tightened. We don't need the holo trail, he said with a heavy voice, because you're going to tell us what we need to know. Now. Mythal said his jaw. Or what? You'll try a Jedi mind melting trick on me. Luke frowned, and Mythal seemed to notice. You aren't subtle, he went on. I've had my allies monitoring your whereabouts all day. You gave Eve's Pacha quite the scare. That man is still ranting and raving from his bed over that little fib long after you exited the scene. This was not going well. Luke kept his features calm, deciding best to defuse the situation, if that was possible. Fine, he said to Mythal. There is no Jedi mind-melting trick, but that doesn't mean that we can't make things uncomfortable for you. Mythal sized Luke up as though trying to sort out his intentions, harsh words, or violent attack. Luke stopped short of the trash can. We think you're involved with the Queen's death. Mythal shook his head. You have nothing on me. We know you bribed her for political gain. You have no proof of that. Your career is over, Mara chimed in, but if you answer us with something besides snarky comebacks, you might be spared from a detention cell. Luke waited for the verdict. Despite his arrogant visage, Mythil was worried about something he didn't want Luke to know. It might have just been the bribery, but if Mythil was colluding with the Empire. Then the man kicked back a laugh. You have nothing. What? A rumor. Some gossip, what will that bring you? Like I said, he gestured to the trash, I've already beat you to it. Luke could tell Mara was holding back the desire to clobber Mythil in the face. In that instance, however, none of that mattered. From the doorway, there was a dance of high beams, a wave of air that seemed to manifest from nowhere, and a horrid humming sound that could only be one thing. The Force blared wild in Luke's mind, and he had just enough time to reel around with his lightsaber activated Mara enough time to yank Mythil to the ground before the green beams flooded the household. The Imperial TIE fighter floated just above Mythil's front yard, its turbo lasers spraying Mythil's house with fire. Busting through the walls, the ceiling, and windows lightsaber ignited, Luke caught one of the beams. The impact slid him back a solid 2 meters. Without the Force, it would have knocked him off his feet, burnt his hand. Both limbs shook regardless. Gritting his teeth, he caught another beam aimed in his direction, again forcing him back. Beside Mythil, Mara ignited her lightsaber, obviously prepared to deflect some blasts on her own. "No!" Luke shouted. "It'll burn your hands off. Move back, further into the house. Go now." Mara knew there were times to argue, and this wasn't one of them. Grabbing Mythil by the collar, she half-dragged him back, keeping both low to the ground. At this rate, the house would collapse. Luke had to do something now or it'd end up caving in on them all. Sucking in a breath, channeling the Force into every fiber of his being, he charged out into the yard. The TIE fighter stopped firing, the pilot seeming perplexed by the move. Through the Force, Luke stretched out to him and sensed nothing. It was the assassin. He'd come for Mythil now. Just because Luke couldn't sense the other man's mind didn't mean the assassin couldn't sense all of theirs, couldn't tell exactly where his target was within the house. But he had to get through Luke first. This thought seemed to cross the assassin's mind as well, and another set of green lights blasted out from the TIE's laser cannons, directly at Luke now. Given his proximity, however, only one beam could sufficiently zero in, and Luke used that to his advantage. With a groan, he caught the turbolaser with his saber. The impact propelled him back again, and this time, he couldn't stay on his feet. Didn't matter. As Luke hit the ground, the deflected beam made contact with his target. The left TIE cannon burst into flames, the small craft tilted, the left wing almost crashing into the lawn. Almost. The assassin was quick, right in the fighter, but it gave Luke the time he required. Propped up on a single knee, he flung his lightsaber forward out of his hand.
The bright white-green blade soared in the air, windmilling around itself, more a circle of light than one singular beam. It made contact with the second laser cannon before the assassin had a chance to fire again, and then, guided by Luke, the blade thrust upwards, about to slice off the right wing entirely. The assassin apparently recognized what was occurring, and suddenly, the TIE blasted off, cannons destroyed, but wings mostly intact. Luke's lightsaber was pitched behind the fighter, barely dodging the craft's twin-ion engine exhausts. As the TIE made its way skyward, Luke called his lightsaber back. The blade twirled as it approached him, and he caught it with his mechanical hand, deactivating the saber. Despite being artificial, the limb was still vibrating as much as his left one from the laser beams. From behind, he heard Mara rushing out of the house. "Are you all right?" she asked, dropping to her knees beside him, inspecting his face. "I'm fine," he said, and then peered back up at the sky. At the TIE fighter as it zoomed off into the night until it didn't. "Mara," Luke pointed. She followed with her eyes and then shook her head. "Well, that answers that." The TIE fighter reached its destination, the Star Destroyer directly above them. A minute later, it docked. "Look at my house," Mythil screamed, standing in the ruins that was his living quarters. He whirled around, arms outwards as if unable to absorb the full spectrum of the disaster. And it was a disaster. All the windows were blasted out, sofas and holoproges were demolished, and the walls and ceiling were marred with holes and black soot. Everything stank of smoke, ozone, and starfighter fuel, but the structure was still standing and, from what Luke could tell, wasn't about to collapse. So as he marched back into the pitiful mess that was the former luxury home, he had a new energy about him. Mythil appeared to notice as well. Spotting the expression on Luke's face, he immediately began backing off. "Did you bribe the Queen to join the New Republic?" Luke asked, not slowing his pace, both hands clenched at his sides. I don't have to answer to you, Jedi." Mythil's voice was loud, but there was a quiver. "Did you bribe her to gain a Senate seat?" "I don't know what. So far today Mara and I have been shotted on 3 separate occasions, almost detonated, we're on the run from the Empire, and I lost one of my Jedi Knights. So start talking or I'm going to try out this Jedi mind-melting trick." Mythil's eyes bugged out of his head. "You said that wasn't a thing. I'm about to make it a thing." They reached the back of the living quarters, and Mythil had run out of room. He bumped into the back wall, and Luke got half a meter from his face. Although taller, the other man shrank at Luke's presence. "Sit," Luke said and pointed to the man's desk chair. Mythil did as instructed. Luke leaned forward, resting his left hand on the chair's armrest, and again pointing at Mythil with the right one. "I'm tired of this. People are dead. You know more about what happened during the siege than you've admitted, and my patience has run its course. So talk now." Mythil swallowed hard, gaze skipping between Luke and Mara being surprisingly reserved before Mythil finally opened his mouth. It was just an idea. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be anything, not really." "What?" Luke asked. "What wasn't supposed to be anything, not really?" "The Queen's term extension. It wasn't a bribe, just a thought. The Queen wanted to join the New Republic regardless, she really did." "That's not what we heard," Mara said in the backdrop. She was reluctant, that's all." Mythil came back. "She hated the Empire's steel grip on her planet. Everyone here did. They were just scared of change. I was going to be a hero." "Did you know she retracted the contract with the New Republic during the protests?" Luke asked. It was a rumor." "Did you know it was fact by the time hostages were taken?" Mythil opened his mouth, his lips moving slightly as though they were trying to form words but were failing. Luke frowned, and Mythil finally replied, "Yes. But I didn't kill her." "Did you hire someone to kill her?" "No." "Do you know anything about a plot to assassinate her? Anything at all?" "I swear, no." Luke straightened up and tossed a glance at Mara. Her arms crossed, she motioned with a "there you go" gesture. If Mythil did have something to do with the Queen's assassination, he was hiding it quite well. He had bribed her, and seemed angered by the retraction, which meant he truly did want Thale to join the New Republic. But if that was the case... Luke turned back to Mythil. "That assassin who was here just a few minutes ago, he was after you, not us." "Why?" Mythil shook his head. "I don't know. He's going through the city, killing anyone who might know something about what happened at the palace." "I don't know, I promise you." Through the Force, Luke couldn't sense for certain if Mythil was telling the truth now. He was too flustered, too determined to say the right thing, not to anger Luke further. "Fear is the dark side." Luke raised both hands. "All right," he said, keeping his voice even. "If that's true, I suggest you get on a transport and leave for Coruscant as soon as possible before that assassin gets another opportunity to hunt you down. Because we probably won't be here the next time." He motioned his head to Mara. Mythil appeared stunned by Luke's rapid demeanor shift but then gave a nod. "Okay. I can do that. I'll be making a report noting your bribery attempt. You will still be listed as a person of interest in all of this. And we will probably have more questions for you down the road." Understood. Yes, sir. Get up, gather your things, and leave. Yes, thank you, Master Skywalker. Mythil hopped out of his seat, almost bumping into Luke as he scurried away to gather his belongings. Luke watched him scatter and a cold chill crawled up his back. Mara approached him, her expression somber. If you wanted to scare him, you could have simply lopped an arm off. Luke said nothing, permitting her words to hang in the air, realizing they stung more than he expected. People thought, as a Jedi, that anger, fear, aggression, these things were monsters to be slain to achieve knighthood. Not so much. The dark side was a shadow on the wall, something the light could never truly destroy, only force into retreat. Listening to Mythil clamor around his own house, Luke angled his face towards the floor. I shouldn't have done that. Probably not, Mara replied. When he didn't respond further, she reached out a hand and touched his arm. Despite all of this, we still don't know what's really going on here. No, Luke huffed, happy for the shift in topics, we don't. But I think I know where we'll find some answers. Okay, I'll bite. Where? Luke walked past her. Up the home's busted front door. To the yard. And peered up. As Mara came up beside him and followed his stare, she released a tiny whistle. I'll give you points, Skywalker. When you go big. Above them, the Imperial Star Destroyer. Hovering above the city, as shuttles and transports soared in and out of its sides as it continued its planetary conquest. Chapter 9. Admiral Gilad Pellaeon, Supreme Commander of the Imperial Fleet, stood on the bridge of the Star Destroyer Chimera, arms laced behind his back, shoulders squared, chin high, a sense of pride warming his insides, and rightfully so. This day, at least this one day, was their victory. Below, the city of Thaybatel, its mass of green, violet, and silver landscape masked by the night. Lines of lights shone across walkways, hinting at its beauty. Pellaeon looked forward to seeing it during the day when he'd take a shuttle to the Palace of Royals and sign the Unity Clause with the Thalian diplomats who had taken authority since Queen Erlen Tavast's untimely demise. Pellaeon's white mustache couldn't help but twitch as a minuscule smile dared to crack his infallible exterior. He had heard what had transpired. After 2 weeks of failed negotiations, the New Republic had played the only wild card it possessed: the Jedi. And even with Luke Skywalker taking the helm, they had ultimately failed. The Force, it seemed, was with Pellaeon that day. Sir, the comm officer called from his station. We have a DX-9 stormtrooper transport requesting permission to return for boarding. Pellaeon twisted his head around. For what purpose? It says it has a malfunction in navigation. It's requesting permission to dock, sir. This was standard, of course, as with all the stormtrooper transports, shuttles, and TIE fighters being deployed, they'd had a number of vessels returned for repairs, mostly minor. Give the authorization, he said. Have a security team meet them when they arrive, along with a scanning crew and astromech droids. Yes, sir, the officer replied, and then spoke into his comm to the transport's pilot. At that, Pellaeon brought his attention back to the viewport. At the city of the planet that was now his. This is either the most brilliant plan in Jedi history, Mara commented, or the stupidest thing we've ever done. Maybe we should start keeping a scorecard, Luke said, readjusting himself in the pilot's seat of their commandeered stormtrooper transport, Mara in the co-pilot's seat. He had to admit, this was a bit on the unorthodox side, the equivalent of barging in through the enemy's front gate. Nonetheless, the assassin had docked and was probably awaiting new orders, and Luke had dealt with enough violence for one day. They knew where the assassin was, and that advantage wouldn't last. So as the comm officer for the Star Destroyer confirmed a docking bay for their transport, Luke's pulse quickened. This is where the fun begins. Gradually, as Luke ascended and aligned the transport with the Imperial vessel, the orange-black sky of Thale was overshadowed by the bright artificial lights and sterile gray of the Star Destroyer. Sitting in his Jedi robe, he kept his attention ahead, his senses on alert. They passed the shields, and sure enough, there was a pack of stormtroopers and a security officer waiting for them as the transport entered the docking bay. Oh, Mara sucked in a breath through her teeth. I'm starting to have a bad feeling. No, none of that, Luke replied. There's no need to worry. It's not like we haven't boarded Star Destroyers before. Not quite this candidly. With a gentle thud, the DX-9 stormtrooper transport made contact with the Imperial ship's docking bay. Shutting the engines down, Luke removed himself from his chair before the security team had a good chance to focus on him, Mara following suit. Marching to the back, his robe swaying as he went, Luke moved past the empty cargo hold where dozens of straps dangled from the ceiling for stormtroopers to hold onto for travel. With Mara, he arrived at the back about the same time the transport's speakers ordered them to disembark for inspection. You ready? Luke asked. Mara stared at the closed loading ramp. I suppose it's too late to change my mind. Luke shot her a reassuring trust me type of grin, before reaching out his hand. As he pressed the ramp's release, the back of the transport hummed and then eased downwards. Stormtroopers and a black-clad Imperial officer stood motionless as the separation between the two parties gradually fell. At the side of Luke and Mara, all 20 or so Imperial officers tensed, blasters springing upwards in unison. Through the Force, Luke felt their trepidation, even fear some already recognized him or at least that he and Mara were Jedi with their lightsabers dangling off their belts. Any abrupt movement would have sent the Imperials into battle mode, so as the ramp finished lowering, Luke stepped in front of Mara and carefully, methodically, eased his hands into the air. We surrender, he said. This appeared to baffle the officers even more. Some of them traded looks through their heavy helmets. The one black-suited ensign, pistol out, gaped at Luke and Mara with his mouth ajar, undoubtedly trying to understand what his brain was viewing. Mara stepped next to Luke with her arms up as well. We're surrendering, she said. Isn't this the part where you're supposed to process us and call us scum? The ensign blinked a few times, trying to compose himself. He motioned with his pistol. Move away from the transport. And place your hands on your head. Yes, of course, Luke replied and followed instructions. Walking forward, the young man flipped his gaze between Luke and Mara. Are you Jedi? He said. Yes, Luke replied. Technically Mara wasn't, but it was a minor detail. As though it would bite, the officer unclipped Luke's lightsaber and, with it in his hand, took a big step back. Is this your only weapon? He asked. Yes. And you? He cocked both eyebrows at Mara. Lightsaber, sleeve blaster, she said. Holstering his pistol, the ensign removed Mara's weapons, and cradling both lightsabers and her blaster, he nudged his head to one of the stormtroopers. Check them. With his hands on his head, Luke tried to keep his expression straight as the trooper frisked him. To his left, he felt Mara's discomfort as the same Imperial patted her down, but she said nothing. After he finished, another stormtrooper approached, binders ready. He pulled Luke's arms down and snapped the metal cuffs on his wrists, then did the same with Mara a moment later. After the stormtrooper backed away, the ensign stood in front of Mara and Luke, and declared, as Jedi, you are considered enemies of the Galactic Empire. Luke nodded. As such, you will hereby be detained and processed by the laws of our great sovereignty, to receive appropriate punishment for your crimes. Again, Luke gave a nod, sensing the more relaxed emotions from the ensign, that the young officer felt in control now. Take them to detention cell A416, he called to all of the stormtroopers. And keep a heavy guard outside their unit. Actually, Luke intervened, we need to be escorted to the bridge first. The ensign furrowed his brow. For what purpose? We need to be escorted to the bridge, Luke repeated, stretching out with the Force, and then you can detain us. The officer paused, his emotion seeming to scatter, and for a second, it felt like the mind trick was working. But then, I'd need authorization before escorting you to the bridge. Blast it. You don't need authorization, Luke tried again. I do. The ensign shook his head, his mind jumbled, conflicted between his own thoughts and the ones Luke was pressing on him. Different tactics. Luke turned to the stormtroopers. We need to go to the bridge. They need to go to the bridge, over half the troopers said at once. No, the ensign shook his head, that's not right. We need to speak to Admiral Pelion before we go to a cell, Luke went on, feeling the ensign's mind, the conflict, the confusion. Further away, another deck officer had taken notice, and it appeared to be a lieutenant. Marching from the side of another shuttle, he reached the ensign and asked, "What is happening here?" "We need to go to the bridge," Luke said, and the man instantly straightened up. "They need to go to the bridge," the lieutenant repeated, and then to the ensign, "So what are you waiting for?" With the ensign and his stormtroopers packed together, they herded Luke and Mara onto public transport to travel from the docking bay to the bridge's turbolift. Other officers stared as they passed, obviously noting the two prisoners, one in a Jedi robe, moving by as if to a meeting. At 1,600 meters, an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer held almost 50,000 crew and passengers, roughly 10,000 of those stormtroopers. Due to the Imperial remnant struggling to recruit those days, those numbers had dwindled, but not enough for Luke and Mara to avoid fighting their way out of there if this went poorly. Maybe Mara was right, this wasn't the best laid out plan. Standing beside him as they exited the transport for the turbolift, Mara gently elbowed his ribs, apparently sensing his new apprehension. Reaching out through the Force, he shut his eyes and got his head straight. This felt right. He didn't know why it should, but it did, and he trusted the Force above all else. The lift slowed to a halt. The door slid open, and then ahead of them was the elongated bridge of the Imperial Star Destroyer. "Move," the ensign said and gave Luke's right shoulder a small shove. Not requiring more incentive, Luke stepped out, Mara by his side, and with their Imperial entourage, they headed to the bridge. A man with solid white hair stood at the viewport in an olive admiral uniform with black belt and boots, and as the group neared, he twisted around. His eyes caught Luke and Mara, and his expression dropped like dead weight. "Sir," the ensign approached Admiral Gilad Pelion from the pack, "these prisoners requested to speak with you." Pelion stood speechless, his gaze bouncing between the ensign and the two prisoners. The Admiral had never met Luke, but if he was as well educated as the New Republic believed, he kept detailed files on his enemies, as Luke and other New Republic officers did on him. Mara, on the other hand, had encountered Pelion a decade before when she was bargaining for her associate, Talon Caird's, life. "It's all right, sir," the ensign said and presented Pelion with Luke and Mara's lightsabers and blaster. "I've confiscated their weapons. They are shackled, I made sure." Pelion raised a hand, practically begging the ensign for quiet as the shock and irritation coated the Admiral's features like a new set of wrinkles. Closing his eyes, he appeared to be struggling to digest the situation before he regrouped himself. "Remove the restraints," he said in a cool, but haggard voice, "and give their weapons back." "But, sir," the ensign gasped. "They're prisoners and—" "If they wanted me dead, I'd be dead already," Pelion said and then shot a glare at Luke and Mara. "Or am I missing something?" "No, that's about it," Mara said, and as the ensign meekly approached her, she handed him her unbound binders. He stopped short at that but accepted them regardless. "Thank you," Luke said as he handed over his restraints and the ensign returned his lightsaber. Then Luke brought his attention to Pelion. "Now please ask them to leave. We're not here to hurt anyone, but we don't want any misunderstandings." The ensign tossed a look at Pelion, but the Admiral didn't flinch at the request. "Go," he told the officers. "I'll call if I need you." "Sir." I said leave. The darkness in Pelion's voice could have outmatched Vader in that instance. Nodding, the ensign did as he was told, the stormtroopers following behind. Then the bridge was clear of all but its crew, Luke, Mara, and the Imperial Admiral. As the older man glowered at the two of them, Luke sensed his alarm and bewilderment, but more than anything, he was angry. Angry that Luke Skywalker would wander onto his Star Destroyer and start spouting demands, and Luke couldn't blame him, but after the day he'd had, he didn't particularly care. "All right," Pelion started, "if you're not here to kill me, what do you want?" "The assassin," Luke replied. "We have a number of assassins. You need to be more specific." "The Force-sensitive one who killed Queen Erlin Tavast. The same one who murdered one of my Jedi." Realization crossed Pelion's face. "So that's why you've been stalking around my city." The Admiral gave a huff. "I have nothing for you, Jedi. You decided to get involved with business that didn't concern you, and people needlessly died. Maybe your New Republic ambassadors shouldn't have tried to pull one of our worlds from us, and then this wouldn't have occurred in the first place." "We know you're behind the insurgency," Mara cut in. "And you brought the Emperor's hand with you." Pelion twitched his mustache. "What grand company you keep nowadays." "Where is he?" Luke pressed again. "I don't know who you're referring to," Pelion shot back. "We are here legally, based on the wishes of the Thalian people. Based on you interfering behind the scenes and provoking a riot. The reasons are irrelevant now. The New Republic has been asked to leave, and the Empire has been asked to remain. You lost, Master Jedi. However, if you wish to further incite our war," Pelion opened his hands, "then this is a perfect way to do it." "I want the assassin," Luke replied. "Nothing more. Give him to me, and Mara and I will leave peacefully." "You've clearly made some type of mistake." "We know he's here," Mara cut in. "We saw him dock half an hour ago." The expression on Pelion's face wasn't what Luke expected. Instead of more angry non-compliance, the older man crinkled his brow, but before Luke could respond, the Admiral's eyes angled away to the entrance of the bridge. Slowly, Luke rotated around, following Pelion's gaze. There, at the bridge's entrance was a man dressed in black utility pants and boots, and a top that resembled thick, wrapped-up gauze. It went down the length of his arms until it met a pair of short black gloves. On his belt was a one-man arsenal, blaster, multiple daggers, lightsaber. Over his face, a simple hood, similar to Luke's cloak but attached to his top instead of a robe. The thing that caught Luke the most, however, wasn't the man's attire or his armada. It was his face, overshadowed by the hood but still partially visible. He wasn't staring at Luke or Mara. His eyes were honed in on Pelion, and it was clear he wasn't there to take the Admiral's orders. Chapter 10. But kept it inactive. Around the crew pit to their left and right, the Imperials stirred in their chairs, some standing to gain a better peek, obviously as bewildered as Luke was, be it for different reasons.
From the bridge's viewport behind everyone, Pelion's frustration had given way to shock. He stepped back gingerly, as if the assassin was an animal that would strike with any sudden movements. "What is happening?" Mara asked. "He's here for Pelion," Luke said without glancing back. As he kept his gaze hooked on the man in front of him, Luke felt the back of his neck flush, his heart drumming in his chest that he quickly steadied. There was no common technique for the turmoil in his gut. However, as he fully recognized that whatever was transpiring now, he'd gotten things completely wrong. The assassin kept his eyes on Pelion, feet apart, shoulders squared, ready to make his attack. Still, he didn't move. He was waiting to see what Luke would do. That was a good question, as Luke reassessed where he was. If this was a New Republic vessel with New Republic officers, the answer would be absurdly simple. But he was standing between an assassin and the Supreme Commander of the Imperial fleet. Gently, Luke eased up, relaxing his hands on his saber's hilt. "We didn't have anything to do with the Thalian insurgency," Pelion said. "If this is the assassin you were searching for, he isn't one of ours." Luke glimpsed back at Pelion, the older man positioned as close to the viewport as he could, clearly aware of the danger he was in before Luke turned back to the assassin. "We came here legally," Pelion pointed out. "We didn't kill the Queen. We didn't start the palace riot." "Luke," Mara cut in, "you don't have to do this." Blinking, Luke shot a look over his shoulder to Mara, who was standing behind him, her lightsaber loosely in her hand. "Just let him through," Mara said. "You don't owe this man anything." She was referring to Pelion, who instantly tensed up. "I'm asking for your help, Master Jedi." The Admiral came back. "To permit me Daiwin." "Oh, please?" Mara glared at the older man. "We might not have come here to kill you, but we certainly don't have to risk our lives to save you." Pelion ignored Mara, focusing on Luke. The shock on his features had waned, leaving only a subdued inevitability. If Luke didn't intervene, Pelion was dead and knew it. Closing his eyes, Luke lowered his gaze, and then slowly tightened the grip on his lightsaber. He'd never refused to help someone in his life, and he wasn't about to start now. "Luke," Mara gasped, but he just shook his head. "Mara, I understand if you step away," he said. He sensed Mara's frustration, her reluctance, and why shouldn't she have both? Luke was putting himself in harm's way for a man who had caused pain and destruction across the galaxy, clinging to the last remnant of an empire that never should have been. But it wasn't the way. Mara seemed to sense this from him as well, so with a groan, she started to back up towards Pelion to be the next line of defense. "This is ironic," she commented to the Admiral, and got into fighting position, blaster out to complement her lightsaber. The assassin stood silent as if evaluating who his enemies were, but as Luke positioned his body to prepare for an attack, the other man appeared to take the hint. Unclipping his lightsaber with one hand and unholstering his blaster for the other, he took a step forward. "Everyone, get down," Luke shouted at the crew to his left and right, igniting his lightsaber. Around him, the black-suited Imperials ducked, some under their consoles, their chairs whirling around as the men hustled to remove themselves from seats. As the assassin approached, Luke stretched out through the Force. If he could just reach something in his thoughts, something real. There was nothing. It was an abyss of a mind. The assassin bolted forward, blaster aimed. He shot at Luke, the red beam sizzling on Luke's lightsaber. Without looking, the man cast an array of shots towards Pelion. Mara grunted, catching them with her lightsaber before they reached her or the Admiral. Then, re-angling herself to Luke's left, she fired a few shots of her own. The assassin deflected them, and dove forward into a somersault, dodging the remaining blasts, before he was right in front of Luke. With the assassin that up close, Mara stopped firing. Again, Luke tried to reach him through the Force, to get a sense of the man. It must be the boy from his visions. Where else could the Force have led him? But again, nothing surfaced. As the assassin pointed his blaster at Luke's face, the Jedi sliced through the barrel with one simple stroke. Without missing a beat, the other man dropped the rest of the weapon and swung his saber. Luke veered his blade in an upward thrust, blocking the attack. The assassin pushed at him, and his strength, it almost caused Luke to lose his footing. Channeling the Force, Luke shoved the assassin away a good half-meter. Then, clumsily, the man jabbed his lightsaber at Luke's stomach. It was an amateur move, and Luke easily sidestepped before whipping around, swinging his lightsaber down at the assassin's arm. The man caught it with his blade barely his hand in an awkward position on his own hilt. Luke took the advantage. As he booted the assassin in the stomach, the other man gasped, tumbling to the floor. His lightsaber slid from his grip, dropping inactive into one of the crew pits. Mara wasn't one to waste an advantage, either, and as the two men parted, her blaster went wild. Rolling away on the floor, the assassin struggled to keep from being an easy target. He lifted a hand to protect his head, and a beam caught his arm, at least Luke thought it had. From the assassin, no reaction. Then he propelled himself upright, bolting forward, arms up as if to strike Luke down with momentum alone. With a frown, Luke readied himself, lightsaber in hand, and as his opponent swung a fist towards Luke's face, Luke lifted his white-green blade to cut the striking hand clean off. Except it didn't. His lightsaber bounced off the man's wrist as though it had struck an unmovable object. Eyes wide, Luke reeled back, got into another striking position, this time a downward curve to cut off the man's entire arm from the shoulder, down. The assassin wrenched up his other hand and caught the blade within his grasp. He held it, this deadly weapon like it was an unruly child's arm, the lightsaber crackling as it tried desperately to burn through its enemy, but all it did was melt the black glove, revealing an edge of silver. Luke had no further time to react. With Force-assisted strength, the assassin yanked the lightsaber, flipping both it and Luke behind him. With a shout, Luke felt his feet leave the floor, his body doing a full circle in midair before he crashed into the crew pit to his right, barely missing the Imperials within it. Even with the Force helping to break his fall, the muscles in his back felt like they exploded on impact, the bones practically vibrating. His lightsaber bounced away as the blade shut off. Luke. Mara screamed, her voice sounding twice as far away as it should have. With a gasp, Luke ignored the new collection of bruises. Jerking his legs towards his chest, he snapped them towards the floor, forcing himself upright again. Mara's blaster sprayed the assassin, but he caught the beams with his arms, one after another left and right, the attack barely slowing him. From Luke and Mara's weapons, the cloth around the man's two limbs had been burnt away, revealing two silver forearms, designed more like a thick skeleton's bones than anything remotely human. With Pelion and Mara back into the far side of the viewport, they were running out of room as the assassin reached the walkway's center. Grinding his teeth, Luke grasped the edge of the crew pit and flipped onto the walkway. Bolting towards the assassin, he stretched out with the Force and pulled. A chair from the crew pit went soaring, and the assassin glanced back just in time to slam his arm into the object to deflect it away. As Luke jerked a hand back and then forward, another chair spun in the air, and this one clipped the man's shoulder. He staggered to keep on his feet. Mara continued to fire, but the assassin caught the beams despite the dual attack from her and Luke. Through it all, Luke pushed his mind to the assassin, attempting to make some type of connection. This man, whatever he was in that moment, wasn't as he'd been. There had to be something there, something. No time left. As the assassin whipped out a dagger from his belt, Luke lunged forward. With a single knee, he slammed it into the man's stomach, crashing him into the viewport at his back. Mara's blaster stopped, and she continued pressing Pelion further away. The assassin thrust his dagger downwards towards Luke's head. The Jedi shot both arms up, crisscrossed, and he caught the blade in the space between his wrists before it could land. With the assassin's torso exposed, Luke kneed him in the gut again, circled around, and held onto the man's metallic wrists. Gritting his teeth, Luke yanked the assassin over his shoulder. The man's legs released from the floor as his body twisted, slamming hard into the walkway. A heartbeat of stillness, of shock. Luke reached out his right hand. His lightsaber heard his call and shot from the crew pit to his awaiting grasp. Luke raised the bright green blade, ready to strike again, to at least disable his opponent. "I have a name?" He heard it, from the assassin's mind. A voice, a whisper. "I have a name?" Luke's mouth dropped, and he hesitated a half-second. The assassin's boot snapped out and caught Luke square in the chest. All the air was knocked out of his lungs, and he crashed into the viewport behind him, head banging into the transparent steel glass. Swinging his legs around, the assassin got to his feet, dagger in hand. From Mara, another set of blaster shots. With a cough, Luke refocused, consuming himself with the Force. He snapped out his free hand, and a burst of energy boomed throughout the bridge. The Imperials in the crew pit shouted, some ducking, but the energy wasn't cast upon them. It was the assassin, and through the Force, the man was shoved away, hard. Away from Luke, the viewport, down the walkway, almost to the entrance of the bridge. He slammed into the floor, sliding another 3 solid meters, almost to the steps that led towards the room. His hood fell from his head, revealing short, black hair. Deep tanned skin, a man maybe a couple of years older than Luke himself. There was something, a strip of black on the back of his neck, and his eyes soft hazel, gentle, almost innocent, those eyes, as though he was staring at a scene he didn't understand, a situation that was forced upon him. Please stop, Luke thought, watching the assassin's brainwashed man lie on his stomach, injured and in pain, unable to control himself. Nonetheless, with clenched fists, the assassin began to get up, deflecting another set of blaster fire from Mara, never removing his focus from Luke. Then another set of red beams manifested as if from nowhere by the turbolift. A pile of stormtroopers emerged. Blasteki 11 rifles already shooting away. The assassin spared a look at Pelion, then Mara, then Luke, and suddenly his demeanor changed. He wrenched out a hand and his lightsaber heard his call, flying from the crew pit into his grasp. Instead of going after Luke, however, he propelled himself to his feet and charged towards the stormtroopers, deflecting their beams with his lightsaber blade in one hand and his metallic arm for the other. Luke rushed forward, determined to end this now, to reach this man, to stop him, save him. He didn't know which before it was too late. Then some of the stormtroopers noticed him, a Jedi lightsaber blazing in his hand. Before Luke could reach the bridge's entryway, a wave of blaster fire showered over him by the Imperials, and he jerked his lightsaber upwards, the blade catching the bolts. The assassin rammed into some of the troopers before reaching the turbolift, and then he was gone. "Hold your fire," Pelion shouted through a strained voice. It took a second for the stormtroopers to get the message, but then the attack was over. The bridge was quiet, save a few consoles and a few heavy breaths, Luke's included. Sweat beading on his brow, Luke gingerly rotated around as Pelion edged away from the viewport. Mara, blaster, and lightsaber still out, seemed primed for attack if one was to occur. There were none. All that was left on the bridge were the crew crawling out from under their consoles, their eyes gawking upwards, unsure what to do next. Luke extinguished his lightsaber as Pelion approached. The older man's mouth hung halfway open, his mustache and forehead cloaked in perspiration. He stared at Luke, and there was a second of awe at what Luke had just done, that he'd actually saved the life of the Imperial Admiral. The expression didn't linger. Tugging at his uniform, the older man straightened up, back to his professional, impassive pose. So Pelion said softly, "Before we were so abruptly interrupted, I believe you were accusing me of sending in some type of assassin." Chapter 11. Unlike Luke and Mara, the assassin had taken his time. After he had entered the Star Destroyer's docking bay, he slaughtered the scanning crew, and then made his way to a tractor beam terminal, leaving a detonator inside with the timed explosive. It went off while they were on the bridge, disabling the system. Once he reached his tie again, he was gone. "Would you care for a drink?" Admiral Pelion asked Luke and Mara as the older man stood behind his desk at a small beverage tray. Sitting in front of the Admiral's desk, Mara shook her head as Luke offered, "No, thank you," while his gaze explored the office, artwork hanging off walls, the imagery of different planets and people. Luke heard that Thrawn had indulged in artwork, had even utilized it in investigations and interrogations to learn more about his enemies. It seemed Pelion had inherited some of the Kai's collection. Pelion retired to the chair behind his desk, a glass of what appeared to be water in his grasp. He took a sip almost methodically, as if still pondering what he should be doing, still internally shaken by his potential assassination, and still unable to fully register how things had played out, including that moment. The leader of the Imperial fleet and the leader of the Jedi sitting across from each other, Luke had to admit, this is not how he expected his day to go either. "All right," Pelion finally spoke. "I think we should return to our original discussion before the intrusion. But for the sake of argument, let's just admit that neither of us seemed to fully grasp what's transpiring here." The Admiral's tone was deadpan, but Luke noticed that the resentment was gone. "I believe that's fair," Luke replied. "We seem to have a common enemy, Master Skywalker, at least for now. Perhaps with a little effort, we can broaden the picture before us." It was an opening, be it a small one. Composing himself, Luke spread his palms outwards. "What would you like to know?" "This Force-wielding assassin, he repelled your lightsaber with only his arms. I only know of one metal that can withstand a direct lightsaber strike." "Beskar," Luke replied. "His forearms and hands were constructed from the alloy somehow. It's the only explanation. I thought only Mandalorians utilized Beskar." Luke felt the hair on his arms bristle. "I suppose he's an exception." Pelion tapped his fingertips on the edge of his glass. And he's not one of yours, a former pupil gone rogue. I've never seen him until today, when he killed one of my Jedi Knights. Pelian's mustache twitched. I didn't say before my condolences. Thank you. That does raise some interesting questions, however. A Force-sensitive assassin who has targeted the Empire, and the Jedi I've never witnessed that combination before. To be fair, Mara leaned forward. Jedi traitor wasn't a target, she was simply in the assassin's way. He was after the Thalian Queen. Yes, Pelian went on, but he didn't hesitate to kill the Jedi, either, which means he was indifferent to her affiliations. The Admiral gave her a pointed look, as the man clearly hadn't forgotten her suggestion to allow the assassin to kill him, although for the sake of civility, he nursed his drink instead. Luke exchanged glances with Mara, who gave a half shrug, before he reverted his attention to the Admiral. Were you aware Queen Erlin Tavos retracted her unity clause with the New Republic during the insurgency? Luke asked. Pelian held his cup, appearing to contemplate how to respond, what would qualify as classified versus benign intel. Then the Admiral set his drink down. There had been rumors. Nothing substantial, certainly nothing to force our hand, but yes, we were aware it was a possibility. That's why you had your fleet right at Thal's back door, Mara tagged in, just waiting for the New Republic to fail. Let's just say we knew the negotiations with your government had been rocky, at best. When the insurgency began, it seemed like the right time to prepare for a change of heart from the Thalian people. Despite his cooperation, Luke felt the Admiral's delight that Thal had chosen the Empire over the New Republic. Luke tried to keep the frown off his face. Did you have anything to do with the insurgency on the Palace of Royals? Mara pressed. No. I think that was rather obvious by now. Do you know who was behind it? I assumed the Thalian people were the culprits, was the Admiral's response. It wouldn't have been noticeable to a non-Force user, but Luke spotted it, a touch of hesitation from the Imperial. Not of himself or the Empire something else. You know who the assassin is? Luke said softly. Pelian snapped to attention. No, I certainly do not. But this isn't your first encounter with him. Are the people he's working for? The Admiral froze, apparently unsure how to proceed. Most likely, he had never had a conversation with a Jedi, and although he was most certainly well educated on the subject, it was one thing to read on a datapad as opposed to sitting in the reality. Finally, the hostility in Pelian's demeanor weakened, and he sank back in his chair. We've had some incidents within our borders. Someone who's targeting Imperials. Luke pressed. Pelian twisted his lip. This information was edging towards confidential, and he knew it. Luke bent forward. Admiral, today you were almost assassinated. I realize that. I was there. He will succeed next time. If he's not a part of your empire, and he's not a part of the New Republic. How do you know that? Pelian tipped his head. Master Skywalker, do you honestly believe your government is so benevolent that it wouldn't send an assassin to kill me? This time, Luke did frown. This assassin, he might not be a part of the Empire now, but he was at some point. Pelian crinkled his nose. He's never been within our ranks since I've been in command. I saw him, Luke went on, with the Emperor. There was some type of experimentation occurring when he was younger. He's not in control of his actions. Pelian regarded Luke up and down. Is this from one of these Force visions I've heard about? Luke nodded. The Admiral appeared to mull it over. Averting his eyes to the ceiling, he sat quietly. We believe he might have been another Emperor's hand, Mara added. Someone who might have been uncooperative with the Emperor's bidding. Unlike yourself, Pelian pointed out. Something like that, Mara replied, her voice going baritone fast. Admiral Pelian, Luke placed his forearms on the top of his knees, his gaze cast at the older man. This assassin is being controlled by another party. If it's not the Empire, then someone else has taken over. And I believe you know more about it than you're saying. Pelian's mouth thinned. Your intel is no good to you if you're dead, Luke went on. The room grew quiet. Pelian stared at Luke, someone he had most likely regarded as an enemy since the first Death Star, the farm boy who killed over 1 million of his people in one strike, the Jedi who, at least to the Empire, murdered their Emperor, as Luke was the only one to walk out of the throne room during the Battle of Endor. Despite what had transpired on the Admiral's Bridge that day, the past was not forgotten. Luke was certain, but logic dictated the older man more than former grievances. Finally, with a small head shake, Pellaeon eased towards his desk, planting his hands together on its surface. It started almost 2 years ago. The Admiral spoke softly. Raids on our food supply. Attacks on freighters near our borders, some vessels being hijacked. At first, we assumed it was pirates, perhaps even outlets of the Smugglers Alliance going radical, but then the assaults grew larger. There's been several strikes within our borders, he went on. Rigged explosives at our facilities, at governors, and Moff's homes. Assassinations of high and mid-ranking officials. The captain of this vessel went missing 3 weeks ago. I still haven't found a suitable replacement. Pellaeon's eyes drifted to his desk. He was a good man. Luke maintained a steady expression, but inside, a coldness tiptoed up his spine. This was why the Force had led him here. At first, we thought it was the New Republic, Pellaeon further explained. We even considered a counteroffensive, but there were certain abnormalities that we couldn't deny. Like what? Luke asked. Like you, Pellaeon replied. Of all the incidents, there had been no reports of Jedi Master Luke Skywalker, or any of his identified knights being involved. When it comes to infiltration and guerrilla warfare, no one is better at it than the Jedi, as was proven today. Luke ignored the comparison of Jedi and terrorists. Please continue, he requested instead. As I mentioned, we considered it to be the New Republic, but given the events today, perhaps it's a covert operative group flying under the radar of certain officials, even you, Master Skywalker. Luke's mouth shut with a noticeable click. He didn't want to believe the New Republic would go to such depths, but when he glanced at Mara, both her eyebrows were hiked, and Luke could tell that she was siding more with Pellaeon's view of matters than his. With a drawn-out exhale, Luke asked, "Is there anything else? Something more than terrorist acts on your officers and public servants?" About 9 months ago, Pellaeon explained, one of our Arquitens-class command cruisers went missing near our borders. A few months later, a Class 546 light cruiser also disappeared. As of today, we've lost several more freighters and cruisers to this terrorist group. He trailed off, drumming his fingers gently on his chair, and Luke sensed the reluctance rear its ugly head again. Luke sat upright in his chair. Admiral Pellaeon, if there's something you need to tell us, now is the time? That's when Luke noticed it, not just reluctance. There was a touch of apprehension, as Pellaeon seemed to be facing a reality he didn't particularly enjoy visiting. He didn't show it on his features, but underneath the Admiral's thick exterior, the man felt defeated. 2 months ago, he finally said with almost a whisper, one of our Imperial I-class Star Destroyers reported a malfunction. Its engines and life support were failing. We sent a Victory class to help with evacuations and to safeguard the vessel. A mechanics crew of roughly 100 men and women ventured onto the ship to investigate and handle repairs. He paused, and Luke saw a twinge of pain on older man's face. Both ships were attacked. With your own vessels? Mara spoke up. Pellaeon nodded. The lost light cruisers, freighters, TIE fighters all were utilized in the assault. They disabled the Victory-class Star Destroyer and infiltrated our Imperial I-class. We don't know what happened to our mechanics, but we assume they were killed. Whatever malfunctions the ship had were swiftly fixed, and then, he sighed, the Star Destroyer went into hyperspace. We haven't seen it since. Luke sat back, digesting the Admiral's words. This was an internal job. Someone within the Empire must have sabotaged the engines and life support, and then alerted their faction. But an entire Star Destroyer. It would take at least 5,000 crew members to keep such a vessel operational. This went far beyond one assassin and a few radical individuals. This was a new party altogether, but for what purpose? What group would simultaneously attack the Empire and a planet trying to join the New Republic? A few of our officers have gone missing from that vessel, Pellaeon added. Ones that were meant to evacuate but never made it to the other Star Destroyer. Mostly new recruits, a few stormtroopers, a lieutenant. We believed they were involved from the inside, but now, well, it doesn't matter anymore, I suppose. Pelion again stopped, his voice barely present, his mind seeming too exhausted to bother processing more. He was fighting two wars now, one with keeping his Imperial remnant from the New Republic, the other from this new terrorist group. In a strange way, Luke felt sorry for the man. As misguided as he was, he genuinely cared for his people. How many vessels have been reported missing? Luke asked. 5 light cruisers, Pelion replied. No more hesitation left. About 15 freighters and frigates. And any ships that those vessels contained, including over 100 TIE fighters, Imperial shuttles, and stormtrooper transports. And of course, the Yarway. He was referring to the Star Destroyer. Luke swallowed the knot in his throat, forcing himself to keep his emotions in check. He turned to Mara, and he imagined the grim visage on her expression matched his to the letter. This had gone from a simple investigation to an all-out conspiracy, a new enemy, one that was accumulating firepower and was using a Force-sensitive assassin as their personal killer on command. I have a name? Luke closed his eyes briefly, a darkness eating at his insides. We need to get back to New Republic space, Luke said. I need to speak with Leia and President Gaverson. We need to address the Senate. What happens if my first impression was correct, Master Skywalker? Pelion cut through? What if this faction really is a part of your New Republic? That would mean you interfered with an operation that would have left me dead, the supreme commander of the Imperial fleet. That makes you a traitor of your own government. Luke internally winced at the thought. Mara sneered at Pelion. Thanks. We'll remember that the next time your life is on the line. I'm not saying it to offend you, Pelion pointed out. I'm saying it to prepare you. Politics make the worst out of all of us, and politicians love to exploit anything deemed controversial. I'd say saving my life falls under that category. We appreciate the warning, Luke finally replied, and then began to stand. He stopped short when Pelion raised a hand to him, motioning him to sit again. Slowly, Luke eased himself back down. There was something else on the Admiral's mind, a small trinket that Luke could tell was nagging him enough to address. Forgive me, Pelion stated, and for the first time, his voice held a lighter tone, a curiosity. But as you said, I believe this might be our one and only encounter, so I must ask. He looked Luke in the eye. Vader, is it true? Luke was getting used to this question, and didn't hesitate. Yes, it's true. At that, Pelion's vision straight upwards, clearly absorbing this new perspective, before sinking almost casually back in his chair. Well, that explains a lot. Despite himself, the Admiral's expression cracked just enough for Luke to detect the faintest of amused grins at the corners of his mouth. To be honest, Pelion continued, I never really thought of him as human. Not in the traditional sense, anyway. He was human at one point, Luke replied. It wasn't the mechanics that stripped him of that. Pelion wiped a hand down his chin, clearly trying to connect the dots between the Jedi in front of him and the Sith Lord that had once helped rule the Empire. Have you always known? The Admiral finally asked. No. He graciously bestowed that information upon me about 30 seconds after he took my hand. Bespin? Pelion asked. Luke nodded. Pelion tilted his head, seeming to study Luke, but there was something there, some stirring in his mind that Luke couldn't quite pinpoint. The amusement on the older man's face gave way to a touch of understanding, a type of camaraderie. I had an abusive father, Pelion finally declared. He certainly never cut off a limb, but it was a constant struggle day in and day out fearing his wrath. At 14, I finally ran away from home, living on the streets before I convinced a slicer to forge my records so I could join the Republic's academy. I was immediately enrolled in intelligence, fought in the Clone Wars, and served with honors, until he surveyed his office as if viewing something he loved that was about to die. The old Republic, the Empire, gave me everything. The Empire killed my family, Luke replied, and my mentor. It took everything. Pelion's gaze met Luke's again. Different lives. Yes, different lives. The two men sat silently, and in that moment, they were not enemies. Both knew it couldn't last, However, and as Pelian's expression shut back down, and he finally rose from his chair, Luke and Mara were quick to follow. "You saved my life today," the Admiral said. "For that, I will spare you this one time. You are to leave my vessel and take a transport to New Republic space. Immediately." Luke stretched out with the Force, but almost found it unnecessary. The Imperial Admiral was being genuine. Whatever hatred he might have for the New Republic and the Jedi, there was enough gratitude for Luke's actions that day for the Empire to show this small accommodation. He had no intention of harming either Luke or Mara. "Thank you," Luke said, and gave a small bow. "I'll have one of my officers escort you to a hangar bay," Pelian replied. Then the Admiral stretched out his right hand. Luke blinked, a bit surprised it was there, and then reached out his mechanical one. The two men shook hands. Then Luke and Mara exited Pelian's office, leaving the Imperial Admiral to continue his reign over the remnants of the Galactic Empire. Chapter 12. Another episode. Bigger this time, more violent. As Dr. Garrett Tavis rushed down the light gray corridor of the Yarway, his heart jump-started in his chest, his legs already aching from the adrenaline. No, this couldn't be happening again, not this soon. As he bolted into his office, however, he shoved aside the lab techs in their black Imperial suits and surveyed the image before him. Through a retractable transparent steel barrier that filled the entire wall, he viewed the refining room, its lights beaming bright now. 5 techs and 7 stormtroopers inside, and there he was, the insurgent, their best, most skilled warrior, their savior for the cause. Having a tantrum. "Where is it?" Tavis shouted to the techs in his office as he ripped open drawers on his desk, yanking some out altogether and spilling their contents to the floor. "The remote where?" Some of the techs blinked out of their dazes and scurried across the office, hauling open cabinets, drawers, any place where the device might have been stowed. Inside the refining room, the insurgent screamed, the sound carrying through the small air holes in the transparent steel glass. His voice was scratchy, as he rarely spoke, hardly requiring such a skill in his line of work, and it sounded more like a teenage boy than a man just over 40. One of the stormtroopers attempted to strike the out-of-control warrior on the side of the head. Pointless, of course. The insurgent was a Force user, had been trained by Palpatine himself. With one of his mechanical hands, the insurgent snatched the trooper by his neck and hoisted him up for a half second before slamming him into the floor. The impact resonated, the trooper's helmet cracked egg easy, and he was still. "I want to go home," the insurgent screamed. "Let me go home." "Where is that blasted command remote?" Tavis shouted to his techs. "Find it now." "Let me go," the insurgent cried out again. Weapon set to stun, another stormtrooper fired a ring of blue, but the insurgent lifted both metal arms, the Beskar alloy blocking the shot. Then the Force user tackled the trooper. He hammered his fists into the man, more flailing than punching, forgetting completely about the lightsaber on his belt. Even with all that white armor, the stormtrooper had barely enough sense to shield himself with his own arms. Around the refining room, objects were shaking, items sliding off the tables. The lights flickered above. One of the techs was suddenly wrenched off his feet and flung into the back wall as if an invisible club had bashed him in the stomach. "Help us!" One of the techs, a young female, screamed and banged on the transparent steel glass. "Please, keep looking." Tavis ordered the techs around him, and then he charged towards the barrier. The insurgent was still punching the trooper, but the other man was no longer moving beneath him. "I want to go home," the Force user cried. "Let me go now." "You have no home?" Tavis shouted through one of the air holes. "You can't go." The fist stopped. The insurgent, panting, reeled his attention towards Tavis. The man's jaw was clenched, his shoulders those athletic, muscular things squared as though braced for the next battle. Nonetheless, his eyes were brimming with tears. "Let me go," the insurgent said. "I just want to go home." "You have no home," Tovos repeated. "You have no home, and you have no name." "No," the insurgent's lips trembled. "I have a name?" "Then what is it?" The insurgent froze in place. One knee on the ground, he gawped at Tavis, his gaze skipping about the room as if the answer would be carved into a wall. I have a name, he finally screamed, but the energy in his words had waned. Then tell me, Tavis pressed again. What is it? Gritting his teeth, the insurgent grabbed the sides of his head and bent forward so far, his nose almost touched the floor. You have no name? Tavis shouted again. You have no home? You are what we command, what we need you to be. No. Gripping his short hair, the insurgent planted his head to the floor and shook it violently. Around the refining room, objects began to shake again. Cargo boxes, data pads, tables, and chairs. The workbench in the back, the drawers on the far right wall jerked as if the contents inside were about to burst out. The text curled into fetal positions on the floor. Here, one of Tavis' men yelled as he lugged the command remote from the back of one of the desk drawers. He darted forward, slapping the elongated device into Tovo's grip. No reluctance. Pressing in the access code, Tavis rammed his thumb onto the remote's emergency abort button and held it there. From the refining room, the insurgent suddenly jerked upwards. Face arched to the lights above, his eyes gaped at the ceiling as streams of tears lined his cheeks. He gasped, his entire body rigged. The electrodes at the base of his skull, they always did the trick. Then, the insurgent collapsed to the ground beside the beaten stormtrooper. His body convulsed, his limbs thrashing, a line of drool dribbling down his chin. His eyelids fluttered, both hazel irises rolled to the back of his head. Tovos released the remote's emergency button. All was still. From the refining room, the remaining stormtroopers and techs whimpered as they gingerly edged forward. Tavis drew in a few well-deserved breaths before motioning a hand to the insurgent. Check him, he told the men and women in the room. Make sure he didn't bite his tongue like last time. It was obvious none of them wished to approach the fallen man, but as nerves steadied, the professionalism rebooted. The female tech that had been screaming before trudged towards the insurgent and then sank down to her knees to check him over. Soon, the others followed. Get him on the bench, Tavis said, gesturing to a medical table by the furthest wall of the room. Give him 200 milligrams of Thassin that should put him out for a while. Yes, sir, one of the stormtroopers replied, and everyone got to work. Moving away from the lab, Tavis got behind his desk and slumped into his chair. That had been the worst episode yet. The insurgent had returned just an hour before, as commanded. They had gotten him into the refining room without issue. He had given his mission report. Again, as commanded, he succeeded in only half of his targets. The Jedi had thwarted him, and now everything Tavis and the others had suffered for was in jeopardy. If Skywalker uncovered what they were up to, then any hope of restoring peace to the galaxy would be forever lost. Plans had to be accelerated. But now the insurgent had lapsed into yet another episode when they needed him the most. Yes, it occurred rarely, once a year or so since the man was recruited for their cause. But this had been the second outburst in just the last 2 weeks. Why? Why now? Tavis pinched the bridge of his nose, a headache building. Sir, the female tech called from the refining room. He's stable. Should we proceed? Slipping his hand from his face, Tavis gave a nod. Burn a hole in the back of his head if you have to. I don't want another incident like this again. Leaving Admiral Pelion and his Star Destroyer, Luke and Mara were permitted onto a stormtrooper transport back down to Thale, and then they switched to a neutral party supply freighter who was about to travel into New Republic space. The whole situation was only odd due to how routine it felt. Stormtroopers stood next to them on the transport. Imperials in black suits marched past as Luke and Mara entered the freighter. There were looks, of course, but orders had been given, and Imperials never disobeyed orders. On the way back to New Republic space, Luke wrote his official report, utilizing choice words, to say the least. If he hadn't done what he had, then he and Mara never would have acquired the knowledge about the Imperial attacks. Nonetheless, his stomach still tightened the more he considered it, how this would look to an outside observer. Simply stating the Force let him there wasn't sufficient to pacify anyone not Force-sensitive like Leia, despite all the intel he obtained. It didn't take long to reach New Republic territory, a space station orbiting the bordering planet Duma. As soon as the freighter docked and Luke and Mara exited the vessel, R2 was there to greet them. But it wasn't just him. As Luke observed the scene, it was obvious this situation had become a lot more complicated. "Sir," an Ishitib officer stood with her New Republic security crew at the entrance of the freighter's ramp in the hangar. "We need to ask you to come with us." As R2 came to his side, Luke scanned the group with the Force. Not a single officer had their blasters drawn, but many had positioned their hands on the top of their weapons, appearing unsure how to handle the situation. "What is this about?" Luke asked the officer. "A complaint has been made against you, sir," the officer replied, her light brownish green skin especially pale in that instance, by Ambassador Reglii Mythil. "He's accused you of assault." "Assault?" Mara practically spat out the word. "Are you serious?" From R2, there was a string of bops and beeps, and Luke almost wanted to tell the little droid to watch his language. "I'm sorry," the officer replied through her almost beak-like mouth, and Luke could sense that she meant it. "We don't want to make a scene, but you must come with us. You'll be confined to quarters until we reach Coruscant. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding, but," she pointed at Luke's belt, "we need to confiscate your weapons." Luke immediately felt the protest clawing up Mara's throat. From him, he simply unclipped his lightsaber. "Here," he said to the officer and extended a hand. "Wait." Mara grabbed his outstretched arm before the officer could react. "This is insane, Skywalker," Mara said to him through the Force. "We didn't do anything wrong." There were no real words, but Luke felt her thoughts, and it was as distinct as his own language. "Mara, please." "They're not taking our weapons." "Then what other solution are you offering to resolve this conflict?" Luke's gaze met hers. "Tell me." The New Republic officers shuffled their legs, the awkward silence tensing their emotions. Mara's eyes hardened, but the strength within them wavered. She removed her hand. Luke twisted back to the New Republic officer and again lifted his lightsaber. "Please take care of it for me." "Of course, sir," the young woman replied as she accepted the saber. Luke gave no outward reaction, but inside, it was as if a rancor was sitting on his chest. He was good at being a Jedi, listening to the Force, and knowing what was right. It was the politics that always stumped him, their moral ambiguity, the constant games that must be played. He stepped towards the New Republic officers, gesturing for them to lead the way. Behind him, Mara cursed under her breath as she unholstered her blaster and lightsaber and stretched out her hands. "Here. I certainly don't want anyone to think I wasn't accommodating." Another officer confiscated her weapons. Then there they were, two Force users with 0 lightsabers or weapons of any kind. Luke suddenly felt naked. It was one thing being on board the Star Destroyer, when he strangely still thought he was in control. Not so much here. Along with Mara and R2, Luke was escorted away, the irony of the situation not lost on him, being spared by the Imperials only to be held by his own government. The Force, Luke had to admit, did have a great sense of humor. Returning to Coruscant typically felt like coming home, as Luke had lived there, fought there, and regularly visited his sister and extended family there. As the New Republic transport eased down on one of the Imperial Palace's landing pads, Luke didn't feel the usual comfort of home, especially as he sensed who was waiting for him outside the vessel, a pile of senators, diplomats, and military personnel. Leia was also there. While she attempted to send him reassurance through the Force, it was stifled by her own concerns. This situation was about more than Reglii Mythil and his accusations, that was clear. Luke thought about the report he'd sent, as he had hoped the information he'd acquired might appease the senators, perhaps not. Standing in front of the transport's exit ramp as it lowered, he shut his eyelids for a heartbeat, bracing himself. Then the vessel's exit ramp touched the landing strip, and there was nothing between Luke and the barrage of politics. Marching down the ramp with Mara and R2 behind, he stood in front of the group, a dozen men and women from Talik Yar's security and intelligence, to the Alderaanian Senator Cal Omas, and Luke's favorite senator, Borsk Philia, who changed political alliances as quickly as Luke changed his lightsaber's power cell. The shifty Bothan wasn't glowering at Luke, and perhaps that wasn't the best sign. On the military side, the acting general and admiral of the Thale mission, Amelia and Lacial, plus a few faces Luke didn't recognize amongst the crowd of not-so-happy people. And of course, Regli Mythil. Splendid. Exiting the transport with the security officers who had accompanied them, they reached the group. Luke brought his attention to the one face he was happy to see. "How's Han?" he asked Leia. As she stood there in a white dress and a silver headband across her braided hair, Leia gave him a supportive smile. "He's out of the bacta tank and back home. The new eardrum was implanted yesterday, and he is quite frankly getting a little tired of me telling him to take it easy." Typical Han. "Good," Luke replied, but then turned to the rest of the group. "Am I under arrest?" "No," Cal Amos swiftly replied, his silver hair waving in the late afternoon air as transports flew above them in the Coruscanti sky. "But from what we've heard and your own report, the investigation into the Thalian insurgency has been a bit eventful. We need some clarification." "He's not under arrest." Mythil snipped. "What do you mean he's not under arrest?" "He assaulted me." From R2, a string of wails. Mara followed suit, pointing a finger at the man. "He didn't assault you, you pathetic little Dianoga. He threatened to melt my brain." All gazes zoomed in on Luke, and he closed his eyes, feeling his face redden. "He saved your life," Mara intervened again. "Or did you not notice that TIE fighter blasting your house apart?" "How do we know he didn't plan that?" Mythil gestured to Luke. "Between his failure at the palace's insurgency, to letting a crazed assassin all over Thay Batel, and then his attack on me." "Oh, please? How was your time with Admiral Pelian?" Mythil went on. "You chatted up over a game of Sabak before he offered you a nice, friendly ride on a stormtrooper transport. I'm sure he didn't mind being so accommodating after you saved his life." Luke stilled himself. "Like I said in my report, it's complicated." "Complicated?" Mythil sneered. "I think the Jedi Master might not be as benevolent as he's given credit for. Maybe the son of Vader is an Imperial sympathizer after all." Luke tried hard not to glare, but he couldn't withhold all the scorn off his face. Was this the way it would be now? Anytime an issue arose, someone could throw him in front of a speeder by mentioning his parentage. Ice encased his heart, and from the group, he detected Leia mentally trying to warm it back up. His sister, above anyone else, understood this dilemma, but on the other side of things, Luke felt the group as a whole, and the emotions were a range of confusion to frustration to flat-out rage, all mucked together in a sludge that tainted his mind. "All right," Senator Amos raised both hands. "We've had enough conflict the last few days. I'm certain this is all a misunderstanding." He turned to Luke. "I've read your report, and to be blunt, there's a lot to be interpreted. So until things are cleared up, I think it's best if both you and Madam Jade be confined to quarters." R2 sounded off a low, disapproving moan, but Luke gave no reaction and simply replied, "If that's what you believe is necessary." "Just until tomorrow," Amos said. "We need to have an appropriate briefing at the Senate chamber, see what needs better elaboration." "What if there isn't further elaboration?" Luke asked. "What if your first impression is correct?" Omar's lips thinned, not seeming to know how to respond. It was Borsk Philia who now stepped in. "Then there'll be some rather large political hurdles we'll need to jump over, and your reputation, as it is, Master Skywalker, might not come out of it as squeaky clean as it's been." He gave Luke a once-over. "You better hope you can keep the public on your side." Again, Luke provided no response but knew a threat when he heard one. From Philia, he detected the Bothan's amusement, but there was something else in excitement. Yes, the opportunistic senator was excited to have Luke in this precarious position, as he could in turn be Luke's best defender to the Senate. Then Philia would expect his generosity to be repaid. Blasted politics. Through the Force, Luke composed himself again, permitting his light to focus his resolve. "None of this matters now," he told the pack. "We need to find that assassin, and the terrorist group he's involved in." Oh, yes, this assassin of yours. Feli crossed his fur-covered arms. The one who's been targeting Imperials. Yes. Just out of curiosity, Master Skywalker, why should we care? From what I've read in your report, they're going after the Empire. Maybe we should be congratulating them. That terrorist group infiltrated the Thalian palace, and the assassin murdered the Queen. The Queen who decided to remain Imperial. He also killed Jedi Knight Simne Traitor. There was silence. That was one argument the group couldn't contest, and it gave Leia an opportunity to chime in. This terrorist faction is targeting Imperials now, she said, but we don't know enough about their agenda to predict what future actions they'll take. That's not to mention that this assassin is a Force-sensitive who is being used against his will. I think, if nothing else, that requires further investigation on our part. Thank you, and I agree. Senator Amos came back. But now is not the time for this discussion. We will have a briefing tomorrow to review all of this. In the meantime, Amos pinpointed his gaze on Luke and Mare's lightsabers, still in the security officer's hands. How about you hold on to Master Skywalker's and Madame Jade's weapons, Princess Leia? I don't think a security guard with no experience with Jedi weapons should be responsible for such things. He grinned at the officer. No offense, ma'am? None taken, the young woman replied and happily handed the weapons over to Leia. Are you serious? Mythil said. She'll just give them. The debate is over. Senator Amos cut in and then to Luke and Mara. Will you be all right to stay in your quarters, or do you need other accommodations? If I had quarters here, then I'd be happy to stay in them, Mara replied. Unfortunately. She can't stay with me, Luke said. I have enough space in my apartment, unless there's an objection. He arched both eyebrows at her. The sofa is quite comfortable. Mara pursed her lips. Wonderful. You'll sleep great on it, eh? All right. It's settled, Senator Omas. We'll set a time for the briefing tomorrow. Until then, I suggest people allow their emotions to cool. He shot a stern look to Mythil, who immediately diverted his gaze. At that, the group disbanded. No one was thrilled with the compromises, and as Luke walked towards Leia, he felt the situation bogging him down, once again faced with his own actions, no matter where the Force had led him or what it all meant. I defended you. Admiral Lacial stepped in front of him, her eyes dark, any professionalism gone. I stood there in front of Mythil and all the others on Thale, ready to pick you apart. And you, she trailed off and shook her head as if she was looking at someone she couldn't recognize. Through the Force, Luke finally sensed the slew of emotions from the woman in front of him, a cascade of anger, betrayal, and even heartbreak. I'm not an Imperial sympathizer, Luke assured her. You boarded a Star Destroyer and saved the leader of the Galactic Empire. Her eyes lined with tears. You stood on that bridge. You stood there between him and that assassin. What is wrong with you? She covered her mouth and spun away as though unable to look at him further. Then Admiral Lacial stormed off across the landing pad that led into the Imperial Palace. Luke watched her go, wondering just how many others would see his actions that way, if there was anything he could do to prevent an implosion. Mara reached out again, this time laying a hand on his shoulder for a second of comfort, before he began walking to his sister once more. Chapter 13. Well, Skywalker, it's official, Mara said and shook the half-empty jug from the edge of his apartment suite's kitchenette. You're disgusting. Standing in a new pair of black pants and undershirt, Luke felt the back of his neck warm as he tossed a bedsheet over his sofa. I must have forgotten to clean out the conservator last time I visited. When was that? About 3 months ago. By the edge of the sofa, R2 offered a set of twitters, laughter Luke had learned as Mara crinkled her nose, turned back to the kitchenette off at the edge of his living area, and dumped the jug into the trash incinerator. After, she entered the main area of Luke's apartment of the Imperial Palace, appearing to absorb the scene, a room approximately 7 by 7 meters, a small balcony stretching out from his back wall to the bright Coruscanti evening. Behind them, by the front door, stood the entryway to a small hall with a bedroom, office, and single refresher. On the walls, some hollow portraits of family and friends. No real artwork. A slightly outdated holoproj was stuck haphazardly in a corner. The only thing that stood out was a bookshelf teeming with several pieces of literature and holocron cubes from the old Jedi Order, some of them dating back hundreds of years, their tarnished covers and old tech representing their age. I'd say it's not quite what I expected, but Mara lifted both shoulders. It is. Glad to hear I'm predictable, Luke replied and puffed up a pillow on the sofa. It's humble, Mara explained. Very Desert Farm boy meets Rebel Alliance meets Jedi modesty. It suits you? She meant it as a compliment, so Luke responded with a courtesy smile. Thank you. He motioned to the hallway. The bedroom is ready. There are extra blankets in the armoire if you need them. Mara rested a hand on the back of the sofa. No, I'm fine here. Comfy cushions, easy access to the kitchenette, nice view. She peered out through two glass doors leading to the balcony. Luke straightened up and observed her demand to have him sleep on the sofa abandoned, probably never real in the first place. One thing he'd learned over the years, Mara sometimes said things just to get a rise out of people, and she seemed particularly keen on that when it came to him. All right, he said, feeling the events of the last few days finally taking their toll. Do you need anything else? You have something I can wear. She tugged on her black jumpsuit. This thing is starting to bind to my skin. Hold on, Luke said, and walked into his bedroom. A minute later, he returned with a black undershirt and pants that matched his. Will this do? They haven't been sitting on the floor for 3 months, have they? Her face brightened, brazenly teasing, but Luke just didn't have it in him to react. No, it's all clean, was his only response. When he didn't joke back, Mara's expression dropped, and she accepted the clothes. Thanks. You're welcome, he replied, and then gestured a hand. Come on, R2. I'll set you up to the charger in the bedroom. He turned back at Mara. Pleasant dreams. You, too. She unfolded the clothing, and as he left the room, he felt her eyes on him, sensed her concern as she evidently detected the turmoil he was attempting to hide. One downside of being surrounded by Force sensitives, emotions were hard to conceal, so allowing anything to process was out of the question. I have a name? At the entrance of his bedroom, Luke cupped a hand on the doorway's edge, R2 stopping beside him as Mara went to the refresher to clean up and change. He stood there for several minutes, his mind stilted, considering what had transpired in such a short time and realizing that, between Mythil, the assassin, and Pelian, they had reached an impasse. Except one. He got R2 hooked up to the charger in the bedroom, and by the time Mara finished cleaning up, Luke had already found his way back to the sofa, waiting. He felt her eyes on him, peering out from the hallway entrance. I told you I'd take the sofa, she trailed off. What is it? He shot a look over his shoulder as she stood there with her gold-red hair now damp barefoot, wearing his shirt that was a little too big for her torso, and pants that were too tight at the hip. No weapons, no snarky comebacks, simply wide-eyed as she tried to sort out his trepidation. His heart thundered in his chest. No, he couldn't ask this of her. What's wrong? She took a step towards him. Come on, let's have it. Slouched over, he reluctantly gestured for her to join him in the living area. She circled around the sofa, sinking into the spot by his side, her eyes and senses searching him for clues. I need to ask a favor of you, he finally said. What type of favor? I need to probe your mind. Shock flashed across Mara's features. She inched away as if afraid he might bite. He took one of her hands. I won't hurt you, Mara, but if this assassin was an Emperor's hand, it's possible you might have seen him, met him, or even trained with him. No. She plucked her hand away. Emperor's hands weren't aware of other hands. You were trained by Palpatine and the Imperial Guard, I know. But you were taken at a very young age, young enough that you don't remember your family. What does that have to do with anything? Luke was almost afraid to say it, but he had to. Mara, there's a gap in your memory. Do you honestly recall training within the Imperial Palace when you were first taken by the Empire? At that young an age? He saw it in her eyes, a rebellious streak, mentally hunting for a way to refute his argument, but there was no rebuttal here. He wasn't stating something Mara didn't know, just something she preferred to deny. She swallowed hard. I don't know about this. I won't go back further than necessary. How will you know when that is? Luke paused. He could argue with her, tell her this was for a greater good, and that would probably work. Instead, he gently grabbed both of her hands, bringing them close to his chest. I'm asking you to do this, please. Mara held still, her hands so close to him, he felt her warmth through his shirt. In his grasp, her fingers clung to his, stiff from apprehension, her presence in the Force no better. He waited patiently for her response. As the anxiety on her face morphed into dread, Mara nonetheless whispered, all right. On the floor in front of Luke's sofa, he and Mara sat, cross-legged, eyes closed, across from one another with their hands laced together. The tactile contact wasn't necessary, but Luke had recognized in the past that a physical connection helped establish a mental one. Although through the Force Luke saw Mara, and her demeanor presented a woman in control, all business inside, he felt the unease surging throughout her. He called within her mind, it's all right. Just breathe. Just concentrate. Focus on me. Mara felt his thoughts, and although not a Jedi yet, she was especially talented at comprehending the meaning behind the emotions he projected. She steadied herself, attempting to loosen the barriers around her mind, and gently, Luke reached out to her through the Force. She sensed as he tried to establish the bond and immediately tensed, the walls shooting up instinctively. He stopped and waited, stretching out his emotions, feelings of goodwill, of warmth, and little by little, Mara eased back, the barriers releasing once more. At that, Luke touched his mind with Mara's. She released a small gasp, feeling him connecting with her, his presence within her thoughts. The ambiguity of all her emotions suddenly crystallized, forming a world of her, of everything that was or could be. A creation of a single person, a complexity so large, it'd take him 100 years to map it all out. He smiled. You have a beautiful mind. He expected a quick-witted comeback, but instead, all he felt was, thank you. His smile grew as the lightness and darkness and everything between that made up Mara Jade flowed within him. Surface thoughts hummed in the background, their own choir of confidence and doubts, or words she'd spoken or had held back. He saw flashes of images, of places she'd visited, people she'd known. Some he recognized, Talon Card, Get, Lando, Han, a blue-skinned Imperial Luke believed to be Grand Admiral Thrawn. His sister, Leia, was there, her expression gentle, caring. And then Luke himself. Several images, really more than he'd expected, snippets of memories from when they first met almost a decade before to now, and his face was strangely distorted. Just slightly. The blue in his eyes was heightened, the scars from the wampum half gone, as if her mind couldn't see the imperfections. Luke. Maris cut through, and he realized he was prying in the wrong places. Sorry. Redirecting his concentration, Luke lowered his head. I need you to focus on your past. Even a sound, an image. I don't know if I can. Just try. I'm right here. Releasing a drawn-out breath, Mara held onto his hands, and her mind began to wander beyond the day-to-day mundane. There were darkened regions, but not of the dark side itself, just the unknown of things long buried. Gradually, another face materialized, this one shrouded a pale, haggard man, deformed by his own corruption and hatred. Luke would recognize those yellow eyes anywhere. The Emperor. Mara recoiled, her mind withdrawing. It's all right, Mara, Luke pressed. He can't hurt you anymore. But it wasn't fear. Luke swiftly realized that was the issue. It was shame. Her shame? She was breathing heavy now, wishing so badly to store those memories back into the netherworld of her mind, but knowing Luke needed to persevere. Reaching out further, he broke through the Emperor's visage to rooms of gray, black and white, with stormtroopers and Imperial officers alike. Carefully, he continued to sift, attempting to keep anything unnecessary boxed up. Imperial guards in red were training her, striking her enemies, shooting at her. A warlord appeared and she cast out a magenta blade in one hand, aiming her blaster with the other, and then he was dead. Jabba's palace. In a skin-tight blue dancer's outfit, she was pleading with the Hutt to permit her onto the sail barge to the Sarlacc pit, unknowing to Jabba that she was there to kill Luke Skywalker. Her shame spiked again, and Luke quickly whispered, "It's in the past, it can't hurt you." "Or me?" He felt her doubts. With the guilt so profound, Luke almost retreated his mind from hers. Nonetheless, they needed to see what she knew, what might be hiding within her memories. So he waited, and with a quivering breath, she composed herself and determination was restored. At that, Luke moved from Mara as a young emperor's hand, and skipped further back, swiping through images and sounds and smells, all the experiences of a girl turned assassin, and then he caught something. Lying on a gray floor in a grand gray room? No, not lying, just sitting. She was merely so small, everything appeared gigantic. The ceiling seemed as though it were as tall as a skyscraper, a nearby table towering over her. There were a few adults in the room, and Mara's head barely reached their knees from that position. They had forced her to sit. Her, and the children around her. "How many shall move on?" A voice asked, and young Mara peeked up. The lights above were blinding, but Luke recognized the wrinkled man, his long face, from Rebel intelligence files. Grand Moff Tarkin. "Only half past the trials," one of the other officers replied and began scrolling through a datapad as if looking at a list. Within the memory, young Mara dropped her vision to the other children, roughly a dozen, a mix of aliens and humans, all wide-eyed, all unaware of whatever destiny was about to befall them. Except one. In the back of the group, a boy, one of the oldest children, sat silently, his face sullen, eyes unblinking. Tan skin, ebony hair, he wore long sleeves with both hands gloved. Something was wrong with him, even young Mara noticed it. Walking near the group, Tarkin studied them, a grim shadow cast on his face that even the lights above couldn't absolve. So many failures, such a disappointment. Well, we shall carry on, remove the defective ones, and have them terminated. "As you wish," the officer said with a nod. Then, with a wave of his hand, the room was flooded with stormtroopers. It was only then the children realized something was occurring, something horrid. They knew each other, had known each other, and as Luke pushed deeper, he felt their fear and anguish as the failed half were snatched up by the troopers, kicking their arms and legs, hanging off the sides of the Imperials like unwanted luggage. Young Mara was crying now, desperately reaching out, grabbing for one of the other girls and latching onto a foot before her hand slipped away. "Stop," she screamed. It was her best friend, no, more than that, but it didn't matter now. The remaining children did the same as Mara, grabbing for the others, some running after the stormtroopers and being shoved back, all except the one boy in the back. I said stop. Mara, the real Mara, ripped her hands away from Luke's. Their connection through the Force was severed. The break so abrupt, Luke barely had a chance to notice as Mara stammered away from him, almost ramming into the bookshelf behind her. Then reality struck. It hadn't been young Mara screaming out before, but the adult one in front of him, and he hadn't done as she pleaded. He hadn't stopped. With a gasp, he jumped to his feet. "Mara." She was already forcing herself upright, panting as if she'd just waged a battle and had barely escaped with her life. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her back arched forward as if protecting a wound. "I'm okay," she heaved out, her eyes glazed over, vision anchored to the floor. "I'm okay." By her side, Luke watched her, deciding what he could do. The little girl, the one being stolen away, it was Mara's sister. She had a sister, and she was torn from Mara's grasp, forever lost to the Empire. "I'm okay," Mara said again, but her legs were shaking, seeming ready to buckle. "I'm okay." It dawned on Luke that she wasn't talking to him, she was trying to convince herself. "I'm okay," her entire body trembling. Mara Jade, former Emperor's hand, a woman who had stood unflinching in front of Darth Vader and the Emperor, who had faced down an insane Jedi Master C'baoth and Luke's clone with the resolve of a Jedi, shut her eyes, dropped to her hands and knees, and cried. Without another thought, Luke dropped beside her, immediately scooping her up in his arms, her head on his chest as she wept. He rocked her, trying to reach out through the Force to send her warmth and reassurance, but she was blocked off completely. Her body quivered in his embrace and her arms wrapped around his torso, tightening as though she were about to drown and was trying to hold on to him for survival. "Mara," he muttered, running a hand through her hair. Her face was buried in his shirt, her tears seeping through to his chest. Not knowing what else to do, Luke rested his face on top of her head, his mechanical hand tangled within her hair, and just held her there. Several minutes trudged by, and then something clicked. As if realizing what she was doing, Mara began to calm. The sobs quieted, leaving exhaustion, the aftermath of the emotional upheaval she hadn't anticipated. Breathing hard, she shifted her head, resting the right side of it on Luke's chest. "You said you wouldn't hurt me," she whispered, another set of tears lining her cheeks. A lightsaber to his heart would have done less damage. Squinting his eyes shut, Luke cradled her. "I'm sorry," he said gently and kissed the top of her head, his hand again stroking her hair. Sitting on his legs, Luke continued to rock Mara back and forth, feeling so helpless, it made him sick. No Force trick, no lightsaber technique could help him here. He'd done this, accidentally or not. It was him. Then, bit by bit, Mara gathered herself. Her body stopped trembling. The tears began to dry. Luke could sense her through the Force again, and it was of heartbreak and remorse. Not just for what she'd experienced through her mind, but of Luke. But there was something else he felt it. A realization, something she caught in the middle of her despair, something at the tip of her tongue. "Tynan," she finally uttered. Luke leaned back, trying to gain a peek at Mara in his arms, but to no avail. "Tynan," he asked. That was his name, Mara said without looking up. The boy. His name was Tynan. Chapter 14. Several minutes after Mara had collapsed, Luke was finally able to help her to the sofa. She was still shaken, but composure had returned, and he even noticed that she felt a little embarrassed by her actions, which he immediately insisted, "Please don't." He went to the kitchenette and made Mara a hot chocolate, and then returned to the living area, handing over the mug. Gripping it with both hands, she sipped, eyes cast out on the Coruscanti landscape in front of them. Late afternoon had transformed into night, and now all the buildings surrounding theirs were lit up, the artificial brightness stronger than the day. "She was there with me," Mara murmured. "All that time, until she wasn't." Just like that, she shut her eyes. Easing into the spot next to her, Luke carefully wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "What was her name? Do you remember?" Holding the mug in her hands, Mara's lips trembled, and Luke sensed her mind roaming, not because she didn't know but because the memory was so fresh. Yet, somehow, something seemed to make sense to her now, like a puzzle piece fitting perfectly in place where it hadn't before. Then Mara muttered, "Rika." Luke released a breath. Rika, the alias name Mara had used when undercover at Jabba the Hutt's palace. The mind, it seemed, still held so many mysteries, even to Jedi know, especially to Jedi. Despite her despair, Luke sensed a touch of warmth within Mara, as though she felt a fragment of herself she hadn't realized she'd lost. Taking a final sip of her drink, she set it on a small end table next to the sofa and then sank into Luke. With his right arm around her, she nestled her head on his chest, staring out at the city, seeming too exhausted to move or ask him to. Silently, he arched his head back on the sofa, and somewhere in that time, his eyes closed, and then he drifted to sleep, Mara doing the same. With a groan, Ridgely-eyed Mythil stomped into his humdrum apartment and removed his jacket with a huff, slamming it to the floor and leaving it there. Around him, the apartment was dark, and he decided to keep it that way. After all, his life was dark, his every ambition destroyed. It felt fitting, as he wasted away in his 3-bedroom hovel. But the Jedi Master and those High Life senators didn't live rough like this, given that Mythil had to settle for a residence outside the richest real estate on Coruscant, where people like Leia Organa and her family resided, along with Cal Olmas, Force-wielding, and other politicians. Mythil wasn't a senator, so he had no stakes in the Imperial Palace. It appeared it would stay that way. Blasted Jedi, he grumbled and went to the refresher. A few minutes later, he returned to his living area, a measly 10 by 10 meter space not suitable for Yawa, and he flinched. In the corner, between the original artwork hanging from walls, a figure sat. It was watching Mythil, as if attempting to sort him out with a stare. "Who are you?" Mythil demanded. "Did Skywalker send you? You tell that shaggy-haired pretty boy I won't be bullied." The figure reached out a hand, and then the lamp beside him flashed on. General Amelia, the graying-haired Bothan, gazed back. "Sit down," he said, and gestured to one of Mythil's sofas. Gingerly, Mythil stepped forward, trying to understand why a general of the New Republic was loitering in his apartment. The Bothan offered no expression of his intent, with his legs loosely crossed, ankle on top of thigh, hands on his shin, and he waited for Mythil to react. Not sure what else to do, Mythil tottered to one of his sofas and inched down onto his cushions. "There's been a lot of confusion here recently," General Amelia started, "about your involvement with the Thalian insurgency and what transpired thereafter. I'm here to unofficially obtain clarification." The Jedi Master's lying. Mythil came back. "I never bribed the Queen to join the New Republic." Amelia raised a hand. "Let's get back to that in a minute. What I need to know first is what happened with Skywalker and his companion after they left your house." "That one was easy. They threatened me and then talked about going up to the Star Destroyer overhead." "For what purpose?" "I don't know. I think they were going after that assassin." Amelia rocked back. "So they followed him to a Star Destroyer, infiltrating an enemy warship with thousands of would-be opponents, just to continue their investigation and confront this single man." It wasn't really a question, but as the words exited the Bothan's mouth, there seemed to be a disappointment there, as if facing a reality he'd prefer to leave be. After a moment, he said almost to himself, "I suppose that needs to be addressed now, before this gets more out of hand." "Such a shame." Amelia turned his attention back to Mythil, and his features lightened some. "So, back to the situation with Thale. I guess 3 times isn't a charm, is it?" "What?" Mythil replied. "This is your 3rd attempt to negotiate a new planet into the New Republic and away from Imperial hands, and all 3 times, you failed miserably." Mythil's face heated with rage. "It wasn't my fault. None of them where I did everything. Do you know how much manpower went into liberating Thale?" Amelia cut him off but didn't raise his voice. "A year of negotiations, a New Republic fleet, and 3 separate battles with the lingering Imperial military in that system. All based on an ill-fated bribery." His face went dark. "I didn't bribe her," Mythil still insisted. "Of course you did. You led the negotiations. You planned everything out, only to have the Queen back off at the last minute because her Imperial civilians were unwilling to accept the political changing of hands, and it scared her. Such are the consequences of superficial allegiances. Men and women died to liberate that planet, no one on either side realizing they were fighting for you to gain a Senate seat. You have no proof of anything. Are you concerned I'm going to arrest you? Put you on trial? You'll never get past the first hearing." To his shock, Amelia grinned, or as well as a Bothan could grin. "No, Ambassador, you're probably right. Politics would save you from the backlash, leave you tarnished but not out of the game. Fortunately for me, I don't rely on politics anymore." Amelia glanced past Mythil, and with a sudden pang of dread, Mythil spun around. A man stood directly behind him, silent and still, as though he'd been there forever. In black pants and a shirt that appeared to be wrapped around his torso and arms, a hood over his face. Mythil had no time to absorb a more detailed picture. One of the man's hands shot out, clasping Mythil's throat. Then, like an implosion, Mythil's esophagus was internally crushed, along with blood vessels and part of his vertebrae. The hand released, and the ambassador flopped to the side of the sofa, dead before his body rolled to the floor. The light was blinding, and for a heartbeat, Luke believed it was another vision from the assassin. As he blinked, however, it dawned on him that this light wasn't from artificial means but of a bright empty sky, void of the clamor of Coruscant's skylanes, and Luke recognized it immediately. Tatooine. It was the sky above his childhood home. He glanced down at himself, realizing he was far too close to the ground, his hands small a child. He was a child, adorned in typical beige farm boy attire, clothes that were sand-worn but loose and comfortable. His skin was tan, kissed by the two Tatooinian suns, and he had bangs that overlapped the top of his eyes, blonde from both youth and environment. "Come on, boy," a voice said behind him. "We need to get inside." Blankly, Luke glanced over his shoulder to Uncle Owen, his face tarnished by years working under Tatooine's harsh UV rays. Behind him, at the entrance of their farm, Aunt Beru, her hair braided, beckoning them to the house. Both sets of adult eyes were flitting between Luke and the distance, and as Luke followed their gazes, he spotted the only blip in the desert landscape. Across the sand dunes, where Anchorhead was located, there was an Imperial Star Destroyer, hovering over the small town, creating a massive shadow on the terrain. Luke remembered now. This day, yes. He was 8 and Biggs had sent him a message about the Star Destroyer, this massive ship that felt so out of place on their primitive world. Luke had thought it was mystifying, not in what it represented but just that it was there, from a so-called empire that had always seemed more like myth than reality, its reach never really touching them on their outer rim homeworld. His wonder was not shared by his aunt and uncle. With more strength than probably intended, Uncle Owen yanked Luke back. "I said come on," he yelled, and then Luke found his uncle's arm around his torso, heaving him up. Why was he angry? "What are we going to do?" Aunt Beru said as Uncle Owen brought Luke and himself into the house. "Nothing," his uncle said. "They're probably just refueling, getting supplies." "And Anchorhead?" Both adults were exasperated as Uncle Owen set Luke back down. Luke recalled that he had argued with him at that time, his 8-year-old self whining about going back out to view this new interesting thing within their typically boring planet. That younger version of Luke had failed to spot the fear on both adults' faces. It wasn't for themselves. "Go to your room, boy," Uncle Owen ordered. Luke had protested at the time, but here, he did as instructed. Walking away, he heard his aunt and uncle in a way he hadn't paid attention to in his youth. "We need to contact him," Aunt Beru said, just loud enough for Luke to catch. "No," Uncle Owen griped. "We don't need that crazy old wizard around." "But what if they're here? What if they're here for?" "Don't say it, Beru. Don't you dare." The Force blared his warning, a familiar tone that Luke recognized immediately. The vision of his aunt and uncle, of his past life on Tatooine, was severed as Luke's eyes snapped open from slumber. Despite missing her official knighthood, Mara seemed well enough attuned to his calling and she reacted in similar haste. Luke grabbed her arms, she his shirt, both yanking each other off the sofa, in Luke's apartment on Coruscant as bright red beams soared through his balcony doors. Rolling. Luke was uncertain if it was the sudden burst of adrenaline, the sudden bellows of the Force, or just pure clumsiness, but as he and Mara hit the floor, they flipped over each other until both slammed into the wall at the other end of the living area, Mara halfway. On top of him, their legs intertwined. More blaster shots. Luke sensed it, the airspeeder just outside his apartment's balcony, and the driver nothing. The blank mind of the brainwashed assassin. Tynan. "Get up." Mara shouted and grabbed him by his shirt. They rushed to the apartment's hallway. Instinctively, Luke's hand went for his lightsaber that wasn't there. He groaned in frustration. Across the living area, he sensed his place being demolished. His furniture, kitchenette, and his books and holocrons. Some he'd spent years collecting from the old order. Inside, a twinge of anger knotted his stomach. No, that was contemplating the past and consequences for the future. This was the here and now, and right now, he and Mara had no weapons, and no means of escape. "He's not one for subtlety, is he?" Mara shouted, clearly referring to the assassin as she and Luke hunkered down in the hallway. From the bedroom, Luke heard R2 wailing as the little astromech droid realized the danger right outside his door. The last encounters with the assassin, the man had only attacked Luke and Mara as they blocked him from his potential targets. Now, it seemed whoever was controlling him decided that they were getting too close, and it was time to rectify that problem. The walls separating them from the assassin's blasts were being burnt away with each red beam. The stench of scorched wall, plastics, and fabric saturated the small area, debris particles and smoke poisoning the air. Luke. He heard Leia's voice now, as his sister residing in one of the Imperial Palace's family suites with Han and their children had been alerted through the Force to what was happening just a few stories below her. She and Han were hustling out of bed, obviously trying to figure out how to help. Luke considered what to do, but what he needed, what his hand begged for, was his lightsaber. Nonetheless, his Jedi weapon wasn't his only line of defense. Around his apartment, the red beams roared, destroying everything. Dropping to his knees, Luke shut his eyes and took in a few breaths. "Whatever you're doing," Mara started, but then he grabbed one of her hands, forcing her down beside him. He was at peace, passive. The Force was with him and he was one with the Force. Then, as the energy consumed him, everything compartmentalized. The panic from Han and Leia, the many explosions of his things throughout the apartment, and the thunderous rumbles at each enemy blast. Then he heard the hum of the airspeeder's engine outside his apartment's walls. He focused on it, felt the spinning of the belts, the roaring of power couplings and converters. With his artificial hand, he reached out, made a fist. From the speeder, a popping noise. Through the Force, Luke sensed the engine as it broke apart, but the assassin, his mind might have been lost to Luke, but Luke still felt his movements, and the other man wasn't startled. Without missing a beat, the assassin stood up in his speeder as the vehicle began to descend, and he raised a weapon. "Move." Luke grabbed Mara by the arm, darting out of the hallway. Into the living area, towards the balcony. Luke tried to grab the weapon with his mind, but the assassin was a Force user and on high alert. All Luke could do was tow Mara and himself away. The assassin shot the HH-4 grenade launcher at the same time Luke forced himself and Mara to leap from the balcony. Any other person would have thought Luke crazy, but from Mara, there was no reluctance. Their feet lost footing, open to nothing but air beneath them. That, and the Force. The weapon had already released its 5 grenades into the apartment by the time Luke and Mara had jumped. Then the assassin dove off the disabled speeder. Luke remembered this scene from just a few days before, as he tried to stop Eve's Pacha and his single detonator, and how well that went. This wasn't the same. This time, Luke had time to think, to focus. He extended his mechanical hand. No one was in the apartment now. R2 was tucked in the back bedroom. Plunging through the Coruscanti night, the assassin following, Luke felt each grenade in his mind, and as they exploded in unison, he gripped onto that energy, again making a fist, his knuckles bone white as he pushed the explosions down with everything he had. Above, an eruption of fire and an ear-splintering sound. Regardless, it was smaller than it should have been, contained to those 4 walls, leaving the overall structure intact. As fast as the energy had discharged, it disbanded, reduced from a rancor to a womp rat in an eye blink, and with a huff of exhaustion, Luke released his hand. It felt like several minutes had gone by, but in truth, it was only a few seconds. Good thing, too. A little help here. Mara shouted at him as she held onto his side. She had the ability to maneuver them somewhat to slow their descent, but not being a Jedi, her skills were limited and uneven. Luke drew his attention upwards. The assassin, along with the disabled speeder, were plummeting down even with the Force to aid Mara and him. If they reached ground, they'd be dead. The assassin didn't appear particularly concerned, however, as he drew a blaster from his belt and aimed. "Hold on to me," Luke shouted and grabbed Mara by the waist as the air struck their faces. As a blaster bolt soared from above, Luke tried to grab a hold of a random twin-pod airspeeder. Buddy and Mara were dropping too fast and he was still not recovered from shielding the grenades. In a last-ditch effort, he enveloped Mara and his body with the Force and braced himself. The random speeder's occupants screamed with the sudden impact to their backseat, As much as Luke tried to soften the collision, it was impossible not to feel as two falling bodies slammed into the speeder in motion. It was a mother and child, Rodians, both in the front seat. The mother was screaming as though a meteor had hit, and while Luke collected himself, he realized he had slipped to the floor of the backseat, Mara on the cushions above him. Stars floated in his vision. All the air had escaped his lung. The Rodian mother in the driver's seat pointed a green finger at them, shouting in her native tongue. From the passenger seat, the daughter sat slack-jawed, some type of candy hanging from her mouth. "We need to go," Luke said to Mara as he gripped the back seat and then rolled himself up, his back protesting every millimeter of it. As the Rodian female continued to curse, Luke gave a quick apology and stood up on the back seat. Mara followed quickly, the air tugging at both of them as they peered out at the open sky lanes of Coruscant. Behind them, Luke felt another pang of danger as the assassin dropped onto a speeder bike, gripping its side and forcing it down, and Crooked the rider had no chance, and she slipped off as easily as a forgotten jacket. Sweat beading his brow, Luke grabbed her with the force. He slowed her descent, curving it just enough that she landed onto an open cockpit transport 2 lanes down from there. She'd be hurt in the next few days, but she'd survive. The assassin took her seat like it was always meant to be his, and from his holster, he sprang his blaster once more. "Move," Luke said again, and he and Mara leaped onto the hood of an adjacent airspeeder, the heat from its engine almost burning their bare feet. The impact was small this time, however, only rocking the vehicle before they vaulted to another one in an attempt to distance themselves from their attacker. From behind them, the assassin fired. "Hey, Skywalker," Mara yelled as they hopped onto yet another speeder. "Remember the time we handed over our weapons, and I said it was a bad idea?" "Not your exact words." Holding Mara's hand, Luke bent his knees and force-jumped them both onto a transport ship 1 lane up, one big enough to handle some blaster fire on his hull and tall enough to keep the assassin out of sight until he found an opportunity to switch lanes. Luke expected the landing to be more graceful than it was. He staggered as their feet hit metal, only saved as Mara steadied them both. The move might buy them a few minutes at best, but Luke sensed that the assassin was already on his way. With a long inhale, he reached out with the force again. "Tynan." "He's getting closer." Mara's voice was a whisper on the wind. "We need to move." "You have a name?" Luke pushed again. "It's Tynan. I can help you." "Luke, let's go," Mara shouted. Even with their distance closing, the man's mind was an island to itself, and it'd take more than a minute or 2 to reach him. The assassin's bike was too small for Luke and Mara both, so it was time for another plan. As the perspiration ran down Luke's face, and Mara protested again in his ear, he nonetheless prepared for the next phase, to run the course of the transport, leap onto the speeder, wrestle the assassin's blaster out from his grasp, and try to get through to him to breach that mine. Before any of that could happen, however, there was a jostle of the Force. Above, the bright lights of Coruscant were overshadowed by a disc-shaped craft, and Luke sensed them Han and Chewie at the helm. The Millennium Falcon. Weaving through the lanes above, the vessel maneuvered downwards, missing the transports and air speeders in a way that appeared both reckless and professional, as only Han Solo could manage. "Come on," Mara insisted as he pulled him away from the transport's edge towards the Falcon hovering above. The assassin was gearing up for another attack. Luke's feet almost begged him to dash forward so he could stop this here and now, to attempt to find a way to break through to this man-turned-assassin. But he was exhausted, and he and Mara were in the middle of innocent civilians with no weapons and no place to go but up. As the Falcon locked into the traffic lane directly above them, its ramp lowered. With zero hesitation, Luke and Mara leaped towards the ship, catching the ramp as the assassin attempted a last-ditch effort to shoot them down. No such luck. The Falcon shot off from the sky lane as Luke and Mara clung to the ramp sides, leaving the assassin with nothing to fire at but air. Chapter 15. "So did you two get enough of the Coruscanti nightlife for one evening?" Han Solo asked as Luke and Mara entered the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon, joining his brother-in-law, Chewie, and 3PO no Leia. Han shot a smile back at them. Now I gotta ask what's with the matching get-up. Luke regarded himself, then Mara, only registering then that they were both in the same black pants and undershirts, both barefoot. Before he could respond, Chewie glimpsed over his shoulder at them and burst out in a Wookiee laugh, which then got Han going until he groaned, cupping a hand over his right ear. "How's that new eardrum working out for you?" Mara asked. "I've always wanted to be part droid," Han replied as he dropped his hand back to the Falcon's controls. "A noble endeavor, sir," 3PO commented from behind him, obviously missing the sarcasm. "Speaking of droids, any word about R2?" Luke asked as he put a hand on top of 3PO's chair. "He was in my bedroom when those grenades went off." "He's with Leia," Han replied. "Last communication I got from her, the explosion was confined to your living quarters." He shrugged. "Hope you weren't sentimental about your conservator, pal." "No, but all those books and holocrons were a major loss. It wasn't his entire collection, and Luke had made copies for the Jedi Academy regardless, but some of those items were centuries old." He shook the unpleasant reality from his head. "Is that why Leia's decided not to join us for the evening?" Mara asked beside Luke. "You know Leia," Han replied. "She's doing what Leia does best, trying to make us look good when everything looks bad." Chewie growled something. "Yeah, all over the holo," Han said, and motioned his head to Luke and Mara. "It wasn't hard to find you two with every security holo from here to the Dacho district covering the whole blasted thing. You two and that crazed maniac who was chasing you down made for a pretty good show. Especially with you both in your undergarments." Luke's face warmed a little. "Speaking of running around like two unprepared pedants." Han waved a hand to Chewie. "We got something I know you've been missing." The Wookiee bent over and hefted a small bag to his lap. Half open, Luke spotted two lightsabers, and Mara's sleeve blaster, and a sense of relief washed over him. "Thank you," he said as Chewie handed the weapons to him and Mara. "What about the New Republic authorities? Any news?" "You mean, is there a warrant for your arrest for breaching your confinement?" Han shook his head. "Senators might be opportunists, but they ain't stupid. Somebody better be ready to kiss their careers goodbye if they put Luke Skywalker on a most wanted list and you wound up being a victim of circumstance. But it's security hunting for you two under the radar." Han sighed. "I'd bet the Falcon on it." Luke's mind flashed back to Laishal, at her rage when she confronted him about Pelian. A chill crept up his back, knowing that she wasn't the only one who would react that way. "First things first," Han said as he veered the Falcon outside of the main Coruscanti sky lanes, flying the ship towards the more industrial, less tourist-friendly areas of the planet known as the Works. "We need to find a place to hide out. With the Senate wanting you confined and someone out there wanting you dead, I suggest we lie low for a while." "Any ideas?" Luke asked. "Well," Han rubbed his chin, "the easiest solution to lying low would be to fly high. Leave Coruscant." "I could contact Caird," Mara said, referring to her close friend and associate in the Smugglers Alliance. "I'm sure he could find a place off the grid for a reasonable fee, of course." "Of course," Luke said, but his stomach tightened at the thought of escaping. Of hiding, no. It wasn't that, not really. Something else? "We need to get a message out," Han went on. "The channels aren't that secure from the Falcon. Not with the New Republic security trying to." He cut himself short, shoving a finger in his ear and wiggling it as if putting out a fire. "Blast it. Everything sounds like it's underwater." "We can't leave Coruscant," Luke said. All gazes flung in his direction. Chewie released a high-pitched growl, something that sounded too nervous for someone so large. Han's lips contorted into a half-smirk, half-grimace, an expression only he could pull off. "Wonderful," 3PO announced, the only alleviated voice in the group. "We surrender back to the New Republic authorities. I'm certain they'll be gracious in their understanding." "No," Luke said. "We can't go back, and we can't leave." "I beg your pardon, Master Luke, but that is a contradiction." "Shut it, Goldenrod," Han spat back. And then to Luke, "Look, I'm all for facing down an enemy on familiar ground, but since we don't know who we are facing yet, we'd be better off hightailing it out of here for the time being. Luke shook his head. No, we need to be here. Jedi vision. A feeling. Same thing to me. Han slouched in his chair, tight-lipped as he seemed to mentally knead through the possibilities. All right, he finally came back. We'll park the Falcon out of sight. I know somebody who might be able to help us out. They stowed the Millennium Falcon near the edge of the works, close to an old underground archway by the Limerick building, not far from the Senate district but an area that stood mostly abandoned except droids and the occasional passerby. From there, Han was able to rig up the Falcon's communications, bouncing the signal through a couple of channels in order to reach his contact, whoever that was. In the meantime, Luke found a few items of his clothing from previous trips, stashed away in some of Han's hidden compartments near the galley, one of his black suits, pair of boots, and a Jedi robe. No, Mara told him as soon as he donned his attire. We need to blend in. Luke outstretched his arms, inspecting himself. Okay. This isn't blending, Mara replied, gesturing to his clothing. As she slid her face through one of Leia's maroon ponchos, one of the few non-white pieces of her wardrobe on the ship, Mara started to sift through what was available for Luke. Some of Han's shirts and vests, no. A few uniforms and dresses for Leia, definitely no. And then... Perfect. Mara dumped the bright red clothing in his arms. Luke immediately recognized the apparel and crinkled his nose. This is Lando's. So? I don't think so. That's so. If I have to squeeze my feet into your sister's tiny black baby boots, then you can wear a cape. This the second time in a week you've tried to dress me. Mara smirked and then messed with the collar of his shirt. You're not going to win this. But it's cute that you think you will. Her expression gleamed with amusement, but behind it, Luke could tell that she was still shaken by what they'd uncovered that night, what they'd witnessed in her mind. With Lando's attire folded over his arms, he raised both hands up, forcing her still. Mara, about what we saw, what was in your past. I don't like to dwell on the past, she said, sliding her hands from his, down to his collarbone, before giving a pat. The present is what matters. Isn't that what all you Jedi say? Her expression didn't waver, but Luke could tell that she had shut down again, closed off to anything that might make her vulnerable. He gave a nod. All right, but I'm still not wearing this. Hey, Han popped into the edge of the galley. We got the contact. They're sending a transport to pick us up. He paused and gave Luke a once-over. You're not gonna wear that Jedi stuff, are ya? We need to blend in here. Luke clenched his hands around Lando's clothing. I'll be back, he said, and headed to the refresher to change. Hayes' contact graced them with an airspeeder, a droid at the helm that spoke similar to 3PO but bulky, with his lower half bolted to where the speeder's driver's chair would have been. The vehicle was rickety with unreliable lights, the engine rattling off a noise that even Luke's mechanic mind could not identify. Of course, 3PO articulated any apprehension the rest of the group might have been experiencing, several times over. The speeder didn't fail, however. It landed more elegantly than Luke imagined it could to one of the few regions of Coruscant near the Senate district that he wasn't all that acquainted with, except when making an arrest, the Uskru Entertainment District. A lower-level region of the city planet. There was no real traffic lane, but rather a wide walkway that was crowded with the nightlife and a few parked speeders. Music and sporting events bellowed from several open doorways, with the stench of deathstick fumes and body odor permeating the air. Every neon color was fully exploited, a barrage of blues and purples, yellows and pinks. It bathed everyone with lavish lights, making it impossible to recognize anyone out and about. This was the location of the gambling houses, bars, clubs, and a few other forms of entertainment that were rumored about but not heavily regulated. It was also notorious for smugglers, illegal goods, and fugitives. Good for us. Then, Luke thought grimly. Solo. A female Toydarian proclaimed as she flew clumsily towards them from the entrance by the street. Ah, good, you bring your friends this time. Now it is a party. Ah, Han outstretched his hands, and Luke felt his brother-in-law's embarrassment. No time for parties, Shayla. We need a place to hang out for a while. And a little bit of a diversion to boot. The Toydarian let out a laugh, which caused her snout to sway to and fro. I always love to cut a deal with my most famous patron. Luke made a mental note to ask Han about all of this later. And I'm sure you're prepared to make good compensation for my services. Shayla finished, a devious smirk on her thick-toothed mouth. Han clasped his hands on his hips as though insulted. Of course it's me. We need a place to stay, and surely you got a place, right? We need people to think we veered off planet, and I know you can get the word out. I also need to contact a few people, Luke chimed in. Some associates. Han tossed a look over his shoulder to Luke, obviously unsure what he was referring to, but then went back to Shayla. Can you pull all that off? I can, she replied without reluctance. Great. So how much is it gonna cost us? Shayla's yellow eyes shifted around them again, before bringing her hands together with a theatrical clap. Lovely hideout, an orchestrated diversion of anyone who might be searching, a slicer-worthy communication to the stars. You're looking at a good 10,000. Han stretched out both hands. Sounds great. One condition. I don't like conditions, Solo. We can pay you 5,000 now, and 7,000 more after the dust settled. Immediately, Shayla's snout twitched, and Luke could see she wasn't going for it. No, she said, sweeping both bluish-green arms outwards as if wiping off something. I'm not a tab. You pay up front or not at all. Oh, come on, Han offered one of his lopsided grins. Have I ever let you down before? 5,000's all we got. Not true. They actually had 7,000 previously stashed in the Falcon smuggling compartments, but it was clear Han wasn't about to tell Shayla that fact. Luke sensed 3PO behind him as the gold droid raised an arm to point out that very detail, but Chewie snapped out a hand, forcing the droid's arm down before Shayla noticed. We can't pull the funds without attracting attention, Han continued. In the end, I'm offering you 2,000 more than you're asking for. Who says no to more money? He's good, Mara said through the Force as Luke turned back around. Yes, he's very good, Luke replied. Until the blasters come out. No deal. Shayla said again, much to Han's chagrin, but then her vision found Luke. However, I see you've brought your Jedi friend with you. I do have some lowlifes that owe me a lot of money. Maybe if he'd be willing to. No, Luke said before she could finish. Perhaps it was harsher than he intended, but this was a proposal Luke had heard too many times, and he was sick of it. The Toydarian straightened up quickly, letting out a huff. Fine then. You come here and offer no money and no services to trade with, and want my help. You can forget it. Luke, Mara called out again, how about a little mind trick for the evening? She's a Toydarian, he came back. Their species is high in intelligence. Mind tricks don't work on them. Know from experience. I read it in a Jedi text once. A small note from a Kigon. Hey, Han called to Shayla as she flapped her wings to leave. Look, you're right, we're not being very accommodating. And this one, Han gestured a thumb behind his shoulder to Luke. He takes himself way too seriously. We can't bring him anywhere. Luke aimed his gaze skyward, suppressing a groan. Nonetheless, Shayla's demeanor softened. So you have another proposal. Han bobbed his head repeatedly, and Luke could tell the man was working on the fly. What about this? You like drinking games, right? Where you going here, Solo? How about your best man against ours? Han reached back and wrung an arm around Luke's shoulders, a couple of bubby pats for dramatic effect. Luke's mouth dropped. Are you serious? His friend didn't need to hear Luke's thoughts as Shayla rubbed her chin, peeping back at her club as she clearly contemplated the idea Jedi versus random drunk guy. Han leaned closer to Luke. Come on, I know you can detox that stuff. From behind, 3PO again raised a frantic hand. Perhaps you should inform your associate of this, as she seems quite unaware. Through the Force, Luke switched 3PO off, probably for the best before turning back at Han. That's not the point, Luke muttered. And who knows what concoction she might have in the back. I might end up guzzling down snub fighter fuel for all you know. Where's your sense of adventure, kid? As Luke rolled his eyes, Shayla turned back to Han. No deal. Jedi have powers is an unfair bet. All right. Han waved a hand. Then how about you pick? Shayla did a double take, her snout flapping. You want me to pick? Sure, Han said. Any one of us would be happy to challenge your best man. He shot a glance at them all, but there was a split-second linger to Mara, something even Luke barely noticed with his keen senses. That was all the incentive she needed. So as Han twisted back around to the Toydarian, Mara seamlessly removed her lightsaber from under her poncho and, with the Force, let it drop behind her feet without as much as a click-clank, hiding it completely from view. Shayla studied the group. Han, the smuggler, Chewie, his gigantic companion, Luke, the Jedi Master, and then there was Mara. Her eyes averted, arms behind her back, appearing as non-Mara as possible. Sweet, innocent. The woman. Shayla pointed with one of her three-fingered hands. Yes, she'll do. Me? Mara said, her voice up a few tones. Well, if you insist. We'll pay you the 5,000 regardless, Han said, a move Luke knew he was doing out of guilt, something old smuggler Han would never bother with. Consider it a down payment. If your man wins, then our Jedi Master here will talk to these lowlifes for you. Han. But if our girl beats your man. Wait. Shayla examined the group again, and then nodded to Mara. She's no Jedi, is she? Her. Han snorted. How many Jedi do you think I know? It didn't answer the question, and Shayla's gaze focused on Luke. The Jedi Master, surely he wouldn't be deceptive. Luke's heart dove into his stomach. Well, Shayla asked. Crossing his hands together in front, Luke centered himself. Jedi were supposed to be honest, to represent something to the galaxy, to be more. As he opened his mouth, Luke softly replied, no, she's not a Jedi. It was technically correct but Luke knew deep down what Shayla was really asking. Did Mara have an unfair advantage? And he'd lied to her face. As Han gave his, well, there you go, speech, Luke lowered his head. This was the second time in recent days where he'd deceived someone. It felt just as scummy as the first time. As the group moved towards the club, Luke reached out a hand and snatched up Mara's lightsaber with the Force, clipping it to the back of his belt underneath his cape with his own. Then he leaned towards Mara. You know how to detox through the Force, don't you? She shrugged. How hard can it be? Luke almost missed a step as they entered the club. Well, this wasn't going to be pretty. Chapter 16. Shayla put Luke and their entire party in a back room of her club, the VIP section. In order to hide them from any other spectators, she had them in a rounded booth in the corner with poor lighting, but Luke kept watch, sensing any prying eyes, and used the Force to discourage interest from bystanders. Because Mara wasn't as recognizable as Luke, Han, and the others, she didn't need to conceal herself. So in the center of the room, she sat across from a Klatooinian, a particularly burly one, above average in height and appearing to be all gristle. Klatooinians were an outer rim species, typically in the service of the Hutts. One thing they did really well was drink, however, and as Luke saw the fat glass bottle in Shayla's elevated hand, he wasn't surprised by the glowing blue liquid inside it. Welcome, Rocker, our champion versus Jade, our challenger. Shayla announced to a circle of gamblers who surrounded the table. The drink of choice, spotchka. There were the standard hoots and hollers, mostly from voices too drunk to know better. Oh, dear, 3PO said from behind Luke. Based on size and species alcohol tolerance, Madam Jade's chances of beating the Klatooinian are 423 to 1. Chewie grumbled something, and although Luke wasn't 100% fluent in Wookiee, he knew his friend was telling 3PO to shut it about the stats. Let's hope the odds are better than that, Luke added, and then he threw a stern look at Han on the other side of the booth. I still can't believe you gambled me without my permission. I'm not a bully for hire. Han leaned forward on the table, hands knitted together, and Luke had a sudden flashback to their first encounter on Tatooine all those years ago. The seasoned smuggler versus the naive farm boy. I said you talk to the lowlifes. I never said you'd harass, harm, or get Shayla her money back. Trust me, I pay attention to the details. Han's expression softened back to that brotherly visage that had evolved over the years, and Luke gave a nod. Back to Mara, the Toydarian poured the first set of drinks in their appropriate shot glasses. The gamblers around the table stomped their feet to the floor, creating a thunderous, almost applause-like sound as Mara and Rocker kicked back their drinks and awaited another. Mara, Luke stretched out with the Force. In order to detox the alcohol, you need to focus on your body, not the drink itself. Mara replied, "This is cheating, Skywalker. You really are turning to the dubious side of the Force, aren't you?" He sighed. It would appear that way. Truth was, he was more concerned about her health than the wager. Mara and the Kladonians shot back another round of spotchka. The crowd cheered. "Feel the changes in your body," Luke continued. "The subtle shift in senses, your metabolism kicking in, your heart relaxing as the alcohol." "All right, I get it," Mara said. "I might not be a Jedi, but I'm no novice." Luke shut his eyes. "I'm not saying you're not capable. Sure feels like it. Do you have to argue with me on everything?" "Seems so." Another obnoxious foot stomping. Drink 3 down the hatch. Luke stretched out with the Force, sweeping his senses over Rocker, not even remotely tipsy, and then Mara. "Knock it off," she called to him as he scanned her. But she was doing all right. While not as professional a detox as Luke or another Jedi could manage, she was focusing her attention to her body, at the delicate changes throughout. He sagged back in his seat. "She's okay for now," he told Han. "See?" Han slapped a hand to the table. "You were worried for nothing." 9 shots down, and Mara wasn't doing okay. Luke sensed her focus wavering as her ability to pay attention to all those minute shifts in her body wore down. She was trying, she really was, and even Luke, when he was a budding Jedi Knight, would have started to feel the slur coming on after almost 10 glasses of the glowing blue cruel ale. Luckily, Rocker wasn't faring any better. Despite his larger stature, he was swaying in his chair, as if thinking he was sitting on a moving speeder bike instead of at a table. 2 worthy opponents, Shayla shouted. The Klatooinian or the human? Beside Han, Chewie gave a small growl. "Yeah, she's struggling, all right," Han said, and then to Luke. "You think you could give her a hand?" Luke shook his head. "She wouldn't accept it even if I wanted to. Kinda stubborn, isn't she? You don't need the Force to detect that." Shot number 10. As the crowd beat the floor with their feet, Mara hoisted the glass to her mouth, eyes fixed on the Klatooinian as though she was moving in for a kill strike, before tossing the drink back with a large gulp. With a shaky hand, Rocker raised his glass, held it some more. "Come on now," Mara said, her voice garbled. "Down the trap, big boy." Rocker glared and then kicked the drink back. Mara smiled. Rocker brought the empty glass back to the table, and then he and the glass slid, both landing sideways on the floor. The stampede noise of dozens of feet was silenced by the massive thud of one hefty Klatooinian and the shattering of a single glass. Then the crowd burst into cheers and jeers. Many had bet against Mara, but there were many who had gambled for the underdog. Some seemed to have simply enjoyed the show. Our new champion? Shayla flew up to Mara and grabbed one of her hands, raising it in victory. "Jade, the mistress of Spotchka." Mara gave a yeah, okay nod before peeling her hand away, and then tried to get up. Gripping the edge of her chair, she barely managed to catch herself, and Luke flinched, reaching out with the Force to help steady her. "Oh, stow it, Skywalker," Mara called as she brought herself upright. "I told you, I got." She twisted back to her chair, tried to sit again, failed, flopped to the floor. The crowd was dispersing, focused on the changing of funds to and from Shayla, so as Luke and Han hurried to the center of the room, no one paid them much mind. "Mara." Luke dropped to his knees and tapped a hand to her face. "Can you hear me?" He stretched out with the Force, but then Mara's eyes snapped open, and she peered up at him. "Oh," she said. "Hi there." Hi. Luke quirked an eyebrow. You all right? She tipped her head, eyes glazed over, and then smiled. Told you I could handle it. Luke frowned. You think this is handling it? Did we win? Yes. Then, I handled it. As Mara continued grinning in triumph, Luke and Han hauled her up. Her legs were buckle ready if Luke dared let go, but Mara didn't seem to care. She'd proven him wrong, sort of. That, he supposed, was enough motivation for her, but it begged the question, why did Mara Jade, former Emperor's hand, care so much what he thought? Anyway. He mentally brushed the question away, storing it for a later date. We need to collect our winnings, he said to Han. Yeah, I'm on it. His friend turned his gaze to the crowd of gamblers as they sorted out their bets and gestured a hand to Shayla. The Toydarian flew over to them. The overzealous performance she'd had for the crowd abruptly deflated. You lied to me, she confronted Han and Luke. No human that size could handle that much spotchka. Your friend here, she is a Jedi, isn't she? She's not, Luke restated, but sensing the darkened emotions from the Toydarian, shame began to chew on his insides. I know my business, Shayla hissed and pointed a finger at him. I know where to put my wagers. A skinny little human cannot outmatch a Klatooinian at the drink ever. She's not a Jedi, Han replied, and motioned a hand to Mara. See this? This is not what a Jedi looks like after a few rounds. But she did have an advantage. Shayla glared at Luke. He could have lied more, but he didn't have it in him. Yes, she's Force sensitive, he finally admitted. So a Jedi. She's not formally trained, so no. Not technically. But you knew what I was asking. I trusted you to be truthful, Jedi Master. I just lost thousands because of your deception. He didn't lie, Han said as he stepped forward. She's not a Jedi, you not realizing she had an advantage is your problem. How much did you lose? Luke asked, feeling Mara and his own guilt weighing him down. 9,000, Shayla replied, if you don't include the 5 you paid up front. I'll compensate you for the loss as soon as I can, Luke replied, but Han was already shaking his head. No, Han got between the two of them. This is how this game is played. You gambled, he pointed to Shayla, and you lost. We made a bet and he told you the truth, whether you like it or not. So suck it up and give us what we agreed to. Shayla listened but kept her eyes on Luke. He didn't need the Force to detect the disappointment, as in her eyes. No matter what Han declared, a Jedi Master had manipulated her. I don't want your money, she told Luke, and I'll uphold my end of the bargain. I honor my bets. It's really no prob, Luke started, but the Toydarian was already elevating a hand for him to be silent as she fished through her vest pocket for something. After a second, she handed Han a small data card. There's the key for your room. It's 1 level down, and there's a cot for everyone. And we'll arrange the other requests when I'm done here. Without another word, she zipped off, clearly sick of them. Did we still win? Mara muttered beside them. Yes, Luke replied, staring at Shayla as she whisked around the crowd of gamblers, back to her pseudo-cheery self. She didn't really care about the money, as her club made enough to handle the wager 100 times over. Her view on Jedi had just changed for the worse, maybe unfairly. Maybe not. Ambiguity wasn't Luke's strong suit. He fared much better when people were simply shooting at him. Readjusting his tiring arms, Luke stretched a hand towards Han. Here, give me the key. I think I'll take our champion to sleep it off. As Han handed the data card over, Luke peered down at Mara and grimaced, preferably with a bucket nearby. Good call, kid. Luke tried to help Mara forward, gave up after 5 clumsy steps, and then cupped a hand under her knees. He scooped her up. Hey, she said. I told you. You don't need help yet. Got it. Luke shook his head as they exited the VIP room for the club sub-level. Shayla did as promised. With Han's assistance, the two of them rigged up a word-of-mouth network throughout several associates, including a few holo outlets within Coruscant and off-planet, providing a false narrative that the Millennium Falcon had been spotted blasting past the military training facilities of Syntax II, one of Coruscant's 4 moons. Then another witness reported the Falcon refueling on a space station orbiting the neighboring farmland planet of Ruan, and so the deception rippled outwards with several more fake reports. By the time they were finished, it seemed like Luke and the rest were heading towards the Mid-Rim, far from any place Coruscanti security would venture. As for Luke, after he successfully got Mara situated, bucket and all, he used Chalice communication system to make the calls to his associates. Of the Jedi, he knew most knights were scattered throughout the galaxy on assignment, but there were always a few on call, and right now, he felt an urgency tapping on the back of his head, this need to have at least some of them on Coruscant. I felt a disturbance too, Jedi Knight Corran Horn explained, his face distorted through the encrypted holo feed from the man's X-Wing. Some type of doom and gloom. I saw a vision of the Empire rising, attacking the skies. It could have been a vision of the past, but under the circumstances, he let the words hang. Sitting in Chalice's tiny cable-core-strewn communications room, Luke rocked back in his chair, which gave off an awful rust-heavy shrill. Can you tell me anything else about this vision? Something more specific. Corran's face pinched up, hard in concentration. TIE fighters, stormtroopers, a dull purple sky. It was cloudy, I couldn't see more. People were screaming. When did you have this vision? Tonight, Corran responded. It felt sudden, like something or someone had shifted their plans. I would have contacted you, but right now, you're not the easiest man to reach. Luke folded his arms over his chest, propping a hand underneath his chin. How many of the Jedi were having similar visions, similar feelings? And because he was stuck in hiding, he was being left in the dark. How far are you from Coruscant? Luke asked. Whistler says if we gun it, I could be there by tomorrow afternoon, Corran replied, referring to his astromech droid. Luke nodded. I was able to reach Cam a short time ago. He just finished an assignment off of Iradia and can be here tomorrow evening standard time. Do you want me to contact Yavin IV and see who else might be available? No, most likely New Republic security will be closely monitoring those calls. You really landed yourself in the Sarlacc pit on this one, it sounds like. Luke wondered if the holo was clear enough for Corran to see him frown. Yavin is too far for anyone to travel here regardless. This urgency is mounting. Corran, see who else might be able to be here from nearby systems. This is growing beyond one assassination attempt. Yes, Master Skywalker. Maybe the Force be with you, my friend. The comm went dead. Luke considered who else he might call, who might be safe, but there was only one more person he could think to reach out to. Shutting down the holo, Luke eased his head back in the communications chair, his head resting on the worn-out fabric, and closed his eyes. Leia. I understand, Leia Organa Solo said through the Force to her brother as he finished updating her on where they were, a discussion for Han at a later time, and what Luke was sensing. After the explosion earlier that night, the Imperial Palace had been evacuated, but it had been deemed safe now, and as Leia surveyed her apartment's living area, she sensed her children in their rooms, all quiet but none sleeping, R2 keeping guard in the hallway. They felt a dread as well. With their uncle targeted and both he and their father now on the run, who could judge them for a sleepless night? Regardless, tomorrow the Senate would convene for a closed session briefing to discuss the matter of Jedi Master Luke Skywalker, whether or not he was there to defend himself. From the edge of her family's apartment, Leia stared out at the Coruscanti night, the skylane still moving, never stopping no matter what befell the city planet. Old Republic, Galactic Empire, the New Republic, the lanes kept flowing, rivers that could not be dammed. Leia glimpsed back to the apartment's entrance, where a locked storage compartment was built into the wall near the door. With the Force, she unlocked the compartment, and her lightsaber sprang out, flipping in the air until it reached her waiting hand. She was like those rivers too. No one could dam her either. Chapter 17. Morning, just past daybreak. It was a closed session of the Senate to discuss Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master of the New Republic, and his actions on and above Thale. Winter, a close friend, was watching Jaina, Jacen, and Anakin, but Leia knew the children would rather be there, defending their family. This wasn't a battle of lightsabers and blasters, but words. Leia's arena. With R2 by her side, she hiked through Coruscant Senate Building, also referred to as the Senate Rotunda, a 2-kilometer structure that had stood for almost 4,000 years, its dome-shaped monument of democracy. It was a heavily protected structure, a solid durasteel exterior with shielding, but Leia had learned the hard way that the interior couldn't match that protection, as a bombing had occurred the previous year. Even now, as she surveyed the newly painted walls, Leia could still smell the odor of smoke and explosives, or maybe it was just in her head. "Princess Leia, I was hoping to catch you," Senator Cal Ama said as she passed the Senate building's main atrium. As the senator reached her, Leia offered a courtesy smile. "It's Counselor Organa now, Senator Amos. I think my days as princess are over." "Not to me and other Alderonians." "I'm flattered. What did you want to speak with me about?" They began to walk together, with Amos' gray Alderanian cloak swaying as he walked and talked. "I've heard reports that Master Skywalker and your husband have left the Coruscanti system against our mandate." "Yes, I've heard the same. You might have noticed, someone tried to kill my brother last night. This isn't good. Princess, if Master Skywalker's report is correct, he went out of his way to save the life of an enemy of the New Republic. The enemy, in fact the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Fleet." "I'm aware of Admiral Pillion's title," Leia said, suppressing a frown. "He's a Jedi. Jedi listen to the Force, and in this case, it sounds like the Force was correct. The amount of intel received from. That's not going to hold up with a pack of senators. They can't understand the Force that way. Not to mention the ruckus Ambassador Mythil is stirring up with his assault charge." "Assault, please." From beside her, R2 released a long-winded moan, and Leia didn't need 3PO there to translate the little droid's apprehension. "They'll have to understand," she said as they reached the end of the hallway, security guards there to greet them. As Leia and Alma stood still, the officer's scanner droids checked for weapons before giving clearance. Leia peeked down at R2 as the droid gave a few little beeps, and she patted him on his dome. "Will you be joining me?" Amos asked and motioned a hand forward. "I'd be honored," Leia replied. Passing security, the 2 Alderonians and R2 proceeded into the Grand Convocation Chamber, following a hall on that level, to reach their designated repulsor pod. Since this was a closed session, all the representatives were utilizing the lower levels of the chamber, roughly 5 stories, and 50 or so senators and military personnel, senior officials, and those assigned to the Thalia negotiations. As Leia entered Omos' repulsor pod, she noticed all eyes fixed in her direction. She recalled being in this chamber with her father a lifetime ago, and she didn't need the Force to detect vulture droids. Imperial Senate or New Republic, the faces of the politicians appeared the same. Leia internally braced herself and took position at the pod's podium. "She's still sleeping it off?" Han asked softly as Luke approached him at a small table in the corner of their hideout. "Dad are just sleeping," Luke replied as he sat, the cheap wooden chair protesting as he leaned back. "We had a bit of a long night, if you hadn't noticed." "Oh, I noticed," Han said, and lifted a dull green glass to his mouth. He took a sip and then eased forward, his face partially darkened by the poor illumination in the room. The lights felt as though they were set to a flicker, Luke had observed, creating an irritating buzzing that could have been used as an Imperial torture device. A few feet away were cots, with Chewie utilizing two vertically to create a more Wookiee-compatible bed. Even further away, 3PO had shut down for the night, and then there was Mara. Luke kept his gaze on the redhead as she remained motionless, half covered with a blanket and probably still slightly drunk from the night before. "You stare harder and you're gonna burn her image into your eyeballs," Han commented, and Luke turned back to him with a look. "I'm concerned about her, that's all," he replied. "She never should have agreed to do this." "Well, she did. I shouldn't have let her." Something about his statement seemed to catch Han, and he lowered his drink to the table. "Not your call. She's a big girl, and she made a choice. And besides," he bobbed his head, "you've got your own problems to tackle right now." The chamber meeting, the closed session that would determine if the New Republic senators believed Luke's actions were justified or not. A shiver climbed up Luke's back. Leia can handle it far better than anything I could say. Yeah, probably. It'll be all right. Considering the intel I received from Pelion, I'm certain Leia can convince them this was a misunderstanding. Or however politicians like to phrase it. Han nodded again, but as Luke studied his features, the rugged charm Luke was accustomed to seeing on his friend's face gave way to a lurking dread that felt out of place for the former smuggler. Luke, Han tapped a finger on his cup. What if this terrorist group is a part of the New Republic? Luke shook his head. No, their actions could incite further war. That's not how the New Republic operates. You think? Han planted his glass to the table and slouched back in his chair. I hate to say it, but that assassin could have gotten his orders by some military group within our government, some sect that was attempting to get rid of the leader of the Empire. And you and Mara, well, you might have stepped on some pretty big toes back there. When Luke didn't respond, Han raised and dropped a hand to his own lap. You're not a naive farm boy anymore, you know, as at least possible. Staring at Han, Luke crossed his arms, more to comfort himself than in any defense. The rebel Luke Skywalker, the commander and pilot fresh off Tatooine, would never consider such things. But now Luke closed his eyes. Of course I know, he finally said. I just hope it isn't. Attacking an enemy within their own borders without provocation, using an innocent man as a weapon to those means that stands against everything I've fought for. What we fought for, Han added. A Jedi uses their powers for knowledge and defense, never attack. I've always believed those principles apply to the New Republic as well. Maybe years of fighting against an enemy that refuses defeat has lowered some of the New Republic standards. Luke bit the inside of his cheek, the pent-up apprehension twitching his muscles. Had he been wrong to save Pelion? Would it have been better to let him die, further destabilizing the Empire, and then hitting them with one final strike? It sounded so logical, but it went against every lesson his masters had taught him, as much as a crash course those lessons had been. You mind if I have a drink? Luke asked and grabbed Han's cup. Before Han could say anything, Luke took a large swig and almost spat it out, just at the shock of it. This is water, Luke said. It's morning. Han snagged the cup from him. How much booze do you think I drink? As Luke gave his friend an evil eye, he decided best to get back on topic. He stretched out with the Force, although he didn't want to distract Leia. She was in the Senate meeting in the Senate Rotunda, and he at least wished for an update. Leia? She sensed Luke's inquiring mind as he tried to reach her through the Force, but Leia couldn't respond, too busy attempting to dodge the array of verbal punches swinging from every direction. Beside her in the repulsor pod, R2 whistled lightly, a clear indicator that even he felt the heat ramping up. Where is Ambassador Mythil? Admiral Lacial commented from another repulsor pod as it remained in its station on the second level of the Grand Convocation Chamber. She waved a hand to General Amelia beside her. Go find out why he's running late, she ordered. As the Bothan exited the pod, the Admiral returned her attention to Leia. Now, Admiral Lacial said, back to my original argument, Counselor Organa. Your brother, in his own words, has admitted that he willingly rescued Admiral Gilad Pelion, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Fleet, from a potential assassin who had the skills and accessibility to eliminate the Imperial leader. Am I missing something in that statement? Those were not his exact words, Leia replied into her podium's mic. Oh, I'm sorry. The Admiral lifted a datapad and began to scroll down it with her finger. He used much more tactful terminology than I just did. He intervened during a hostile situation between Admiral Pelion and a potential assassin, and then left it at that. She lowered the datapad and regarded Leia as though she were a fool. Your brother has gotten quite good at flowering his wit. Perhaps he should try his hand at politics. Across the 5 levels of representatives, there were snickers. Borsk Felias sat in his repulsor pod, quietly observing the dress down of Luke Skywalker, obviously awaiting his moment to weigh in with his divine insight. In the center of the room, President Gaverson, who had replaced Leia when she removed herself as chief of state, stood silent at the central podium in the middle of the chamber, his bird-like features not giving away what he thought about this whole debacle. How do we not see this? Admiral Laishel kept on, grabbing Leia's attention again, as anything but a blatant disregard for the New Republic and a wasted opportunity to remove the single most dangerous threat from the galaxy. Not only did Master Skywalker not seize this opportunity to remove the Imperial Supreme Commander himself, he rescued Admiral Pelion from an immediate threat, even risking his own life to accomplish this act. It was deliberate and without cause. She nodded to Gaverson. Under the laws of our sovereignty, I believe a warrant must be issued and Counselor Organa's brother should be formally arrested, under the conditions of treason, by aiding an enemy of the New Republic. I yield back to Counselor Organa. Deflect. Leia tried to ignore the quickening of her pulse as Laisiel's words ransacked her mind, not simply at the fear for Luke but at how much of what the New Republic Admiral had said was accurate. Leia made sure to keep her chin held high as she leaned into the podium's mic. I want to make this clear. Master Skywalker, and that is the appropriate title for him during these proceedings, not her brother, infiltrated an enemy vessel for the purpose of investigation, not attack. And he certainly did not wish to create further provocation with the Empire. Therefore, his actions are justified under those parameters, as providing intervention between Admiral Pelion and his would-be assassin gained an opportunity to further that investigation. Any action or inaction in that hostile environment could have easily prompted further aggression between the Empire and New Republic, potentially pushing for more violence between the two sovereignties. We are still at war with the Empire, Laishel pointed out. What further aggression could Master Skywalker provide by not intervening on Pelion's behalf? Might I add, Leia continued, that Master Skywalker is a proponent of peace and responded according to his dogma that has been widely accepted within the New Republic when he is at his service. Therefore, his actions should be deemed appropriate, given his status as a Jedi Master. I yield back. As she eased her head away from the repulsor pod's mic, Senator Borsk Philia made his move. Standing at his pod's podium, he requested to be heard. Gaverson gave the approval, and then Senator Philia's pod floated forward. Counselor Organa, he started. I understand that Master Skywalker is a Jedi, and with that comes unparalleled responsibilities. However, Admiral Pelion and the last remnant of his empire have harmed so many across the New Republic, and they still pose a great threat. Given Master Skywalker's unique abilities, how can you or he justify his actions? Or in this case, lack of action? He yielded back, and Leia replied, Master Skywalker's responsibilities as a Jedi are exactly why he intervened. As I said, Jedi are advocates of peace. But they are also advocates of justice, Philia pointed out. Yes, Leia replied, holding tight to the edges of the podium. However, if Pelion had been killed, then another admiral would have easily taken his place. And may I point out that due to Master Skywalker's actions, he opened a dialogue between the Imperial Remnant and the New Republic for the very first time. He received confidential information that could prove vital to promoting diplomacy. The Empire is our enemy, Counselor Organa, Admiral Laishel interrupted. Leia shook her head. We must stop thinking this way if we are ever to restore peace to the galaxy. The majority of worlds were imperial, and we have been at war or on the brink of it for almost 15 years now. Sometimes, all it takes is one small gesture of compassion to shift that paradigm. She bowed her head. I yield my time. Silence. Within it, Leia sensed through the Force just how conflicted the room had turned. So many felt that Luke's actions were unjust, but others seemed to understand why he did as he believed a Jedi must do. The technicalities of law didn't matter if the people in charge didn't adhere to them. And in Luke's case, if enough delegates believed his actions were an exception, then laws be damned. It truly was a game with people's lives. I request to be heard, Laishel commented, and her repulsor pod floated towards the center of the room, edging close to Leia still stationed in the chamber. Counselor Organa, if Master Skywalker were here, what would he request this session do in regards to this situation? Leia stared at the woman, at a face that had hardened the last few days, and with the Force, she sensed the Admiral's anger, her resentment, all directed at Luke. Leia tried to keep the frustration of her own features. He'd ask that you pardon any indiscretion this incident has created, on the understanding that we continue to investigate this terrorist organization and the Force-sensitive assassin who has been involuntarily drafted into their cause. Your brother truly is an optimist. He's a Jedi. They are all eternal optimists. Laishal appeared to steel herself at that, but then came a clamoring from the edge of the chamber. The Admiral reeled around. Leia's vision followed the commotion as General Amelia bolted through Senator Gatna's station repulsor pod, grabbing for the podium. He's dead. Amelia's voice rang through the entire chamber hall. Admiral Laishal's pod immediately banked away as senators and military personnel asked what Amelia meant. Ambassador Mythil, Amelia replied. He was found in his apartment this morning. No visible injuries, but they scanned his body, and he glared at Leia. His airway was crushed from the inside. A shockwave resonated throughout the chamber. Leia spun to Cal Amma sitting further back in their pod. Beside her, R2 wobbled to and fro. Even as a droid, he understood the subtext. I only know of one being that can attack in such a way, General Amelia declared anyway, and then to Leia, his eyes were all daggered. A Jedi. Chapter 18. Something's happening, Luke said as he focused through the Force. Sitting by Han, he tried to sense Leia's shift in emotions, to sort out why there was this sudden shock to her consciousness. Through her, he had a mild, dreamlike view of the Senate chamber, but it was like watching something through 5 layers of transparent steel glass, silhouettes of people but no true definition. Can you talk with her? Han asked. Ask her how things are going. Squinting his eyes, Luke seemed to be getting something, a buzzing from his sister's mind. Stupid, ridiculous, nerve-hurting piece of. She's, unhappy, Luke commented and slumped back in his chair, the bridge between him and Leia severed. From behind them, there was a stirring, then groaning, and Luke cast a gaze at the other end of the room where Mara's limp body had suddenly become animated. With a burst of energy, she sprang up and then immediately hunched over. Luke winced as he heard the bucket he'd left beside the cot being appropriately utilized. I'm guessing she's not so happy right now, either, Han said, donning his crooked grin. As Mara finished, she forced herself up, using the cot to balance herself, and as she approached with a walk that only a hangover could provide, Luke knew better than to sport the same expression Han had chosen. Sleep well? Han asked as Mara reached them. If looks could kill. Shut it, Solo, Mara said, and dropped into an empty chair beside Luke. I don't want to hear your voice in my head right now. It's annoying enough on a good day. Her body laid on the seat like a heavy coat, her hair as tangled as a plate of noodles. She rubbed her temples. What happened last night? You won, Luke said, and he couldn't help but smile now. Mara froze, fingers locked to the sides of her head. Luke sensed the snide responses swirling in the woman's pounding brain, and he decided on a truce instead. Here, he went on and grabbed Han's cup. There's still a little water in there. Blinking as though her eyelids weighed 10 times more than they should, Mara accepted the cup and took a swig. Luke watched, wondering if he should say something or if he'd get a figurative door slant in his face. Want help with that? He said gently. With what? She asked as she finished up the last bit of water. The hangover, Mara. You can clear it faster with the Force. She set the cup back on the table with a noticeable clank. You want to show me? Is that all right? I don't know. She gave him an icy look. Can you teach something without treating me like a 5-year-old Padawan? Luke's smile dropped. There was the door. That depends, he came back. Can you accept that I might have something worth teaching you that you didn't previously know? All right, Skywalker, Mara pointed at him. Let's just get this out there. I might not be a renowned Jedi Master, but that doesn't mean I'm clueless when it comes to the Force. It still doesn't make you a Jedi. You don't know how to control it, at least not as well as you could, as last night has clearly proven. You just said I won. And then you passed out and puked in a bucket. Silence. Mara's sloshy eyes thinned into slits. She locked her glare onto him, but he didn't turn away. Despite her tough exterior, he felt a touch of embarrassment rousing. That defensive shell hardened only because what he said had landed hard. In the Smugglers Alliance, Mara was surrounded by non-Force users, so her Jedi-like abilities were never questioned. But being around Luke or any Jedi, really, and that illusion bubble quickly burst. She didn't like that one bit. Luke still refused to back down. Mara, if you want to become a Jedi, truly wish to learn the ways of the Force, then return to the Academy. I can show you what it is to be a Jedi if you just be willing to learn. Her eyes were locked to his, not giving up an edge. As the moment passed, however, her expression softened some. Maybe that's not what I want, Luke. Did you ever think of that? You'll never know until you see for yourself. Her defenses were still up and armed as Luke's words hung in the air, but then a slight bit of optimism snuck through that tough exterior. There was a surge of emotion surrounding Luke, engulfing him, as it surfaced from every direction, a tsunami of panic and confusion and fear. He gasped, the sudden flood forcing his head to spin, and he had to tap into the Force to gather himself. Across from him, Mara jerked back, arching her head towards the ceiling. She sensed it too, but it wasn't emerging from either of them. As Luke stretched out with his mind, trying to pinpoint the source, it became all too clear. It wasn't from a person. It was from everyone. The people of Coruscant, they were suddenly filled with terror. What in the world is going on? Han started, but then Mara sprang up from her chair, knocking it over as she darted back to her cot and the bucket, waking up Chewbacca in the process. He growled whine as she threw up. Han, Luke whispered, we need to get out of here. Now. That Force vision of yours from last night. Luke nodded. Whatever it is, it just became a reality. The old smuggler didn't need more incentive. With Chewie switching on 3PO and then hauling the very confused droid up, all of them hurried out of their sub-level hideout, Mara lagging behind as she wiped her mouth. Taking the emergency stairs to the club's main level, the people inside were already in a scramble, stowing away smaller items like chairs and coins, and hoisting tables to the windows at the establishment's entrance. Shayla zipped about the room with the energy of a spotfly. Then her eyes found Luke and the rest, and she pointed towards the exit. Out there! It's out there! From under Lando's bright red cape, Luke unclipped his lightsaber and handed Mara hers before charging towards the door. Han unholstered his blaster and followed. Chewie half-dropped 3PO to his feet, the droid shouting, well, really. As the Wookiee swung his crossbow round, armed and ready. Out the door, Luke was met with a large walkway of panicked Coruscanti citizens, most scurrying away to shelter, but their eyes kept snapping up, as if waiting for a building to crush on top of them. Luke followed their terrified gazes and spotted the source of all the chaos. In the busy skies of the city planet, it could have been missed. As the sky lanes were being deserted, however, it was as clear as the Coruscanti sun. An Imperial Star Destroyer, low in orbit, already blasting at nearby vessels. Leia sensed it, the wave of dismay from outside the Senate rotunda, and any asinine declaration of Emilia and other members of the Senate session were muted. A second later, alarms sparked to life across the chamber, flecks of red light casting a blood-like stain on everything. What's happening? Admiral Laishel asked into her mic, like anyone there knew. Immediately, General Emilia switched gears. I'll check it out. Everyone, he called into the chamber. Stay here. Stay calm. I'll be back shortly. With that, he hustled away, off the repulsor pod and out of the chamber. Standing at her pod, Laishel shifted back and forth, seeming dissatisfied with Emilia's declaration, and then she activated her pod, propelling it up to President Gaversum's central podium. A few words were exchanged before Laishel transplanted herself from her pod to the podium. After reiterating Emilia's declaration for calm, she descended with Gaversum into the sublevel of the chamber, gliding below the floor. Then, the opening closed, an iris of metal merging together that separated Laishel and the president from the rest of the chamber. Everyone else, including Leia, stood like newly planted trees. She detected the distress rearing up from all around her. It felt like the whole planet was in sudden turmoil. Closing her eyes, she stretched out with the Force. Luke! Through her mind, a quick connection, just enough for her to feel his thoughts. Star Destroyer was all he mustered, and that would suffice. What's happening? Cal Amos asked. From the side of their repulsor pod, he approached her. Are you sensing something? Placing a hand on her chest, Leia composed herself. There's a Star Destroyer out there, she said as she switched off her mic. Oma's mouth did a half drop. It must be one of ours. Certainly the Empire. It's not one of ours, was Leia's only response. She marched towards the exit of her pod, still attached to the main walkway, R2 trailing behind like a devoted pet. She needed to get out of there, to her children, to help her brother and husband. Sorry, Counselor Organa, a young freckle-faced security officer inserted himself between her and the exit to the grand corridor. But all senators need to stay here. General Amelia's orders. Despite Shala's resentment towards Luke and the others, she was more than willing to offer assistance with an Imperial Star Destroyer overhead. As Han, Chewie, and 3PO were rushed via transport back to the Millennium Falcon, Luke and Mara took Shala's fastest speeder bike to the Senate District. Above, New Republic security was throwing everything it had at the new threat: a Dreadnought, a Mon Calamari Star Defender, and a Victory-class New Republic Star Destroyer, heavily modified from its Imperial days. Along with the heavy cruisers, a battery of X-Wings, Y-Wings, and countless air speeders had intercepted the new threat, plus several more random snub fighters. Nonetheless, the mysterious Star Destroyer wasn't without its entourage. Surrounding the vessel was a Class 546 light cruiser and an explosion of TIE fighters, invading the sky like specks of darkness on a bright canvas. Along with those, several transport vest stormtroopers. They were trying to land stormtroopers. You all right back there? Luke asked as he drove the swoop. Me and my hangover will survive. Mara pointed upwards. What are they doing? I don't know, Luke said, splitting his gaze between the almost deserted skylanes of Coruscant and the atmosphere above. It's not like they can conquer the whole planet with one Star Destroyer. No, but they can certainly terrorize it with one. Luke frowned. It must be the Yarway, he said, referring to the Empire's lost vessel. It appears that the faction has decided to move on from the Imperial remnant for bigger fish. But why? Who wants to make an enemy of the Empire and the New Republic at the same time? I don't know. This makes no sense. Unless Mara's hands dug into his sides, Pelion was lying through his mustached mouth this whole time. Luke threw a look behind his shoulder to Mara as the woman's gold-red hair whipped about her face, but he still caught the glint of concern in her eyes, that the Imperial Admiral might have played them for fool. Perhaps he was behind the entire setup, stringing them along, instigating the assassin to attack him on his own Star Destroyer. After all, stormtroopers had prevented Luke's pursuit of the assassin, and Pelion had been more than willing to hand over vital intel when prompted. Maybe there were Imperial agents within the New Republic itself, feeding Pelion the information he'd need to strategize this whole operation. Luke's thoughts continued to circle in an endless loop that only became more dizzying with each pass, and he shook his head, forcing himself to focus on the here and now. He pressed harder on the bike's accelerator, and within another minute, there they were at the Senate Rotunda. At its edge on its ground level, a transport of stormtroopers was landing. Mara, Luke said, and through the Force, he imagined what he intended to do, a quick mental visual that he tossed out to Mara, and she responded with a dramatic groan. On my mark, Luke said as he headed the bike forward, and Mara didn't protest further. Gathering himself within the Force, Luke eased off the throttle button at the rear brake. Then Mara and he hopped onto the bike seats, the vehicle closing in on the transport. Shayla is really going to hate me after this. The stormtroopers didn't see it coming. About a dozen had already exited the landing ramp, rifles ready, but the bike was rocketing and fast, and as Luke and Mara leaped from the swoop, It didn't slow as it slammed through the pile of stormtroopers and crashed into the back of the Imperial transport. All the troopers still in the ship were knocked back, the bike making a horrid crunching sound of metal against metal as it crashed hard into the landing ramp. Nonetheless, the Imperials already out of the ship mostly escaped the collision, so as Luke and Mara dropped to the walkway, they eased their speed with skilled somersaults before jumping up to their feet. Lightsabers ignited. They were quickly met with blaster fire. Absorbing himself within the Force, Luke allowed it to direct his hands, his body, his mind. Beside him, Mara followed suit, keeping herself angled slightly behind him, her sleeve blaster doing most of the work. It wasn't that hard, however. The stormtroopers' aim was lacking, their precision off. Luke observed them, detecting their conflicted, complicated emotions. Stormtroopers, at least from the old Imperial days, didn't have such emotions. That was trained out of them at a young age. As Luke deflected a blaster bolt into a trooper's chest, the rest of the group began backing off. Yes, they still shot at him, but unlike skilled soldiers, they were either too cowardly or too smart to try to fight Force users. The few remaining troops rushed around a corner of the massive building, and Luke paused, sorting out what to do. The Imperial remnant was dwindling. So many officers had been replaced by young and inexperienced ones. But they're imposters, Mara said what Luke was thinking. Perhaps was Luke's only response. He didn't have time to reflect on it. High above, another stormtrooper transport was zeroing in for a landing, and the stormtroopers who were uninjured from the bike crash were starting to shove the battered swoop out of their way so they could join the fight. Leia, Luke called, and now closer. He sensed her presence far better. Are you all right? Around them, TIE fighters soared between buildings, New Republic snub fighters desperately trying to rein them in but unable to gain control. Across Coruscant, throughout the Senate District, the Imperial Palace, the Entertainment District, even as far as the Works, Luke witnessed the stormtrooper transports descended, and he sensed the panic of every New Republic citizen within a solid 10-kilometer range, weighing him down from shoulders to shins. Then, from his sister, he finally received a reply, and as he felt the words, it added his own fear within the crowd around him. They won't let us leave. Forgive me, Counselor Organa, the young security officer stated once again as they stood at the edge of the Senate chamber. But I'm under strict orders from General Emilia to keep everyone in here safe. There's a battle going on outside. That's right, and my family is out there in it, Leia said and attempted to press her way between the man and the two other officers beside him. Despite their calm demeanor, the officers pushed her back, and she was steadied by Cal Omas, plus another half-dozen senators who had congregated in that area. Beside her, R2 gave a low moan, something that sounded like a threat to the guards. Again, I'm sorry, the freckled officer repeated, and she could tell he meant it, but that didn't stop him from placing a hand on the top of his blaster. But I'm under strict orders by the general. He was very insistent. A shiver rushed up Leia's spine, the Force, offering some type of warning. Yes, they were under lockdown, but why would Emilia make such stringent demands? Something wasn't right. It felt like a chrono was counting down in her head. Staring at the officers blocking her path, Leia set her jaw. This is for your own good, the young officer asserted again, tapping his hand on the edge of his blaster still in his holster. But if you resist, I'm going to have to stun you. The other two officers mimicked the first, their bodies tensed, demanding that Leia back down. Enough of this. Channeling the Force, Leia extended a hand. She was no Jedi Master, but her brother had taught her a few things, several things, and with a flick of her wrist, one officer was shoved to the side, landing on her butt with a winded oomph. The two other guards immediately drew their blasters, but R2 had already rolled up to one without notice, his electric prod extended, and he zapped the older man in the side. In unison, the top compartment of the droid's dome opened, and Leia grabbed her lightsaber as soon as it popped into the air. Before the freckled officer could react, the lightsaber was ignited, the hot white blue blade sizzling by his Adam's apple. You were saying? Leia asked. He kept his bugged-out gaze on the hot saber under his chin, but somehow, he still managed to smile. Weapons aren't allowed in the Senate chamber, you know. I'll keep that in mind, Leia replied, and then chanced to look at Luke's little astromech droid as he zapped the other officer again. R2, if you'd be so kind. The little machine immediately whirled away towards the closed doors to the Senate chamber. His computer interfacing arm swung out and plugged into the door's mainframe with several clicks and beeps. He circled his dome around to Leia, his mechanical eye staring at her, as though assuring her that he was bypassing the security codes. Or at least, that's what Leia hoped he meant. Luke was much better at reading the little droid's nonverbal cues. Around the large chamber, other security officers had taken notice of the situation and were hurrying in their direction. Some were on separate levels, but there were emergency stairs on every floor, and it wouldn't take long for them to reach Leia and the small pack of senators. Perhaps this isn't the most well-thought-out strategy, Princess, Senator Amos said from behind. If there is a battle raging outside, wouldn't the chamber be the safest place for us to be? Several other senators expressed their agreement with Omas, and normally, yes, Leia would concede. Nonetheless, she had a feeling, an intuition that, in that instance, they were dead wrong. Was it the Force? Leia wished Luke was there to translate that too. R2, she called as he clicked away, and then above them, outside the chamber's dome, there was a horrible, thunderous boom. As Luke watched on a shock, a TIE fighter crashed into the Durasteel exterior of the Coruscant's 4,000-year-old Senate building. The drum-like dome offered no forgiveness, but as the TIE smashed into a burnt-up husk of metal, there came a planet-shattering explosion. It shook the rotunda, the walkway. Most likely the entire Senate district felt the quake, heating the air, and with a gasp, Luke used the Force to keep himself upright. What the? A second later, the fiery debris slid off the dome to the paved ground below on the opposite side of the shielded 2-kilometer structure. As Luke deflected another blaster shot coming at his face, he sensed Mara's distress that mingled with his own. Had the TIE been struck by New Republic firepower and then crashed into the rotunda? If so, a little ship like that couldn't possibly make such an explosion on its own. While the stormtroopers from the first vessel used the ship as cover, Luke and Mara stood their ground, the accident forgotten, until it happened again. Another TIE, another crash, another wild explosion that rocked the Senate building to its core. What in the Force? Mara shouted. I don't know, Luke thought but was too exasperated to speak. The blaster shots were coming in hot 1, 2, 5 from the troopers behind the transport. Above, the second transport was still descending but had veered away several times as New Republic snub fighters attempted to keep it from reaching ground. Luke tried to focus on the Force, to keep himself balanced, but then another TIE torpedoed downwards to the Senate chamber. A random B-wing sniped it out of the sky, but again the TIE erupted with 10 times the fire of a normal starfighter, taking the B-wing along with it. That's when it clicked. The TIEs were fortified with heavy explosives. The pilots were intentionally ramming the Senate building to blow the structure apart. Before Luke had time to absorb what that all meant, he spotted yet another TIE. Even as he and Mara stood almost a kilometer away from the building center, the explosion shook the ground again, and Luke had to use the Force to steady himself. This time, he felt the tiny cracks within the dome's perfect Durasteel exterior. They're killing themselves, Mara shouted. With a burst of new energy, Luke bolted forward. With the Force, he jerked his free left hand outwards as he deflected enemy fire with his lightsaber and shoved the stormtrooper transport with his mind. The ship was insanely heavy, and with his concentration fragmented between blaster shots and suicidal TIE fighters, all that energy only nudged the vessel. It was enough. The stormtroopers directly utilizing the craft for cover were jostled back. They fled as Luke charged towards them, and he flung his left hand out again, mentally grabbing several and driving them even further away. Many of the troopers stumbled, dropping their blaster rifles in the process, apparently getting the message in a way regular stormtroopers would not. Above, a set of TIEs surged downwards. As though watching something in a different reality, Luke witnessed as the two ships spiraled around each other from the atmosphere. The Force blared its warning, demanding his attention, alerting him to the danger as the tides plummeted towards the center of the damaged Senate rotunda. Leia, the name escaped his lips, and then nothing else mattered. Extinguishing his lightsaber, Luke mustered everything he had, every bit of energy within himself around him, through the Force and through his mind, and wrenched his hands upwards. Less than 50 meters from the top of the Senate building, the two TIE fighters paused in midair. As if carrying the vessels on his shoulders, the mental impact forced Luke down to one knee, forced a groan through his clenched teeth for his hands to shake, his vision to blur. There was a flash from memory, that moment on Dagobah when Master Yoda serenely elevated Luke's X-Wing from the swampy confines of the planet's murky terrain. The Jedi Master's calm expression, his hand raised as if playing a musical instrument. This wasn't like that. The ion engines were still active, the velocity of both ships causing them to feel like small planets Luke had suddenly plucked out of orbit. He tried to breathe through the strain on his mind, on his connection to the Force, sensing its infinite power and knowing that his body didn't share the same resilience. In the background, he heard a faint voice that seemed light years away and right by his ear at the same time. "They're here," Mara shouted, panic in her tone. He didn't need to look to know what could have caused it. There was only one thing that made sense. The second stormtrooper transport had landed. As Luke remained in his mental hold, keeping the plunging tides from cratering into the Senate building, all he heard were curses from a hungover Mara Jade as she clumsily tried to take on an armada of stormtroopers by herself. Chapter 19. The Force will be with you. Always. Luke had repeated those words in his mind for years, the last spoken to him by his mentor, at least in Ben's mortal form. They had been so kind, so gentle, a subtle reminder of something far grander than Luke or any Jedi. He couldn't help her. Mara stood with her lightsaber burning blue, her blaster hoisted as the DX-9 stormtrooper transport found its way beside the Senate building, its ramp lowering. The two TIE fighters hung in the air above the rotunda, their engines still pressing them to complete their mission. Yes, some of the energy was lost, but the force from the fighters and their explosives would be enough to crack through the broken durasteel. Luke didn't know what damage they would cause, but he knew it would be significant. "All right, who's first?" Mara said just loud enough for him to hear. Through his peripherals, he spotted her back to him as she planted herself between his paralyzed self and the approaching stormtroopers. Did they have their rifles raised? He couldn't tell, he couldn't sense it. His mind was trapped on the two ships above the rotunda, perspiration beading on his forehead and across Lando's designer red shirt. Then his question was answered. From the edge of his vision, Luke spotted the crimson shots blasting towards Mara and him, her blue lightsaber blazing brighter than daylight as she deflected the beams. The stormtroopers' aiming was as bad as the first batch, but they were closing in. Aim didn't matter at point-blank range. "Get out of this." Grinding his teeth, Luke put every ounce of attention he possessed into the TIE fighters. The power of these little ships was in their ion engine, and their weight, and he tried to leech some of his mental grip towards their power converters, as shutting them down would fry the engines. It required surgical precision. With a gasp, Luke snapped his attention back to the TIE fighters as a whole, as he almost lost his mental grip on them both. "I can't keep this up," Mara shouted, and Luke flung a glance her way as she backed off, the troopers nearing. Refocusing on the TIE fighters, Luke clasped to the Force in one last-ditch effort. Holding the ships tight, he clapped his hands together. With an iconic explosion, the two ships slammed into each other, both metal husks bursting into fireballs that filled up the sky, heating up the air like a mini supernova. The blast wave smacked into Luke, but it wasn't close enough to knock him off his feet. The two ships would remain bounced away from each other. They crashed into the Senate building, but instead of impacting at its center, they slammed into the sides and slid down opposite each other until they slipped off the building. For a single instant, relief washed over Luke's body. It didn't last. As he released the Force, his lightsaber dropped from his hand, clattering to the ground. He suddenly found himself on his knees. Then the rest of him gave out, and Luke collapsed to the walkway, just conscious enough to keep his head from smacking into the Durkree. "Luke," Mara shouted, clearly sensing him falter. On the ground, Luke tried to keep his eyes open, demanding himself to remain awake. But the air, it wasn't coming. At least not enough of it. His chest felt heavy, his body cloaked in sweat and exhaustion, and it had nothing left. It had simply been too much. The Force was limitless, but he was not. "I'm sorry, Mara." He wondered if she heard him as he watched helplessly as this woman, not yet a Jedi, tried to accomplish what he, as a master, would find difficult, to take on a legion of enemies at once. Through his blurred vision, he spotted the shiny white armor, the darker-than-night rifles as fiery red bolts sparked from their muzzles. Through it all, Mara swung her lightsaber, deflecting several of the blasts, but the troopers were growing more precise as they drew closer. One singed Mara's arm, another almost caught the side of her head, and she barely dodged the shot. Her feet remained grounded regardless. She was Luke's only defense now, and even with his half-conscious state, he felt her determination, her loyalty. If they died together. One of the shots broke through Mara's single-woman blockade. It burst half a meter from Luke's head, and he barely noticed until chunks of Durkree splattered across his face and shoulders. "Luke," he barely heard Mara call out, and he knew she was losing this battle. From the corner of the stormtrooper squadron, one of the troopers aimed his blaster. Not at Mara, but at Luke. He fired, the blaster bolt bypassing his one defender. A flash of blue, a glint of silver. The blaster bolt bounced away, striking the edge of a nearby building. Then a white-clad figure with silver jewelry and a lightsaber stood in front of him, blocking half of his view, and then he heard her voice. "I have him," Leia said, getting into a defensive stance, lightsaber centered near her chest. In the distance, Mara said nothing. She didn't even peep back. She had heard Leia, and then the feisty redhead took the advantage. The stormtroopers froze a half-second as Mara charged, as they plainly did not expect the attack, and that was what Mara needed. Lightsaber deflecting the few shots the troopers managed to fire off, she slashed her blue blade into one of them as she got into the thick of the crowd. They tried to shoot her, tried being the word. She was too close, too entangled within them now, and they couldn't fire without endangering the others. With the expertise of a former assassin, Mara kicked one of the troopers' blasters from his grip as she stabbed another one in the chest with her lightsaber. The troopers, just like the first pack, seemed to understand the danger they were in, but Mara wasn't like Luke. She wasn't about to let them back off so casually. They were a threat, and if they distanced themselves, they could attack again. Some tried to shoot regardless, a few towards Leia, obviously attempting to divert Mara's attention, but Leia caught the red beams. They sizzled on the bright blue blade, and the stench of ozone stung Luke's nostrils. "Get up." As the Force filled him, his vision began to clear. Further away, Mara slashed one of the stormtroopers' blasters. The body count had grown, with at least 6 white-armored troops lying lifeless on the ground near her feet, and with a burst of new energy, the remaining stormtroopers scrambled to escape. Some fell, clambering on their hands and knees before getting upright to flee. "Really?" Leia said, clearly noting the Imperial's odd behavior, and then, with no clear danger, exhausted her lightsaber. As Mara kicked the butt of the last trooper as he retreated, forcing him to almost fall on his face, she kept her lightsaber and blaster up, obviously searching for any more surprises. Leia, on the other hand, eased down to her knees beside Luke. "Are you all right?" Catching his breath, Luke reached out a hand and touched her face. "I think I owe you one." She smiled, resting a hand on top of his on her cheek. "Are we even keeping score nowadays?" "Hey," Mara said, finally approaching, lightsaber still ablaze. "I'm not meaning to break up the moment, but we're not out of this yet." Feeling the exhaustion still plaguing his body, Luke reached both hands to Leia. She grabbed a hold of his wrists and helped him get into a sitting position before, with a groan, he forced himself to his feet. His legs felt like sludge, like the bones had been removed and he was using nothing but muscle to keep himself standing. Above, New Republic security had tightened. Another TIE tried to reach the rotunda, but a cascade of X-Wings and B-Wings had seemed to finally understand what they were attempting and weren't having it. Targeting the bomber, 2 snub fighters unleashed a wave of laser fire, and the Imperial craft erupted into a fireball in the lower atmosphere, the blast wave striking the Imperial Palace. The buildings in the Senate District were all reinforced, so it was unlikely one of them would collapse due to a collision like that, but Luke just hoped the citizens were nestled deep inside and away from the windows. And the Star Destroyer? Where is it? Luke asked, pointing to the empty spot in space the vessel had been positioned. It fled a few minutes ago, Leia replied, before more security showed up. 1,000 questions rattled through Luke's mind, all left unsatisfied. I need to reach the children, Leia said, strain in her tone. We will, Luke replied, but then something caught his eye. On the walkway, where the stormtroopers had fled in the distance, a single figure. He approached as though the chaos around the city planet didn't exist. Tynan, Luke muttered. The assassin back again? In one hand, a heavy blaster rifle, in the other, his lightsaber, the white blaze glow bleeding into his surroundings. Immediately, Luke stretched out a hand, and to his relief, his lightsaber heard his call. From the ground, it flung up to his mechanical grasp, and he eased Leia away before igniting the blade. Forget it, Mara said, and grabbed his right arm. You can't take him on right now. Luke panted, need to get through to him. He tried to control the shaking in his legs. No, Leia came up to his other side, wrapping an arm around his left one. Now is not the time for this. You're in no condition. With both women on each side, they tugged him back. The assassin continued marching towards them. No emotions, just a blank mind within a moving body. We need to get Mara peered upwards. Luke sensed the ship the same instant a large shadow flew by them. As it did, red beams burnt up the rotunda's walkway, slamming into everything from the Duracrete to the edge of the building itself. The Millennium Falcon. It soared beyond and through the air of the empty sky lanes. It banked right, clearly coming in for another pass at the assassin. The man's face was cloaked by his hood, but his feet took action, darting him away as he dropped the blaster rifle in the fray. The Falcon shot out again, but the assassin was gone between 2 buildings, too narrow for the vessel to pursue. In the atmosphere, the New Republic counterforce had broadened, another dreadnought, plus several light cruisers and numerous snub fighters. Enemy vessels, from TIE fighters to stormtrooper transports, could no longer breach the atmosphere, being destroyed in orbit. The remaining light cruiser was surrounded by New Republic vessels, not going anywhere. Around the city planet, walkways were silent. The skylanes empty. Chapter 20. Lacking hyperdrives, the lingering TIE fighters had nowhere to go. The Class 546 light cruiser was disabled, and smaller enemy vessels were being obliterated. Standing on the outskirts of the Senate building, Luke and Mara did what they could, guarding the rotunda while the Falcon and other ships shielded them overhead. Leia had left for the Imperial Palace, where Anakin, Jaina, and Jacen had hunkered down with Winter in his sublevels. Morning morphed into afternoon, the Coruscanti sun centered in the sky where the Star Destroyer had been. Then, as the last few TIEs were blown from the atmosphere, everything suddenly slowed down again. Extinguishing his lightsaber, Luke observed as the Falcon began his landing cycle on a nearby walkway. No sign of the assassin, and Luke assumed if the man could infiltrate and escape a Star Destroyer, he could find a way to blast off Coruscant with little hassle. Hey, Han called as he, Chewie, and 3PO exited the Falcon a few meters away. How's that hangover, Mara? Beside Luke, she offered a smirk. Nothing like a life and death situation to clear the head. She inspected Luke. What about you? Feel rejuvenated yet? I wouldn't say that, Luke replied, although he did feel better. The strength he'd used or overused boarding those TIEs had knocked him down physically and mentally. Across buildings, the HoloNet buzzed with bulletins, news anchors broadcasting that the imminent danger had passed, but all civilians were to remain indoors. Transports with fixit droids and medics zipped through the districts, along with probe droids, attempting to scan for potential threats. As Luke finally permitted himself a moment to absorb the scene, his legs felt weak again. Countless buildings were damaged, either by enemy turbolasers or debris. Half the windows across the Imperial Palace were busted, the structure resembling a vase that had shattered and been haphazardly glued back together again. Walkways on the lower Coruscanti levels had been wrecked, and as Luke focused, he spotted medics transporting body citizens who hadn't escaped indoors. He was certain, as the New Republic examined interiors, they'd find more casualties, people who had simply been too close to a window or exterior wall. This attack wasn't about a body count, however. The terrorists wished to send a message, but what? Was it Pelion attempting to confuse the New Republic with a fake terrorist faction, or was it a real faction that was attacking both governments in unison? If that was the case, why? How are the children? Luke asked Han. They are in perfect health, Master Luke, 3PO spoke up, seemingly thrilled to deliver some good news. Beside Luke, R2 gave off a few animated twitters. I realize he didn't ask me, 3PO responded with insult in his voice. That wasn't the point, you dictating can of metal. The family's safe and sound, Han said as though 3PO didn't exist. Just another traumatic memory that I'm hoping the kids will call character building when they get older. Chewie released a moan as he reached out his extra long arms and wrapped them around the former smuggler, much to Han's displeasure, but he didn't push Chewie away. Everyone felt it, although no one said it today. Despite the Star Destroyer's retreat, the New Republic had lost. Master Skywalker, a voice called from the distance, and Luke twisted around to see Senator Cal Amos approaching from the Senate building, his expression far more haggard than their last encounter when Luke had arrived on Coruscant. Behind him, a handful of other senators, including Borsk Filaya, their faces mirroring Omas. As they reached him, Luke stretched out a hand and Amos accepted it. Is everyone all right? Luke asked, and the senator nodded. We're getting reports from all over the districts, Amos replied. There are still some stormtroopers on the ground, but all the ties have either been disabled or destroyed. They're rounding up Imperials now. I don't think this was an Imperial attack, Luke said, although even he heard the uncertainty in his voice. We'll have to interrogate the prisoners, Amos replied. I'm sure with your abilities, we can sort out the truth soon enough. Luke suppressed a grimace. If that were true, then he'd know who to trust if what Pelion had said was genuine, and who these terrorists were really working for. Then there was the assassin stuck in the center of this insanity. Luke closed his eyes briefly. Before we get into all of that, may I ask you what happened in the chamber? Let's not worry about the session right now. No, Luke replied. I'm not referring to the session. Leia told me the New Republic security wouldn't let you leave. Amos opened his hands. He was trying to keep us safe. Mara spoke up beside Luke. General Emilia, Amos replied. He ordered a shutdown of the Senate chamber as he left to join the fight. Where is he then? Mara went on. He must have left to coordinate the counterattack. Maybe, Luke thought, but something about this whole thing felt off. Yes, perhaps the Senate chamber was on lockdown, but Leia had to attack the guards, had to use R2 to breach security. I'd like to know where he is, he said, and skimmed his eyes over the rest of them. What about President Gaverson? Admiral Laishel assisted with getting him to his holding office, Amos explained. They're probably still under lockdown there. Luke frowned. I'd like to locate them all as soon as possible. I'm sure we can accomplish that. Amos waved a hand. Far behind him, a freckle-faced security officer approached, seeming tired but eager. Amos gave him the order, and the young man darted off. So let me get this straight, Han said from behind Luke. Emilia, Laishel, and Gaverson fled the Senate chamber when the alarms started blaring, and Emilia just locked you in? That's not how it happened, Amos started, but it was Mara who raised a hand this time. They locked you in, she said more forcefully than Luke would have, and then drew her vision to the top of the Senate rotunda, and then the terrorist group tried to bomb you? Again, that's not how it happened. Amos paused and shifted his weight. Well, Not exactly. Sir, the young security officer returned, catching his breath. President Gaversom and Admiral Lacial are not in the president's holding office. There's a report that they were spotted in his executive suite. Luke wrinkled his nose. The president's executive suite was located in a neighboring structure, the Senate office building. When did they leave the rotunda? He asked. The security officer got on his comlink, and a moment later, right after the lockdown was issued. Beside Luke, Mara made a face, and he imagined his expression was no better. Of all the places on Coruscant, the president's holding office below the Senate chamber was one of the most secure during an attack. The executive suite possessed far less security, with transparent steel windows but no shielding, and it was elevated within the Coruscanti skyline. Tapping into the Force, Luke peered at the Senate office building about 2 kilometers away. Its design similar to the rotunda but far less grand, a place for meetings, not Senate sessions. He focused his pupils, enhancing his vision with the Force, and then released a long, labored breath. There's no damage to the office building, he said. Not a scratch. It could just be a dumb luck, Han spoke up. These ties had as much strategy in this attack as drunk tauntauns on ice. Maybe Han was right. Nonetheless, the uneasiness was invading Luke's gut now, that he was missing something vital. He backtracked through his mind for the interactions he'd had with General Amelia and Admiral Lacial the last few weeks. As far as he could tell, both had been devoted to the New Republic for years, experts in their jobs, and compassionate to their cause. The last time he'd seen them, however, they'd expressed fury at Luke for what he'd done, saving Admiral Pelian's life, and Lacial didn't hesitate to let him know just that. You boarded a Star Destroyer and saved the leader of the Galactic Empire, she had declared with tear-lined eyes. You stood on that bridge. You stood there between him and that assassin. What is wrong with you? Except Luke had never told her that. He never elaborated on his rescue of Admiral Pelian in his report, simply that he'd intervened. But she'd known where he'd been and how the fight had unfolded. Outside of Luke and Mara, there were only 2 people who could have told them how everything had gone down: Pelian and the assassin. We need to find them, Luke declared, his voice dark enough for his worry to reflect on everyone else's features. Amelia and Lacial. Immediately. Just like the holding office in the sublevels of the Senate Rotunda, the executive suite in the Senate office building had once been held for the Supreme Chancellor of the Old Republic. The suite was connected to a ceremonial office for public meetings, a private office for the Chancellor to utilize, a bedroom, and a few other amenities. The area was grandiose to say the least, having been renovated since its imperial days, from Palpatine's dull red and gray to the last restoration under Leia Organa, who had implemented more Alderaanian touches. Lighter colors, with walls of white and a floor of deep blue carpet. Silver trim on everything. As Admiral Halba Lacial took in the luxury, she kept her irritation off her face. President Gaversom had insisted not to change anything, as he considered his position to be a temporary one, to be handed back to Leia Organa solo or another chief of state, when the splintered politics of their fragile government had been pacified. That was the problem with broken things. However, they didn't need time to settle. They simply needed to be fixed. More reports are coming in, Lacial explained as she viewed her datapad while Gaversom, the large bird-like president, sat behind his desk near the window. A surviving TIE fighter pilot has been arrested near the Outer Banks of the Works. 2 stormtroopers were just spotted near Sector 17 of the Uskru district. Authorities are closing in now. With all these stragglers, it'll be almost impossible to reopen the districts for days, he commented, eyes darting to the massive transparent steel window behind him as though waiting for a grenade to break through it. Are they still finding abandoned stormtrooper uniforms? 47 confirmed so far. Gaversom tapped his large, thin fingers on his armrests. They wouldn't abandon their gear unless they had a valid reason. Stormtrooper uniforms are a bit conspicuous. We're under lockdown. Simply being out on the streets right now would alert authorities. No, this is coordinated. They're getting assistance. Safe houses, perhaps. It could be Imperial sympathizers, Lacial offered, and Gaverson gave her a stern look before drawing his focus on the Coruscanti skyline again. Casualty report, he asked softly. 16 confirmed, Lacial said. I'm sure that number will increase as the probe droids finish their sweeps. Again, Gaverson didn't respond. Civilians should remain indoors for now, Lacial went on, but the air attacks have ceased. The Teferia has boarded the enemy's Class 546 light cruiser still in orbit, and its crew are being arrested as we speak. Good. Gaverson released a breath as if it had been stuck in his lungs for 5 minutes, and then turned in her direction again. I want full reports on my desk from General Amelia, Admiral Prayer, Senator. I'm sure they're already in the process. He nodded. As Gaverson was a Calibop, it was typically hard for Lacial to interpret as facial features those feathers, and that stouty beak always got in the way. Nonetheless, the feathers appeared almost wilted now, and his eyes were remarkably human-like in their expression. And the expression of the day was defeat. Lacial forced her lips from curving into a grin. Yes, sacrifices had been made, as horrid as they were, but things were going better than Lacial had planned. President Gaverson, may I speak frankly with you? She asked, and peeked back at the security officers at the edge of the office. Privately. Yes, by all means. The president nodded to the 2 officers, and they retreated out of the suite. Sitting at one of the beige chairs in front of Gaverson's desk, Lacial rested her datapad on her lap. Today, we suffered a tragic attack on our beloved sovereignty. Action needs to be taken promptly to ensure such an attack like this never happens again. What are you proposing? Don't smile. Lacial linked both hands together in her lap. We need to set up a full-scale assault against the last remnant of the Galactic Empire. That feather-clad expression dulled some. That's a bold response, even for. Yes, it is, Lacial exhaled, trying to clear the excitement from her voice. I realize such a response is quite bold, but President Gaverson, now is the time to make a stand. The Empire is unstable. With all the chaos that Force-wielding assassin has now caused, he has managed to bring forth an opportunity we've desired for a long time. Gaverson winced at that but said nothing. The Empire's hold on the galaxy has weakened, Lacial went on. They are a cornered animal lashing out, and they just launched a devastating attack on our capital. Wait, Gaverson clicked his beak. We don't know what occurred today. We don't even have confirmation this was the Empire. In Master Skywalker's report, the terrorist faction he referred to has been raging across Imperial territories and took possession of an Imperial 1-class Star Destroyer, a light cruiser, along with several other ships and fighters. Lacial tried to keep her body from reacting, but she felt it, the fury at her core at hearing that name, his name, ricocheting through her mind like a blaster bolt against magnetically sealed walls. Skywalker, the traitor that he was. Keeping her emotions in check, Lacial leaned forward, projecting as much compassion on her features as her face could muster. I hate to say this, but Master Skywalker is either misinformed or she intentionally let the words hang, and Gaverson raised both feather eyebrows, awaiting the punchline. Are he's working with the Empire? Lacial finally declared. The Calibop snorted. That's ridiculous. Is it? President Gaverson, he's the son of Darth Vader. Master Skywalker fought against his father for the Rebel Alliance. He lost a hand in the process, and was almost killed by the Emperor himself. Yes, but he's admitted that during the Battle of Endor, he surrendered himself to the Empire to save his father, not destroy the Emperor. If that isn't an Imperial sympathizer, I don't know what is. Gaverson closed his eyes briefly. I'm sorry, Admiral Lacial, but your assumptions are misplaced. Master Skywalker has risked himself time and again for our cause. He's risked himself for his own agenda, power, security, to spread his dogma. And in the meantime, as the New Republic gives and gives, he associates with former Imperials, the Emperor's hand especially, a direct servant of Palpatine. And last week, our Jedi Master saved the life of Admiral Gilad Pellaeon. Those were facts Gaverson couldn't brush aside. He was quiet, the truth finally seeming to seep in. Lacial placed a hand at the edge of his desk. At best, she declared, Luke Skywalker is a puppet of the Empire. At worst, he's joined their ranks, a sympathizer turned Imperial. Either way, he's been used as a means to destroy us. She shook her head. Don't grant the Empire that type of power, not when we need action. And we need it now. President Gavrisum didn't stir, and his expression that blasted alien thing was unreadable. Nonetheless, there was no rebuttal, and as the Calibop gently swerved his chair back around to his window and the Coruscanti landscape, he released a long sigh through his short beak. She had him. The destruction that rang across the planet that day, saddled by the realization of Skywalker's past and present, was sufficient to sway the president to her way of thinking. Lacial understood Gavrisum's disappointment, even heartbreak. After all, she had trusted Skywalker as well. As she had said, however, now was not the time for indecision. Then, something happened Lacial didn't expect. As President Gavrisum rotated back to her, his alien features were surprisingly easy to decipher now, and they were hard. No, he finally declared, I will not believe our Jedi Master is an agent of evil. Lacial's hand slipped from the president's desk. We will conduct an appropriate investigation, he went on. We will interrogate any surviving fighters and speak with our network. But the story you've spun, he shook his head again. It isn't right. It can't be. This time, Lacial displayed her true emotions, a deep, darkened frown. Are you willing to bet the safety of the entire New Republic on your precious Jedi Master? Gavrisum eased forward, lifted his beak the way a human would lift his chin. If I couldn't, then the New Republic is doomed anyway. There was a beep. Near the front of Gavrisum's desk, the hala feed was activated, indicating an incoming call. Lacial bit her inner lip, holding back all the curses, the threats, the bitter realities of Gavrisum's refusal to accept the truth. He was a fool. As the president answered the holo, Senator Amos appeared, his white hair blending with the holoproject's blue. President Gavrisum, he said, we didn't realize you had left the Holden office. Are you all right? Lacial furrowed her brow. Surely, New Republic security would have kept track of Gavrisum's status with the Senate. I'm fine, the president replied, seeming equally confused. Amos nodded and then, through the holo, peeked around the office. His eyes caught Lacial and held there a second longer than was natural. Would like to speak with you, Amos went on as his gaze found Gavrisum's again. The senators from session today are a bit unnerved, to say the least. Gavrisum bobbed his head. Of course. I'll alert security to let you enter. No, Amos said quickly too quickly. We'd prefer if you join us in the chamber. He flashed a smile. We'd like to have an emergency session to discuss the events of today. As Lacial observed the holo, as Gavrisum again insisted that the session was unnecessary, she brought her hand to her right wrist, to her chrono. On his side, a small gold button. She pressed it. All right, Gavrisum gave in. If you insist, I'll meet you there. He shut off the holo and stood. Wait, Lacial jerked a hand upwards, which surprised him. To cool his nerves, she grinned. Allow security to do another sweep before we... I'm sure it's fine. Gavrisum started to walk away from his desk. No. Lacial had seen it, the worry on Omar's face. He knew. Somehow, he knew about her and her involvement of today's attack. But how? Her breath shortened as she witnessed Gavrisum about to circle around his desk, ready to leave the office. He was her only leverage. Lacial sprang up from her seat. Her older body protested, but years of military training had made her agile even at her age, and she recovered swiftly. Stepping in front of Gavrisum, the gigantic bird humanoid flinched. You've allowed your people to die long enough, Lacial declared and pressed her chrono next to his neck. The little device activated and sent a stun blast that would have knocked out a creature twice his size, and he hit carpet. She didn't have time for more theatrics. Crouching down beside the unconscious man-bird, Lacial grabbed the Calibop under his feathered armpits and dragged him to his chair. It would have been nice to prop him up into his seat, but he was a bulky thing and strength wasn't her talent. She braced him up against the bottom of the chair's right armrest instead and grabbed his head. Thankfully, he was tall enough that his face could reach the computer console scanner. As the device read his facial features, it cleared the login, and Lacial released the Calibop, his body flopping to the floor as she set to work on the console. Lacial had failed her mission, the attack on Coruscant Cal Amis, and whoever else had figured it out somehow. 100 questions bombarded her mind, the hows and whys that would end up driving her mad if she focused too hard on them. It was insignificant in that instance. Lacial always had a backup plan, and there was nothing that would stop her from her goals. She merely required the right tools. Bent over the console, Lacial typed away. Being a high-ranking admiral, she had her experience with files on military archives, but President Gaversom had much higher access. It didn't take her long to find the folders she needed, but along with them she also highlighted several more from Rogue Squadron personnel files, to military operations, to what menus were appropriate for what species during diplomatic dinners. Lacial snagged a pile of random databytes along with the ones she needed and began transferring them all to a personal, off-grid account. Admiral. A security officer entered from the adjoining hallway, and his vision immediately whisked about the room. "Where's President Gaverson?" "Behind the desk," she replied. "He passed out, I don't know why." "Is he breathing?" "He's alive." "Go, call a medic. I'll watch over him here." The young man set off. It wouldn't buy Lacial a lot of time, a minute or two before things got ugly. "Come on," she said, and checked her chrono. From the desk, another incoming call, again from Cal Omas, which Lacial happily ignored. Then, outside the window behind her, she spotted the slightest movement through her peripherals. They had tried to separate them, to place Gaversom in a better position, but as a call went out from security that the president had passed out in his office, it was obvious things had not gone as hoped. Along with Mara, Luke and a handful of security officers entered the executive suite through his main entry hallway. As they reached the president's public office, however, the image wasn't what Luke expected. Indeed, Gaversom was passed out, now propped up in his chair with Lacial to the left side of it. To the right, the assassin, her assassin. One of his hands gripped the bird-like humanoid by his feathered head. The other had a simple dagger, held far too casually at the president's long neck. Behind them, the window was sliced through, clearly from a lightsaber blade, a speeder bike directly outside of it. Luke grasped his lightsaber but left it unignited. The security officers had raised their blasters, but Luke sensed their uncertainty, and he couldn't blame them. As he stared at Lacial, the expression on her face didn't match the seriousness of the situation. A thin, sly smile. "For someone who has no place to go," Mara said through the Force, "she looks awfully smug." "That's far enough," Lacial said, angling her hands in front, intertwining them together. "Order him to lower his weapon," Luke demanded, referring to the assassin. "Or what?" Lacial replied. "You'll kill me? Or just wander off to save more Imperials?" Luke's artificial thumb twitched on his lightsaber's activation stud. "How do I know you're not the Imperial?" Both of Lacial's eyebrows arched sky-high. "You like to play games, don't you, Skywalker? To confuse and divide us all. You really should go into politics." "Right now, you're the one who's dividing us," Mara chimed in, and suddenly explosively Lacial slammed a hand hard into Gaversom's desk. "Tell that Imperial to shut her mouth," Lacial shouted, and her eyes went dark, canine, and Luke felt as the rage boiled up within her. In reaction, the dagger was pressed harder into Gaversom's throat, and Luke spared a glance over his shoulder to Mara. Obviously detecting the threat, she had already stepped back, angling her blaster muzzle upwards in silent surrender. Her eyes caught Luke's, and they mirrored the same realization. He felt Lacial's utter hatred for Imperials was genuine. The attack today had nothing to do with Pelion and his Imperial remnant. "Forgive us," Luke said as he came back to Lacial. No one here meant to speak out of turn. Lacial's glower targeted him now, but unlike with Mara, there was hurt in her eyes, the same as it had been when he'd arrived on Coruscant. Then, with a loud inhale, She reset herself back to the impassive demeanor she'd had when Luke and the rest had entered. "Remove your comlink," she ordered him. "Give it to one of the other officers." Not sure where she was going with this, Luke didn't argue. With his left hand, he slipped the comm from his ear and handed it to a nearby guard. "Wonderful," Lae'zel continued. "Now tell the other officers to back away, including your little red-headed friend." "What is she thinking?" Mara asked through the Force. "Out of sight, out of existence. We'll be right down the hall." Luke pressed his lips together and then said to the group, "Go to the entrance of the main hall and stay there until otherwise instructed." The officers were hesitant, but none questioned Luke's orders, including Mara. He was the Jedi in the room, after all, and didn't Jedi always know best? Luke closed his eyes for a heartbeat, the weight of the situation bearing down. "Keep connected to me," Mara said, as she doubtlessly wished to hear whatever it was Lae'zel desired to say. As the group retreated, Luke motioned his head to the assassin, his face partially obstructed by his hood, his arm frozen with the dagger at Gaversum's throat. "All right," Luke went on, "now ask him to stand down. No one else needs to die today." "Is that your entire pitch?" Lae'zel scoffed. "Never mind about politics. Your armada has dispersed. The rest are being rounded up across Coruscant as we speak." Yes." Lae'zel averted her eyes dramatically to the ceiling. "Let me guess right now, Coruscanti security have evacuated the building. Armored airspeeders, most likely military-grade Ax-14s, and a few other convoys are surrounding the perimeter, along with snub fighters and probably that hunk of junk your brother-in-law treasures with his life. Snipers have been stationed across the sky lanes, at least half a dozen of the New Republic's best. There are 56 blaster rifles pointed at the back of my head." And yet, she pursed her lips, sarcastically waiting. "What do I hear? That's right, nothing. You know I nothing. Because of him?" She nudged her head towards the assassin. "The same reason you haven't made a move, the first smart thing you've done." "You have nowhere to go," Luke insisted. "Even with your assassin. Getting past me or not won't make a difference when there's a New Republic fleet at your back. You've lost. You don't seem to understand what defeat looks like." Lae'zel shrugged. "Fine. Capture me. Put me on trial. You know what I'll say? That I was planted into the New Republic by the Empire." Her gaze zeroed in on him. "And I'll list you as my co-conspirator." Luke's eyes widened. "As your what?" "Look at this from an average citizen's perspective. A decorated admiral of the New Republic, one who began her career as a commander in the Rebel Alliance, rose within its ranks, fought against the Emperor Thrawn Dala, and the Lycans. She turned out to be an Imperial double agent all this time. And who does she confess as her accomplice within the New Republic?" She bobbed her head at him. "Why, the children of Darth Vader." "Of course." Luke tried to keep the shock off his face, but clearly failed as Lae'zel's lips broadened. Through the Force, he sensed Mara's disbelief as well, and Luke shook his head at the Admiral. "You can't be serious. The people love a good conspiracy. Their tastes have soured throughout the reign of the Empire. Do you truly believe they have blind faith within the New Republic? Especially with the revelation about your family lineage and your own admission about saving Admiral Pellion's life, plus Ambassador Mythel's murder." "What are you talking about?" Luke demanded. "Oh, they didn't tell you. Mythel is dead, and it's obvious it was a Force user who did the deed. Do you honestly think, when all of this drops on your head, that certain people, even those within the highest ranks of the New Republic, will ever trust you again?" Luke opened his mouth, 1,000 responses at the tip of his tongue, but none making a sound. The ideas she was spouting were asinine, but that wasn't the point. The objective was to trigger a rift within the New Republic, to cause mistrust and confusion and fear. And fear was the dark side. As Luke's heart hammered within his chest, he swallowed hard. "Why are you doing this?" "What, exactly? Be specific." "Like you said, you're a decorated admiral. Why are you sacrificing everything you've earned, everything you are, to cause anarchy to the New Republic?" Despite her devious expression, pain suddenly haunted Lae'zel's features. I'm not doing anything to the New Republic. I'm doing this for the New Republic. How? Methodically, Lae'zel slowly swayed her head left to right, appearing almost saddened by Luke's lack of enlightenment. It's been 14 years since the Battle of Endor. Do you remember where you were when the second Death Star exploded, Skywalker? I know where I was on a Mon Calamari vessel above the planet, a captain in my own right. And do you know what I did as the Imperial fleet retreated and rebellion shuttles landed us to Endor? Luke shook his head. I celebrated, Lae'zel replied. Near a bonfire, the flames as large as a building. Listening to Uak sing and dance, my crew joining in. We drank ourselves half to death that night. It's a nice memory, Luke said, and somehow, his statement stirred up a bitterness in Lae'zel, her hatred. We were fools, she hissed. All of us. Thinking it would be that simple, that quick. One dead emperor and one destroyed megaweapon, and we'd all be dancing like idiots for the rest of our lives. Despite it all, Luke empathized with her. Just like so many others in the Rebel Alliance, he'd learned over the years that taking down an evil government was actually easier than trying to rebuild a decent one. I understand your frustration, he told her. It's been complicated, I know. Complicated. Lae'zel spat the word back at him. 14 years, countless battles, endless Empire wannabes, and random Sith cropping up from nowhere. She released an ironic laugh. It's turned into a bad joke. Even though we came to save the Queen, only for her to betray us all by staying with the Empire, to allow those human Imperials free range of her planet when we could have booted them back to Pelion and his pathetic empire within a year of the New Republic gaining control. A tightness invaded Luke's throat. Yves Pacha had been right. Time for mercy has passed, Lae'zel declared. The Imperials simply need to be destroyed. Luke studied her, sensing the agony behind her voice, the conflict. Then, like an explosion, everything crashed into place, a jumbled mess of horrors, but the devastation was as clear as daylight. You orchestrated the attack on Coruscant today, Luke declared, so that, in retaliation, the New Republic would strike against the Empire and wipe them out. Seemed like a decent enough plan, Lae'zel admitted. My group had spent the last 2 years destabilizing the Imperial government, assassinating crucial officials, and stealing as many ships as we could manage. But Pelion was more resilient than we were anticipating. So you decided to assassinate him. Not a question. We planned to go down the ranks, until a foolish enough Supreme Imperial Commander was appointed, one who lacked the skill to lead. By then, the Empire would be so unstable, they'd be Banthas for the slaughter. All we needed was one staged attack from the Imperials, and then the New Republic could reciprocate. She glared at him, and then you came in and doomed us all. You've destroyed everything. The hatred was as cold as Hoth, and Luke's body tensed as though bracing for a physical attack. Next to Gaverson, the assassin remained immobile, his Beskar arm steadfast to his hostage. Luke returned his attention to Lae'zel. You had to speed up your plans because of my investigation. And because of you, the New Republic will once again allow the Empire to stand. Millions would die under your strategy. How many billions have already died? Lae'zel shouted. How many battles have I fought for the New Republic, only for us to almost destroy the Empire, the last remnant of evil in the galaxy, only to fall back? They attack us, and we end up falling back. They invade our territory, create one superweapon after another, and we fight the battle, and then stop before ending the war. Enough. We need to hit them one more time, one last grand battle, and be done with it. Luke tried to gather himself as the woman's words and anger seeped within him, that chasm of fear and rage and death. As evil as any Sith. She wasn't a Force user, but her mind was consumed in the dark side. Slowly, a pang of sadness swelled within Luke's heart, staring at this once admirable woman, a hero of the Rebel Alliance, and what she had become. Nonetheless, he couldn't allow this to continue. You can say anything you wish about me, Luke said. Spin my story as you see fit. But the New Republic will not bow down to fear. You'll never be granted the war you desire, not now. Not ever. He expected Lae'zel to react with more venom once again, She surprised him with a smile. I know. I'm not telling you this to persuade you, I'm doing it to stall you. From President Gaverson's desk, a ding, and while Luke wasn't as software savvy as a slicer like Gint, he knew a file transfer alert when he heard one. What did you do? He asked, but Laishel didn't look at him. Instead, she removed the chrono from her wrist and planted it on top of the desk's computer console. Luke reached out with the Force, ready to yank the device to him. The assassin gripped Gaverson's feathered head harder, the dagger to the Calibop's neck making an imprint deep into the skin, and Luke backed off. As Laishel double-clicked the chrono's faceplate, the little device sparked, a stun mechanism within it bursting into hyper mode. Tynan, Luke called, please hear me. The computer console shrilled, its hardware protesting as every wire, every motherboard fizzled like a slice of meat on a hot plate. Luke focused on the assassin, pressed at his mind through the Force, calling out to him, but something was different. He couldn't sense any thoughts, but Luke felt pain, yes. The assassin was in pain. At the back of his neck, the base of his skull, like someone had burnt a hole into his head with a hot poker. They'd done something to him, something horrid, to keep him in check. Tynan, Luke tried anyway. That's your name. You have a name, please? On the desk, the computer console blackened. Laishel retrieved her chrono, which appeared hot as she dangled it from a hand. After an instant, she shook the thing to cool it and then wrung it around her wrist once more. All right, then, Laishel said. Now, you're going to permit us to leave. Luke tipped his head. Excuse me? Do you think I'd honestly just let you stroll in here and arrest me? Laishel rolled her eyes. For an Imperial, you're awfully naive. I'm not. You can't win, Skywalker. She gestured to the window behind her. If I escape, then your precious Empire has lost. If I'm captured, the New Republic will find out what a traitor you and your family are. You're not leaving here, Luke said, and his finger slid across the activation stud on his lightsaber. The blade ignited with a snap hiss, its bright white green lighting up the room. Now, she motioned to Gaverson, you don't want to end up with the dead leader of the New Republic, do you? That'd look just lovely on your resume after saving the leader of the Empire. Luke's feet pleaded with him to spring forward. He remained in place, white-knuckling his lightsaber hilt. I can't let you do this. Oh, I'm sorry, Laishel said, and then rested a hand on Gaverson's left shoulder. In case you weren't keeping track, you're not the one in charge here. She gestured her head to the Coruscanti landscape behind her. Right now, while our precious New Republic has been targeting me, my operatives have scattered across the city. And while you've been wasting your time talking, they've been planting detonators all over the districts. Luke's stomach fell. His vision veered towards the window at the empty sky lanes. If that were true, all it'll take is one command, Laishel said, and heaved up her wrist with the chrono. She's bluffing, Mara said through Luke's mind. Probe droids would have detected at least some of the explosives by this point. And none of the stormtroopers we encountered used detonators against us. Luke squared his shoulders. You're lying. Am I? She huffed out her breath. Perhaps. Then again, is the risk worth one old woman and her mindless drone? She motioned to the assassin, and it took everything Luke had not to reach out with the Force and choke her. She's trying to irritate you, Mara told him. I use the same tactics with enemies, it puts them off balance. Breathe it out. Luke listened to Mara, her voice soothing him, and he did as instructed. I encountered your troopers outside the rotunda, he replied. There wasn't an explosive among them, and there's been no detonators reported. So try another one. Was I talking about the stormtroopers? Laishel replied. How do you think we commandeered that Star Destroyer? Did we just hop on board and fly off with it? No. We have agents in the Empire, just like we have agents in the New Republic. Luke frowned, and Laishel continued, they're sympathizers to our call senators, generals, the rich and per anyone and everyone. They've been preparing for this, and know the contingency plan. All it takes is one little call. She jiggled her wrist to set this planet on fire. Luke's heart raced in his chest. He stretched out with the Force to detect if she was being deceptive. But being a trained military operative, she wasn't offering up anything. No unsteady nerves, no uncertainty in her convictions. But was it because she was being authentic, or because she believed she couldn't lose? Call them off, Laishal ordered again, or watch the world burn. I don't have my comlink, Luke reminded her. She sneered. I'm not stupid, Skywalker. I've read up enough on the Force to know you're in contact with that pretty Imperial of yours. Tell her to put in the order now. Luke froze in place. From his mind, he waited for Mara to offer some additional advice, but she was as silent as he. It could have been a flat-out lie, but if Luke was wrong, then his decision could cost the lives of thousands across the planet. Mara, he said through the Force, do as she's ordered. Are you sure? She asked. Luke eyeballed Laishal, the woman's face refusing a single flinch. Yes, he replied, the weight of defeat almost enough to floor him. Several minutes trudged by. Luke sensed the airspeeders depart, the snipers disengage, even the Millennium Falcon backed off. Mara confirmed the disbursement, and Luke turned back to Laishal. It's done, he whispered. The woman glanced at the assassin, and for the first time in a long time, the man stirred, his eyes keeping to Luke, but he gave her a single, reaffirming nod. Excellent, Laishal said, and then to the assassin, your next mission get us out of here. Details will follow. There was no response, only action. Releasing Gavrisum, the assassin escorted Laishal from the executive suite out the window where he had entered, and they climbed onto the speeder bike. As President Gavrisum's unconscious body lay crooked in his seat, the bike zoomed off through the empty Coruscant streets. Mara and the other security officers rushed back into the office, several scurrying to check on Gavrisum. Luke remained planted in place, his lightsaber now inactive in his hand, staring at where Laishal and her assassin had been, wondering if he'd made the right call, or if he'd just made a decision that could put the New Republic on the brink of another war. Chapter 21. The clouds had gathered low in the atmosphere, outlined with the blush and blues of the Coruscant sunset. It was so different than the skyline of Tatooine, of Luke's childhood, a horizon of dual-setting suns, but sometimes, at the right angles, the colors brushed across the city planet's landscape, and it resembled that of his childhood. Especially that night. From the rooftop of the Imperial Palace, Luke stared skywards, and from there, he could almost pretend that there were no heavy cruisers and snub fighters soaring directly above those clouds, a massive armada of military might to compensate for the crisis that day. Then his vision would lower, and throughout the city, an utter, eerie silence. Skylanes abandoned, citizens under lockdown, a horizon almost as deserted as the sand dunes of his homeworld. To his left, R2 whirled his little astromech head left to right but remained unusually silent, adding to the ambiance. They still hadn't located Admiral Laishal or General Emilia. A large number of the stormtroopers had scattered, abandoning their gear, and had disappeared into the city planet streets like Dianogas under trash. Despite the restrictions across the districts, Luke was granted access into his apartment suite earlier that afternoon to assess the damage. And damaged it was his entire living area and kitchenette had been reduced to rubble. His collection of ancient Jedi text had become a heap of burnt pages and holos beside an equally burnt sofa. His bedroom suite was the only area that had sustained zero damage, and Luke had managed to gather up a few personal items, including clothing, and dump everything he owned into a few boxes now stowed at Han and Leia's family suite. The only good thing that had occurred in the last few hours, he got to change out of Lando's vibrant, attention-seeking clothing, back into his black suit and robes. He thought it'd make him feel better, more like himself, but nothing that day felt normal. Luke rested both hands on the chest-high wrought stone railing at the roof's edge and shut his eyes, permitting the soft city breeze to rustle the ends of his hair. "It's all right," he called to the presence emerging from the doorway behind him. "You're not disturbing me." Not that Mara Jade would have hesitated even if she was disturbing him. Nonetheless, Luke sensed a reluctance in her. Something had transpired, and Luke opened his eyes, back to reality once more. As Mara reached his side, She curled her hands around the roof's edge, vision fixed ahead. "Corn and Cam have arrived," she said. "They've brought Karana tea with them." "Good." He didn't say more, and Mara switched her vision to the landscape. After a minute, a smile flirted on her lips. "I remember this view," she gently spoke. "After we returned from Wayland, you followed me up here and gave me this." She unclipped her lightsaber, the one that had belonged to Luke's father. Then Luke, only to be lost in Bespin's underbelly and found again years later. She handed the weapon to Luke, her hands warm against the saber's cool metal. "This was the first gift someone had ever given me," Mara whispered as she released the weapon. R2 offered a light whistle as Luke turned to her, forehead creased. "Surely that's not true." "Card. Care gives me rewards for my work. Bonuses, promotions, congratulations for a job well done. The Emperor offered me a lifestyle that kept me complacent." She pointed at the lightsaber, "but that it was the first gift someone had ever given me simply because they wanted me to have it." Staring at Mara, at her features that were surprisingly delicate against the Coruscanti sunset, Luke offered her a small grin before he angled the weapon away from them both and ignited it, the cool white blue flashing into existence with a snap hiss that sounded like a mini explosion against the empty city backdrop. He took in his brilliance, a million memories rousing in his mind. He'd learned so many things, had evolved into so much more since the time his father's lightsaber had been hissed. Then Luke's grin sank down. Perhaps he had only been fooling himself, that he'd turned into the wise Jedi Master everyone believed him to be. With the old order destroyed, it was impossible to determine if he was what the galaxy needed. He extinguished the lightsaber and handed it back to Mara. She accepted it, clipped it back to her belt, and then got to business. From a small pouch on her hip, Mara removed a slender device. Solid gold, and as Luke recognized it, he felt all his muscles go rigid, R2 wobbling side to side in similar distress. "They found it about an hour ago," Mara said as she held Lacio's gold chrono. It had been activated in a random alleyway in the financial district, sparking and buzzing on the ground, and a concerned citizen called it in. Luke stretched out a hand and slid the device from Mara's care. The faceplate on the device had gone dark, the power cell within it clearly out of juice. Not swirled Luke's gut, but he had to ask anyway, what did the investigators find? It had a stun mechanism hidden under the faceplate and a homing beacon underneath that. Probably how the assassin reached her so fast. When she didn't mention the comlink, Luke's jaw tightened. That's it. Apparently, it kept good time, too. He glimpsed up, Mara's face soft, evidently trying to cushion the blow, but there was nothing, absolutely nothing she could say that would alleviate the anger swelling up inside him, a coldness producing goosebumps across his skin. Gripping the chrono, Luke squinted his eyes shut, tempted to take the blasted device and slam it into the railing in front of him. Anger, fear, aggression, the dark side, are they? Yoda's words raced through Luke's mind. Dropping his hand towards the stone, he eased up and then rested his hand gently to the railing. "I was a fool," he whispered. "You made the right call at the time," Mara countered. Lacia was holding Gavrisum hostage. She had a fleet attack Coruscant who knows how far her power reaches. Just because we found her chrono doesn't mean she's managed to escape. "Yes, it does," Luke replied, his chest feeling ready to cave in. She was at least telling the half-truth. She had help. Safe houses, people in the Senate. The military is probably how those stormtroopers managed to disappear from sensors. People in the city are aiding her cause. Someone managed to stow Lacia away on a vessel going off-planet. "We'll backtrack," Mara went on, somehow being the unrealistic optimist now. "There's only so many ships that have left Coruscant in the last few hours. She's a seasoned admiral. She wouldn't have left the chrono unless escape was certain. And she left it there, in that alley, for us to find. For me to find. She demanded that I call her bluff." He took in a breath and the air felt like acid when it sputtered back out, and I didn't call it. Now she's gone. Taking Tynan with her. "You have to stop this." Mara touched his arm, R2 whining in the background. "None of that is your fault, including the fate of this assassin." I've had multiple chances to get through to him. Listen to me. I know you like to be the great redeemer, and I applaud your dedication. But this assassin Tynan, he's not your responsibility. Luke rolled his eyes at that. I'm serious, Mara went on, taking a step closer to him, her chin almost grazing his right shoulder. What's happened to this man is horrible. I'm not saying otherwise, and I'm not saying we shouldn't try to help him. But Luke, you have to stop placing the weight of all the worlds on your shoulders. I'm a Jedi, he said, meeting his gaze with hers. I know I'm better than this. Mara released a breath. Her face, that typically sassy, smirky expression, had dwindled to one of confusion and concern. No, she didn't understand. Perhaps no one could. Luke averted his gaze to the cloud-coated skyline, his frustration daring to overpower him. He summoned the Force, routing all his mental strength to keep himself composed. I had a dream, Luke said. It was a memory, actually something buried long ago that suddenly resurfaced. I was a boy, about 8, standing outside my aunt and uncle's home on Tatooine, and in the distance above Anchorhead was a Star Destroyer. He smiled sarcastically. I'd never seen one that up close before, this enormous vessel that looked so out of place against the sand dunes. And there it was, and I thought it was neat. Well, Mara seemed to mull that over. Being a farm boy at the edge of the galaxy, I could see why you would. My aunt and uncle were terrified. I hadn't noticed at the time, or I just didn't care. I was too fascinated by this new, amazing wonder on the landscape, so when they ushered me into the house, I didn't see the horror on their faces, the panic. He dropped his head downwards, eyes finding Mara's again. They were scared for me, he muttered. They believed it might be there to take me away. They knew what I was and knew the Empire was hunting for people like myself. To train, to kill, or, he swallowed hard, to experiment on. Do you think they knew about your father, that Vader? Mara asked, but Luke shook his head. There'd be no reason for Ben to tell them that. As far as my aunt and uncle knew, my father died during the Clone Wars, and they had taken me in and cared for me, raised me, keeping the burden of what I was to themselves. And while other Force users were being slaughtered across the galaxy, while children like Tynan, and you and your sister were being rounded up from your homes and either turned into servants or destroyed, I was on a farm board. Don't do that. Mara's voice was harsher than Luke expected, and he focused on her face, just as hard as her tone, all except the eyes, those brilliant green eyes, radiating a level of compassion he'd never seen in them before. Don't you dare. You don't get to play up the Survivors Guild just because you managed to pull off a decent childhood. And you don't get to blame yourself for what happened to Tynan or me or Rika just because it didn't happen to you. Luke shook his head. That's not what I meant. It's just I know I can save him. I have to be the one. No. She pointed a finger at him. I want to save him too, Luke. And we will do what we can for him. I promise you that. But if you keep this up, trying to be everything for everyone, even for this assassin, you'll end up destroying yourself. And then who will have to save you? Her tone was dark, but those eyes begged him to heed her message. Slowly, Luke gave a nod. With a relieved exhale, Mara faced the city planet's landscape, close enough to his side that her warmth seeped through his robes. To his other side, R2 nestled in beside him, so close he touched his leg, and Luke rested a hand on top of the concerned droid's dome. Despite it all, Luke allowed himself to relax, the last bit of daylight dipping below the horizon, leaving Coruscant much too dark without his lavish nightlife to brighten the evening. The wind against his hair had grown crisp, he swiftly noticed, but it only embellished the warmth by his side, and for a brief instant, the wrongs of that day faded some. The feeling couldn't last. Luke sensed her presence long before she reached the rooftop's doorway, a dread cultivating within her, forcing the emotion to awaken inside him. As Leia walked towards the stone railing, Mara turned around, and then the evening was cold again. How's President Gaverson? Luke asked as R2 rolled away to allow Leia room by Luke's left. Clearly not anticipating the chill in the air, his sister folded her arms to her chest. He's shaking a bit. Waking up to discover you were held hostage by one of your most trusted admirals would shock anyone. Of course. Any updates on the files Lae'zel stole from his console? Leia shook her head. No. She intentionally transferred thousands of them to an off-grid account to hide her trail. It'll be almost impossible to know which ones she actually needed. And what about her followers in custody? When will I be able to speak with them? Leia paused, and Luke felt it, this deepening dread, an abyss of an emotion encompassing his sister from head to heels. Luke, Gaverson wants you off the investigation. What? Luke barely managed that single word. R2 trilled, his dome reeling around between him and Leia. She sagged her shoulders. Officially, the President wants to thank you for your actions today. Unofficially, he believes the decisions you've made during this investigation have been questionable at best. From the outcome during the Thalian insurgency, to rescuing Admiral Pelion, to today. She grimaced. He doesn't dispute your call to let Admiral Lae'zel go. Or your other choices? Actually. But others will, and things have already become too controversial. She closed her eyes briefly. I'm sorry, Luke. Gritting his teeth, he twisted away from Leia and R2, his fingers clinging to the stone railing. He felt Lae'zel's chrono under his palm, the metal straining within his grip. All right, Mara's voice sounded muffled somehow. Let's just take a second and consider the options. We have several Jedi here, let's have them do the heavy lifting now. President Gaverson isn't permitting any Jedi on the investigation, Leia said. He was quite specific about it. Why? Mara said before Luke could. I don't know. He wouldn't go into details. Mara gasped. That's idiotic. There are dozens of Lae'zel's followers who've been arrested. A Jedi like Corran could get to the bottom of this before breakfast. I've argued all of this. He won't budge. The two women continued their back and forth, Mara attempting to troubleshoot the problems, and Leia insisting she'd already tried every approach. Luke remained quiet, his head angled downwards, hands gripping harder to the railing, and then he felt it, a tiny pop under his palm. The Chrono's faceplate broke. The sound silenced both women. He can't do this, Luke finally said. We'll appeal the decision, Leia said. I believe we have enough senators on our side to at least allow Jedi like Corran and Cam to interview the terrorists in custody. It'll take days to gain approval, Luke countered. Days we don't have. I'll do everything I can, Leia insisted. Until then, come inside. The family is about to sit down for dinner. We've invited Corran and the others. They're all waiting. Leia stretched out with the Force, her emotions on full display. The kids want to see their uncle. Luke sensed the layers of conflict coiling through his sister's mind, that of disappointment and defeat and fear. Disappointment in Gaverson and the New Republic, and all the politics that she devoted herself to for years, defeat in her attempt to keep Luke and herself within the circle of information and intervention, but the fear that was for him. Leia waited there an instant, as did Mara and R2, but when Luke didn't stir, the women exchanged glances. I'll be downstairs, Leia said, lifting a hand to his left shoulder. Don't be long, okay? His sister planted a small kiss to his cheek, similar to the one she'd graced him with right before the Battle of Yavin, when things had been so dangerous but somehow so much simpler. Then, she walked away, back to the door that she'd emerged from. From R2, another lingering, long whine. You want me to leave? Mara asked. Luke drew in a breath, thought it over. No, it's okay. I appreciate you being here is soothing. Mara snorted. You're the first to ever say that. Normally, Luke would smile at her retorts. Instead, he brought his attention to the broken chrono in his hand. Half the faceplate had fallen off, leaving an almost even split in the glass one side destroyed, the other still in perfect condition. Sometimes, it didn't matter how good one side was versus the other. Sometimes, just having one crack destroyed everything. Luke bundled the chrono in his hand, and then stashed it in a pouch on his belt near his lightsaber. A part of him understood Gaverson's decision. After all, Luke had made his choices, and perhaps someone else would have made different ones. Nonetheless, not permitting any Jedi, even ones with a military background like Corran, to have access to the investigation made zero sense. Unless Gaverson was hiding something as well. Energy sapped from Luke's body, his thoughts torpedoing his mind. He didn't know who to trust anymore. He just didn't know. Slowly, he peered up at the horizon again, and he sensed Mara do the same. The sun had fallen. Darkness had overtaken the night. There was a flicker, a swift flit of light, and Luke blinked, scanning the sky, trying to pinpoint the origin. An incoming freighter. Airspeeder. He didn't hear anything close enough. The atmosphere still cloud-covered. Another flicker. Was he losing his mind? What in the galaxy is that? Mara demanded. Not losing his mind. Luke dropped his vision, searching the neighboring buildings, most not matching the Imperial Palace's grand height. Calling to the Force, he focused his pupils, enhancing his eyesight until he spotted him. On the rooftop on a nearby apartment complex, a short-haired human, fresh-faced, freckled. Luke frowned. From beside him, Mara seemed to have caught on as well. That's the little baby-faced security officer from the Senate building, Mara said for them both. Laser light in hand, the youth flicked away at Luke and Mara. When it was obvious Luke was staring in his vicinity, the younger man lowered the device, and then waved an arm as though Luke was an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Out of context, the visual appeared so innocent, but through the Force, Luke sensed something deeper, something elusive. As the man continued flapping his arm back and forth, Luke lifted a hand for him to stop and then gave a single, simple nod. And the plot thickens, Mara muttered almost to herself, and then, with R2, they turned to the doorway to exit. Wow, the freckled youth said as Luke, Mara, and R2 approached him on the walkway adjacent to the apartment complex the man had vacated to meet with them. You are a hard man to find. I didn't realize I was lost, Luke replied as he stepped in front of the younger man, giving him a once-over. He was petite, smaller framed than Luke, and about 3 centimeters shorter. Still dressed in his Coruscanti security uniform, smart, as it permitted him out during the lockdown, his demeanor was no longer that of an officer. With one knee bent slightly, arms folded, his expression that of amusement and excitement even. There was nothing really out of place about him, but as Luke studied his face, something felt off. Luke could tell Mara was glowering without even looking at her. She probably sensed the same. Before either of them could say anything, however, the youth retrieved a small datapad from his belt and heaved it up to Luke. Here, I was told to give you this. Luke cocked an eyebrow. What is it? The coordinates to that Star Destroyer that bombed us half to death earlier today. Shock reverberated down Luke's spine. From R2, a string of whistles as Luke accepted the datapad, gawking at his screen. Coordinates. What? Wait a second. Mara stepped between Luke and the other man. Who are you? And if you say you're Coruscant security, I'm going to hit you over the head with your own datapad. The young man shrugged, seeming to expect the theatrics. I'm Jilso Isa. Mara paused a second. That's not your real name, is it? It is for today. She released a groan. All the while, Luke examined the map on the datapad. Without a holoproj, it was elementary, at best, but it clearly displayed the coordinates for something out in space, and it was moving. Where did you get this? Luke finally asked. Isa, or whatever his name was, gestured a hand towards to the sky. Some of my associates managed to plant a homing beacon on the Star Destroyer's main hull. You know, while all your New Republic ships were busy trying to blow it up. And who are these associates of yours? Mara asked. I'm not at liberty to say. Luke brought his attention to the smaller man and narrowed his eyes. You don't know. For the first time, Isa appeared surprised but quickly recovered with a smile. That's why I'm not at liberty to say. You're a spy? Then, Mara said, her tone gruff. So tell me, Jilso Isa, do you have any good reason why Master Skywalker shouldn't arrest you right now and throw your treacherous hide into a detention cell? Isa sucked a breath and through his teeth. You can't be a traitor if you never pledged to the cause. I'm a profiteer, and with my talents, I'm good at getting into sticky situations around high-profile people. Luke studied the man in front of him, at his features that looked generic, his complexion that was just a bit too perfect. He stretched out with the Force, attempting to gain a full picture, when it hit him. "You're a changeling," Luke declared. Again, Isa offered a flash of surprise. "Very good, Jedi Master. Claudite, if you want to get technical." "All right, Claudite," Mara replied. "What do you want?" "Me?" He raised both hands as if in surrender. "Not a thing. It's what my overseers want that matters." Mara scanned the youth and then crossed her arms, popped out a hip. "What's your pitch? And you better make it good." "Oh, it's good," Isa replied as he tugged his uniform straight and then turned to Luke. Right now, a nearby vessel is being loaded up with medical supplies, about to head towards the Madrim on a scheduled recovery mission to some backward planet that's been approved for emergency aid by the New Republic. Blah blah blah, that's the cover story. What my overseers want is for you to board the ship, blast off planet with me and some of my fellow associates, track down this renegade Star Destroyer, and help us disable it. Luke gawked at this changeling, with his poster boy smile and adventurous fake green eyes. "After we leave Coruscant," Isa went on, "we'll have others like myself." "Mercenaries," Mara hissed. "You catch on quick," Isa replied. "They'll be joining the fight as they reach us, a ragtag group of misfits and scoundrels, much like your Rebel Alliance back in the day. You'll love it, Master Skywalker, very nostalgic. Except we were fighting for a cause, not credits." Luke's hands gripped down on the datapad. "Why do you want our help?" "Because my overseers are a little behind. Most of them are too far away to adequately intervene with enough firepower to stop the vessel. But you," he grinned, a classic double-crosser type of grin. "Add a Jedi to the mix, and everything gets crazy. If you leave now, there's no doubt you will catch up within a day or so, especially since they have no idea they're being tracked. Star Destroyers have sensors to catch humdrum homing beacons." Mara motioned her head to the datapad. "There are only about half a dozen areas on his main hull where your beacon wouldn't be detected with a routine scan. And I know exactly where those blind spots are," Isa replied, "like placing one between his ion engines. It'll burn up in a few days. Then I guess it's a good idea to catch up now, huh?" Silence. R2 swiveled his dome head back and forth, clearly awaiting a decision. Luke returned his attention to the datapad, and his heart jump started within his chest, uncertain if it was due to nerves or excitement or both. He licked his lips. "These overseers of yours are paying you a lot of money for this little endeavor." "Well, I'm sure I just lost my job as Senate security too bad, too. Your sister was super nice until she threatened me with a lightsaber. This means a lot to your people. Any idea why this is so important to them?" Isa's vision drifted to the sky as if contemplating his answer, or at least how to phrase it. "I don't know all the details, just that this new faction has been causing bad business. My guess is these terrorists haven't been just targeting the Empire, but anyone who's in their supply chain. That's a lot of entrepreneurs in the Outer Rim who don't appreciate damage to their bottom line. So now, well, if you make enemies everywhere, you just can't go anywhere, you know." "And what's in it for Master Skywalker?" Mara asked. "What can your overseers offer to persuade him to follow you blind?" Isa regarded Mara like she had just asked how to button a jacket. "Because we know what Jedi Master Luke Skywalker wants." He turned back to Luke, features practically oozing confidence. "Beyond stopping these terrorists, you wish to capture that assassin, to save him from himself. Am I wrong?" Luke frowned, and Isa beamed again. "Come on, Master Skywalker. I have little bugs in my ear like any good businessman." He gestured upwards, and Luke followed, only to realize it was to the Imperial Palace's rooftop. A comm transmitter, no doubt, must have been shot into the wall near the top. "I especially enjoyed that childhood memory," Isa said, and Luke felt the back of his neck heat up. Never realized being a farm boy on Tatooine was so rough. Mara lashed out a hand and snagged Isa by the collar, but the gesture was gratuitous, and she seemed to realize it fast. With a curse, she shoved him away. Isa straightened his suit again, President Gavrisum has shut you out, Jedi Master. And you know what will happen if the Overseers get to this assassin before you do. He's playing you, Luke, Mara cut in. Of course I am, Isa replied, but that doesn't mean I'm lying. At best, they'll find that assassin and kill him. At worst, he wins dramatically, allowing his words to hang like dust in the air. R2 released a battery of whines, clearly understanding the meaning as well as Luke did. If IZAA's Overseers took the assassin alive, they'd enslave him, just as Lacial had, a new owner but the same dirty tactics. Luke squared his jaw. You work for criminals. Maybe. I don't know. You're a sociopath. Yeah, probably. You coming or going? At that, Mara stepped between the two men, grabbing Luke by his Jedi robe, her eyes pleading. Luke, this is insane. We don't know enough about this changeling to make any clear decision right now. He might be working for Lacial for all we know. The ship leaves in 10 minutes, Isa said as he checked his chrono. Oops, sorry. I meant 9. He's not allowing you time to think. It's a scheme he's trying to take advantage of you. Luke listened to Mara, all her reasonings, and it fit together as well as a ship to a docking port. What she didn't realize, however, wasn't that Luke didn't already know all these things. He simply didn't care. Gavrisum had forced him out of the investigation, not just him, but all the Jedi. More was going on here, more than the New Republic or Empire or anyone had offered. In the middle of the anarchy, this assassin had been a central component for an evil cause, a man lost within his own mind. The Force had been calling to Luke for weeks now, demanding he step in, step up, and do what was right, even if it went against everything he'd known his allies, the New Republic. He'd sworn allegiance to the cause, but now it felt like the cause was betraying him. If the New Republic refused him what some random renegade now offered, then Luke had no choice, even if it cost him everything. So, Isa opened his hands. What will it be, Master Skywalker? In or out? Luke, Mara barely whispered. She knew, before he said anything. She knew. Luke turned back to the changeling. I'm in. Chapter 22. Jedi Knight and Senator of the New Republic were titles that Silgal honored deeply. As the day wore on, however, Silgal's Mon Calamari skin felt dry, her legs restless. She'd been assigned to negotiate a better trade tariff between the New Republic and the people of Alsakan, mostly a humanated planet within the core worlds. That was the plan 3 weeks ago. The negotiations had devolved into chest beating, and then Silgal had gotten the news about the attack on Coruscant from an Imperial Star Destroyer. Tariffs would have to wait. Being a Jedi healer, Silgal was needed back home. They're going to eat each other without you there, Ambassador Neek commented as Silgal packed up her things at the edge of her bed. I don't know how I'm going to get Ambassador Rassley and Senator Grog to compromise on this one. I'm certain you will find a way, Silgal said without peeking up. Neek, a young human male, released a small moan. I'm certain you'll do your best, Silgal corrected and smiled at the young man. An alarm wailed in the distance. Lights flashed in all corners of Silgal's bedroom suite. Through the Force, she felt a massive shift throughout the apartment complex as hundreds of men, women, and children had congealed into a single emotion panic. What's going on? Neek asked and stepped over to a nearby window. A surge from the Force. Neek. Silgal shouted, grabbing him into a mental hold to thrust him backwards. It wasn't enough, not even for herself. With a gasp, Silgal was flung to her back as an explosive or turbo laser blew out the window, spraying her and Neek with a variety of glass shards, big, small, and in between. She felt them as tiny bits of transparent debris stabbed into her arms and legs as she got into a fetal position on the floor. Then Silgal's Force instincts kicked in. No more hesitation, she swirled her legs around, forcing her body to spin into an upright position. Her lightsaber shot up from her belt to her hand as if on its own. Igniting it with a snap hiss, she rushed towards the window. She froze. TIE fighters soared across the Alsacanian afternoon sky. They mixed with the Alsacan heavy cruisers and freighters as the planet's security scrambled to countermeasure this new attack, except there was no attack. Other than Silgal's apartment, the Imperial fighters zipped around buildings like harmless bugs across the urban city to its center, where the Grand Zenvir Civic Auditorium stood. And that was all. The Alsacanian security vessels hesitated, and Silgal was certain they were attempting to communicate with the impromptu invaders to assess how much a threat they actually were. That, and stall until more security could arrive. Above, high in orbit and barely visible, a single Imperial Star Destroyer. Silgal checked on Ambassador Neek. Lying on the floor by the end of the bed, he was out cold, probably a mix of Silgal's force pull and the explosion. There were abrasions across his body, especially his face where his clothing couldn't act as a buffer zone. Most were superficial, his breathing was normal. He lived. Then, from an end table beside Silgal's bed, a crackling. Her comlink sparking to life. Lowering her lightsaber, Silgal stretched out a hand, and with the Force, she summoned the device to her. "This is Admiral Lacial of the New Alliance," a woman's voice came through the static, calling for Jedi Knight Silgal. "This is Silgal," the Mon Calamari replied. "What do you want?" "Jedi Silgal," the woman continued, "you are ordered to surrender yourself into our custody. If you refuse, we will destroy the city." Silgal gasped. She almost dropped the comlink, and probably would have if the Force hadn't helped compose her. Twisting back to the window, she peered at the landscape, the ties as they flew by, dominating that little portion of the planet enough to elicit terror throughout the whole world. Alsacan could fight back. They had a military, including heavy Corellian cruisers, snub fighters, and airspeeders, and would probably win the conflict. Eventually. Over time, over days with lives lost in their city had demolished. Yes, they would win the battle, but ultimately lose everything to achieve it. "You are to walk to your window," Admiral Lacial went on. Why did that name sound familiar? Step through and descend. "My associate is on the access walkway parallel to your suite's window. He's waiting." Silently, Silgal stepped towards the destroyed apartment window. The Alsacanian air was stilted with exhaust fumes, an over-urbanized city with millions of innocent people within its borders. Outside, 4 levels down, citizens were frantic, fumbling by, no clear direction as they blindly gambled which destination would keep them safe or get them killed. Land speeders zoomed across lanes, the rules of driving lost within the terror. All the while, on a narrow walkway across from the traffic lanes, stood a single man. Staring at her, motionless, a white lightsaber ablaze in his grasp. "Jedi Silgal," Lacial called again, "you are to step through the window and surrender yourself into my associate's custody. Fail to do so, and we will begin our attack." They knew. Somehow they knew exactly where Silgal had been staying, the exact private frequency of her comlink, everything. But how? What else did they know? With that thought, a wave of defeat coursed through Silgal's body. Admiral Lacial would do exactly as she'd promised if anyone dared defy her. Gingerly, Silgal thumbed the activation stud on her lightsaber, and the bright blade disappeared back into his hilt. She gazed at the man below her on the walkway, his head hooded, his upper body wrapped in a gauze-like fabric, his eyes fastened to hers as though trying to bore into her soul. Maybe he was, Silgal thought as she clipped her lightsaber back to her belt, and then she lifted her comlink to her mouth. "I'm here," she finally whispered, "and I surrender." The docking bay was located in the Uskru Entertainment District, except now, the flashy neon lights had blackened, the packed walkways emptied. Apparently, even partiers, gamblers, and criminals had a threshold for danger. It made Luke well aware of how insane the situation had become, how far he was going or slipping to reach his objective. Was it the Force? Or was it just him now? Mara had accused him of trying to be everything for everyone, was she right? And yet, as Luke stepped into docking bay U-186, Mara walked beside him with R2. She didn't like this, not at all, but she insisted on going despite Luke insisting she didn't need to. Was she trying to complete the mission they had started together, to help Luke save Tynan and stop this threat for good? Or was she there to save Luke from himself? He pressed his lips together. Perhaps he didn't want the answer. As his pupils adjusted from the dim coruscandy night to the harsh white lights of the docking bay, he soaked in the scene. The place was abuzz with people. Several humans, a male Twi'lek, a tall female Utapauan, a male Gran, and a Wookiee to top it off. They were stowing medical equipment, but the overall scene wasn't what Luke had anticipated. The crew might have been a mismatched type, but the mode of transportation Luke had braced himself for, a bucket of bolts that hopefully flew far better than it appeared, wasn't what was sitting in the center of the hangar. Even R2 gave a high-praising whistle. "She's a beauty, isn't she?" Jilso Isa said as he polished the bottom of his vessel with a rag. He had changed his attire, now regal, with vibrant colors of blues, maroon, and a touch of pink that demanded he be noticed. His face had changed slightly, as well, morphed into an older, more square-jawed version of himself that complemented the overall look. "Wipe off your shoes before you board," he instructed. "I like to keep a tidy ship." Tidy didn't cover it. Before Luke and Mara was an Naboo Star skiff type, if Luke remembered correctly. A star yacht. Luke threw a glance at Mara. She shrugged and then motioned for him to proceed. The yacht possessed a sleek, bow-like shape, its wings sweeping across the docking bay. With the exception of its two chromium sublight engines, obviously modified, the craft was the standard yellow. From what he recalled, only Naboo royalty were permitted vessels with solid chromium hulls. "Well," Mara said as they walked to the yacht, "if we die, at least we die in luxury." "Right," Luke muttered as he stepped under the left wing and reached up, grazing a hand across its exterior. As smooth as cream. As Luke and Mara reached Isa, Luke nodded to the engines. "I thought this type of vessel only had .5 sublight engines. I assume these modifications have boosted the output. Otherwise, this trip is a bit of a waste." "Oh, that's right. I've heard you have a mechanic's brain," Isa said with much pleasure and then gestured to the ship. "She's been upgraded with the Series 401 hyperdrive motivator. The outer hull's been reinforced to handle the extra strain, plus the standard smuggling compartments, frequency jamming, and hidden AG, 2G quad laser cannon turret that I had installed under her belly. You know, standard stuff." "Uh-huh." Luke gave the ship a once-over. "Expensive, luxurious, you use the yacht to hide in plain sight." Isa beamed. "When people are too busy looking up at you in admiration, they don't bother looking down while you pick their pockets." Luke wished to argue, but in the end he nodded. "All right then." Isa shoved his rag into his fancy jacket. "I do believe we are ready for our adventure. But first things first." He snapped a finger, and near the ramp, the male Twi'lek stepped forward. "Cal, frisk them." "That won't be necessary," Luke replied. "I'll just empty mine." "Nothing personal," Isa explained, "but I don't trust you." "You don't trust us." Mara came back. Now that's ironic. To Luke's surprise, Isa didn't respond, his face suddenly turning all business. The amusement of showing off his prize star yacht had passed, it seemed. The Twi'lek, Cal, approached, and Luke sighed us for the second time in a week he endured a stranger patting him down. The frisker removed his comlink, his datapad, and then went for his lightsaber. "No." Luke grabbed the other man's wrist. "You can't have a weapon on my ship," Isa explained. "That's rule number 1. "What other rules are there?" Luke asked. "Only 2 no weapons and no communication outside the vessel, including anyone in your New Republic or your Jedi. My overseers don't want any interference with either." Feeling his face tighten, Luke stared Isa down. "Rule 2 is from your overseer. But rule 1, that's you." So I'm not allowing myself or my companion to get on your vessel without a way to defend ourselves." Isa pursed his lips, seeming to scale how serious Luke and Mara were. If Isa refused, he could hope they might relent. But as Luke and Mara gazed at him unflinching, that idea appeared to get rejected. "Fine," Isa scoffed as Cal moved on to Mara. "But if you attack us, you'd be dead before you'd have a chance to care," Mara replied. Isa sniffed in derision and then said to Cal, "You almost done, or what?" "She's got a lot of equipment," the Twi'lek commented while removing a second comlink, a power cell for her sleeve blaster, and then he paused, both leku protruding from his skull exuding a quiver. He glided his hand behind the back of Mara's belt. "Hey," Luke called as R2 burst out and mechanically screamed, but Mara all she did was roll her eyes. From a hidden pouch between the interior of her pants and her buttocks, Cal slid out a cylinder-shaped device. "Blast it," Mara grumbled as the Twi'lek handed the device to Isa. The changeling examined the cylinder before reverting his attention to Mara. "Nice homing beacon. Hope you aren't sentimental to it." With those words, he ripped the main transceiver off the top of it before dumping the device to the ground. "Any more surprises?" he asked her as Cal continued patting Mara down. "No, that's all I had," she said, and then motioned her head to the star yacht. "So are we going? Or is this Twi'lek taking a vacation now?" "Don't flatter yourself," Cal said, and then to Isa, "She's clean." Another arrow from Mara, but Cal finally thankfully backed away, attention set to R2, but Luke knew the droid had nothing. After a minute, the Twi'lek finished and then was off to complete other tasks. At that, Isa gestured to his ship again, that pseudo-charm back on full display. "Shall we?" Chapter 23. "They look almost innocent," Laishul commented. "Perhaps that's why the galaxy has been fooled for so long." Why I was fooled for so long? Standing beside her lead researcher, Dr. Garrett Tavis, Laishul stared at the 3 unconscious Jedi before her, each lying separately on exam tables inside Tavis' exam room on board the Yarway. His lab techs hustled about the unconscious captives, Laishul's collection thus far, the Mon Calamari, Silgal, a human man named Worth Skitter, and the Padawan, Ranab, his green Mirilan skin especially pasty underneath the white lights above. It was amazing how handy threatening whole civilizations was for twisting people's arms into cooperation. Nonetheless, as Laishul gazed at these protectors of the galaxy, she felt herself shrink inside a little. A month ago, this was the last thing she would have ever expected, but the Jedi were forever tarnished by their master, Luke Skywalker, the son of Darth Vader. While his Sith father had helped destroy the Jedi Order, Skywalker had committed far worse sins. He'd corrupted them. He'd used his new Jedi as a means to gain power in the New Republic, to bend the fledgling government to his will. Their fate was his fault. "I don't know if I can do this," Dr. Tovo said. The insurgent spent years being manipulated by the Emperor, his mind warped to his will. "We'll have to improvise." Then, Laishul replied, "I'm sure, with a little ingenuity, we can warp some Jedi minds of our own." Tavis pinched the bridge of his nose and then gestured to the exam room. "We've dosed them with enough sedatives and paralytics to take down a bantha, and it's still not enough. The drugs are barely keeping them down." "This will keep them down," Laishul said as she hoisted up a command remote into view. "If one of them tries anything, they'll end up convulsing on the floor." It was true. As soon as each Jedi was brought on board by the insurgent, the first task was implanting each with a neuro-imposer at the back of their necks, an old Clone Wars era gadget. A black, slender device. It was as flat as a blade and not much longer than Laishul's index finger, but the thin electrodes on its interior side were constructed with spear-like needles, and the power supply in its center could, at full strength, burn someone's brain up to their eyeballs. It was designed by Hutt warlords to prevent slaves from rebelling. It seemed to work on renegade Force users as well. On that thought, Laishul shot a glimpse behind her where the insurgent stood, his hood down, fists clenched, legs in an attack pose as if waiting for the signal to break into a run. All she had to do was give the command, and he'd kill all 3 Jedi if necessary. "You worry too much, Dr. Tavis," Laishul said as she returned her attention to the exam room. Between the imposer, drug cocktails, a few inhibitor chips stuck in the right places. "You're talking about clone inhibitor chips." Tavis offered an ironic laugh. "Those are organic, genetically implanted into fetuses, not living beings on exam tables." He huffed out a breath. "I wouldn't even know." "You think we can't buy inhibitor chips off the black market? I'm sure there's some lowlifes who have harvested clone brains for this very purpose. And besides," she peered past Tavis, past the unconscious Jedi, to the exam room's black wall, and his array of small cabinet drawers. It's not like we don't have resources of our own to explore. From behind them came a new set of footfalls, heavier than the typical human, and Lacial turned to the source. General Emilia entered Tava's office, his fur disheveled, expression no better. We just detected a homing beacon attached to our outer hull. The bottom fell out of Lacial's stomach. Where? Between the ion engines. We wouldn't have even noticed it had it been attached just a meter lower. From Emilia's face, it was clear he expected Lacial to be as distraught by the news as he. She wasn't. In fact, this might present an opportunity. Take us out of hyperspace, she ordered, and have the beacon removed. Yes, Admiral. It'll be destroyed immediately. Destroyed. No general. Bring it on board. If the New Republic and Jedi wish to play games, then so shall we. Despite the luxurious interior, Iza's star yacht, the room was exactly as described, full of scoundrels. It was overly crowded, its 6 established quarters not nearly adequate for the dozen human and non-human passengers. Iza and his droids attempted to keep up, but the refresher had already overflowed twice, and everything stank of human and non-human body odor. Luke had endured worse. What concerned him more than mystery smells was sitting in the cockpit without R2 by his side. As soon as they left Coruscant, Iza had insisted R2 be put into storage, as he didn't trust the little astromesh droid and that computer interfacing arm of his. Iza was afraid Luke would use R2 to infiltrate the ship's mainframe, and Iza was right. Luke had planned to do exactly that when the chance presented itself. Instead, he had managed to bargain, keeping R2 in Iza's quarters and away from the other crew who, given the opportunity, would strip him apart and sell him for scraps. R2 was safe, but the problem remained. Without him, Luke was denied access to all the ship's functions: navigation, weapons, tactics, communication. Whatever updates were received filtered through Iza, and Luke just had to trust their authenticity. The one bit of information that was provided the homing beacon on Lacial's Star Destroyer, presumably the Yarway. As Luke viewed his output for the 100th time, however, he felt a headache looming. Whatever Lacial was doing, it didn't appear to have any logic behind it. "How's it going?" Mara asked as she entered the cockpit, and Luke placed a finger up to his lips, indicating silence, before pointing to the slumbering Wookiee curled up not a meter to his right. It had grown late on the room, about the only time Luke could get any work done. Mara regarded the Wookiee before plopping into the co-pilot seat. "So?" she whispered now. "I've pinpointed every location where the Yarway has come out of lightspeed," Luke replied. "The Alsacan system, Tanjay IV, the Darda system, all core worlds, but none following any pattern I can distinguish. The Alsacan system is part of Corellian space, isn't it? A loose affiliation with the New Republic. And it gets worse." With Iza's datapad plugged into the yacht's console, Luke highlighted another spot on the star map. "There's nothing." "What do you mean nothing?" "About 5 hours ago, the Yarway dropped out of hyperspace in the middle of nowhere." He tapped the map, showing the spot in space a big screen of zilch. "I'm stumped. Lacial isn't rushing back to Imperial space, but she's not running from any New Republic fleets either. She's just picking targets and then not picking targets. I'm at a loss. Perhaps she's trying to terrorize the core worlds like she did Coruscant, or just trying to confuse us all. She's after something. She took those files from Gaverson for a reason. Wouldn't it be nice if we could contact Leia and get some much-needed updates on that?" Luke sank back in his seat. "I'm off the investigation, remember." "You sure act like it." Mara swiveled her chair around. Behind her, a blanket was flopped on top of a computer console, and she grabbed it, wrapped it around herself. "I think that belongs to our shaggy friend here." Luke nodded at the Wookiee. "At this point, everything smells like soggy Wookiee anyway." Mara twitched her nose and held the blanket tight. In the back of the ship, there was the sound of a human and Gran arguing over something in Hattess. It wasn't enough to disturb the sleeping Wookiee. Reaching out a hand, Luke retrieved a small glass to his right and took a sip of water, the only non-alcoholic drink on the ship, before setting it back in his place near the console. Mara, he hesitated, realizing he was about to ask the very question he decided he didn't want answered. "Why are you here?" She flinched at that. "I thought you wanted me here. I understand why you helped me with the investigation on Theolevin with Pelion, and I thank you for that. But now, this whole situation could land you in a New Republic detention cell right beside me. Guilty by accessory." She was trying to be coy. Luke shook his head. "You didn't want to come. So what gives?" At that, Mara's light-hearted demeanor closed down, and she sagged her shoulders, a new heaviness weighing on her. "You're not the only one who's been shaken by this. Reflecting back on the what-ifs and what actually happened to me, the Empire killed the entire Jedi Order. 10,000 people. And then there's us." She gestured to Luke and herself. "Children hunted, to be used for the Empire's selfish needs. Tynan was taken from his home, experimented on. I was captured, and turned into an assassin. Enrica," she took in a strained breath. "She was killed as if her existence was just a nuisance to the Empire." Luke sensed an emotional surge through Mara, but before he could attempt any comfort, her eyes zeroed in on him. "Then there's you." Her tone made Luke suddenly feel naked. "What about me?" "Oh, come on, Skywalker, don't tell me it hasn't crossed your mind. Out of all the Force users in the galaxy, the Jedi made a point to hide you with a complimentary Jedi Master living just a sand dune away." Luke tensed up, unsure if this was an attack or just Mara being, well, Mara. "You might have been taken or killed like the rest of us," Mara went on, "if the Empire didn't realize who you were. But if Vader had found you, or the Emperor," she huffed, "you would have ended up next to your father on a Star Destroyer or become the Emperor's new lackey." "Possibly," Luke replied, reluctantly imagining what a 5-year-old version of him would have done if faced with his Sith father. Scared, clueless, it wouldn't have ended well. For 2 decades, Mara continued, the Empire hunted down the Jedi Knights, masters many who faced Vader single-handedly and fell to his saber. And who do the last 2 Jedi in the Old Order sent to face off against the Dark Lord of the Sith. Mara pointed to Luke. "A farm boy? Yeah, that sounds reasonable." Luke stared at his friend, uncertain if this was something he should be defending or agreeing with. When Luke didn't reply, Mara opened her arms out. "Luke, you told me that Kenobi and Master Yoda didn't believe Vader was worth saving, that he was more machine than man." Luke's stomach tightened, feeling the point surfacing. Deep down, Mara continued, "Anakin might have wanted to recruit you because you were his son, all right? Fine. But Vader, the Emperor," Mara closed her eyes briefly, "they killed thousands of Jedi, but they tried to recruit you instead. Thousands of others just like you, executed without a second thought." She stopped a second, seeming reluctant to say it, and then gently sighed. "Kenobi and Yoda didn't send you to face Vader because you were his son. They did it in spite of it." Luke averted his gaze. He wondered if Mara, and others, had ever picked up on that conundrum. Luke certainly had, several times over, and each time, it made less and less sense. "Yes," he finally whispered. "I know." The Jedi Order had been exterminated. Luke had believed his father had gone easy on him, that Vader could have killed him during their encounter on Bespin, and neither man really had their heart in the fight on the second Death Star. When Luke lost control, however, even his father wouldn't have allowed Luke to chop off a hand. Or laid there while Luke followed the Emperor's order to kill his father and take his place as Palpatine's new apprentice. "You know there's something different about you," Mara went on. "You and your family. Otherwise, this story just doesn't make sense." Luke permitted Mara's words to take root, concepts he tinkered with but mostly just avoided. Perhaps she was right, but Luke remembered a time not long ago, being the only Jedi, being singled out, and he'd never felt more alone. He never wanted to be singled out again. "That still doesn't explain why you're here," Luke said after a minute. "Yes, it does. You've been carrying the galaxy on your back for so long, you're not even noticing how it's crushing you. During the rebellion, when you were the sole Jedi, it was a burden you had to bear alone. But you're not alone anymore. Even if there's something about you, something different, you have friends now, other Jedi who can help. You don't have to be this all-knowing, all-powerful Jedi you think you need to be. You just have to trust us. Luke opened his mouth, preparing for an argument to materialize, but he had nothing. As Mara gazed at him, her eyes set to his, he couldn't help as the edges of his mouth curved upwards. Other Jedi. Luke's expression dropped so fast, Mara furrowed her brow. He spun back around to the datapad in front of him and activated the holo on the cockpit's console. Below them, the slumbering Wookiee groaned, apparently disturbed by the new light, but didn't wake. Luke zoomed in on the map on the holo, pinpointing Lacial's destinations, and desperately trying to play back time in his mind. "What is it?" Mara asked. Luke didn't respond, gawking at the blue light. Alsakan, Tanjay IV, Darda. Silbo had been on Alsakan, Luke said, a nervous knot catching in his throat. It was one of the last assignments I gave out before heading to Thale. That grabbed Mara's attention. That was over 2 weeks ago. Would she still have been there? It was for tariff negotiations, mostly assigned due to her diplomatic experience rather than force abilities. And yes, with the Alsakans, we expected it would take a few weeks, if not longer. And the others. Luke considered it, his faulty memory parading through his skull. I don't know. I was getting daily briefings from Yevon IV, but Tion had taken over coordination of assignments in my absence, and I haven't gotten a new briefing since leaving Thale. Let me guess, Mara said, her voice suddenly as dark as the view outside the room. Those daily briefings were also sent to President Gaverson. Yes, the word escaped Luke's mouth as though smeared with blood. They were. Isa wasn't happy. No, Luke imagined that having two Jedi loom over him as the changeling laid in bed with his full reptilian form, yes. It was quite the surprise. The door had been locked with the droid standing guard. One silver lining of having all the history of the Jedi erased, other beings had no idea what Force users were capable of. Wake up time, Mara said as Isa jerked backwards, attempting to morph into his human visage as the lights in the room activated. To the side of the bed, R2 trilled his robotic version of a laugh. "What are you doing?" he screamed. "These are my private quarters, you savages." "I need my datapad back," Luke demanded. "There's a file on there I have to cross-reference, and I need to send out a message." As the reptilian green of his skin lightened to human tan, the amusement on Isa's features shone through. "That's not what we agreed to." "We think we know what Lacial is doing," Mara said as Isa rotated his legs to the side of his bed. "She's hunting down Jedi Knights." "Wow, fascinating stuff," Isa said as he picked out a wedgie. "Excuse me?" He entered the adjacent refresher and slid the door shut. R2 sent off a wave of beeps that Luke was certain would have offended 3PO's innocent ears. Mara squared her shoulders, mentally saying approximately what R2 was beeping. "I'm going to rip that fake hair off his clawed head." With a frown, Luke banged on the refresher door. "This is serious, Isa. She's either killing Jedi Knights or she's trying to control them just like the assassin. We need to send a distress call to Yevon IV. A simple, one-way message. No actual contact." "Warning your Jedi won't alter our plans," Isa replied through the door as he washed his hands. "In fact, Lacial stopping to pick up or pick off your students will help us catch up. So the answer is still no." Luke begged the Force for composure. "And don't bother with one of those Jedi brain tricks, either," Isa said as he exited the refresher. "Our minds are far too complicated for." Through the Force, Luke shoved Isa into the wall. R2 released a squeak as the changeling's body met the hard surface behind himself, and then his snarky expression caved, eyes as wide as a protocol droid's. He tried to talk or scream out. Luke mentally held his vocal cords. No, Luke had no intention of attempting more negotiations or a mind trick. His Jedi friends were in danger. Forget about diplomacy. "I wasn't asking," Luke hissed. "You're going to let us send that message out, and you're going to do it now." Luke released the man's vocal cords. Isa chanced to look to Mira, who seemed almost as uneasy as the changeling before he returned to Luke. Then in a voice barely above a whisper, Isa replied, "That wasn't part of our deal." "I am altering the deal," Luke declared, his breath like ice against his lips. It wasn't so much Luke's words but his voice that seemed to catch Isa. Perhaps it was the realization that, yes, Luke would torpedo through the entire star yacht searching for his datapad and would fight off any of Isa's crew to send out his message. And Luke would. He really would. As he released Isa from his force grip, the changeling stumbled forward, giving himself a shake as though making certain all body parts were functioning normally. Then he turned to Luke with a glare. "All right, I guess we're sending your message out." Chapter 24. It was quite the assembly. Deep inside the Yarway, below the sterile confines of the bridge, the Star Destroyer had been equipped with the Grand Hall, a place for diplomats to gather, for ambassadors and lobbyists to be sweet-talked and expensive feasts devoured. The ceiling was elevated 3 levels, with red, black, and gray drapes hanging down, next to decorative chandeliers that were fastened by durasteel beams so they wouldn't swing and sway during a battle. With the lack of color and bright white lights, it was clear Emperor Palpatine loved everything to appear luxurious and devoid of life in unison. Admiral Lacial stood on a small stage in the Grand Hall where the 2,000 of her followers sat in front of her. A droid floated beside her with a microphone attached. To her right, General Emilia, and to her left, the insurgent. She was hesitant to remove him from Tovo's lab, but it was clear now that the Jedi weren't going anywhere. The chatter across the rows of men and women before her was lighthearted, most still wearing their Imperial uniforms and stormtrooper gear, helmets off, obviously prepared for the next big step. "You mind explaining to me what this is all about?" Emilia said as he swatted the droid and his microphone away. "A grand enlightenment, my friend," she replied. Before Emilia could respond, Lacial raised both hands, and the crowd silenced. Their eyes found her, and she smiled at them all. "Hello, my faithful patriots," she said, the microphone booming her voice throughout the Grand Hall. "Thank you for being here with me on this glorious day, a day when we start our next chapter to destroy evil and restore freedom to the galaxy." Applause. Some of the stormtroopers heaved their helmets upwards, mocking the uniforms with enthusiasm. Lacial's smile broadened, and she patted her hands in the air, asking for quiet. 14 years. The New Republic has lingered in a bitter limbo all that time. I remember the Battle of Hoth. Then the Battle of Endor, the Battle for the Eclipse, the Battle of Mindor, the Battle of Kal, the Battle of Dathomir. She trailed off as laughter bellowed through the hall. And those were just ones I was involved in the first few years. We'll be here all night if I had to list them all. The laughter rose, and Lacial pitched a look to Emilia, his Bothan face incapable of human expressions, but the amusement was there. After all, most of those battles he'd been involved with himself. As the humor lowered, so did Lacial's smile. It was never enough. Never. We fight bravely, win the day, and then watch our enemies retreat. Oh, yes, we captured many, but the key players always escaped our grasp, back to their hiding places among the blackness of space. And we let them. Instead of doing what was necessary, what the galaxy demanded, what we knew must be done, she took in a breath and her expression hardened, to wipe out every single dark side worshipping one of them. From the rows of chairs, another wave of applause. Feet stomped into the Grand Hall's floor, shaking the foundation. Lacial's features softened, and she gestured a hand to a middle-aged woman in the crowd. "Kaya, please rise." 5 rows back, the plain brunette blinked but then did as instructed. "How long have I known you, dear?" Lacial asked. Kaya licked her lips. "About 5 years, Admiral." "And under what circumstances did I find you?" "Admiral." "It's all right, Kaya. Tell them." Body tense, Kaya spoke so softly, her voice barely made it to the stage. "During the Battle of Quell, ma'am, I was an Imperial." Some of the room gasped. Not everyone knew of Kaya's past. "You were part of Pelian's fleet?" Lacial continued. "Yes, Admiral. An Imperial TIE fighter pilot." Yes. Then you defected, abandoned your post, and you found us. Slowly, Kaya lifted her chin. Yes. A fact I'm grateful for. Lacial smiled again. And the information you provided us regarding Admiral Pelion and his Imperial remnant has helped lead us to victories against his dying empire. In fact, she surveyed the entire crowd. All of you, our former Imperials Gavin, Raska, Beseason, Kanik, and the rest, please rise, come forward, and be recognized. 12 followers stood from their seats. They approached the front of the stage, uncertainty on their faces and hesitation in their walk. Nonetheless, with Kaya and the rest, they turned their backs to Lacial and faced the crowd. The applause came swiftly, regardless of their past, regardless of the blood they might have spilt and lives they might have taken during their time with the Empire. The cheers were vigorous, and it took Lacial waving her hands again to simmer it down. The last few weeks have shifted our trajectory, she went on. Yes, we have broken the Empire into fragments, taken their vessels, assassinating their officials, and making certain all of them from the lonely stormtrooper to the Supreme Commander knows fear in their hearts. And soon they will see us in their deaths. Another line of applause. Unfortunately, Lacial went on as the cheering calmed, the last few weeks have also been that of revelation. While destroying the Imperial remnant is a noble cause, it is clear now that it will never be enough to rid the galaxy of evil. The New Republic lacks the courage to do what is necessary. And now, she anchored her gaze to the 12 Imperials before her. I know why. Gingerly, Kaya twisted her head around to Lacial, dismay shrouding her features. We are no better than the New Republic, Lacial went on, murmurs of shock hinting through the crowd. Just like them, we have willingly allowed Imperials into our ranks, to tarnish our cause, to sully the very thing we've attempted to destroy. Kaya's eyes widened, and even from several meters away, Lacial heard her panting. It has become clear to me now, Lacial went on, that we cannot offer mercy to those who have served evil. We have failed in our mission because we failed to see the very thing we vowed to destroy. As filthy Imperials swear new allegiances to the New Republic, as planets like they'll vow to whatever government is convenient for them. And as the children of Darth Vader are celebrated as heroes by their father's enemies, Lacial shuddered. No wonder the Empire still lives. We cannot allow those stained by an Imperial past to ever be considered our allies. They are, and always will be, our enemies. A tear rolled down Kaya's face. To the insurgent, it only took a look. He had already been given his mission and had simply waited to execute it, and that he did. From his belt, he sprang a blaster, aimed, and within 10 seconds and several horrid screams, it was done. Kaya and the others lay motionless below the stage. The stench of burnt flesh seared Lacial's nostrils, and it took everything in her not to tear up, both from the smell and what it meant. But sacrifices must be made. While Kaya had been one of her best soldiers, it was clear now, from what Lacial had witnessed the last few weeks, that no Imperial former or not could be allowed to poison her new alliance. The room was silenced. Lacial glanced at Emilia. His expression remained unchanged, but she saw it in his demeanor, his tense shoulders. Nonetheless, she knew he understood, they all understood. Turning back to her followers, Lacial hefted up her arms again. The New Republic is plagued with Imperials. The Jedi Order is corrupted by its Jedi Master. But soon we will have a stronger army, a better army, one capable of taking on the Empire by itself. She beamed at the crowd. The new alliance might have faltered, but our resolve has never been stronger. Soon, my fellow patriots, we will bring the entire Jedi Order and its corrupted master under our will. Then every Imperial in the galaxy will feel our wrath, and anyone else who dares to oppose us. As agreed upon, it was a one-way message sent through IZAA's slicer to Yavin IV, while Luke believed it had to believe it would find its way to the Jedi Academy and all the knights and students there. It was to be relayed to any Jedi on assignment, telling them to abandon their mission, if possible, with a brief explanation of Lacial's possible intent. Luke left it at that, hoping it would suffice. Isa sent a message to his overseers about Luke's unruly behavior, But despite the defiance, the message was deemed acceptable after the fact, much to Isa's displeasure. Midday in the room's cockpit, and the scene was vastly different than the night before. As Isa sat in the pilot's seat, plus about 10 other crew members hovering in the background, all either half drunk, full drunk, or passed out on the floor, Luke tried to focus on the holo map lit up in front of them with R2 and Mara by his side. She said something. What? Luke asked, and it was again overwhelmed by the rumbles of drunken banter. Hey, Isa shouted. Unless you're a Jedi or me, beat it. The slurry speed crowd paused at that. Then, slowly and with some mild curses and gestures, they left to party in other sections of the ship, those not passed out on the floor, at least. Disgusting creatures, Isa huffed. I'll never get the smell of grand vomit out of the galley. That is a tough one, Mara replied, not hiding her amusement. Luke leaned over Isa's chair as he pointed to a spot on the holomap. That's where the discrepancy occurred, he explained, touching the map and leaving a small red dot on the holo's readout. Where the Yarway simply halted in the middle of nowhere and remained there. Her armada might have stopped at a refueling station, Isa explained. After all, even big scary Star Destroyers need fuel and supplies. If they stopped at a space station, Luke came back, then the coordinates of the station would have been listed on the map. Isa snorted. You think every station and shipping port registers with the New Republic? Smugglers and crime lords need supplies, too, you know. Luke shut his eyes. You're the official spy on board. If there's a black market shipping port in Republic space, wouldn't you know about it? Good point. Well, I don't know of any unregistered stations in that sector, but if I contact a few associates of mine. They detected our homing beacon, Mara declared. Luke spun his head around to her, mouth slacked halfway. What? The Yarway, she went on. They discovered it, and removed it. How? I don't know how. Mara nodded at the map. The important point is they did. No chance, Isa sounded offended. That thing was placed. Glacial stopped in the middle of deep space, Mara countered. According to your own records, they lingered there for 4 hours, far longer than a typical fueling. They might have docked for supplies as well. Yes, that might explain the longer stay, but it still doesn't account for this. She pointed at the holo. Luke, do you see how they're traveling towards the Galvani sector and then gently veer away, back towards deep space? I see it, Luke replied, catching Isa's grim expression in his peripherals. Their flight pattern changed, Mara went on. And I bet you their velocity changed as well. No, Isa shook his head. The computer would have detected that. R2. Luke gestured a hand to the ship's main console. The little droid's computer interface and arm extended, and he plugged into the computer. Swiveling the plug around, the holo zeroed in the spot in space where Glacial had stopped, and then highlighted the homing beacon's trajectory for the last 12 hours. Then rows of text manifested on the image beside the line R2's conclusion. From Isa, a smatter of curses. And there you go, Mara said. Not only did their flight pattern shift, but so did their velocity. They removed the beacon and jacked it into a smaller vessel, one capable of similar acceleration, but clearly not similar enough for R2 not to catch. She gave the little droid a pat on his dome and thanks. Great. Isa slumped back in his pilot's chair. That's just perfect. We're not out of the game yet, Luke said, focusing on the holomap in front of him. We have no way of locating that Star Destroyer now, Isa said, and started to rotate his chair back and forth. Blast it, my bosses are going to be livid. Perhaps we have a less conventional method of locating the Yarway. Luke reached out a hand. Through the Force, his datapad flung from the chair behind Mara and into his grasp. You remember that insignificant bit of information I gave you in your quarters last night? About my Jedi Knights being hunted down like womp rats. I remember you going all scary Jedi on me, Isa replied, his tone clipped. Luke switched on his datapad and scrolled through his files until he reached his daily briefings. He pulled up the last one he'd received, right before arriving on Coruscant from Thale. Glacial was heading towards the Galvani sector, Luke said and touched his fingertips onto the holomap in that location. Then, branching out his hand, the map expanded, focusing on that sector and its neighboring systems. "What are you doing?" Isa asked. "Combing through my daily briefings," Luke replied. "She's hunting down Jedi. If we can figure out who her next target is, then we don't need a homing beacon." A big, cheeky smile creased Isa's face. "Oh, you see. I knew you figured this out." "He's flattered, I'm sure," Mara replied for Luke, and then leaned over his shoulder to take a peek at his itinerary from the Jedi Academy. "Spot anything useful?" "It would help if I had a more updated list," Luke said and tapped on one of the reports. "Here. The Twith system off of the Nemedii corridor. It's close by, near Galvoni." "Wait," Mara pointed to another assignment. "There's also the Fairfin system. Lacial could be going there for Dorskady too. That planet makes the entertainment district on Coruscant look like a daycare. It'd be a perfect place to steal a Jedi and also grab some supplies. Then there's Exelon V." Luke rubbed at the stubble on his chin. "Primitive culture, they don't even have starships. She could dominate the planet with a single star destroyer." "I guess our call for celebration was a bit premature," Isa said with scorn. Luke peered at the list, the full itinerary of the Jedi Order, the irony of the situation not lost on him. Instead of having no potential destinations, they had too many. "Isa," Mara called from over Luke's shoulders, "how about you contact your overseers, and they can send out a few scouting crews for each location." "Lacial isn't taking a vacation at these places," he reminded her. "She's swooping in, catching her prey, and then leaving just as fast. By the time we knew she was there, she'd already be gone." "He's right," Luke said. "We'd never be able to track her down that way." Biting the inside of his cheek, Luke studied the 3 destinations, the potential targets of his Jedi for Admiral Lacial, along with all the potential stopping points she might be heading off to in the future, the names of all the Jedi within the Order at her fingertips, whether they had abandoned their assignments or not: Karina T, Ronip, Streen, Worth, Arla, Cam, Kype, Corrin. "Corrin," Luke whispered. "What?" Mara replied, easing further over his shoulder. "He made it back to Coruscant right before we left." "Yes, he did. But when we were at Chalice, I spoke to Corrin over the holo, and he told me of a vision he had. TIE fighters and stormtroopers invading. We thought it was Coruscant." He paused, trying to recollect what his friend had said. "People screaming, dull purple sky. What is the atmosphere like on Twith?" He asked both Isa and Mara. Isa shrugged. Mara replied, a bit amber-like. "It has 2 dwarf stars, both distant." "Fairfin is industrial and smoggy," Luke said. "What about Exelon V?" "It orbits a warm gas planet," Mara explained. "Very luminous. It'll light up the moon's entire atmosphere, even at night." Luke groaned, then caught himself. "That's on a clear night. What about a cloudy one?" Mara paused, and then dark purple. "The gas planet is lavender and blue, so the color seeps into the atmosphere through the clouds." Luke's heart skipped in his chest. He scrolled down his datapad again, checking who had been assigned to a mission on Exelon V, and as he spotted his name, Luke couldn't help but grin a little before showing Mara. "Oh," she let out a tiny whistle. "This is going to be fun." "I'm certain," Luke said, sarcasm in full swing. "With Kype Durin, it's always fun." Chapter 25. Exelon V had no real night. Even as heavy clouds blanketed the atmosphere, the bright colors of his gas giant bled through, everything tinted a lavender twilight. Perhaps that was why the natives were so volatile. Kype Durin theorized they never got a good night's sleep. As he stood at the edge of one of their many villages, Kype listened to several of the humanoid men behind him as they circled a bonfire, the flames taller than they were, boasting stories in their native tongue, and hooting and hollering louder than the heavy crackles of the fire itself. Around the village, huts were made out of mud, some with solar-powered electricity that had been gifted to the Exelanians by smugglers, the Empire, and now the New Republic, anyone who wished to profit from their planet. And profit they did. "Human," Bor shouted towards Kype. "Gaa Taprella Invo," human. Did you catch all that? He asked into his comlink to his translator droid, TC-14TZ, for short. He asked you to stop being a weird human and join the celebration. The droid replied with his soft female voice. Kite peeked over his shoulder at the Exelon male as he hoisted a handmade cup into the air, those abnormally pinpoint eyes staring. Tell him, Kite said as he spotted TZ near the fire. I'll be there in a moment. The droid turned to the others and offered the translation. They scoffed, waving their hands, and Kite forced a smile as he folded his arms over his black Jedi robes. There was good reason to celebrate. After all, the crisis was over, with Kite playing both village bodyguard and negotiator. A nearby tribe had tried to steal some of this village's women, and that mushroomed into a mini-war between multiple territories. After over 2 standard weeks of Kite preventing 4 kidnap attempts and offering the opposing villages some new solar power cells, the dispute was finished. Several of the outside village's men were at the bonfire that night, all friends again. The women were in their huts, readying children for bed, not permitted out after hours. The entire scene made Kite cringe inside. The New Republic didn't care about these people. Excellent V had an unusual atmosphere that permitted the growth of a special super sweet plant, and it was all the rage across the core worlds, but the synthesized version couldn't match it. If the Exelanians harvested the plant, the New Republic offered them protection from looters, smugglers, and themselves, and it gave the natives scraps of technology, just enough for them not to realize what they were missing. No schools, no better way of life. Millions of credits worth of sucre plant was extracted from the planet for the equivalent of a few lamps and heaters. Kite closed his eyes as the laughter behind him stung his eardrums. A ripple in the force. He arched his head upwards, and for a moment, nothing. The heavy clouds isolated the moon from the galaxy, it felt like, but then a dark edge stabbed through the soft purple and began to expand across the sky. With the dull lights from the gas giant surrounding it, the triangular shape appeared like a black stain on the lavender clouds, and Kite heard the rumblings of the Exelanians behind him, aware without teasing what they were saying. Master Kite, her soft voice came through his comlink regardless. Master Bohr would like to know if this is your transport. Are you leaving? Gazing up at the sky, Kite lifted the comlink to his mouth. Yes, he whispered, I am. The insurgent has landed, General Emilia told Admiral Lacial as he stared out from the viewport of the Yarway above the bright moon of Exelon. He's in position whenever you're ready. Standing between the crew pits on both sides of her, Lacial lifted her chin, determination coursing through her. Was she ready? She had never been more ready in her life. Jedi Knight Kite Durin, she called through the bridge's comms to his private comlink as she had Silgal and the others. This is Admiral Lacial of the New Alliance. Respond. A touch of static, and then, this is Kite Durin. Jedi Durin, you are ordered to surrender into our custody. If you refuse, we will destroy every excellent village on this side of the moon's continent. Do you comply? A long pause, and then something Lacial didn't expect. Was that laughter? Thank the Force, Durin replied. Thank you so much, Admiral Lacial. That was new. Lacial threw a glimpse at Emilia, who shook his head, clearly just as stunned. She narrowed her vision. Do not play games with me, Jedi. It's no game, Durin replied. I've been waiting for this day. My visions were correct. You are here to liberate me and destroy the Empire. What do you mean? I've been enslaved, Admiral, Durin explained. I'm a slave of the Jedi Order, of Luke Skywalker himself. Feeling her patience fleeting, Lacial drew in a breath. Explain yourself. It's my penance. My family were advocates against the Empire, and we were sentenced to hard labor in the spice mines of Kessel. Then my parents were executed, and years later, I was found by one of Skywalker's men. He probably would have left me to rot, but I showed potential in the Force. So he took me. Lacial turned to Emilia. He was already on a datapad, scrolling through Kite Durin's personal file that Lacial had stolen from Gaversum's console a week before. He nodded at her, and Lacial pursed her lips. Go on. At first, Durin said, I believe Skywalker, and his other Jedi had my best interests at heart, and that together we would put an end to the Empire once and for all. Lae'zel sniffed dramatically. You were a fool. I know that now Skywalker had no interest in wiping out the Empire, so I took matters into my own hands. I stole an experimental superweapon and used it against my enemies, destroying an Imperial star system with its power. Hold, Lae'zel said, and then motioned to her bridge crew to cut off the comms. She turns to Emilia. Well, she asked. It checks out, Emilia said as he skimmed his datapad. All of it. He destroyed the entire Karita star system with something called a Sun Crusher. I remember hearing about this incident and there was a Jedi involved. I just couldn't recall the name. Lae'zel stepped towards Emilia and the viewport. From their angle, Excellent V's surface was mostly left to the imagination, but somewhere down there, Kype Dern was staring up at them. She looked at the comm officer again, and he reopened the channel. I'm intrigued, Jedi Dern, she said. Tell me, what was Skywalker's response to you destroying a large chunk of the Empire single-handedly? I was forced into a lifetime of servitude within his Jedi Order. He kills over 1 million Imperials on a Death Star, and gets a medal I kill a star system of Imperials, and suddenly I'm the villain. Lae'zel leaned towards Emilia, eyebrows hiked. He motioned to his datapad, showing her a passage on Kype Dern's sentence for his evil acts, and there was Mon Mothma had, in fact, permitted Luke Skywalker to be judge and jury in Dern's case. The boy was returned to the Jedi Academy with Skywalker shortly thereafter. Lae'zel straightened up. All right, Jedi Dern, what do you want from us? Isn't it obvious? He asked, his voice suddenly booming through the bridge. I want to join you. They stopped. The bright blue of hyperspace had morphed back into the tiny white star specks within the black universe as the room docked with another, larger freighter, several of the men and women hopping on board it with the other scoundrels for aided support in gun turrets and to pilot snub fighters. In the co-pilot seat, Luke observed the assembly of vessels from IZAA's associates. Several freighters, one old, rickety IPV-1 system patrol craft upgraded with the hyperdrive, and an assortment of starfighters, including X-Wings, Y-Wings, a few Corsair-class fighters, a Naboo N-1, and even an old Delta 7B, undoubtedly modified so it didn't require a hyperdrive ring. Despite it all, Luke had to admit, it did remind him of the Rebel Alliance if he shut off his brain and just took in the view. Of course, all would be for nothing if they missed this opportunity, and if Kype was still on Excellent V, then he'd be a new captive of Admiral Lae'zel, to be killed or perhaps used as another drone in her Force-wielding army. I have a name? Luke's heart jolted in his chest, his breathing suddenly shortened, and he bent forward, his head almost touching the console in front of him. Transfer is almost complete, and a good thing, too, Mara said as she entered the cockpit. I'll be smelling alcohol on me for the next, you all right? Tell Isa to hurry up, Luke gasped, his heart hammering in his chest. What is it? Mara asked. Another Vision the assassin. I have a name? Sweat creased Luke's brow. He felt shaken, not in full control of his body, a horrid pain at the back of his neck. No, not him. Not the assassin either. Lae'zel is there? Luke whispered. She's made it to Exelon V, and she has Kype. Kype waited. The excellent celebrations had been silenced, the dancing and drinking abandoned. Above, the Star Destroyer loomed in the lower atmosphere, its shadow encasing the entire village, and just 3 meters away stood a man with a hood over his head, chin down, lightsaber blazing in his hand but not a flinch of movement across his body. His gaze had fastened to Kype the second he arrived, as though a heavy sneeze could send the man into kill mode. Kype stretched out with the force, trying to sense something, anything, but the man was as void as a warm corpse. Human Boar called from behind him, followed by a batch of his native language. Teasy, translate, Kype asked the droid just over his shoulder. He says to follow him, she replied. He knows where you can hide from the evil. Kype had to grin at that. Tell him, thank you, but I'm okay. She spoke, and then Boar spat something back. What was that? Kype asked. He says you are stupid, and to please come. Perhaps so. As Kype reiterated to Teasy that he was fine, a stocky Bothan entered from the edge of the mud huts. Along with her assassin, Lazy Owl had ordered General Emilia to land and retrieve Kype, but she refused to elaborate on what that would entail. Jedi Durin, the general, greeted him as he approached. I take it our insurgent has been keeping good company for you. Oh, we've become fast friends, Kype replied. If I could just get him to shut up for a minute. I want you to take a good look at him. If you betray us, this will be your fate. Kype might have laughed at that, but the conviction behind it, the darkness held his tongue. He simply nodded. First of all, Emilia spoke. I want to assure you that Admiral Lacial is sympathetic to your plight. If what you say is true, then the monstrosities you've been forced to endure first at the hands of the Empire and then the Jedi Order are beyond reprehensible. We want to help. Thank you. Kype placed his hands in front of him, linking his fingers together as casually as he could. But what I want to know is, what can I do to help you? I'm not finished, Emilia said, and then retrieved something from a pouch on his belt. He slipped out a small, black device that resembled a chrono, with two thin straps on opposite sides of a small square power cell. Do you know what this is? Kype tried to keep the concern from blazing bright on his face. No, I don't. This is a neuroimposer. It was used by the Hutts to keep their slaves under control. Now, wait a second. Kype took a step back. I agreed to help you. This feels like another form of enslavement. We can't risk a Jedi running wild on our ship. Emilia's tone was surprisingly soft. This is the cost of admission. We implant this on the back of your neck, at the base of your skull. You try anything with his free hand. He pulled another device, some type of remote. We activate it and you're grounded. If you try to remove the imposer or destroy his command remote, it will activate automatically and burn your brain out of your head. Coldness crawled up Kip's spine. And what if I refuse? Then the new deal is off, and we go with our original plan. You'll be implanted with the imposer anyway but end up on a workbench. My choices seem a bit limited. Not at all. Emilia lowered his hand with the device. This is only temporary. What we're offering you for this one concession is a new life, Jedi Durin. We would be honored to have a true Jedi help us rid the galaxy of evil. The words were so genuine, so heartfelt, Kype couldn't help but ask, what did the Empire do to you? The Bothan blinked, clearly not expecting the question, and then, they murdered my family. All of them when I defected to the rebellion, to punish me. He stopped, averting his gaze. I'm sorry, Kype whispered. I understand, believe me, I do. After a second, Emilia collected himself. Back to his deadpan persona, he raised the device again. You have to do this, unless you want to end up like him. He nodded at the insurgent. With another look at the assassin, this hollow man before him, Kype twisted back to Emilia. Slowly, he eased down to his knees. Your lightsaber, Emilia said as he stepped behind him and reached a hand over Kype's shoulder. Silently, he unclipped the weapon, handing it to the general. Thank you, the Bothan said, and then Kype felt the man's furry hand on the back of his head, tilting it forward. A strip of coldness almost like metal touched the back of his neck, and Kype summoned the Force to steady his nerves, his heart, to keep his hands from shaking. I'm sorry, Emilia said, but this will hurt. Then, 100 needles jabbed into the back of Kype Durin's neck at once. Even with the Force, he jerked forward with the gasp, hands hitting the dirt under him, his fingers digging into the soil for some type of relief that wouldn't come. One reviewer commented about being a big Kype fan. I hope you especially like this chapter. I like Kype, too. I always enjoy including him if I can. Chapter 26. Cutting sublight engines, Isa said from the pilot seat of the room, the changeling surprisingly professional as he keyed the switches that yanked the star yacht from lightspeed for the second time that day. The starlines shrank into dots once more, and as Luke sat in the co-pilot seat with R2 by his side and Mara behind him, he surveyed the image out of the viewport, a dazzling gas giant with lavender, blue, and white swirled within its atmosphere. The Exelon star reflected brightly off the gas giant's lighter colors, making the planet as luminous as a candle that happened to be over 100,000 kilometers wide. Across that massive plain, tiny dark dots obscured the brightness, about 30 or so moons, some as large as planets, including one in particular. Although it was difficult to see, the tiniest flecks of light dots themselves from this distance hovered above it. "Sensors are coming in," Mara said as she pointed to the console. "And we have," Isa's eyes skimmed the readout, "an Arquitens-class command cruiser, 1 Guardian-class light cruiser, 5 Imperial-class freighters, a dozen TIEs, and in orbit 1 big, nasty Imperial-class star destroyer." He beamed and opened the comm to all the vessels in their entourage. "We've hit pay dirt, boys." From the comm, a burst of hoots and cheers of men and women ready to die for the chance for lots of money. Not exactly the Alliance, but beggars couldn't be choosers. To the left and right of the room, snub fighters moved forward, getting into a somewhat attack formation. "Well, at least this will be interesting," Mara commented from behind. Luke had to shake his head at that, R2 releasing a bundle of concerned boops and beeps. He probably realized exactly what Luke had ascertained. They were still ridiculously, stupidly outnumbered and outgunned. An uneasy feeling coursed down Luke's back. "Any idea when your overseer friends plan to show up?" he asked Isa. "When they want," Isa replied with as much of an aloof tone as he could. Luke rolled his eyes and began to stand. "We need to get on board that Star Destroyer. Find the assassin, find the other Jedi, and Lacial." "You think you can take on an entire Star Destroyer by yourself?" Isa asked. "Your overseers wanted me here. It wasn't to sit and watch the battle from a star yacht." "Then how do we get you on board? They have these amazing things called shields and TIE fighters that might not agree with your plans." The room's console began blinking. Isa snapped his attention to the readout, scanning it over. 2 transports are ascending from Exelon V, he commented. "Both are about to board the Yarway." Luke and Mara swapped glances. Kype had to be on one of those, but what condition he was in, that was another matter. "Just get us closer," Luke told Isa, "and prepare to engage." "Transport complete," one of Lagiel's bridge officers announced from the crew pit. "Shields are up. The insurgent and General Amelia have the Jedi in custody and are escorting him to the central conference hall." Lacial was about to congratulate her followers on a job well done and leave to meet with Amelia and Jedi during an alarm blared from the pit. "Admiral Lacial," another crew member exclaimed, "we have incoming Vestmark 3.28. Lacial spun to the viewport, peering beyond Exelon and all its moons. With her substandard human eyes, nothing was visible. That fact didn't relieve the racing in her heart. "How many?" she asked. The inexperienced crew member stammered. "Several freighters. A few. Exact numbers, Ensign. Don't approximate it." "Yes, Admiral, sorry. There's a modified IPV-1 system patrol craft, 5 freighters, 3 Corellian class, 1 Ithorian class, 1 Grand class, and a Naboo Star yacht. 22 snub fighters, ranging from X-Wings, Y-Wings, 3 Corsair class, and Naboo Starfighter." Lacial waved a hand point received. She gestured to another set of bridge crew in the pit. "Pull us out of orbit. Get the pilots to their fighters and keep those Y-Wings and Corsair snub fighters off our hull." Lagiel's followers issued her commands. Standing near the bridge's viewport, she tried to keep the concern off her features to maintain her professional cool. Nonetheless, anger heated her gut as Lacial realized the truth, that the homing beacon might have been reinstalled in another vessel, but apparently the New Republic had caught on to her no, not the New Republic. As the inventory of ships repeated in Laciel's head, one thing was certain, that this mismatch of vessels was not from the Republic or the Empire. It was Skywalker. Somehow, the son of Vader had gathered all the criminals he knew and gone rogue. He was out there, she knew it. With a knot lodged in her throat, Lacial called to the comms, "Attention, this is Admiral Lacial. All crew to battle stations, we are under attack. By the Jedi." His neck was still killing him, but as Lagiel's message echoed through the Star Destroyer, Kype ignored the pain and kept his attention to Amelia as they ventured down a random corridor together from the docking bay. "I take it the meeting with the Admiral will have to wait," he commented to the Bothan. As stormtroopers stampeded past them, Amelia replied, "Unfortunately," and then he pulled out his comlink. "Dr. Tovos." Yes, General. "The insurgent and I are heading your way. I have to drop off our new recruit." Kype stopped in tracks. "That doesn't sound like part of the plan." "Change of plans," Amelia said as another set of imposter Imperials hurried by in their bland green uniforms. "I'm needed on the bridge, so you'll have to stay with Dr. Tavis and the others. The others other Jedi. Jedi that Lacial had kidnapped." Kype grimaced, taking another step back from the insurgent and Amelia. "But I could help you, if it is Skywalker." "We can't take that chance you're out for this battle. Maybe next time, after you've earned your place." Well, that was that. Snapping out his hand, Kype channeled the Force and yanked Amelia's belt clear from the Bothan's waist. With a gasp, the General was lugged forward as his belt detached, almost losing his balance. He stumbled into Kype, and the Jedi shoved him back the same instant Kype got a hold of his lightsaber and ignited it with the classic snap hiss. As Amelia hit the side of the corridor, he dropped to a sitting position on the floor. The insurgent jerked forward, lightsaber already in his grasp, but as Kype pointed the tip of his blade at the Bothan's face, the blank-staring assassin stopped just out of arm's reach. "Back off," Kype told him and everyone. All the frantic energy around them came to a screeching halt. "So it was all a lie," Amelia said as a pile of followers and the insurgent inched away. "You are just another one of Skywalker's lackeys." "Actually," Kype smiled at the Bothan, "Master Skywalker is far too grandiose for my taste, always playing the lone hero. It gets old. But I can promise you one thing, he's not an Imperial." Amelia glared. His actions in recent weeks have proven otherwise. He's a Jedi, General. Jedi value all life. Even lives consumed by the dark side. Especially those. I should know otherwise. He would have killed me after I destroyed Karita. Kip's expression softened, and he eased his lightsaber from the Bothan's face. "Tell them to back away. Please?" The soft tone in Kip's voice seemed to surprise Amelia, and he swung his gaze right and left. "Move back around the corner, I don't want to see you," he called to the insurgent and pseudo-Imperials, and they did as instructed. Kype knelt down. "This has gone too far. I could see it in your eyes. From the moment you arrived on Exelon V, whatever your objective was in the beginning of all of this, Lacial has taken it far beyond that." Amelia hesitated, his Bothan expression not offering much. Then his face hardened. "She's my Admiral. I follow her orders, always." Kype sighed at that. "And you accuse me of being the lackey." He raised himself up, his robes drawing in around him. From Amelia's discarded belt, Kype retrieved the command remote. "You destroy that," Amelia warned, "and it'll kill you." Perhaps. The neural imposer at the base of Kip's skull had a strong power cell, and if he fiddled with the device, it might activate, leaving him writhing on the floor until either his brain or heart gave out. Not a pretty way to die, but the command remote, it was impossible to know if it had a kill switch except one way. Taking in a breath, Kype gripped the remote in his left hand, drawing on the Force, heightening his strength. He could sense the strain on the plastic exterior, sense all the wires and the motherboard within, and then, with a pop, the remote crushed in his hand. Plastic crumbled from his fingers like the device had been made out of eggshells, and he dropped the rest to the floor. Amelia's mouth dropped. How did you know I was bluffing?" "The Force," Kype replied. "If destroying the remote would have activated the imposer, then my mind would have alerted me of danger as I began crushing it." "That's a handy trick." "Most certainly so." As Kype checked the corridor currently empty but with Lacial's followers nearby, ready to pounce, he kneeled down to Amelia again. "I'm sorry," he told the Bothan. "I understand your pain, your hatred. The Empire took everything from me, too, but vengeance will not end your sorrow, it'll only enhance it. Believe me, I know." Amelia stared up at Kype, the anger in his eyes gone, leaving only a shadow of sadness. Kite patted the man once on the shoulder before getting upright again. Now, Kite backed a meter away. If you'll excuse me, it's my turn to play the lone hero. Amelia actually grinned. I thought you found grand heroics irritating. I know I hate myself. Then without another word, Kite swept his lightsaber around himself, a clean circle, and the floor beneath him caved. Then with the crash, he found himself a level lower on the Star Destroyer filled with alarmed Imperials, most too shocked to react as he raced away, deflecting blaster bolts as he passed. Ty's coming in. One of Isa's associates called into the comments though Luke, Mara, or anyone else needed the announcement. From Excellent V's clouds, the small Imperial fighters shot out into the blackness of space. The once almost clear view of the Excellent Gas Giant was tarnished by dozens of black specks, and as Isa jerked the room's controls, he barely missed a TIE fighter and his bright green turbolacers. You mind? Mara said, almost sitting on the changeling as the small man tried to get out of the way while she dropped into the pilot seat. From behind the chair, Luke watched with R2 as the battle ramped up, as Isa's men and women engaged with the TIE fighters, both sides a mix of expert pilots and clear amateurs just trying to survive. As Isa planted himself into the co-pilot's chair, he pointed to his yacht's viewport. 2 TIEs coming in, 0.5. I see them, Mara said, and threw the room into a sharp 90-degree angle, bypassing between both TIEs and their turbolacers. From the underbelly of the room, a wave of beams sprang forward, one of IZAA's men taking out a TIE with the gun turret. An explosion. Then there was only one TIE passing them. The Yarway is ascending, Isa commented. In a few minutes it'll be off-world, and then she'll be ready for lightspeed. We need to suffocate it, Mara commented, and then got on the horn. Attention, all fighters. The Yarway is about to break orbit. Get as close as you can and surround that vessel. Don't let it escape Exelon V's atmosphere. That'll only buy us a few extra minutes, Luke said. We need to breach the Yarway now. Any idea how we do that without killing ourselves? Isa asked. Luke didn't respond. Instead, he straightened up in his chair, a wave of warmth and reassurance washing over him. From the pilot's chair, Mara released an exhale, a soothing little sound like she just stepped into sunshine. R2 released a tiny trill, obviously confused. Isa was no better, as he flipped his gaze between them. What's wrong with you two? Backup just arrived, Luke said with a grin. Crinkling his brow, Isa checked his console. No, the overseers are still. Who said anything about your backup? Mara asked with a smirk. As Isa read the computer sensors, he turned back to Luke and Mara with a deep-seated frown. Uniherders. The long lines of lightspeed morphed into star dots, and there he was, X-wing and all, with a big ball of purple and blue gas in front of him. That in a massive battle. Not that any of that was unusual for Jedi Knight Corran Horn. He'd been a part of fights like these since his rebel days, just another rogue pilot against the galaxy. From the helm of his X-wing, he heard as his astromech droid, Whistler, whistled, and Corran didn't need to read the translator on his console to know what his little friend had said. Yep, it's pretty ugly out there, Corran told him. Let's see what we can do about it. Right, everyone? To Corran's left, other vessels had appeared from lightspeed and X-wing helmed by Jedi Knight Karana T, a Y-wing snub fighter with Jedi Cam Salas ran right behind him. We got Corran, Captain Han Solo replied from the Millennium Falcon. In the background, his Wookiee friend, Chewie, gave an enthusiastic roar, while their final passenger whined, that golden droid that seemed to irritate the entire Solo clan, but they always brought him regardless. Leia's gonna be missing quite the show, Han commented, noting his wife, still back on Coruscant, doing damage control and playing the good politician while the rest of her family rebelled. Like watching a shipwreck, Corran replied. You can't peel your eyes away. I didn't say it was a happy show. Speaking of, Corran locked S-foils in attack position. To his right and left, the wings of his X-wing separated, becoming 4 instead of 2, as he and the others flew into battle. Chapter 27. Hey, Isa shouted as he popped up from the co-pilot's chair of the room, a spot Luke happily took as the changeling pointed out at his ship's viewport. Then they can't be here. How did he? Homing beacon, Luke replied as he checked the room's sensors. I contacted my Jedi through the Force on our way to your ship, and they planted one on your hull before we left Coruscant, while you were busy dealing with Mara. Technically, Luke had contacted Leia, and she'd informed the Jedi, and also technically, Mara had conjured up the idea in the first place while on the way to the entertainment district, sly woman that she was. No, Isa shook his head. I have scanners for that. There's no place. I disabled your scanners as soon as we boarded. Impossible. There are security locks. Not so useful with the Jedi, Mara chimed in from the pilot's chair. Just pluck a few internal wires from the inside, enough to keep the detector running but as useless as an unarmed battle droid. And there you go. Mechanic's brain, remember, Luke said and tapped a finger to his temple. Isa stood there, slack-jawed. Luke shot a side grin to Mara before reverting his attention to the viewport in more important business. Corran, Cam, Karana, and Han soared to the room's sides, offering additional cover as a wave of ties spilled over them. A dozen at least, most skewing off as they began blasting with their turbolasers. As good as it was to have his friends there with him, the feeling was short-lived as the reality of their situation rooted itself in place. They were still outnumbered. The Yarway was still ascending from orbit. Kype and the other Jedi remained captives, and Luke had no idea how to breach the Star Destroyer's defenses to board. Where are these overseers of yours? Mara asked Isa before Luke could. They said they'll be here, the changeling replied, but Luke could tell, even without the Force, that the changeling's confidence was dwindling. After all, when you don't even know who you're working for, it was hard to know who to trust. We have problems, Mara commented as she jerked the room a hard 90 degrees. Corran, Karana, Luke called into the ship's comm. Can you maneuver closer and get a better sensor sweep of the Yarway? See if any of it has been disabled or if there's any breach, some place where we might concentrate our turbo lasers and board. We're on it, Corran replied. Being smaller crafts, they began to coil through the heavy TIE fighter cluster in front of them. In the meantime, Luke, Mara, Han came through the comm. An Imperial command cruiser is starting to look at us in an ugly way. Give me back my seat, Isa said to Luke and grabbed the armrest, about to swing the chair around. R2 was ready, however, mechanical arm stretched out, and with a spark from his tip, Isa yelped, jumping back as he barely avoided getting zapped. Pointing at the droid, he gave Luke an exasperated look. That thing is mean. Luke tried to suppress a grin, failed, and then keyed the comm switch. Here, he said, and with an eye roll, Isa leaned in between him and Mara. Fighters, he called, reroute attack to the Arquitens-class cruiser. She seems eager for a fight, so give her one. Across the bright colors of the excellent gas giant, a band of ICAA's rogue snub fighters zeroed in on the cruiser. Again, Mara snapped the room sideways, avoiding a pack of trigger-happy ties as the yacht's modified weaponry blasted red beams through space. Above them, the Millennium Falcon attempted to play bodyguard as they flew closer to Excellent V and the Star Destroyer, the massive vessel now poking out from the moon's clouds like a dagger through cloth. Further ahead, Corran and Cam dipped into the atmosphere. Luke waited, eyes flitting between the battle in front, his legs twitching to do something other than play co-pilot. He took in the Force, begging it for patience, but as Jedi his students were on that ship, along with Lacial and her mentally captive assassin. Then there was a crackle of the comm. There's no substantial damage to the Yarway so far, Corran explained. It's still light speed capable, and her shields are not heavily impacted. Luke closed his eyes for a second. But, Master Skywalker, Corran came back. There is one other thing I did sense, and it's not from the ship. Luke furrowed his brow pitch to glance to Mara. Kype, Corran went on. He's on board and he's free. He's free and he's fighting. As the Star Destroyer surfaced above the bright purple clouds of Excellent V, Admiral Lacial kept her vision fixed to the viewport. The enemy fighters attempted to surround them, to prevent them from climbing above the moon's atmosphere, but they failed. They had tried to disable the Yarway with Y-wing ion cannons, but the snub fighters were too slow, the pilots clumsy, and the TIEs and the Star Destroyer's laser towers had wiped out any who ventured too close. There was no victory that day, however, at least not yet. They still needed to break orbit and retreat. And Kype Duran, that lying schemer. Lae'zel had actually felt sorry for him, and now he was roaming about her vessel, his objectives unknown. Lae'zel would find him, capture him, warp his mind until there was nothing left but her commands. Then he'd be hers, just like the rest. Admiral, a familiar voice entered the bridge from the turbolift. Lae'zel turned around to see General Amelia. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm surprised Duran didn't simply cut you through." Amelia took in a labored breath. He'd clearly been running. He's heading to Tava's refining room. He's going to try to free the other Jedi. Lae'zel lifted her chin. The insurgent. He's down, having another one of his episodes. Panic surged through Lae'zel's body. She hurried from the viewport. "Stay here and monitor the bridge," she ordered Amelia. "I'll take care of the Jedi myself." The Force guided him, his emotions merging with the energy all around. From the walls, the lights, and the life that encompassed everything. With another sweep of his lightsaber, Kype carved a circle into the wall beside him, and it dropped like a large coin. The opponents around him were startled as Kype hopped through his makeshift entrance into a new corridor, dust and debris wafting into the air, reflecting the glow of his lightsaber. With a burst from the Force, he yanked the chunk of wall on the floor by his feet back into his spot in the wall, which shoved some of his previous opponents back on the other side of it. Another set of stormtroopers were there to greet him, but Kype had caught them by surprise, an advantage he had no intention of wasting. Consumed with the Force, the Jedi bolted forward, deflecting a few wide shots from his would-be adversaries before mentally thrusting 3 into the wall. The rest of the group 8 remaining stumbled back, blaster rifles firing, but just as Kype had experienced from the last several minutes, their skills were not those of trained killers. Most were ordinary people, blindly following a ruthless leader, and there was something else, a conflict. Similar to Amelia, their resolve was filed down. Somehow Lae'zel had taken things too far, and many of her followers were having second thoughts. Kype tried not to kill them unless necessary. Instead, he targeted the blasters themselves, or arm, and hands if needed, and weeded through the small pockets of pseudo-Imperials. Almost there. The corridor opened to a bigger atrium, some type of grand dining or theater hall with streamers of red, gray, and black hanging from the ceiling, and Kype wrenched a hand forward, channeling the Force into a push that knocked almost all of the stormtroopers back into chair behind them. Then Kype tossed his lightsaber upwards. The ceiling was 3 stories high, but the blaze sliced through it as though the durasteel was made of jelly. Then Kype jumped. With the Force, his body soared upwards as his lightsaber and part of the ceiling fell towards him. Blaster bolts flew in his direction, but as Kype dodged the falling chunk of durasteel, while catching his lightsaber hilt, he deflected the few red beams that strayed too close before he found himself at the ceiling, at the small hole his blade had created, and then his body shot through the hole. His feet found footing again, and there around him was the Yarway's main bridge. Amelia standing between his crew pits, his Bothan eyes bugged out of his head. "Hi again," Kype said. Behind him, a few stormtroopers without looking. Kype deflected the blaster bolts, sending them into walls. A few that were meant for him flew past, whizzing by Amelia's head. "Stand down," the Bothan shouted, and they immediately backed off. After a second to gather himself, Amelia returned his focus to Kype. "All right, you're here. What do you want?" "I want to end this." "Same as you?" The Bothan sneered. "I want the Empire dead." "I don't know what you want." "No," Kype shook his head. "You want the war to end." "Same as me, same as everyone on this vessel. But what you're doing now, attacking innocent worlds, kidnapping Jedi, you know this isn't the way." Amelia's devious expression flattened. "Are you offering something better?" "I'm offering to end this insanity. Lae'zel has to be stopped. Then we can talk about other problems." Kype lowered his lightsaber, and pressed his finger on his activation stud. The bright blade shot back into his hilt like a predator shrinking into a cave. I don't need to convince you, General. The Force led me here to help you. You're getting too theological for my taste. Kype surveyed the room. Then where's Lacial? Emilia took in a deep breath, his chest puffed out. Searching for you? I told her you were heading to the other Jedi, and that the insurgent was having an episode. An episode? Doesn't matter, I was bluffing again. Worked this time? Kype nodded. Emilia was military, and knew Kype would have either hunted for the other Jedi, or tried to commandeer the bridge. Since Kype had forfeited the opportunity to be brought to the others when he was with Emilia in the corridor, it seemed the Bothan came to the next logical conclusion. Well, Kype said, we're here. What should we do about? I bought you a few minutes, Jedi. The bridge is yours, so whatever you're planning, do it now. They were flying closer to the Yarway, and the closer they got, the wilder Mara's maneuvers grew. TIE fighters zoomed by them like massive Minox, and while most of the pilots lacked serious skill, their numbers alone gave them the edge. Corrin and Cam spiraled around them, both avoiding incoming fire and to turn their opponents into debris, with the Falcon bounding forward for additional cover. Regardless, the Star Destroyer was almost out of Excellent V's orbit, and attempts to stop it had failed. Then, from the room's console, a flashing light someone was reaching out to them, someone not already on their channel. Drawing his brow together, Luke pressed the comm. This is the room? Who is this? Another Jedi playing the obnoxious hero. His voice came through. Kype, Luke released a breath. Where are you? On the Yarway's bridge. Also playing captain, it seems at least for the next 3 or so minutes. You might want to gather your landing party. You'll only get one chance at this. The comm disconnected, and then the sensors on the room went berserk. Information flashed on the console, and as Luke read the intel, a wave of relief cascaded through him. The shields protecting the Yarway's docking bays were shutting down. Oh wow, Isa said, and even from behind him, Luke could tell he was gripping the top of the co-pilot seat. Don't mess up my ship, Jedi. As excited trills bellowed from R2, Luke shot a look at Mara, and the sloppy grin on his face was reflected right back on hers. He got on the comm to Corrin and the others. All Jedi, prepare to board. Chapter 28. Down the corridor from Tava's office and the refining room, Admiral Lacial motioned the 24 stormtroopers she gathered. They assembled into formation to funnel through the office entrance and create a perimeter. She thought about contacting Tavis, but surely the Jedi had already killed him. Admiral, a voice came from her comlink. Lacial raised a hand, demanding everyone hold. She retrieved the comm from her belt. Yes, what is it? The Jedi is on the bridge, the voice whispered. She recognized it, one of her officers from the crew pit, Finray. They're shutting down the docking bay shields. I think then the comm went dead. Clearly, someone had noticed and broke the communication. No, that couldn't be right. Durham would have no time to reach the bridge from the refining room, especially while trying to help his Jedi comrades. A wave of realization slammed into Lacial with such force, she had to press a hand to her chest to steady herself. Finray hadn't said he but they. They were shutting down the shields. Straightening up, Lacial bolted past all her stormtroopers, their shock not hidden even with those massive white helmets adorning their heads. Reeling around a corner, the Admiral darted into Tava's office, blaster out. Lab techs froze at the sight of her. In the refining room between Jedi Silgal and Worth Skitter, Dr. Tavas blinked, tilting his head as if he didn't recognize her, and the insurgent. Nowhere. One thing Lacial did know, however, he was having no episode. Admiral, Dr. Tovo said, putting down his datapad, what are you doing here? The anger boiled within her, making Lacial's veins feel as though the blood were searing against tissue. Emilia. He had lied to her, her most faithful colleague. He had led her here, and she had believed him. About the only person she'd ever blindly trust, and he knew it. What is it? Dr. Tovos asked, but before he could say more, Lacial whirled around. Insurgent, she called into her comlink as she hurried towards the door. "Your next mission, follow me to the bridge." "Commander Teo," she called to the leader of the TIE squadron, "the Yarway is compromised. Make a barricade around the docking bays. Keep the Jedi and their comrades off the ship. The rest of you," she said after flipping off her comlink, pointing to the pack of stormtroopers in the corridor, "hold up here. I imagine Dr. Tovos will need you soon enough." At the back of the Yarway, TIE fighters were creating a barrier, the small fighters so dense, Luke could barely see that part of the Star Destroyer. The little ships were sitting wart frogs at that angle, but it'd take time for IZAA's squad to crack through, which was the point. Laisha was stalling. She was stalling until the shields could be re-established. "Dive," Luke told Mara and anyone listening on the comm. Mara didn't hesitate. As she aimed the ship downwards, the room plummeted into the moon's atmosphere, and then the viewport was nothing but a mass of dim purple. "Han," Luke called into the comm, "you and Chewie hold up. You're better to us in the Falcon than on the Yarway." There was a crackle, and then, "Gotcha, kid. Happy hunting." "All Jedi, you're with us," Luke said, and then turned to Mara. She didn't return his stare, but he felt her confidence, determination. That fire inside of her raging bright, hands tight to the room's control. Luke held to the co-pilot's chair. "Brace yourself." "What?" Was all Isa managed to sputter out before his star yacht blasted out of the sea of purple. With the spiral, Mara jerked the controls towards her, dodging the ties on the opposite side of the Yarway before thrusting back on the ship's accelerator. Luke's senses had been right. The ties had been barricading the starboard side of the vessel, the side facing the battle, not as much on the port side angled at the gas giant. The mass of purple had been replaced with the Star Destroyer's enormous gray hull, with shuttles and dots of white armored troopers hurrying throughout the ship's docking bay straight in front of them. Isa screamed. In the bay, troopers scurried as the star yacht plunged past the disabled shields. Gritting her teeth, Mara thrusted back on the controls again while Luke began the landing cycle. Then, as she flew the room and the perimeter around the bay, Mara eased the ship downwards. It landed with a gentle thud as the landing gear managed to drop in the nick of time. Luke cut the repulsor lifts, and then the ship was strangely, serenely quiet. Mara glanced back at Isa. "Anything else you want to say?" Mouth hanging open, the changeling bounced his vision throughout the cockpit, to the console, to the viewport and walls as if expecting his ship to be a heap of fire and busted metal, only to see everything intact. That, Isa swallowed hard, and then his lips cracked into a full-on grin, was amazing. "Oh, goody." Mara removed herself from the pilot's chair. "You're captain again, Isa. Glad you enjoyed the ride." Gingerly, the man slinked his way from his chair behind Luke to the pilot's seat. "So I take it you're going to find another way out of here." "You guessed right," Luke replied and got on the comm. "Corin, Cam." "My apologies, Master Skywalker." Cam's voice came through. "I can't penetrate the barricade. Lacial's pilots are adamant about keeping me away." Luke nodded. Due to their additional weaponry and armor, while wings were not as fast or as agile as other snub fighters. "Can you try the port side again? It might have clear sense." "My instincts are telling me to stay spacebound," Cam replied. "Hang back, then. Help Han." "Yes, Master." Luke brought his attention to Isa. "You better hurry once we're out. That shield will be up any time now, and those ties are regrouping." "Oh, don't worry, Jedi. I'm not planning on sticking around here." With our two trailing, Luke and Mara hurried to the back of the room. As they reached the star yacht's ramp, Luke sensed two other presences popping out from the moon's atmosphere. So close, the TIE fighters didn't know how to handle the X-Wings as they blasted forward. The room's ramp lowered just in time for Luke and Mara to watch as both snub fighters skidded across the docking bay a few meters from them. But that didn't stop the Jedi inside as both Corin and Kirana, in unison, sprang out of the vessels as if by an ejection button. With a flip in the air, they rolled into somersaults, lightsabers already lit before they got upright. Good thing, too. As Luke and Mara ran from the back of the room, Lacial stormtroopers were already blasting away. Too distracted by Corin and Kirana, They didn't notice Luke and Mara until they were both at their backsides, lightsabers drawn. Summoning the Force, Luke swung his free hand outwards and mentally yanked 4 of roughly 30 Imperials to the side. As R2 got clear, the room lifted off the docking bay floor. From the Star Yacht's hidden gun turret, a wave of blaster bolts showered over the stormtroopers. Red beams lit up the room, the shots sinking walls, cargo boxes, and other shuttles. Nearby, Corran's astromech droid, Whistler, gave out a chain of shrills, seeming shocked by the sudden outburst. Everything was a target except the Jedi and their X-Wings. Then the room was quiet again. The stench of burnt metal and flesh permeated the air, but Luke didn't react to it, instead focused on the room's viewport, where Josel Isaac gave him a quick 2-finger salute before his Star Yacht shot away from the Yarway's docking bay and back out into space. "They've boarded," a crew member commented to Emilia from his station, his voice almost robotic, the shock of the situation not lost on him or anyone else. By the bridge's entrance, Kype had already disarmed the 3 stormtroopers, all sitting cross-legged, hands on their heads, their helmets removed to reveal 2 humans and a Rodian. Beside them sat Finray, who had contacted Lacial before General Emilia could stop her. Near the viewport with Emilia, Kype observed the scene, lightsaber in hand but deactivated. Through the Force, he sensed a shift stormtroopers were assembling, heading towards the bridge. He couldn't get a fix on exact numbers, but it was more than he could handle alone. "Any luck?" Kype asked as the Bothan tinkered with the neural imposer at the back of his neck. "We're running out of time here." The deactivation switch was on the command remote, Emilia said. "Without it, I'd need to pull off the imposer's main transceiver, cut some wires, to avoid activation. Any chance of just ripping this thing off? The needles have sensors they'll automatically activate the device if they're exposed to air. And besides," Emilia huffed out a breath, "they're more like spears than needles. It'll hurt considerably to remove the imposer in that manner. Little worse than pulling a splinter, I assume. More like getting all your fingernails ripped off at once." Kype winced. He peered at the bridge's entrance again. The turbolift was rising. "I'll stall her," Emilia said as he gave up on the imposer and grabbed one of the stormtrooper's blaster rifles from beside his leg that he'd confiscated from a trooper a few minutes before. "Maybe I can talk some sense into her. We go back almost 2 decades. Go, find your people. Level 46, Section 5, port side. And get off the ship." Kype gave a nod. He knew the Force had led him here for a reason. "Thank you," he said, and then hurried to his makeshift hole between the bridge's crew pits. As the turbolift reached the bridge, Kype leaped back into the hole, back towards the grand dining hall, and hopefully on his way to his fellow Jedi. Pain, like Mustafa lava against the back of his neck, every spear like needle emitted agony across flesh, then down through his shoulders and throughout the rest of his body as the imposer activated. What was worse, however, was the complete loss of motor function, of concentration. Halfway between the dining hall ceiling and floor, Kype Durin's mind unfocused, his connection with the Force severed, and then he was just falling. His body crashed into a string of chairs, an explosion of cheap metal, the sound seeming far too grand for one person to create. Despite the pain writhing throughout all of him, he still felt at the break. His right leg, the femur. He would have screamed tried to, in fact, but that privilege had been lost to him. Just like his motor skills, most cognitive function, and half of his eyesight. He had just enough sense to see the blurry silhouette, not dozens of stormtroopers strolling into the dining hall, but that of a single individual. "Still awake, are you?" A woman's voice, Lacial, Kype recognized swiftly said as the outline of her began to morph into something more real. "Good. I wanted you to witness what happens next." That's when a few things dawned on him. First, the command remote Emilia had that Kype destroyed clearly hadn't been the only one that could activate the neuroimposer at the base of his skull. And second, Admiral Lacial wasn't using her device at maximum strength. She wanted him conscious, which meant if he just concentrated, if he just pushed himself. "I was wondering if you'd disable the turbolift," Lacial commented. "After all, that would be the easiest way to the bridge besides the stairway. But no, even with that lightsaber of yours, you left it. Why? You wanted me to think you take that route. But I remember, Jedi Durin, just how easily your weapon cuts through floors and walls. How Skywalker had used that same trick on the Thalian royal palace. He felt like she was smiling at him. It's nice to see even Jedi can be predictable. Focus. His teeth were clasped together, his limbs convulsing with such force all his muscles felt like stone. But he still sensed the Force. It was with him, had never left him. Squinting his eyes, Kype grasped at his energy, trying to shut down the pain sensors in his brain, to ignore his body no longer under his control. He didn't need it, if he could just concentrate. Above them, the bridge erupted with screams. Not just one, but a collection horrendous, spine-shuddering cries as a wave of blaster fire rang throughout the entire area above the dining hall. In front of him, Laishu tipped her head, eyes peeking upwards, appearing as though she were studying an abstract piece of art instead of listening to the murders of her own people. As for Kype, he could do nothing to stop it. It's so unfortunate, Laishu said as the blaster fire continued. Now, because of you, I don't know who to trust. Yes, Emilia was the traitor, but who followed his orders? Who was complacent? I just don't know. It's better this way, a fresh start. Panting, Kype continued to gain focus, the Force filling him, guiding him. To be his body, his mind. In Laishu's left hand, the command remote. He felt it within the Force. Oh, no, Laishu said, obviously noticing his gaze on the device, and she shifted hands, breaking any mental grip Kype was attempting. I think the show's over anyway. She was right, above them. The bridge was quiet, screams lost within its confines. With the press of a button, Laishu brought the neuroimposer up to max. Kype gasped. His head jerked back so fast. He was surprised his neck didn't break. His body went into full convulsions. Drool streamed down the side of his chin. Right before both eyes rolled back into his head, he spotted Laishu's assassin, the insurgent, as the man leaped through the hole Kype had created, landing not a meter from them. Take him to the others, she said. Then a hand snaked around Kype Durin's right ankle, pain radiating from his broken leg to the top of his head, and there was nothing he could do but endure it. Not that it mattered for long. As the insurgent dragged his convulsing body from the dining hall, Kype's consciousness finally lost its battle, and everything flipped to black. The corridor was narrow, but with 4 Force users, there was no real battle. Luke led in front with Karana T beside him, the Knight's yellow lightsaber and the Master's green contrasting against the sterile gray perimeter. Behind, Corrin and Mara took position, their lightsabers of silver and blue adding to the mix of colors as all 4 trudged forward. They'd left the X-Wings, plus Whistler and R2, back in the docking bay, both droids working to infiltrate the Yarway's security system and keep in contact with any vital intel they could extract. Ahead of the Jedi, an endless sea of Laishu's troopers, some dressed in stormtrooper gear, some in ordinary attire, red beams zipping down the hall in many bursts as the followers stumbled over each other, their aim frantic, while the Jedi remained slow but steady, and unstoppable, force that caught every crimson shot that sprang their way. Nonetheless, many, perhaps most of Laishu's followers fought with little determination. They were conflicted somehow, their hearts no longer in a battle that had meant so much to them just days before. Something had happened, a decision that many of them didn't agree with. Was it the abduction of the Jedi, or another action that had crossed some invisible line? Through the Force, a pain struck Luke from the inside out. Beside him, Karana gasped. Focusing, Luke drove the sensation away and deflected a blaster bolt meant for the other Jedi's head. Behind them, Mara and Corrin sensed it as well, but just like him, they recovered quickly. Keep focused, he told Karana. Always brace yourself for shifts in the Force when in battle. There will always be moments of the unexpected. Yes, Master, she replied, lifting her lightsaber as though half her energy had been zapped away. It was Kype. I know, Luke replied. Whatever advantages they had on the bridge were gone now. Kype had fallen to Laishu and her insurgent alive, but incapacitated, in great pain. "We need to speed this up," Mara commented. "The longer we huddle here, the more." There was another shift, but this time, it was emotional. From the troopers in front and behind, shots ceased. They kept their blasters held at the ready, but as Luke channeled his senses through the Force, he heard the faint sound of the troopers' helmet comlinks ordering them to stand down. It was Lacial. Luke and the others stopped, lowering their lightsabers into a defense position. Luke threw a look over his shoulder to Mara, who shook her head, clearly waiting for the punchline. It didn't take long. "Skywalker," Admiral Halba Lacial's voice boomed through the Yarway speakers. "You and your companions are ordered to surrender into our custody. Immediately." "What the?" Mara started, but Luke knew the speech wasn't over. "If you fail to do so," Lacial went on, "I will destroy every village across the Exilon moon. You have 1 minute to comply." The speakers went dead, and Luke clutched his lightsaber tighter, his grasp lacking as sweat coated his palms. The others, Corrin, Karana, and Marwal, stood silent, the tension in the air feeling strong enough to break bone. Lacial was threatening an entire civilization just to get her hands on Luke and the others. It was a Palpatine move if he had ever heard of one. This must have been how Lacial had captured his other students. She threatened the very people the Jedi were there to protect, using the Jedi's own humanity against them. And Luke knew Lacial would do exactly what she'd proclaimed, murder innocent men and women who had nothing to do with this conflict. Along with Han and Chewie, Iza and his ragtag team of mercenaries might slow her progress, but between the Yarway, Imperial cruisers, and countless TIE fighters, the villages of Exilon wouldn't stand a chance. Nonetheless, if Luke and the others surrendered now, Lacial would continue her reign of carnage across the galaxy. The Jedi would either be killed or, worse, turned into more Force-wielding assassins for her cause. If that happened, it could destroy the Empire and New Republic alike, and billions would die in the process. "Master Skywalker," Corrin spoke softly, and Luke felt his gaze, all of their gazes on him. It was his decision, after all. He was the Jedi Master. Shutting his eyes, Luke felt a coldness settle into his chest, planting itself marrow deep. In the Jedi Order of the Old Republic, Luke had learned that certain attachments had been forbidden, but what did it matter if Jedi were supposed to love all, and it could be used as a weapon against them regardless? No matter what Luke chose that day, lives would be lost. He couldn't win either way. "Your minute is up," Lacial called into the ship's comm system again. "What's your decision, Skywalker?" Lowering his head, Luke allowed the Force to consume him, pleading for an answer he knew would never surface. The Force didn't work that way. The decision fell on him and him alone. Taking in a deep breath, Luke lifted his head, angling his eyes to the bright lights above. Then in one soft exhale, he replied, "We're not surrendering." Chapter 29. Just like his father, Lacial knew the Jedi Master was one with the dark side. There was a tiny part of her that had still been clinging to hope it wasn't true, that there was a speck of decency remaining within Skywalker. What a fool she was. To allow an entire civilization to die to spare his own life and a few measly others was something only one other man would do. Darth Vader. Apparently, the son lived up to his father's namesake. At that, Lacial signaled her stormtrooper and communications officer to cut the transmission. To the bridge crew of the Yarway, Skywalker's voice resounded through the room's speakers. "Please don't do this. I feel the conflict within you, within all of you." "Cut the transmission," Lacial ordered, but the officer hesitated. "Whatever good intentions Admiral Lacial had are gone," Skywalker went on. "The people of Exilon V are not your enemy, but they will be your sacrifice. And then you'll be no better than the evil you swore to destroy. The choice isn't mine now, it's yours." "Shut it off," Lacial screamed, but at that point Skywalker's speech was finished. The bridge was still, heads lowered like shut-off protocol droids. Even the small cleanup crew paused in their task, dumping the former bridge crew into the hole Kype Dern had graced the floor with just a short while before. Coldness gripped Lacial's spine, a sensation she was becoming too accustomed to, and she placed her hands on her hips. "Call to Dr. Tavis in the refining room," she ordered, and the comm officer finally did as instructed. The channel was open, and Lacial spoke. Dr. Tovos, has the insurgent reached you with Dern yet? He's arrived. I have Dern on a workbench, but what? I'm having a hard time keeping him sedated. Every time I turn down the imposer, he begins to wake, and I... Leave it on, then. Just keep him grounded. It'll kill him. Then he'll be another resource for you to utilize. I'm sure his brain can show us what we need to control the others. Insurgent, she called out, your next mission locate Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. Use any means necessary, but I want that Jedi either on a bench or in a bag in the next 10 minutes. Lacial motioned to cut the comm, and then turned to one of her bridge crew. They'd had a minute to allow the shock from Skywalker's declaration to fizzle down. Order all laser cannons on the Yarways killed to target XL and V, she ordered. Any signs of civilization, I want it gone. The ensign at the weapons station didn't budge. Did you not hear me? Lacial demanded. Admiral, the shaky ensign spoke one of 10 crew members who had taken the bridge since Lacial had to discard the previous lot. These are primitives. They have nothing to do with. I gave you an order, ensign. I expect you to carry it out. From his chair, the man straightened up, and it was clear his motivation was lost. Setting her jaw, Lacial turned to another officer. Send the order to target the cannons. Now. The second officer didn't move either, and Lacial wondered if she needed to have the insurgent back to the bridge for another cleansing. I'm on it, Admiral. Another officer from further in the crew pit stood and hurried to the ensign's chair. With a push, he removed the unwilling crew member and got to work. Lacial tried to maintain her impassive stance, but inside, it felt like her gut was plunging into her feet. Things were falling apart, everything she'd so worked for. If they didn't regroup swiftly, this could be the day her new alliance died. And then evil would win. Commander Teo, Lacial called to the TIE squadron, you are ordered to target XL and V as many fighters as you can wipe them out. All of them? He wasn't sure what was happening until it happened. No, nothing could prepare him, as the Star Destroyer above Exelon V turned its laser towers on the civilization below it. In the pilot's chair of the Millennium Falcon, Han Solo felt as his stomach hopped up to his throat, and he wished in that moment that he had the Force to steady his nerves. Green sparks shot from the bottom of the Yarway, lighting up the purple clouds in the moon's atmosphere as TIE fighters that had been encircling the vessel began to nosedive towards all the innocent men and women on the surface below. Cam, Han called. Is there anybody out there? Whatever you're doing, plug it up and get yourselves on 10 Mark Point 3. Get those ties off-world now. I am heading your way, Captain Solo, Cam spoke, his voice as typically monotone as always. Then another voice popped in. Not a chance, buddy. That's a suicide mission I didn't sign up for. Han squared his shoulders. Isa, right? My men and I are here to stall the Yarway. Saving some random primitives who happen to be on the wrong moon at the wrong time isn't in the contract. You listen to me, you little piece of. You need to work on your people skills. Isa out. In the co-pilot's chair, Chewie belted out a wave of growls and grumbles, curses Han had never heard from his old friend before, at least not within a single run on sentence. By that point, however, the comm had died. Perhaps we should take his advice, 3PO said from behind Han. Unfortunately, the Falcon and one Y-Wing are ill-equipped too. Cam, you still there? Han said as he set course. I'm here, the Jedi Knight said, his Y-Wing approaching off the port side. Han stared ahead, his brain racing. The Yarway was blasting his guns as the TIEs continued their plunder of the moon below. Exelon V's atmosphere danced with light as though the clouds themselves were ablaze. Surrounding the Yarway, however, the TIEs that had attempted to keep Luke and the others from boarding had loosened up onto their next mission. I have an idea, Han told Cam as the Falcon and Y-Wing soared closer to the Star Destroyer. Split up. Luke shouted to the other Jedi as they reached the end of a corridor, forking in two directions. Corrin, Karana, go. Find Kype and the others. Mara, you're with me. Understood, "Master," Corran said, and with Karena, the two Jedi ran to the left, deflecting shots, Corran already pulling out his comlink to contact Whistler for any more schematics the droid might have obtained in the last few minutes. "Hold them off," Luke shouted to Mara, and then as she stepped in front, Luke whipped his lightsaber upwards. The white-green blade stabbed into Dursteel and instantly brightened the dull gray into a glowing orange. The bright color dripped downwards as Luke used the Force to cut an opening into the metal with the blade. As the massive hunk of ceiling detached from the rest, it dropped, and with a Force push, Luke shoved the quarter-ton chunk of Star Destroyer at the stormtroopers honing in on Mara. No time for politeness. Retrieving his lightsaber, Luke snagged an arm around Mara's waist. She flinched, barely having enough time to extinguish her saber before Luke force-jumped them both to the level above. The Yarway's bridge was on the opposite side of the vessel from the docking bay where they entered almost the entire length of the ship. 1.5 kilometers. Even without any opponent slowing them down, even if Luke and Mara simply ran the whole way, it would take several minutes to reach the bridge. All the while, Lae'zel was sending a wave of destruction and death to the people of Excellent V. Even 2 minutes in the battleground was worth a lifetime. It was because of Luke. He might have delayed the onslaught, but not the end result. "Keep your head straight," Mara shouted as she reignited her lightsaber towards a stunned pack of stormtroopers ahead of them. "I need you here." Licking his lips, Luke pressed on, each deflected blaster bolt. He stepped back another second, lost to the people of Excellent V. "Move closer," Han shouted to Cam. "We need to get our ships as close as we can if this maneuver's got a chance of working." "I'm at your disposal, Captain Solo," Cam said from the wide wing, now soaring just a meter or two above the Falcon and in perfect symmetry. Ahead of them, the Yarway had breached Excellent V's atmosphere, almost out of orbit, ready for light speed at any time. Below the Star Destroyer, the clouds were still flicking with bright green, and Han couldn't imagine the level of bloodshed occurring. They couldn't do much about the TIE fighters, but the Yarway. "Here we go," Han shouted into the comm. A wave of TIEs shot by them, green laser beams zipping past the Falcon as Han forced the old freighter sideways, clocking all the way around in a solid 360 degrees before reorienting the ship. Cam, in perfect Jedi fashion, had matched the move at every pace, keeping his Y-wing hovering just a few meters above the Falcon. Despite its small size, however, Cam's ship was a bomber and slower than an X-wing, something Han had to keep in mind if he wanted this to work. As the Star Destroyer grew on the Falcon's viewport, as the Excellent Moon engulfed the bottom half of Han's vision, the density of TIE fighters accumulated. What was 3 TIEs soaring past them had swelled into 20, and no matter how good a pilot Han was, no matter how much Cam was attuned to the Force, it was a numbers game now. "Time to improvise. Keep up with me," Han shouted and thrust the Falcon's controls forward. The ship plunged into the massive clouds of Excellent V, Cam managing to remain right above as if connected by an invisible cord. The visuals were gone, Han having to trust the Falcon's sensors as he dove further into the atmosphere. "We need to get back," Han started, but as the clouds cleared, the image in front forced all the words to get stuck on his tongue. The surface of Excellent V was on fire. Trees burned, lighting up the Twilight Moon's purple landscape with bright bursts of orange and red. Villages had been blasted, and in the middle of it, civilians desperately trying to flee. As TIEs ripped past, strings of laser fire cast downwards, but it was mostly random. While some TIEs were targeting the villages, most were shooting wide, seeming to purposely avoid the civilians. Above, the Yarway shot at the surface, but again, the aim was off somehow, like most of the people at the helms were intentionally shooting poorly. One of the TIEs dipped towards the villages and, unlike its counterparts, aimed squarely at the citizens. As the small vessel flew past the Falcon, Han's anger geared up, and he shot the blasted thing at almost point-blank range. "Han," Cam spoke gently, but Han already knew what he'd done. Suddenly, all the TIE fighters steered their attention to the Falcon and Cam's Y-wing, a new enemy to unite against. "Great. Captain Solo," 3PO screamed and pointed from the seat behind him. "They're coming straight for us." Well, Han swallowed hard. At least they're not shooting at the moon anymore. Then, as a wave of TIE fighters enveloped the Falcon, Kem lifted from the top of Han's ship, flipping over once before his turbolasers joined the fight. Target the Exelon villages. Laishal shouted into the comm to her TIE squadron. That's an order from your admiral. Admiral Laishal, please, another bridge crew called, and Laishal had enough of this. Yanking her blaster from her belt, she shot the ensign, and then aimed her weapon at the others. Continue firing. She demanded of her soldiers, her followers. We cannot succumb to evil. We cannot allow the dark side to rule this galaxy again. I won't let it not when we're this close to victory. The bridge crew remained paralyzed, but Laishal heard the heavy breathing, the panic. Many had been brought to her from Imperial oppression farmers, mechanics, medics, slaves, so many who lacked that military mind, and she'd taken them in regardless. She expected some weak spines in the pack, but on the bridge, half of those in the crew pit were from military backgrounds. How could even they, with their experience, not see the greater good? Then, one of the crew snapped up, aimed his stormtrooper rifle at Laishal. The officer beside him snagged the man's weapon with both her hands, forcing the blaster's barrel upwards as a red spark lit up the bridge. Another crew member jerked up from his chair, coiling a hand around the woman's neck. Then everyone was fighting. Shots rang out, the red beam searing into everything, and Laishal fled between the crew pits, shooting anyone who attempted to aim her way. Commander Teo, the comm officer shouted into his mic, call off the attack. All TIE fighters. Laishal shot him in the head, his voice silenced. From her belt, she ripped out her comlink. Insurgent. New mission returned to Dr. Tavis and secure. Everyone froze. The fighting in the crew pit, the blaster fired Laishal. As she stood near the entrance of the Yarways Bridge, the viewport was hard to fully take in, but the picture wasn't difficult to see. In fact, it filled up the darkness of the space almost as much as the excellent gas giant. As it did, Laishal felt her hope for the galaxy lost within that single image. Luke sensed the emotional switch from inside the Yarway to the battle outside of it. He didn't break his stride as he and Mara lurched forward, deflecting another set of blaster bolts from Laishal's never-ending troopers, but he felt a surge of confusion and relief within himself, of dread and excitement, a jumble of emotions that his mind could not process at once. From Mara, the feelings were just as tangled. ICAA's overseers had arrived. Chapter 30. Admiral Gilad Pelian, Supreme Commander of the Imperial Fleet, observed the battle across Exelon from his Star Destroyer, Chimera, the purple and blue gas giant bright enough to almost make his eyes water. Surrounding his vessel, for Imperial I-class Star Destroyers, 2 Victory-class, and half a dozen light cruisers. Even before his pupils had fully adjusted to the image that filled up the viewport, a wave of TIE fighters surged out into space from his fleet towards the Yarway, towards Admiral Halpa Laishal and her followers, who were about to pay the price for their actions against the Galactic Empire. To Pelian's left stood his new captain, Iron Sural, the man not even have his age, a harsh reminder of the previous captain that the Imperial Admiral had lost to Laishal and her assassin weeks before. Updates, Pelian demanded to the crew pit behind him. Our sensors have picked up Joso Isa's crew, and Ensign replied. The Room and his other fighters have surrounded the Yarway and Laishal's other vessels, including the Wise. The young man trailed off, reading his console. It appears the Yarway is just above Exelon V's orbit, and is targeting the moon. Pelian wrinkled his brow. It's targeting fighters within the moon's atmosphere. No, sir. The moon itself. Pelian paused, mulling over the new intel. This was a space battle. It was of no strategic benefit for Isa or any of his crew to be on the moon's surface for Laishal to attack. Contact Joso Isa on the Room, Pelian said, and the comm officer did as instructed. Admiral Pelian. A voice Pelian had never heard came through the channel. Is that who? Captain Isa. Pelian cut him off as he wrapped his hands behind his back. Where's Master Skywalker? Is he trapped on Excellent V's surface? He's on the Star Destroyer, the mercenary replied. He's going after Admiral Laishal and that assassin of hers. That sounded about right. Wild card, indeed. Then why is the Yarway attacking Excellent V? Isa cleared his throat. I don't know. Lacial just started attacking it out of nowhere. Pelion glimpsed at Cyril. The confusion on the captain's face matched what the Admiral felt in the pit of his stomach. There were no enemies on Exelon V. From what Pelion knew of the moon, the civilians were farmers, so the only reason Lacial would waste resources and attack innocent people would be revenge. She tried to use them as war fodder, and apparently it hadn't worked. Commander Avron, Pelion called to the leader of the Chimera's TIE squadron, reroute your team to Excellent Surface. Take out the Yarway's laser towers and blast her squadron off that moon. Yes, Admiral, Avron replied, and in front of them, a band of TIE broke off from the rest. Sir, Captain Cyril spoke up, the Yarway has breached orbit. As we speak, it's most certainly calculating the jump to lightspeed. The Jedi and our other remaining TIE squadrons will handle the Yarway. But Admiral, if we wish to commandeer our own Star Destroyer, I've already given my orders, Captain. Pelion kept his tone quiet but edged, and Cyril's shoulders tensed. He clearly wished to argue further but remained tight-lipped. Good. Captain Isa, Pelion called into the comm again. Fall back from your squadron. I need a full report on what's transpired here. Of course, the shaky, bewildered voice of Jilso Isa went on. There was a sigh. I thought I was working for Vana the Hutt on Rylith. And Vana the Hutt works for me? Pelion replied. Is that a problem? Another skipped beat, and then Isa snorted. As long as I get paid, I don't have any problems. That's what I thought. Actually, the chain went from Jilso Isa to Vana the Hutt to Governor Hyaknik of Beller 7, who had been a close associate of Pelion's since the Clone Wars. There were others, of course, strings that created a tapestry across the galaxy. Even a few New Republic officials provided intel to Pelion's loyalists and were none the wiser. Sometimes being underestimated had its advantages. Of course, underestimating the Galactic Empire was a mistake Admiral Lacial was about to learn the hard way. Get us to lightspeed, Lacial shouted to her officers in the crew pit, her blaster aimed at all of them. We need to retreat now. The navigation computer is still calculating, one of the crew members replied. It'll take another minute too. We'll be dead in another minute. That is Admiral Pelion and his empire at our door. Slowly, the young officer looked up at Lacial, his eyes shrouded in defeat. I don't know what else to do. Lacial wanted to shoot him. She could feel her finger twitch on her blaster's trigger, the metal smooth against her skin. But no killing him, killing any of them at this point, would not alter things. She could only hope, by the Force itself, that the Yarway could get to lightspeed before the swarm of Imperial TIE fighters surrounded their vessel. Han gripped the Falcon's controls, the ship barreling across Excellent V's skyline. Below, the moon was burning, plains of farmlands lit up with lines of fire and villages smoking. There were casualties, despite how Hardy and Cam tried to knock out any bloodthirsty TIE fighters in the vicinity. The Yarway has broken orbit, Cam called into Han's comm. It is most likely calculating a jump to lightspeed. Over my sorry hide. Han shouted and jerked the Falcon's controls so hard, both 3PO and Chewie screamed. Is that necessary? 3PO shouted and then released a robotic huff. I wanted to stay on Coruscant. I wanted you to stay on Coruscant. Han replied. If you could just learn to keep your golden mouth shut, you wouldn't have had to come at all. Captain Solo there. The droid yelled, and Han side-rolled, avoiding another set of Lacial's ties. Cam, Han called out again. We'll only get one shot at this. We gotta get up there, and we gotta to do it now. I'm with you, Captain, Cam replied, his tone no more animated than if he were putting on his boots. Then, in perfect form, the Jedi blasted his way up to the Falcon just as the freighter disappeared into Exelon V's clouds. Again, Han had no visuals, but Cam Siloser had the Force, and with ease, he repositioned himself just a few meters above the Falcon. They simply had to hope that Isa and his crew were still keeping the Yarway busy. Green turbo lasers blasted around them, the beams lighting up the dense purple clouds, and then everything was clear. The Falcon, along with Cam's Y-Wing, emerged from Exelon V's atmosphere, and Han gasped. "Oh my," 3PO screamed. It's the whole blasted empire," Han muttered. Or at least it felt like it had been years since he'd seen this number of Imperial ships banded together. And there they were, with 100 TIE fighters careening their way, and here he was, a sitting womp rat. "Chewie," Han said, "get down to the gun turret." "No," Cam called. "There's no need for that." "No need? We have the entire Imperial fleet floating in front of us. They're here to help." Han gawked at the scene before him, Cam's words and Han's entire life experience unable to click cleanly together in his head. "They are not our enemies," Cam went on. "At least, not today." It felt so backwards, Han's gut knotted up, his mind blaring warnings that this was wrong from every angle, but as the Yarway grew larger in his viewport, he gathered himself. He might hate this, but he hated the idea of Laishal getting away even more. "Follow me in," Han said to Cam, and both ships soared above the Yarway, the Star Destroyer filling up his entire viewport. "Keep her ties off of us," Han shouted to Isa and his small fleet. "We need to make it to the bridge, or this entire show will be for nothing." "I don't have to take orders from you," Isa began, but then the comm system beeped, another respondent patching through. Han opened the channel. "You'll take orders from me," a voice entered the conversation, an impassive, calm voice, one that Han might have mistaken for one of Luke's Jedi, except he knew better. "Yes," Isa came back. "Of course, Admiral Pillion. Cover the SCHE Millennium Falcon as it approaches the Yarway's bridge," the Imperial Admiral continued. Then the comm went dead again. Across the Yarway, laser cannons shot wildly at the Falcon, but just like the TIEs, the shooters were either inexperienced or didn't have their head in the fight. Two of Isa's snub fighters veered in front of a Naboo starfighter, and an X-Wing covering the Falcon as it spiraled upwards, the Yarway's bridge growing on the viewport. Then Cam's Y-Wing shot forward. "Y-Wing," one of the officers on the bridge shouted, and Laishal spun towards the viewport. Two random snub fighters flew past the Yarway's bridge, and there, speeding away from the top of a Corellian vessel's hull, the Millennium Falcon, she swiftly realized a single BTL Y-Wing starfighter. "Why didn't you say something before?" she screamed at her bridge crew. It didn't come up on the sensors, an officer replied. I didn't." Laishal reeled her vision back to the viewport. The Y-Wing had been camouflaged and had remained so close to the Falcon, the Yarway's sensors hadn't detected it. And now it was too late. As the Y-Wing soared past the Yarway, a chain of ion torpedoes shot out from the cannons above its cockpit. The entire bridge lit up with blue sparks, as though the ship's hull had been caught in a lightning storm. Then every electronic across the bridge went dark. Above Luke and Mara, the Yarway's lights flicked off, the long corridor filled with stormtroopers, now only lit by two lightsabers. The herd of opponents stopped firing, unmistakably alarmed by this new obstacle, and Luke had no intention of passing that up. Shutting down his lightsaber, he bolted forward, Mara quick to do the same, leaving the corridor in utter blackness. At least for the troopers. Through the Force, Luke felt their energy, their feet shuffling, their blasters preparing to aim once more, but with only their eyes to depend on. There was nowhere to aim. Not for them, at least. A flash of green light Luke's lightsaber as he reached the troopers and activated the blade. He cut through a blaster, then a trooper's arm. There were screams and a red beam lit up the corridor, aimed straight at Luke's head. He deflected the shot back, catching the trooper in the chest before shutting down his saber again, and again, leaving everything in darkness. A flash of blue, two troopers down, one losing a hand, the other a foot. The blazing blue blade disappeared before a single shot could be fired. Panic. Luke sensed it from the men and women in front of him as their eyes failed them where Luke and Mara's senses in the Force held strong. Another eruption of white-green, another set of injured troopers and destroyed rifles, and then, with gasps and shouts to fall back, the stormtroopers retreated, a few remaining grounded but out of the fight. Things were strangely quiet for a half second, and through the Force, Luke saw Mara, her life force, strong and focused. "That was handy," she commented, and a loud droning roar through the corridor, vibrating the walls and sealing emergency light sparked to life. The life support began to circulate again. They were on private generators, active until the bridge crew could reboot the Yarway's entire system, which could take a few minutes. In the meantime, the Star Destroyer was just a hunk of metal floating in space. With Pelion and his Imperial fleet right at their door, that meant there was zero chance to save the ship from his hands now. That also meant, unless they evacuated soon, Luke, Mara, and the rest of them would be at the mercy of the Galactic Empire. "So what's the next move?" Mara asked, still heading to the bridge for Lacial. Luke frowned. "She's not staying on the bridge." He grabbed his comlink. "Corrin, ran a change of plan. We're heading your way?" Chapter 31. The Yarway was disabled. What a splendid surprise. As Admiral Pelion stood by the Chimera's viewport, he restrained the temptation to smile. After all, it was the Millennium Falcon and a New Republic Y-Wing that had completed the task, but he could take a little pride in his instincts. Han Solo might have been a criminal turned glorified husband, but the smuggler was well known for his ingenuity. "Sir," one of his ensigns called from the bridge crew, "Admiral Lacial's TIE fighters within the Excellan Moon have been destroyed." "Good," Pelion replied. "Leave half our squadron to guard the moon, and send in the fire brigade to extinguish any remaining fallout from the turbolasers." "Yes, Admiral." "Sir," Captain Sirol said from beside Pelion, "isn't that a bit unnecessary? After all, we have the resources to handle a few wildfires," the Admiral commented and then tossed his captain a side look. "And besides, I like Sucre Plant just as much as the next man." A veil of consciousness. It was thin and fragile, able to tear with the slightest strain, but as Kype Durin lay convulsing on a table, his eyes fluttered, the faintest bit of reality sneaking into his senses. There was a band around his upper arm, and it ate drugs. They were feeding him drugs, the medication seeping into his pores through microneedles in his arm. Around him, other beings were lying similarly to him but unmoving, a human, a Mon Calamari. "Silgal." Kype tried to call out to her, but his body wouldn't allow it. His body didn't allow anything except pain. Yes, there was the break in his leg and his exhausted muscles begged to stop jerking. But it was the device on the back of his neck, the one he'd permitted to be implanted, that caused his eyes to water, his breathing to shorten. He'd think the nerves in that area would have died by now, but no. It felt as if his brain was on fire, and perhaps it was. "Dr. Tavis," a woman's voice called into the room speaker's Lacial. "I'm ordering you and your team to evacuate immediately. You and the insurgent will meet me in docking Bay 318. You're ordered to bring the captive Jedi with you, by any means necessary." "Admiral," Tavis called to the speakers, "the Yarway is dead in the water. The Empire. This can be salvaged if we have the weapons we need, that I know you can create. But Admiral, I suggest you hurry, Doctor. Skywalker and his Jedi are heading in your direction, and I don't know if the insurgent can hold them all at bay." The transmission ended. A second later, the emergency lights in the room flickered. An alarm began to blare, demanding departure. Tavis flung his vision about the room to his team, other doctors, lab techs. There were also several stormtroopers, all remaining in place as though stuck in a time loop. And the insurgent. Yes, there he was, ready to go on a killing spree with a single verbal cue. "Come on," Tavis said, and pushed back an already partially open set of retractable glass panes that separated the lab section of the room from the office area near the front. "Let's start moving. Help me with them. We need to get out of here." A woman came back. "This is over with." "Just," Tavis lifted a hand as if to console her, "help me get the Jedi to the shuttles. We'll evacuate and then start over, just like the Admiral." With a groan, the woman peeled off her lab coat and pitched it to the ground. "This has turned into insanity," she declared. "I'd rather work for the Empire. At least when they murder their own people in front of everyone, there's some reason behind it. She stormed off, and with her, about half the techs and even a few stormtroopers. "Wait," Tavis shouted and then reeled back around to the room. Kype tried to summon the Force, but all he could manage was remaining conscious. "Well," Tavis swept a hand towards the Jedi. "Come on, then help me. Now." Reluctantly, the remaining lab techs and troopers approached Kype and the others. As Tavis snatched up medical supplies in a large bag by a desk, Silga was lifted from her workbench. Then Worth and Ronab Kype felt hands under his armpits, on his ankles. As one of the techs pressed down on his broken leg, a groan wormed its way up Kype's throat. "Sir," the tech said as they set him back down. "He's waking up again." "Blast it," Tavis said and grabbed another armband. "I could sedate half of Coruscant easier than this guy." Kip's eyes widened, his vision clearing, but it wasn't enough. Even as consciousness began to center itself, it didn't matter, his body would not cooperate. His limbs refused to stop shaking, and for the first time in a long time, a twitch of fear tightened his stomach. As the insurgent, silent and blank-eyed, watched without a stir, Kype wondered if that would be his fate soon, as no matter how much he tried, how much skill he had, he could not stop this. "Hold him still," Tavis said, and then two sets of hands gripped Kype's shaken right arm. From the hallway, a rage of screams. The sound of something falling bodies. Before anyone could react, a bright yellow beam flew into the room. Like an elongated blaster bolt with a mind of its own, the yellow light flipped in midair, and it took Kype a second to recognize what it was. A lightsaber? It was a yellow lightsaber, vaulting across the lab. Within a heartbeat, the troops and techs holding the unconscious Jedi lost their heads. Worth and Silga dropped to the floor, their now dead handlers with them. Screaming, the remaining troopers and techs ducked downwards as the light returned to the room's entrance, its owner standing there, a woman in red and purple attire, wearing a crown that curved from the top of her head to the sides of her face. Karana T, the Dathomir Witch-turned Jedi Knight. The insurgent rushed her, but she wasn't alone. Jumping in front, silver blade ignited and hissing, was Corran Horn. The shorter man struck the insurgent's blaster as soon as it was sprung, splicing the weapon into two, and then went for an arm, revealing a metallic forearm that didn't flinch as a white blade stretched out in the assassin's other hand. "Shoot them," Tavis screamed from the floor, cradling his bag like a baby. The stormtrooper's blaster rifle sparked life. Red beams flooded the entrance of the lab, smashing into walls and office furniture. Deflecting several shots, Karana wrenched a hand forward and an office chair hurled into the room. It crashed into three troopers, knocking them backwards as the others continued to fire. In the corner, Corran shoved the insurgent's lightsaber away and swung his silver blade downwards at the man's head. The insurgent grabbed Corran's blade, securing it in place. The Jedi didn't expect the move. "Yank forward," Corran shouted as the assassin flipped him over into a nearby desk. The Force knocked Corran sideways, and he flipped to the ground, the saber in his hand shutting off. With his white blade crashing down, the insurgent tried to slice Corran's head in half. Jerking his body to the side, Corran rolled out of the way, the insurgent then swinging for his chest, his legs. Propelling himself backwards, Corran launched himself into a somersault, one knee on the ground, and, igniting his saber, lifted it just as the insurgent swung at his face. In front, Karana tried to handle the barrage of blaster fire, so much red Kype could barely see her. "Karana!" Corran shouted. Too late. In a single fluid move, the insurgent flung a dagger from his belt, and it whirlwinded through the air. In a last-ditch effort, Karana sidestepped, but the blade still jabbed into her right shoulder blade. Crying out, the woman ducked behind one of the tossed-over workbenches. From his angle, Kype could barely spot her, but then she dropped the dagger to the floor by the workbenches where she'd clearly slid it out. "Kill them," Tavis screamed to the insurgent. "That is your mission. They are your enemies, kill them both." "Please," Kype begged the Force. If he could just deactivate the device on his neck, disable it, use a hand to rip the blasted thing away, but no. All he could do was witness his friends fight. Perhaps Corran could defeat the insurgent. but each time he gained some distance to attack, a stormtrooper shot at him. Karana had switched her lightsaber from her right dominate hand to her left. Her eyes were full of energy, but her body was injured and exhausted. "Kill them," Tavis shouted again as he remained flat on the floor. "Kill them all." There it was, something that felt both impossible and inevitable: a blade of green. The new color lit up the room's entrance, the bright saber intervening between Corrin and the insurgent, the energy of his handler immediately pressing Lacial's assassin back. The stormtroopers aimed at the new threat, Jedi Master Luke Skywalker, but then Mara Jade charged through the doorway, her blue blade and sleeve blaster already in fight mode, the spark in her eyes matching the intensity of the weapons in her grasp. As Mara bolted past the office furniture, Karana rejoined the battle, both women keeping every red beam away from Luke and Corrin. Near the door, Corrin got to Master Skywalker's right, and then the insurgent had nowhere to go, arms and white lightsaber attempting to block two attackers. Corrin went for a kill strike. "No!" Master Skywalker said and circled in front of Corrin, blocking the other man's blade. The insurgent spotted his opportunity. His right boot shot out and caught Master Skywalker square in the back. With a groan, he stumbled into Corrin, and then both men hit the floor. "Luke," Mara shouted, her gaze reeling around. A stormtrooper's blaster bolt went for her chest, and Karana shoved herself and Mara out of the way, both going down as the shot flew past them. There was a pause in the fight, and Tavis was blatantly ready to take the opportunity for himself. With a panicked squeal, he bolted from his spot on the floor, on his feet but hunched downwards to avoid the anarchy. "New mission," he screamed as he bumbled past the office cabinets. "Take me to Lacial. Now." Back on his feet, Master Skywalker tried to subdue the insurgent, but a pack of stormtroopers began firing in his direction. The insurgent ran past him, determined to reach Tavis nearing the door. On his knees again, Corrin swung his lightsaber, but the assassin leaped over the blade and then twisted around and kicked the Jedi Knight in the shoulder as Master Skywalker attempted to snag the insurgent by an arm. A scream. By the door, Tavis had gotten too much in a hurry, had angled himself too high. As the amateur stormtroopers tried to take out the Jedi, one beam of friendly fire slammed into Tavis' back. Even from the workbench, Kype smelled new burnt flesh that mixed with his own as he witnessed Tavis crash into the side of the room's door frame, barely able to keep himself standing. The firing paused. Master Skywalker knelt by Corrin, trying to help the man up. Near Silgal and Worth on the floor, Mara and Karana watched as the insurgent hefted Tavis over his shoulder. Master Skywalker straightened, seeming prepared to dart after the two, when Kype noticed a shadow over his own workbench. "Hands up, Jedi," one of the stormtroopers shouted to them all, and even without looking up, Kype knew the trooper had his blaster rifle aimed at his convulsing head. "Put your swords down or I'll..." The movement was so abrupt, even Kype didn't expect it. From Master Skywalker, his green saber went flying from his hands. It rocketed across the room, propelled by the Force, and then the trooper overshadowing Kype screamed. The green blade returned to Master Skywalker as Kype observed the shadow over him, as a small part of it released from the other, and then both shadows dropped, falling behind him, along with the blaster targeting his head. The stench of cooked flesh once again ensnarled Kype's nostrils. From the corner of his vision, he spotted a new object on the ground. A severed arm, its skin still fuming. No more blaster beams. The remaining stormtroopers and lab techs stood as if waiting for their limbs to spontaneously pop off. "Get out," was all Master Skywalker shouted. Orders received. Weapons raised over their heads, the stormtroopers clamored to the room's doorway with techs beside them, all gingerly deviating around Master Skywalker and the other Jedi as though waiting for a lightsaber to their backs. Jaw squared, Master Skywalker held his saber, eyes and senses clearly on alert, as he stretched out his free hand to Corrin, helping him up. Near Kype, Mara and Karana extinguished their lightsabers, both hurrying to Kype as he continued convulsing on his workbench. Despite it all, as he regarded them, he tried to smile. He failed, but he tried. How do we stop this? Karana asked, giving him a once-over, appearing uncertain what was occurring. The back of my neck, he called to her and the others through the Force. A command remote will deactivate it. Where's the remote then? Mara asked, and Kype felt the urge to smile again. How should I know? Kype replied and sent them all a mental image of what the device looked like. As the women examined the neural imposer, Luke and Corrin ripped the office section of the room apart, sifting through desk drawers and file cabinets until a minute later, when Corrin raised a device into the air. Rushing to Kip's side, he fiddled with the thing's switches. It's universal, Kype explained. A different frequency for each person, I think. Be careful. Below them, Silgul and Worth stirred. Master Skywalker knelt down, insisting they remain still. Corrin tinkered with the command remote as he attempted to understand the nature of the beast, and panic infested Kip's insides. The agony across his body, the lack of control of almost everything that made him who he was. He was so close to freedom, but it wasn't there, and those few seconds were stretching into years. Please, Kype called to his friend as 2 tears streamed from his eyes. Please hurry. I think it requires an access code, Corrin said. From beside him, Master Skywalker got upright, asked Karana and Mara to watch over the other Jedi, and then Corrin handed him the device. Please hurry, Kype thought, but this time only to himself. After a second, Master Skywalker discarded the evidently useless command remote. Hold on, Kype, he said, and with the Force, rolled Kype to his stomach. With a groan, Kype squinted his eyes shut, already realizing what the Jedi Master was up to. He would have protested and wanted to, but what other option was there? Hold him steady, Master Skywalker told the others, and hands were on him, Mara and Karana by his sides, Corrin's on his head, all of them keeping him as still as possible with their grips and the Force. Without seeing him, Kype sensed Master Skywalker's hands on the back of his neck, could almost imagine the other man's brain turning with both the Force and his mechanic skills mingling together to sort this out. Then, out of nowhere, there was a power surge at the back of Kip's neck. The center of the device shrieked, all the needles kicking into overdrive, ready to destroy him until they weren't. There was a popping noise, something breaking, and then his entire body relaxed. With a gasp, Kype inhaled the first good breath in half an hour. All his muscles continued to twitch, and they probably wouldn't stop for a while. His right leg was killing him, the break worsened by all the involuntary movements. He had a massive headache, and knew there were blisters and blackened flesh on the back of his neck. Nonetheless, as the others gave him space, Kype eased himself onto his back again, and then turned to Master Skywalker. Thank you, he said. Then he closed his eyes, feeling like years of his life had just been drained out of him. Should I prepare the transports? Captain Sirral asked beside Pelion on the Chimera's bridge. Twitching his mustache, the Admiral shot the man a frown. To recapture the R-Way, his captain went on, and Pelion shook his head. Keep focused on the battle at hand, Pelion replied. First we need to keep our enemy from escaping. But the R-Way we need to get stormtroopers on board. The fate of our Star Destroyer isn't our concern right now. Finally, Captain Sirral broke protocol. The man maneuvered between the Imperial Admiral and his view of the outside battle. Forgive me, sir, but right now, Luke Skywalker and several of his Jedi on that Star Destroyer. A fact I'm already aware of, thank you. And Captain Han Solo is currently surrounded by a mass of our own fighters. I have eyes, Captain. Cyril's mouth dropped. This is our opportunity. At last, we have these enemies of our glorious empire at our mercy if we simply... Pelion turned away from his new captain, cutting off his momentum. Order the TIE squadrons and IZA-Ace team to surround each shuttle that escapes from the Yarway. He ordered his bridge crew. I want the passengers alive. Beside each other, Silgul and Worth sat with their backs to the bottom of one of the workbenches they had previously been occupying. The drug bands around their arms had been removed, their bodies already detoxing the medications as Mara and Karana assisted through the Force. On the workbench above, Kype Dern was up but lurched over, his legs dangling off the edge and his body still quivering. On the bench behind them, the Padawan Ranab, who had sustained a stray blaster shot to his calf and, even without the drug ban, was still not rousing. "They've done something to him," Corrin said from the top of the workbench while Luke wrapped Ranab's leg with some back-to-lace gauze he found in a nearby medical drawer. "Any idea what?" Luke asked, and Corrin angled the young Mirilan man's head, showing tiny puncture wounds in both the left and right temples. "They're trying to turn us into TH. The insurgent," Kype replied for them, his speech slurred. "Weep weapons for their new alliance." Luke shut his eyes briefly and turned to Kype. "Why were you here in the first place? Did the Jedi Academy not transmit the message about Legiel attacking Jedi?" "I got the message 2 days ago." Luke's eyes narrowed. "So I sent an order instructing you to abandon your assignment, and you simply ignored it." Despite his body trembling, Kype managed to match Luke's glower. You're not the only one who gets visions, Master. The Force told me to stay, so I stayed. I didn't send out that message as a suggestion. I'm so sorry, but aren't why you ignoring orders from the New Republic right now?" "Hey," Mara stood up. "You two can sort out who's the bigger hypocrite later. We need to get off the ship." Luke held his glare to Kype, then decided it wasn't worth it and brought his attention to Corrin with Ranab. "Is it safe to move him?" Corrin raised and then dropped his hands to the edge of the workbench. His breathing is regular, heart rate normal. "I don't think it'll kill him." "Well, staying here definitely will," Mara went on. "I don't know what Pelian has in store for this ship, but I don't want to be here when he executes the plan." "Agreed," Silgal said, lifting an arm in camaraderie. Luke nodded. Through the Force, he sensed Lacial's followers, and they were too busy fleeing to be concerned with any of them. "Corrana," Luke said to the woman crouched on the floor, "are you able to help Worth and Silgal to a docking bay with your injury?" "I've been stabbed before," Corrana replied, almost defensive. "It'll make a glorious scar, and that is all." "I'm fit for travel," Worth finally spoke up from the floor. "I might not walk straight, but I can walk." "Me as well," Silgal replied. Corrana straightened up. "I will help with Kype and Ranab." "I'll help myself," Kype said. We need to get to Lacial. Dock in Bay 318, I heard her tell Tavis. "How about you keep off that leg instead?" Mara said, and forced him back on the bench with the lightest of pushes. She regarded Luke. "What about you?" Her tone was casual, but Luke knew what she was asking. "We need to collect these medical files." Luke motioned a hand to the office. "See what they did to Ranab, what they did to the insurgent." "By we you mean me," Mara replied and shook her head, seeming to already know his answer. "I'm going after them," Luke replied. "Tavis is injured. I can still catch up and stop this, here and now." "We need to retreat," Mara insisted. "All of us." "Master," Corrana stepped in. "I understand the need to follow your basic male instincts, but now is not the time." "She's right," Corrin chimed in. "Not about the male instincts crack, but we're injured and exhausted. And we have no blasted clue what Pelian is about to do here." Luke scanned all the Jedi in front of him, their eyes pleading with him to back down. He rested his gaze on Kype. "And you?" He smirked at Luke. If I'm not allowed out to play." "Good. It's settled." Mara turned to the others. "Whoever can move, get moving. Luke and I will grab these records and pull up the rear." There was no argument, no fight left. Using the Force and her arms, Corrana lifted Ranab from his workbench. Despite Kype's insistence that he handle himself, Corrin grabbed the other man's right arm and draped it over his own shoulder before Kype could complain. With Luke and Mara, Worth, and Silgal removed themselves from the room's floor, groggy and groaning but more orientated by the second. Lightsabers in hand, the pack of exhausted and injured Jedi started for the room's door, and Luke watched them pass, a swell of relief and a touch of pride coursing through his body. Other than lectures on holocrons and ancient text, he didn't really know what Jedi of the Old Republic were like, but surely Corrin, Corrana, Kype, and the others embodied everything Jedi were supposed to be. At least he liked to think so. Let's get to work. Mara cut through his thoughts as the other Jedi disappeared from view. I want off this ship as soon as possible. Pressing his lips together, Luke snatched up a random supply bag from the floor and began yanking open cabinets in the room's office area. There were dozens of data cards and holocubes, some that appeared to be from over a generation before, and excitement brewed in Luke's stomach. You really like to be hard on him, Mara commented as she gathered medical data pads and other items around the workbenches. Luke was already aware who she was referring to. This isn't the first time Kip's ignored orders he finds inconvenient, he said as he moved towards the file drawers constructed into the lab's far right wall. He could have died today. Let's see rogue self-righteous Jedi who thinks he knows better than everyone else and ignores orders so he can follow his own instincts and has a penchant for wearing black. Where have I seen? Whatever else Mara was saying was lost in Luke's mind as he snapped open the drawer in front of him. Instead of a pile of organized data pads he'd expected, a wave of cold air and fog wafted around him. Even before he spotted the contents inside, he knew what it was. A body? All the air got stuck in his lungs. Grabbing a handle at the end of the metal rack inside, Luke slid the corpse halfway out. Within a semi-transparent body bag, the dead man's eyes were covered with a piece of black gauze, mouth partially ajar, an expression the man would wear forever. It was an older human, and the top part of his skull was missing. He'd been dissected, his brain studied, in this lab that housed the insurgent. The realization struck Luke, connections not difficult to click together. The man had been Force-sensitive, someone the Empire, or Lacial, had discovered and had tried to control like Tynan but had clearly failed. Or perhaps he was simply a first step, someone to toy with before moving on to more would-be assassins. Dread crept up Luke's back, and he glided the body back into his drawer. His mind demanded he stop, but his heart compelled him to continue. He went to the next one. As he opened its contents, his chest ached, staring at a young man not even 20 within the body bag's contents. Black implants surrounded his forehead, the same type of devices pierced onto the back of Kip's and the insurgents' necks, the skin directly above the boy's eyebrows burnt to bone. He had fought them, whatever his captors had attempted to do, and they killed him for it. That's when Luke noticed it. On the right side of the young man's head, draped over his shoulder, a braid. Thin, delicate, a dark brown collection of hair, much longer than the short, spiky strands on the youth's head. Luke had seen this braid before, on holocrons and images in Jedi texts. The boy had been a Padawan of the old Jedi Order. A new energy filled him. Luke slid the boy back and hurried to another drawer. This of a young Ithorian child, and it was impossible to tell if she'd perished a few years ago or 40. He moved to the next, this one an older Twi'lek male, and then the next a young female Thelan, and as he slid another rack halfway out, his legs almost buckled. His vision warped, but he saw the face. Even with the semi-transparent bag, Luke recognized her. Rika, Mara's lost sister, with her blush blonde hair, eyes covered with a black cloth. Luke, Mara called from the back of the lab. What's wrong? Nothing. The word surfaced, a reflex, and he realized that Mara had caught onto his emotional turmoil, and he wished now more than ever that he could keep his feelings bottled. But she had stopped what she was doing and was coming towards him. Adrenaline surging throughout his veins, Luke pushed the metal rack back into its place in the wall before Mara reached him. What is it? Mara asked. Bodies, he said, trying to swallow the desert in his throat. It's a wall full of bodies, of Force-sensitives, some dating back to the old Jedi era. Mara's jaw dropped and her gaze surveyed the collection of drawers as though expecting something horrid to jump out. Then her vision landed on the far end of the wall. Luke, she nodded her head. At the furthest end was a drawer just like the others, except its label. It was a different color, seemed newer. Luke willed himself to calm and teetered forward. Reaching the drawer, he grabbed the latch and opened it. The cold air washed over him again, and then he saw her, lying there, a cloth over her eyes, half her skull missing, and as hard as he tried not to allow his emotions, his rage, his despair, his regret to overwhelm him, there was nothing he nor the Force could do to prevent it. Not in that moment, not with her. Simne traitor, Jedi Knight. Murdered by the assassin, no, by Laishal, who controlled the assassin. Luke student, degraded into just another thing in Laishal's lab. We need to go, Mara whispered and rested a hand on Luke's shoulder. Yes, he needed to go, just not where Mara hoped. Luke slid Simne back into the drawer, closed and latched. He turned back to Mara and her eyes widened at the sight of him, and he could only imagine the look on his face that would cause such a look on hers. It was irrelevant, now only one thing mattered. This ends today, he spoke, his voice dark and determined. Then he marched past Mara into the Yarway's corridor, now emptied, the emergency lights flittering as if they could go out any second. Laishal and the others were far ahead, but they still needed to prep their shuttle, get things ready, and she'd wait for the insurgent. Setting his jaw, Luke snapped into a run. Before he got out a single footstep, a hand grabbed his right wrist. Luke reeled around to find Mara, both hands now gripping his arm. "You stupid crazy farm boy," she shouted. "I'm not going to just sit back and watch you kill yourself." "Let go of my arm, Mara," he came back. "We need to get out of here. Right now, Admiral Pelion and his entire empire are at our front door, and they are either going to commandeer the ship or blow it out of space." "I don't care," Luke shouted. "I can't let this continue. She has to be stopped." "She will be. Even if she escapes today, she's made enemies of both the New Republic and the Empire." "What about Tynan? What happens to him?" Mara froze. The grip on Luke's wrist loosened. "It's out of your control, Luke. We can't help him, not right now." "No," he swallowed hard. "I know I can do this. I know I can save him. And I'm trying to save you." Luke blinked, his glare softened. Inside, the anger and sorrow eased, staring at this woman, her eyes begging, everything she was or everything she could be once again out in the open for him to see. Her hands held onto him, and for a moment, all he wanted to do was give in to anything she demanded. But then Luke's expression tightened, and he pulled his arm away, her hand slipping off as he did. "I'm going," he whispered. "You can do whatever you feel is right, and I'll do the same." As those words left his mouth, Mara Jade's face hardened. Her lips thinned out, bright eyes dimmed, and as she lifted her chin, she declared, "If you do this, Skywalker, you'll do it alone. I'm not coming back for you." It was a last-ditch effort to stop him, and Luke remembered a time long ago when someone had given a similar ultimatum. Obi-Wan on Dagobah, as he and Master Yoda desperately pleaded with him not to face Vader. Luke had been a boy then, insanely naive, impulsive, impatient, and far too confident for his own good. More than anything, however, he had just wanted to save his friends. He wasn't that naive boy anymore. He was a Jedi Master, the only Jedi Master the galaxy had left. "Goodbye, Mara," he said before he turned away. He felt her eyes on him as he ran the opposite direction, until he reeled around a corner, leaving Mara behind as he rushed towards Laishal and her assassin. Chapter 32. A death rattle. It was as though the Yarway was on his last breath. The evacuation was almost complete, and with no one on the bridge to reboot the vessel systems, the individual power generators were struggling. The corridors were eerily quiet otherwise, and as Luke neared docking bay 318, he slowed his pace, keeping weight on the balls of his feet, lightsaber already in hand. At the edge of the corridor, he halted, stretching out with his senses, not that he needed to. Again, Laishal ordered the insurgent, and through the Force, Luke detected the assassin crouched down, tampering with small devices on a body tovos. On the man's chest, Laishal or the insurgent had planted electrodes, obviously attempting to restart his heart. No good, as Luke could detect nothing in the man, his life already extinguished. "Charge again," Laishal said, and there was strain in her tone. Luke crept into the room, keeping himself concealed beside some gray cargo boxes. In front, Lacial and her assassin were standing by the lowered ramp of a Lambda-class shuttle, the last one in the bay, its triangular-shaped wings still pointing upwards. Luke glanced down at his saber. He could swing it at Lacial, but with the insurgent so close, if he sensed what was occurring, then Luke would lose the only surprise he had. Plan B. With a snap of his hands, Luke flung the saber. The hilt spun in midair, and as it flew past Lacial and the insurgent, he summoned the Force, igniting it. The white-green blade sparked to life, aimed at the shuttle's right engine. From his boot, the insurgent hurled a dagger. The black metal smacked into the lightsaber hilt, knocking both weapons away from the shuttle. The green of Luke's saber shut down as the hilt bounced and rolled on the durasteel floor. So much for surprise. Teeth clenched, Luke used the Force to snatch up one of the huge cargo boxes from beside him as Lacial unholstered her blaster, and he shoved the thing at her before she could aim. With a shout, she struggled away, the box sliding near Tava's dead body as Luke dove to the left, extending a hand. The lightsaber heard his call, and the sleek silver flew up from the floor, back into his willing grasp. Then it was Luke, lightsaber lit, Lacial, blaster drawn, and the insurgent, standing, waiting for his commands. "Drop it," Luke ordered Lacial. She glared. "I'd rather die than do as you wish." "That might have to happen, then? You're not leaving the ship, not on your own." With a theatrical exhale, she tossed a peek over her shoulder to the insurgent. "Reset the chargers? Resuscitate Dr. Tovos now. Let me spare you the suspense," Luke said. "He's dead." Lacial squared her shoulders. "You'd be the expert on death, the Sith that you are. You're not taking us alive." She aimed her blaster back to the insurgent. "If I die, I'll make certain he does as well." Fingers tightening on his lightsaber, Luke peered past Lacial to the insurgent. "Tynan." "Back off," Lacial insisted. Luke narrowed his eyelids. "If I'm a Sith, why would I care about him?" "Because he's another servant for your army, Skywalker. To continue your control over the galaxy. As opposed to what you've done to him. A slave to your commands." "I haven't enslaved him, you fool. I saved him." Luke blinked. "Saved? Do you know how I found him?" Lacial asked as she motioned her head to the insurgent. "It wasn't some planetary takeover, some military invasion gone wrong. I bought him at an auction." Luke frowned. "Where?" "Shortly after the fiasco with Admiral Dalla, an Imperial Grand Moff had decided it was time to defect from the Empire. Despite his Imperial territories enslaving millions of Twi'leks, Wookiees, and several other species within the Mid and Outer Rim, the Grand Moff had invaluable intel on the workings of Admiral Pelion and several other figures within the Empire. So he cut a deal with the New Republic. I was there during the negotiations, when he agreed to free all the slaves he and other Imperials had acquired across his territories." She gave a sneer. "I remember the auction. If he couldn't keep his slaves, why not secretly sell them off to the highest bidder in other Imperial regions? Thousands were sold in a single night. Men, women, children, and then there was him." She nodded to the insurgent. "Tynan," Luke called. "You need to fight this. You have a name as Tynan." "No one really knew what he was," Lacial went on. "Somehow, that information had been lost with the Emperor. But he came with the whole package." "The bodies in the wall," Luke cut in, his frown deepening. "I see you've already met them. I recognized what they were. Force sensitives, experiments that didn't pan out except him, of course. So you bought him." The anger bit hard into Luke's gut. Just another slave owner, no better than anyone else at that auction. "Don't you dare," Lacial said, her blaster reeling back to Luke. "You have no right to judge. He'd been used to kill innocents across the galaxy, including people in the Rebel Alliance. This way, I've given him an opportunity for redemption, to be a beacon of good." "You believe this is good?" Luke glanced around the room. "Murdering innocent people, kidnapping Jedi. You attacked your own people on Coruscant to incite a war." "They're not my people. I know that now. I didn't want to believe it. I just wanted to wipe out Pelion and his Imperial remnant. But that will never be good enough. Former Imperials joining the New Republic. Welcome just like that Grand Moff. just like you and your corrupted bloodline. Each one tarnishing everything I had fought and sacrificed for. No, you all must be destroyed. Luke allowed her words to process in his head. All Imperials. Most of the galaxy had been Imperial at one point. Leia and her father had been members of the Imperial Senate, and as a young man, Han had been recruited into the Imperial military before defecting. Even Luke's friends like Biggs and Tank on Tatooine had joined the Imperial Academy. And then there was Mara. Lae'zel wasn't planning to attack Pelion, and the last breath of his empire she wanted to exterminate trillions if she got the chance. Tynan, Luke begged through the Force, trying to pierce the assassin's mind. Please fight this. You have the power to stop. You have a name? We're finished here, Lae'zel said over her shoulder. He's gonna stop resuscitation. Without a word, the insurgent stood up, leaving Tovo's dead body by the shuttle ramp. You're not leaving the ship, Luke said, angling his lightsaber into an attack stance. No, you're not leaving the ship, Lae'zel replied, and then, your next mission: kill Luke Skywalker. Fast. With barely any effort, the insurgent charged Luke, lightsaber ignited in his right hand, crossing it with his left forearm to create a solid X. Muscles tensed, Luke pivoted, swinging his lightsaber downwards to the insurgent's shins, attempting a non-lethal strike. The insurgent swung around, legs escaping Luke's attack, and then his white blade came crashing down, Luke barely hoisting his saber up in time to catch it. Tynan, he pushed again. The Emperor is dead. Grabbing the end of his own saber with his metal hand, the insurgent pressed, putting his whole body into pushing Luke downwards. Sparks flew from the Beskar alloy, the cool blue metal heating to a solid orange-red, and with a groan, Luke's legs buckled. Before the assassin could take the advantage, Luke spun away on his knees, and the insurgent staggered forward, dropping his saber as he almost lost his footing. With the Force, Luke snagged the rogue lightsaber with his free hand before the other man could react. You don't have to listen to him anymore, Luke tried again as he clipped the deactivated saber to his belt. You don't have to listen to anyone but yourself. Fight it. You have a name? The Force blared warnings, and on reflex, Luke jerked his lightsaber to the side of his head just as a blaster beam bounced off the blade. Lae'zel. She was shooting at him, apparently no longer content with standing back to watch the show. Kill him, Lae'zel shouted and shot again, and again, Luke deflected the beams. He is your enemy. You kill your enemies, so kill him now. You have a name, Luke pushed again. You have one, and never lost it. I have a name. Luke felt the shift, a glimmer of consciousness from the insurgent, of the real man locked within the hollow assassin. Another blaster shot, again deflected away. Gritting his teeth, Luke reached out his free hand, entrapping Lae'zel's blaster within the Force. He closed his fist, and as Lae'zel shouted, the blaster crunched into itself, one stray blaster shot slamming into the bay ceiling from the imploding barrel. With a yelp, Lae'zel dropped the blaster before it smashed her fingers. In front of him, the insurgent snapped out a hand and caught Luke's lightsaber blade. The white-green sparked protest against the cool metal, but Luke remembered this trick. Before the insurgent could flip him over like last time, Luke extinguished the lightsaber, the blade vanishing, and the insurgent fell forward into Luke. Dropping his saber hilt, Luke grabbed the man's face with both hands, and with everything he had, he consumed himself with the Force. You have a name? He begged. It's Tynan. You are Tynan, remember. No reaction. As Luke held him there, the insurgent offered nothing on his face, but within him. With a gasp, everything that Luke was, everything he'd known himself to be or thought he could become, disappeared. There was an atrium, a grand atrium, made of bronze and silver, pillars that expanded several stories high with soft amber radiating in from massive windows throughout each wall. Statues stood in the distance, that of robed men and women constructed of the same bronze as the atrium. Memories of great warriors know, war does not make one great. Tynan. He was walking with other children, none older than 6. Their clothes of similar design to that of the statues, the boy's hair cut short. Thin, long braids wrapped around from behind their right ears to their right shoulders. The atrium was busy, and the children were off to lessons, with adults passing, men and women in tunics and robes of mostly neutral colors. But one figure, as he strolled by, bobbed his head as he went, a gentle smile on his bearded face. "Hello there," he said to the children, the younglings. "Hello, master," some of the children, including Tynan, replied. The smell of ozone stung his nostrils. It was night now, a snippet of time had passed, but everything was different. The noises were different, the atrium gone, replaced with blackness. No, not blackness. He was huddled behind a chair, knees on the ground, arms lifted to the top of the short-standing piece of furniture, fingers clasping his material. Head lowered, gaze planted to the floor. Blaster fire. Yes, there was blaster fire, and all the adults told them to stay here, they'd be safe here. The adults never came back, though, and now it was Tynan and the other children, and the firing was growing louder. The fear within this place was swelling. Tynan was new to the Force, but he felt it and he squinted his eyes shut, trying to push the bad feelings away. There was a sound. The room's doors parted. Throughout the room, a wave of relief, and Tynan gently inched his head upwards to grab a peek at the new visitor. He was hooded, and Tynan didn't recognize him, but he appeared familiar, dressed in dark attire, and at the side of him, several younglings stepped forward. "Master Skywalker," one of the boys said, "there's too many of them. What are we going to do?" Silence. The adult was silent. In his Jedi robes, he stood there a second longer, and then, with a snap hiss, a blue blade stretched out from his right hand. The younglings flinched, and that was all they had time to do. The lightsaber swung towards the first boy, and with a gasp, Tynan ducked behind the chair again. His fingers dug into the fabric as screams engulfed the room, the only thing louder than the hum of the lightsaber. Panting, shaking, Tynan tried to peel his hands from the back of the chair, but he was paralyzed with fear. All he could do was duck his head further down. The screams continued, panicked small feet attempting to escape, but there was no place to go. Then it was quiet again, all except that single lightsaber humming. 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 It stung Tynan's ears. Then the noise was gone. Boots clapped against the hard floor as the adults started for the room's doors. The boots paused. Then there was a surge of heavy footfalls, an ear-shattering hum of the lightsaber again. Tynan felt his arms burning. His fingers grasped the chair, but then he somehow fell away from it, landing on his side. The adult jerked away from him, charging after the remaining few younglings that had stayed hidden behind the furniture, as burnt flesh invaded Tynan's nostrils, as darkness conquered him, and all the fear fell away. Hold him. With a gasp, Luke Skywalker snapped back to reality. A hand gripped his hair, another his right arm, and before he knew what was happening, he was dropped to his knees. He tried to jerk away, but the arm around his yanked him back with such strength, the bone above his elbow fractured as easily as splitting cards. A scream escaped Luke's mouth as his body was forced forward. A cool strip of metal touched the back of his neck. "It's your turn to be redeemed," Laishel said by his side, her voice hardly a whisper. 100 angry needles jabbed into flesh. Before he could react, fight, or scream, or both, all the needles on Luke's neck raged into fire. Then the insurgent released him as his body began convulsing on the floor. And just like that, every skill Luke had ever acquired, every gift he possessed, was lost. Above him, he spotted two figures, the insurgent and Laishel, and even as Luke shook involuntarily by their feet, he still spotted the grin plastered on Laishel's face. She knelt down. "What are your four senses telling you now?" She reached out and retrieved the insurgent's lightsaber from Luke's belt. "I know what my instincts are telling me. I don't need an army. I don't need your Jedi Knights. Between the Empire, and now my alliance, you, Skywalker, seem awfully good at saving or destroying entire regimes all on your own. Let's see what happens when that mind of yours is warped to follow my will." Her grin broadened. "And if it doesn't work out, then at least I can have the satisfaction of putting your head on a spike." In her hand, a command remote. She pressed a button, and suddenly Luke's head arched back, the convulsion set to max. His teeth clamped together, barely missing his tongue. Drool streamed down his lips. Tears lined his eyes. He barely noticed as Lacial brought her gaze to the insurgent and handed him his lightsaber. "Get him into the shuttle. We'll sedate him once we get out of here." A hand gripped Luke's right ankle. He felt himself being dragged. Snap hiss. A streak of blue. The insurgent released Luke's leg, the man whipping around just as that bright blade came swinging down at his head. The new attacker wasn't going to let up, however, her stride full of energy, her body gliding faster, and with more force than Luke had ever seen within her. Pressing the insurgent back as if he were a clumsy stormtrooper, she didn't allow the man time to even ignite a saber. "Mara," Luke called, but he doubted she heard him. All he could do, all his body and mind and the Force would allow, was to remain conscious. "Kill her," Lacial shouted. From Mara's left hand, her sleeve blaster took aim. Lacial dropped as a wave of red beams fired her way. But the insurgent would not let such a distraction go to waste, and slugging the lightsaber blade away with one arm, he spun around, snapping his boot at Mara's blaster as he ignited his own saber. The small weapon flipped out of her grip as his foot smashed into her knuckles, and Mara reeled back with a groan, stunned but not out of the fight. All the while, Luke called out to the Force, pleading for it to hear his commands. Any surprise Mara had in her initial strikes was gone. With his white blade and metal forearms, the insurgent caught every swing of her saber, and now it was Mara who was struggling to keep her ground. "Kill her," Lacial shouted again. "She is your enemy. She is evil. Kill her now." "No." Through blurry eyes, Luke watched as the insurgent grabbed Mara's lightsaber blade. Like Luke, she had learned this trick and immediately extinguished the blade before the assassin could flip her over. Unlike Luke, however, she wasn't fast enough, wasn't skilled enough to move out of the insurgent's path as he circled around. She dodged his blade but not his fist, and the metal caught Mara at the right side of her jaw. She flung over herself, saving her fall as she curled into a somersault. The insurgent rushed towards her, but from the ground, one of Mara's legs thrust forward, booting him square in the stomach. He stumbled back but didn't collapse. Through the Force, Luke felt the device on the back of his neck. The needle surging 1,000 volts of electricity into the base of his skull, the energy source at the device's center. He sensed the power cell, tried to focus on it like he had with Kype. He felt his consciousness fleeting. Pulling back with the Force, he regained his concentration to stay awake, his heart thumping in his chest. He couldn't split his attention to do but deactivate the device and keep himself conscious. At that thought, a wave of helplessness consumed him as Mara stammered back, the insurgent blocking every swing of her saber. Then the insurgent grabbed Mara's right wrist, leaving her lightsaber ablaze but useless. He reeled his other hand around for a killing blow, but with a shout, Mara wrenched up a leg, slamming it into his lightsaber hilt. The white blade flew out his hand, the saber clanking to the base floor and rolling underneath the shuttle. The insurgent barely reacted. He didn't need the weapon to end this, that was clear. Grabbing Mara's other hand, his taller figure towered over her, and with one swift move, the insurgent thrust his forehead into her face. She screamed. He released her and she dropped back towards the shuttle's ramp, the lightsaber flinging from her grasp. No impressive somersaults this time as she landed on her hands and feet, and for a brief second, Luke spotted the blood streaking down her left nostril. Determination raged as bright as a lightsaber in her eyes, but she was losing. Even she realized it. In one last-ditch effort, Mara summoned the Force. The push was clunky, but it got the job done, as the insurgent's legs were swept out from under him. His chin caught the floor with a resounding thud, the skin splitting and blood spurting. Mara snapped a hand out, her discarded lightsaber flying back towards her. A blaster bolt. Mara tried to duck, but it slammed into her hip, and with a shout, she slammed onto the ramp beside her. The lightsaber dropped in midair, rolling to a stop several meters from Mara. Further away, Lacial stood, Mara's lost sleeve blaster in her grip. The energy was lost. The insurgent walked to Mara and straddled her. Grabbing her hair, he lifted a fist and crashed it into the side of her head. Then again, "No!" Luke felt the word begging to be released from his mouth, but his body would not permit it. It wouldn't permit anything. He lied there and watched as Mara lifted her arms to block the attack as a cascade of punches slammed into her head and shoulders, and then her arms slumped to her sides. "Wait!" Laciel screamed as the insurgent lifted a fist again, clearly ready to finish the job. He paused, attention cast to Laciel. Blaster still aimed at Mara. The woman walked to Tavis and began sifting through the discarded tote bag beside his dead body. Then, with her free hand, she pulled out another convulsion device. "We'll take them both," she told the insurgent, and then she shot a look to Luke. "I guess you two get to remain companions after all." She knelt down to Mara. Squinting his eyes shut, Luke channeled everything he had, everything the Force could offer him. If he passed out now, what did it matter? He couldn't deactivate the device like he had with Kype, but maybe he didn't need to. "Move her hair away," Laciel ordered the insurgent. Luke centered his energy, not throughout his entire body, just his left arm. He felt it, each tremor of his muscles, the quivering throughout his skin. Then, with all the power he could summon, Luke forced his arm's convulsions to stop for a single second. That was all the time he needed. Jaw clenched, he grabbed the edge of device on the back of his neck and pulled. All the spear-like needles shredded flesh. He screamed as warm blood draped his neck, streaming down his shoulders and ringing around to his throat. But he didn't stop. If not for the Force, the pain alone would have crippled him, but Luke had the Force, and it had heard his call. With the final cry, he ripped the device completely from his neck, discarding it to the floor. By Mara's side, Laciel dropped the convulsion device in her hand to the shuttle ramp. Her eyes widened, jaw slacked as she viewed the image before her, Luke's gaze already honed in, glaring as he tried to catch his breath. He knew it was coming. The sleeve blaster in Laciel's hand sprayed angry red beams towards Luke and everything around him. Just like the Force, Mara's lightsaber also heard his call, and it reached his left hand, deflecting the bolts away. Laciel continued to fire, her eyes going dark, her face cast in permanent shadow. Luke backrolled to his knees, dizzy, his vision still somewhat blurred. Fury contorting her features, Laciel marched towards him, her blaster shots harder to deflect the closer she drew, and with shaky hands, Luke stumbled back until he rammed into a pile of cargo boxes behind him, his body unwilling to hear his commands. The Force had. "I won't let you destroy the galaxy," Laciel screamed, her rage clouding everything. She had Luke at point-blank range. For anyone else, it was a death sentence. Not for a Jedi. With a shout, Luke swung his saber, almost falling over in the process. Laciel tried to back off, almost managed to, but the clumsy blue blade found its target. It severed her firing hand in half, from the base of her thumb to the edge of her pinky finger. The blaster clattered to the floor, and with a blood-curdling scream, Laciel grabbed her disfigured right hand with her left one. Luke wrenched his lightsaber back, going for a close strike. With an invisible pull, Laciel was thrust backwards, away from Luke, sliding a solid 5 meters before she halted, writhing on the floor. At the entrance of the ramp by Mara's unconscious body, the insurgent stood tall. Hand out towards Laciel, eyes locked to Luke. His body still shaking, Luke used the cargo boxes behind him to steady himself, and, wincing, he got back to his feet. Sweat drenched his body. He sidestepped Laciel on the floor as he hobbled closer to the insurgent and Mara. In unison, the insurgent followed his motion, abandoning Mara by the shuttle ramp, moving closer to Laciel. Tynan, Luke called through the Force, but as the images of what he'd seen, what he'd experienced through the assassin's mind resurfaced in his, Luke barely had the will to keep himself upright. Near Mara, he stopped and threw a glance over his shoulder at the fallen woman. As she lied on her side, her hair spilled over most of her face, but he spotted the redness, the swelling. Her right thigh had a disfiguring mark, and he smelled the cooked flesh. Then a few meters away, a laugh emerged, this uneasy sound of irony and resentment. "Look at yourself," Laciel hissed as she gripped her deformed hand. Look at how you protect her. And you still pretend to be anything but an Imperial Sith. Luke gripped his lightsaber. Tell him to back off. This is over. From the base floor, Lazial's humor died out. I had trusted you. You the hero of the rebellion, the first of a new Jedi Order, only now to see you for what you really are. The son of Darth Vader, forever tainted by your father's Imperial blood. His father, Anakin Skywalker, turned Dark Lord of the Sith. Beside Lazial, the insurgent stood, awaiting more commands, his metallic limbs glinting in the docking bay's lights. Luke stretched out with the Force to try to breach the assassin's mind again, but he found himself leaning forward instead, his lips quivering harder, a sob caught in his throat as the reality of what this man was, what he had been, collided with Luke's mind. Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do? Tynan hadn't been abducted from his home like Mara or the other would-be Emperor's hands. He'd been a youngling at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, a child learning to become a Padawan. During Palpatine's extermination of the Jedi, he'd been attacked. A circular room, a handful of younglings like himself, trying to survive the onslaught. And it had been Luke's father, Anakin Skywalker turned Darth Vader, who had destroyed them all. Staring at the assassin, sorrow surged through Luke's body, through the fibers of his skin down to his chromosomes. His father had tried to murder this man. He'd cut the boy down, severing his arms, and left him for dead. Somewhere in that, the Empire must have found him, and this child, this youngling of the old Jedi Order, had spent his life at the mercy of evil. Because of Luke's father, because of Darth Vader. Luke tried to keep his lightsaber at the ready, but all the energy had been drained out of him. Kill him, Lazial ordered the insurgent again. The insurgent rushed forward. With his left hand, Luke deflected the other man's attack, spinning to the side to avoid a foot to his face. Not enough. Between his injuries and the fresh memories plaguing his mind, Luke didn't have the speed or the agility, and the insurgent's boot clipped the side of his head, knocking him into the ramp support rod. Circling back, Luke channeled the Force and shoved the assassin away. The insurgent fumbled, rolling backwards until he was lying close to Lazial, back on his feet in seconds, ready to start again. A never-ending cycle. Kill him. Lazial screamed again. He is your enemy. Luke mentally grabbed Lazial and shoved her into the wall of cargo boxes. With a gasp, she smacked into the bottom of the boxes, but as she turned back to Luke and his glower, she kept her mouth shut. Then the insurgent reached out behind himself, and his discarded dagger flung up from several meters away, finding his waiting hand. He took a step forward, and Luke hoisted his lightsaber again. Then stopped. Enemy, he is your enemy. Except Luke wasn't. As he stared at the insurgent, this once promising student of the old Jedi Order, Luke's mind flashed back to the last several weeks. Visions of the Emperor trying to mold this man into what he wanted him to be. To Mara, to his own father, Luke had been the only one not to succumb to the Emperor's legacy. But now what was he trying to be? A Jedi, a hero, someone who never surrendered, all-knowing, all-powerful. And none of that would help him here. No fancy title bestowed upon him or impressive skill mattered in this place. Not against a man whose entire life had been about violence and death, where everyone he'd ever faced had merely been an enemy to be slain. Straightening up, Luke shut down his lightsaber. With one single move, he tossed the weapon away. She's wrong, Tynan, Luke told him. I'm not your enemy. By the cargo boxes, Lazial sat, dumbfounded. Luke took a step forward, lifting his hands. Your name is Tynan, he went on, his voice strained as the other man's memories circulated through his mind. You were a youngling on Coruscant. The Jedi Temple was your home. You were supposed to become a Jedi Knight. You had friends and loved ones, and they were taken from you. The man's features offered nothing, but he had stopped moving forward. Luke's eyes brimmed with tears. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry for what they did to you. What he did to you? It was wrong. It felt like Luke's arms were burning, remembering Tynan's memories as his father's lightsaber, the same lightsaber Luke had just been holding, had cut through the boy's arms. You have a name, Luke continued. You had a home. It was taken away from you, But the people who harmed you, they're gone now. You can't have a home again." "He's lying," Lacial shouted. "You have no home? You have no name?" "I'm sorry, Tynan," Luke insisted again, lifting his hands higher as the weight of the situation came crashing down. "I'm so sorry, but this can't stop right now if you..." It was so fast. The insurgent charged him, his face twisted like a child in rage. With a painful scream, he grabbed Luke by his collar, shoving him backwards until Luke's body slammed into the cargo boxes a few meters from Lacial. The insurgent's gaze was wild, filled with fury and confusion and fear, the dagger hefted above his head in a striking position as his other hand clasped down on Luke's throat. Luke stared at him, his own body too weak to fight, his own mind submerged within the images of his father, of Vader's lightsaber swinging down, children screaming as they were slain. At the image of a young Obi-Wan Kenobi, probably just a few days before the onslaught, smiling at Tynan and the others, all unaware of what destiny was about to befall them. As the insurgent's maddened eyes bore down, Luke gently wrapped his left hand around the man's wrist on his neck. "The Force will be with you," Luke whispered. "Always." The insurgent gazed at Luke, up and down, as if unsure what he was seeing. Above, the dagger remained pointed at Luke's head but hung in the air. The hand around his throat tightened, any words Luke might have wanted to say lost within his grasp. It was irrelevant now, he had nothing left to offer. "What are you doing?" Lacial said as she approached Luke's side. "Kill him." The insurgent didn't pay her any mind. His eyes remained fixed on Luke's, the two men's gazes locked in time. "Kill him." Lacial screamed again. "He is your enemy. Do it." The insurgent didn't stir. It was as if Lacial didn't exist. "This is your mission." She screamed again. "Kill him. Kill him and..." With another animated cry, the insurgent released Luke and grabbed Lacial. Exhaustion coursed through him, and Luke dropped to the floor, slouched over as, just a few meters away, he heard the insurgent shouting, his voice cracking as though he hadn't used it in years, perhaps he hadn't. The only thing louder was Lacial's. As she screamed, cried, whimpered, and as Luke's eyes found focus again, he could barely make out the blurred silhouette of the insurgent, his dagger flailing downwards again and again and again, a tantrum of violence. Then there was quiet. Dagger in hand, the insurgent stumbled backwards, bumping into the cargo boxes behind him before dropping into a sitting position, legs stretched out, arms limp at his sides, and stayed there, motionless. Luke brought his gaze to Mara. As she remained slumped over the shuttle's ramp, he only knew she was still alive by her presence in the Force. Cradling his right arm, Luke forced himself to roll over. He lulled himself towards the shuttle, first with his knees and left hand before he managed to wrench himself up, hunched so far forward, he was surprised he didn't trip as he hobbled to Mara. Panting, he dropped to his knees beside her, checking the blaster shot to her thigh with his good hand and had barely missed her pelvic bone, and then brushed her hair from her face. He steeled himself at the sight of her broken nose and lines of blood at the side of her jawline that was obviously fractured. Nonetheless, as he inspected her injuries, Mara stirred. "I still closed," she groaned, her face pinching up as it became obvious the damage she'd sustained. Luke scanned her with the Force. Other than a concussion and blaster shot, most of the injuries were superficial and none were life-threatening. He swept more hair from her face. "I thought you said you weren't coming back for me," he said. It must have hurt like crazy, he couldn't imagine otherwise, but as Mara Jade opened her mouth, she still managed to get out, "Shut it, Skywalker." Despite himself, Luke smiled lightly, a sensation that felt so foreign in that instance. "Hold still," Luke said. "I'm going to get you out of here." She moaned, not bothering to open her eyes. Sliding his right arm into his tunic for support, Luke dragged himself up and surveyed the docking bay. He stretched out his left hand, and his and Mara's lightsaber shot into the air. Both reached him, and he clipped his to his belt, shoving Mara's into his tunic with his hand. Then, his legs lagging, he lumbered back to Lacial and the insurgent. They were exactly where Luke had left them, with the man's legs stretched out, arms limp, his head tilted forward. Beside him, Luke cringed at the sight of Laishal, as she better resembled someone who'd been mauled rather than stabbed. She had been one with the dark side, but Luke would have never wished that fate on anyone. Shaking his head, Luke returned his attention to the insurgent. He knelt down, and as Luke rested his left hand on Tynan's right shoulder, the other man finally roused. "Hi," Luke said. "Are you all right?" Tynan blinked, his gaze shifting from Luke to the docking bay, and then back around again. "Do you know where you are?" Luke asked. Gaze meeting Luke's, Tynan's expression cracked. His eyes grew big, his bottom lip quivered. "Where's Master Yoda?" he asked. Luke furrowed his brow. "Master Yoda. They said he'd be back today," Tynan went on, his voice unusually high-pitched. "I thought that's what they said, at least." Dread swelled in Luke's stomach. His heart raced. "I heard he had to go to Kashyyyk," Tynan went on, "but he was supposed to be back by now." Luke stared at this man, a few years older than he was, and realized what he was really seeing: a boy. A little child, maybe 4 or 5, the rest of his life lost to the Empire and Laishal. "Will he be here for our lessons?" Tynan asked again. "Master Yoda? I mean..." Luke could barely breathe, his eyes lined with tears at the sight of what the Empire, what his father had done. Then, holding back every emotion he had, he forced a tiny smile on his face. "Not today," he whispered. Tynan slowly nodded, his gaze set to Luke's as if trying to sort out why Luke was upset. Around them, the Yarway released another horrid groan as the generators again protested. Above, the lights fluttered, daring to go dark. Time to go. Chapter 33. The Yarway was dead in the water. Laishal's Guardian-class light cruiser had been blown out of space, along with half of those pseudo-imperial freighters of hers. Her Arquitens-class command cruiser had been bombarded by so much Imperial firepower, the hull pockmarked by so much damage, Han wondered if blowing it up might be an improvement at this point. Across the Exelon star system, dozens of Lambda-class Imperial shuttles had shot away from the Yarway and Laisial's other cruisers, only to be suffocated by Imperial TIE fighters, demanding they surrender. Almost all her fighters had been destroyed, with a few stragglers desperately trying to head off into space, a Gamorrean-brained idea given their lack of hyperdrives. A few shuttles had escaped into lightspeed, but that was few and far between. As the Millennium Falcon coasted in high orbit between the disabled Yarway and the purple atmosphere of Exelon V, Han, along with Cam, the Room, and a few of Ice's snub fighters, kept the ties from breaching the atmosphere, guarding the people on the moon's surface as Luke and the Jedi continued their conquest of Laisial Star Destroyer. At least, that was what Han hoped was occurring. The space opera before them was wrapping up. Soon, the Empire wouldn't need them anymore. From the co-pilot seat, Chewie released a long-winded whine. "Yeah," Han replied, his heart pounding. "I don't want to overstay our welcome either, buddy." Especially when Han was so close to Admiral Pelian's fleet that they could almost wave to each other through viewports. Nonetheless, the Millennium Falcon held position, the time winding down, and Han wondered tick by tick what was happening on the disabled vessel floating just a few kilometers away. Then, from the comm came a rush of static. "We're departing the Yarway," the voice of Corran Horn called out. Relief poured over Han, and he got on the channel. "Where are you?" "We'll escort you out." "It's all right, we can escort ourselves out," Corran replied, and in the distance, Han spotted a pile of small ships emerging from the Yarway's starboard side. Sensors indicated 2 X-Wings and a Lambda-class shuttle. "Han," Corran went on, "Luke isn't with us." "He's not with you," Han replied, his relief falling flat. "Then where is he?" "I think he and Mara decided to confront Laishal and her assassin." "By themselves. Where were all of you?" "We have injured here. Kype, Ranab, Karana. A minor scratch. A woman cut in with an edge. I had to help get them off the ship," Corran explained. "Luke and Mara were supposed to follow us. We waited several minutes, but they never showed." That was it. Grabbing the Falcon's controls, Han launched his ship out of orbit. Behind, C-3PO gave a string of protests, but Han didn't have enough sense to even respond. Leisure time was over. The Empire was closing in, and his friends were on board an enemy vessel that was dying out in space. "We're here," a voice suddenly cut through the comm, strained and exhausted, as if there was barely a voice there at all. Nonetheless, Han recognized it immediately Luke, and upon hearing his friend, Han eased back on the Falcon's controls. Then another Imperial shuttle shot out from the Yarway, circling upwards to join Corrin and the other Jedi. "Status report," Admiral Pelion called to Captain Iza on the room. "Skywalker and his Jedi have departed the Yarway," Iza replied through the bridge's comm. "They're moving away and regrouping near the Excelling gas giant." "Any casualties?" Iza paused, and there seemed to be some chit-chat in the background. "No casualties on their side, but some serious injuries. One of the Jedi is alive, but unresponsive. There was a stab wound. Some type of head device was implanted." "What of Laishal and her assassin?" Pelion asked. "Hold on." Another pause. Suppressing an eye roll, Pelion glanced at Captain Syrall by his side. The man had a new energy in his eyes as he peered out into space, like a rancor spotting his next meal. Pelion frowned. "Skywalker says Admiral Laishal has been neutralized." Iza finally came back online. "Neutralized, a nice way for a Jedi to say killed." "And the assassin is in his custody?" Iza finished. Good enough for Pelion. As he motioned for the comms to cut the call, he spared a look to his sensors officer further in the crew pit. "Where is the Millennium Falcon now?" "It's broken orbit above Excelling and joined several other ships closer to the gas giant," the officer replied. "2 X-Wings, a Y-Wing, and 2 Lambda-class shuttles, sir." Smart. Solo, Skywalker, and their New Republic allies were waiting for an attack, knowing they could utilize Excelling as cover, especially the Jedi and their extraordinary senses if they needed a place to hide within the massive gas planet. "Sir," Captain Syrall leaned closer to his shoulder. "We've captured Laishal's followers. Her fleet is disabled, and now we have Han Solo and Luke Skywalker within our grasp." Ensign Pelion called to the comm officer. "Order all TIE squadrons, and also Iza and his crew to fall back to a safe distance from the Yarway." "Yes, sir," the young man replied. Syrall groaned. "Sir, surely you're not going to waste this opportunity." "What opportunity would that be?" Admiral Pelion finally turned to his captain with a glare. "To provoke the New Republic to invade our borders by killing 2 of his most prominent citizens during a temporary truce." "They are our enemies," Syrall spat back. "Criminals of our glorious empire, what more do you need?" The captain didn't elaborate further, and he didn't need to. He was right, of course. With 1 proton torpedo, Skywalker had killed every Imperial on the first Death Star, over 1 million lives lost, and Solo had led the rebel fighters who detonated the shield generator for the second Death Star, sealing his fate within minutes, among other offenses. Neither had paid for their crimes. But that was war today. This one day, Skywalker, Solo, and their allies had risked their lives to aid the Empire. They weren't enemies. Perhaps tomorrow, but not that day. "Sir," the comms officer cut in, "Iza and his crew have cleared the Yarway. All TIE squadrons have reported in, and they and their captives have retreated." "Good," Pelion said to the officer, keeping his eyes on Syrall. "Give the order to the entire fleet and sign destroy the Yarway." Syrall's eyes widened. Around the bridge, utter silence, but it didn't last. From the comm officer to the sensory officer to weaponry, Pelion's orders were circulated to the fleet, and the Chimera eased forward, towards firing range. "What are you doing?" Syrall demanded as Pelion stepped away from him, back towards the viewport. "This is insanity. We came here to reclaim the Yarway, not fail once again." Pelion ignored the man, instead bringing his attention to the view of space in front of him. From behind, a breath of exasperation, footfalls approaching. "I will be making a report," Syrall insisted as he grabbed Pelion's arm, forcing him to turn. "Moff Dursa will hear about this directly, how our Supreme Commander aided an enemy, Whatever additional words that were clawing up Cyril's throat were replaced with a gasp. Pelion didn't allow for further reaction. With his pistol drawn, he shot a single blaster bolt. It made an almost perfect hole in Cyril's chest. A small, anticlimactic puff of smoke wafted into the air, and then the other man dropped backwards like a plank of wood. From the bridge, again, total silence. Remove this, Pelion ordered a few of the security officers near the edge of the crew pit as he motioned his blaster to the dead captain near his feet. There were no questions, no sly comebacks, or quick-lipped retorts. This wasn't some rebel alliance or pseudo-republic, it was the Empire. Some things were not tolerated. The Admiral holstered his pistol, happy he decided to don the extra accessory since that close call with Lacey's assassin a few weeks back. Perhaps the Moffs across the Imperial territories would hear about Pelion's choices that day, and perhaps they'd be out for blood. Pelion doubted it. The Empire was no longer the beacon of security and unity throughout the galaxy as it had been, and to eject the Supreme Commander on the eve of victory against Lacey and her new alliance would further divide the fragile sovereignty, a division it could not afford. No Moff would dare risk such an act, even if they believed Pelion deserved death for his so-called treachery. The rules didn't matter if no one enforced them. On the bridge, the officers did as Pelion ordered and removed Cyril's body. With the stench of burnt flesh permeating the air, the Admiral waved a hand once across his face before turning back to the viewport, his discarded captain forgotten. The Yarway grew larger, and then Pelion's weapons officer confirmed they were in range. As the Imperial Admiral repeated the order as confirmation, the Chimera and every other vessel in his fleet lit up the blackness of space. Green turbolasers and white-red proton torpedoes blazed across the emptiness, and bit by bit, the Yarway's once beautiful hull began to fracture. It was such a shame, and despite Pelion's unwillingness to admit it out loud, another loss for his once glorious empire. Nonetheless, they were deep in enemy territory, and the Yarway was disabled. Depending on his damage, it would take days, if not weeks, to man the ship and make the necessary repairs to salvage it for lightspeed. The New Republic's entire fleet could show up at any time, and then Pelion and the last remnant of Imperial rule would be forever lost to the galaxy. No, they couldn't take the Yarway with them, and they couldn't leave it to fall into enemy hands. It was better this way. In the distance, the Yarway's bridge exploded. Orange red surfaced from cracks in the hull as fire ate the oxygen on board. Then, in a half second, the entire bulk of the stolen Star Destroyer blew out into space, leaving nothing for the New Republic to claim. Arms behind his back, Pelion gave one more look to his lost vessel before his eyes tracked further away to the Exelon gas giant that had filled his viewport. Although it was impossible to confirm with his eyes alone, as Pelion stared at the bright purple and blue mass, he didn't spot a single ship behind the Yarway, and this didn't surprise him at all. Skywalker, Solo, and the small band of Jedi had already fled. Chapter 34. The turbolift on the exterior of the Senate office building glided upwards, its transparent exterior allowing Luke and Leia to survey Coruscant's landscape as they ascended towards the top of the structure. Across the massive city planet, the skylanes flowed as the sun prepared to dip below the horizon, Lacey's attack all but forgotten from less than 2 standard weeks before. Lives were returning to the humdrum of normality, and Luke was happy to see it. Until the next crisis, of course. "How's Ranab?" Leia asked. "He's awake and talking," Luke replied, keeping his eyes to the planet's curvature. "They need to implant a few cognitive stabilizers into his brain stem before he can start walking again." "I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to say it. He's considering leaving the academy and returning home. I think the experience was too much for him." "And the others? Other Jedi. Other victims of Lacey's malice." Luke sighed. "Silgal and Worth will be okay. Karena is already back on assignment, and Corrin is planning to head out in a few days after some time with Merrick's and the children." "What about Kype?" Despite himself, Luke's expression lifted some. He's out of the back to tank but is still having some weakness and coordination issues. Despite all of that, He's insisting on returning to duty while the doctors are insisting he give it a few more weeks. As you can assume, he's not happy and not reluctant in letting them know. You could always freeze him in carbonite. That should keep him still for a while. Luke knew she was trying to usher a smile out of him, but as Luke's neck ached a harsh reminder of the last few weeks and everything that had unfolded, he didn't have it in him. The artificial skin had bonded well. All the nerves were regrowing. The medics didn't expect it to scar. The fractured humerus in his upper arm had been injected with a marrow cast, set in the bone, and only requiring him to wear a thin brace under his shirt to protect the area. All the injuries he sustained would heal like they had never happened in the first place. It would take more than medical marvels to pacify the turmoil in his mind, in his heart. What about Tynan? Leia asked, and he could tell she knew Legio's now former insurgent was on his thoughts. Luke's shoulders sagged some. They've removed the implant on the back of his neck. The Beskar arms have been replaced with the L988 model, similar to my hand. It should prevent further pain and allow him more natural mobility. Any word on his mental state? They're still doing executive function tests to determine his neurological diagnosis. That'll take a little longer. Leia leaned closer to him, a minuscule degree of comfort as if she was deciding if Luke needed support or space. The truth was, after everything that had unfolded, he didn't know what he needed. Leia was dead. Her new alliance was disbanded, many captured by the Empire, with stragglers being discovered rapidly through New Republic channels. Several of her stolen Imperial freighters had been impounded, the crew arrested. Safe houses were being uncovered, her entourage of supporters detained. 2 senators had been accused of conspiracy and resigned but had yet to be arrested, and knowing politics, perhaps never would be. Nonetheless, the overall threat was over. It was supposed to be a victory. Nothing felt triumphant, however, not this time. I visited Mara this afternoon, Leia spoke up again. The medics have cleared her to travel off-planet tomorrow. I'm happy to hear that, was all Luke offered. I was hoping you'd visit her before she left. I'm sure she would appreciate a friend stopping by. Friend. Was Luke her friend? He had visited many times when Mara had been unconscious in the back tank, and to witness what had been done to her blaster wound, swollen face, and bruised limbs, those were images forever stained on his mind. After everything that had transpired between their investigation on Thale to their confrontation with Leia and Tynan on the Yarway, he wasn't so sure she'd desire his company. Tynan. Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do? The words pummeled through Luke's mind, and his eyes became unfocused. The vibrance of the Coruscanti skyline lost to his vision. He felt his arms burning, heard the screams of the children lost under his father's lightsaber. Were they part of the Emperor's attack on the Jedi Temple? Or a rogue band of younglings and Jedi who managed to escape the initial attack, only for Vader to destroy them later? The images from Tynan's mind had been so vague, Luke didn't know where any of the carnage had happened, just that it had. That was enough. Luke, what is it? Leia pleaded as she came between him and the hazy view of Coruscant. Please talk to me. As the turbolift continued traveling upwards, Luke brought his gaze to his sister, the daughter of Darth Vader. Her eyes were soft and compassionate, similar to that of their father right before he perished on the second Death Star. Luke's throat clamped down, the words that had been building upwards getting stuck halfway as he peered at Leia's kind face. No. He just couldn't put this weight on her, the pain of knowing what their father had done. They knew of so many monstrosities already, but to see the horror through one of his victim's eyes, Luke wouldn't wish such a memory on anyone. Nonetheless, as her face begged for a breadcrumb of understanding, Luke reached out and took both her hands in his. He held them as her fingers curled around his own, the last reminder of who he was, where he'd come from, standing before him in a light blue dress. Our father caused so much pain, he finally whispered, so much suffering, and I see the consequence of it within every planet I visit. On every anguished face I encounter, I have to wonder if their pain was caused by him somehow, in some way. Leia stepped closer. What is this about? Why are you saying this now? I don't know how to forgive him, Luke said, barely able to get the words out. Every time I believe I have, I learn of more atrocities. Something new, something I can't imagine he's done, and yet he did. Something that's unforgivable to all those afflicted, and yet he didn't have the will to say more. Leia watched him, her hands warm in his, and then those dark brown eyes hardened some. "You don't forgive him, Luke?" His jaw dropped. "What? It's not your place," Leia went on. "It's the people our father has harmed. They're the ones who must choose their own path to decide if our father is worth forgiving. It's not up to you." Luke remained silent, gaze lashed onto Leia's, the back of his neck throbbing from the injury still fresh to his skin. On her words, Luke thought back to the moment when Laishal's voice carried throughout the Yarway, demanding he and the other Jedi surrender, or she'd kill everyone on Exilon V. In the last week, New Republic investigators had taken holos of the destruction Laishal had generated from Coruscant to Alsacan to Exilon V, and Luke finally saw up close the devastation to the people of the small purple moon. Many natives had taken shelter in caves and dense woodlands, but there had been fires and many villages had been wiped off the surface altogether. They didn't know the exact number yet, but it was estimated hundreds of people had died. Since returning to Coruscant, every Jedi who had participated in the battle had written reports, and it was exactly what Luke had suspected. Silgal, Worth, and Ronip had surrendered to save the lives of the civilians Laishal had threatened. Luke had not. He'd made a decision that cost the lives of others. Would the people of Exilon V ever forgive him for his atrocities? Leia, he searched his sister's eyes, his hands tightening around hers. "I must know during the battle with Laishal, when I decided not to surrender, did I make the right choice?" Leia's features softened, and she lifted a hand, resting it on the side of his face. "No," she whispered, and Luke's heart dove into his stomach. There was no right choice. Luke opened his mouth, a protest forming, but then none surfaced. The turbolift slowed. Outside, the Coruscanti sun had ducked beneath the horizon, and the vibrant nightlife of the city planet was rearing up as the artificial lights from buildings and airspeeders graciously replaced the star that had fallen in the distance. The turbolift on the exterior of the Senate office building opened, and then Luke and Leia were greeted by security. Several officers lined the area as the siblings walked into the entry hallway that led to President Punk Aversum's ceremonial office, the one used for meetings with public and political figures. As Luke and Leia stepped to the receptionist's desk, the young man behind it immediately motioned them to pass. They were expected, after all. Luke restrained his apprehension, permitting all the hypotheticals roaming in his head to silence. Trying to predict how this would pan out was all but impossible. Nonetheless, with his sister by his side, he couldn't help but feel a heaviness in the air, the hallway leading to Gaversum's office overstuffed with security officers. Clearly, the incident with Laishal had made an impact. Luke threw a look at Leia, who grimaced just subtly enough for only him to notice. Then, the hallway opened and there was President Gaversum's office, adorned with the royal blue carpet Leia had picked out years ago, the walls a soft white with hints of silver. The familiarity didn't alleviate the uneasiness Luke sensed in his sister, as all those hypotheticals were shaping into reality. Luke had chosen his path. It was time to pay the toll. From his office chair, President Gaversum stood as Luke and Leia approached. Behind him, the window had been swapped with a new one after the insurgents' assault. Another reminder that everything that had occurred was quickly being removed and replaced. Reaching the front of Gaversum's desk, Luke and Leia stopped. Through the Force, she sent Luke feelings of goodwill, and he kept his expression impassive, ready for whatever was about to transpire. The president remained quiet, regarding both of them with his angled bird eyes, waiting. Luke sucked in a breath. "I'm here to surrender myself for disciplinary action for my indiscretions against the New Republic." From Gaversum, only a tiny click of his beak. He remained silent as if expecting more, and Luke wondered if he wanted a personal apology for Luke blatantly disobeying his express orders. But no, something else was going on, something elusive brewing within the Calibop. Then Gaversum brought his attention to the security officers near the hallway's entrance. "Leave us, please," he requested, and they did as requested. Then, he gestured to the cushioned blue chairs in front of his desk. "If you would," was all he uttered before reseating himself. Luke kept his expression even as he and Leia did as they were told, but inside, a knot of uncertainty was coiling around his gut. As they got settled, Gaversom rested his hands loosely on his chair's armrest. 2 days from now, he started, we will be holding a vigil for all the lives lost during Legio's attack on the New Republic. It will be broadcasted across the galaxy and will include condolences for the civilians who perished on Coruscant, plus any pilot or ground soldier who we lost during the counter-assault. What about the people of Exelon V? Luke asked. New Republic civilians are not familiar with the people of Exelon V, and the moon doesn't have holo technology. But we can acknowledge their losses during the ceremony. Hundreds of villagers had died due to Lacial's attack, and the Exelanians would be given a footnote. Luke suppressed the displeasure from showing on his face. The day after the vigil, Gaversom went on, we will hold another ceremony. And during that event, the New Republic will present our Jedi Master with the highest honor we can bestow to a civilian, the New Republic Medal of Prosperity. It took a lot to shock a Jedi. This was certainly one of those moments. Luke couldn't restrain the emotions from his face this time, as his eyes widened, his brow creasing, not even certain he had heard things right. From the swell of emotions from Leia, however, he knew it was accurate. Unmoving in his chair, Gaversom didn't seem particularly surprised by Luke and Leia's reaction. Was this a response for Luke saving Gaversom's life? Luke stretched out with the Force no. There was some gratitude there, but that elusive feeling he had sensed before was only escalating. At that, Luke frowned. You want to give me a medal? Yes, Gaversom replied. Why? With his beak held high, the president responded, the New Republic wants to thank his Jedi Master appropriately for his dedication to our sovereignty, for the risks he's taken and sacrifices he's endured, and that all his actions were sanctioned by our government as he promotes freedom throughout the galaxy. There it was. Gaversom wished to erase the reality of what really happened during Admiral Legio's invasion and Luke's defection. He wanted to pretend that the events didn't play out the way they had. Luke's frown intensified. So my joyride with Jilso Isa and his mercenaries never happened. And my rescue of Admiral Pelian on his Star Destroyer. You were attempting to save Legio's assassin. Saving Pelian was not the intent. Do you honestly believe that will satisfy Borsk Filia and the other senators who read my initial report after Thale? Gaversom's expression finally cracked, his head lowering so those eyes would square up with Luke's. Counselor Organa, he said without looking her way, would you leave us, please? Excuse me? Leia came back, and even from a side view, Luke spotted her tense. You do realize anything you say to my brother will just be repeated to me later? Yes, Gaversom replied, but what happens in this office today I want it to be his decision. No one else's. Leia huffed loudly enough to resonate off the walls, but then Luke turned to her, and the defiance on her features caved. You can't be serious, she said. Younger Luke Skywalker, the farm boy from Tatooine, would have felt naked in a room filled with politics, clueless how one indirect action, or inaction, ultimately filtered down to a whirlwind of calamity. He wasn't that boy anymore, so as he held his stare to Leia, she finally resolved herself and stood. Before she turned to leave, however, Luke reached out a hand and grabbed hers, squeezing gently. She squeezed back, a heartbeat of reassurance before she headed away to the entry hallway, and out of sight, that soft blue dress flowing behind her with the long braid down her back. Luke returned his attention to Gaversom, and all the warmth in the room faded. What did you have to give him? Luke demanded, his tone clipped. Gaversom knew who Luke was referring to. I promised Borsk I'd endorse him whenever he decided to run for Chief of State. Luke scoffed. And the other senators who read my report? For most nothing. They're simply grateful that you were there to save their lives from Lacial's attack, and a bit embarrassed by their own inaction regarding your report about the terrorist faction. And besides, they know how important this is. Luke clenched his jaw. The story Gaverson was trying to spin was a lie, all of it, but within the Calibop, Luke sensed those elusive emotions bubbling to the surface, and with them, he detected the details. The president was afraid. He was afraid and he was ashamed. That's when realization came crashing down. You knew about the assassin, Luke declared, long before you read my report. No shock from Gaverson, only mild defeat. Yes, he whispered. And Lacial. Gaverson shook his head. I didn't know about her involvement, no. But you knew there was a Force-sensitive assassin targeting the Empire. Luke felt his face flush. You knew he was out there? Yes, I knew. How long? Almost a year. Luke's breath shortened, his chest heavy. This was why Gaverson had blocked Luke from the investigation after Lacial's attack on Coruscant. This was why the president had tried to keep all the Jedi out of the loop to cover his tracks. Luke felt sick. He was attacking the Empire, Gaverson explained, his hands gripping his armrest now. Weakening it from the inside, destabilizing his government. We've been at war for so long. You never contacted me, Luke said through gritted teeth. You never told me about the assassin because you knew I would reach out to him. That I might stop him, and you didn't want that. No, he was too good at killing. I didn't know how far this would go. I never. Gaverson trailed off, his last words murmurs in the air as Luke slowly stood, his Jedi robes drawn to his sides, an icy resolve in his heart as he glared at the president of the New Republic. People are dead. Luke's voice was barely a whisper, but every syllable struck with the intensity of a lightsaber slash. Over 60 lives lost on Coruscant, hundreds on Exilon, several of my Jedi were injured, tortured, and one of them died. All because of your complacency. Gaverson said nothing, his eyes said it all. The guilt pouring out of him was enough to subdue Luke's anger, at least partially, allowing the Force to once again center him. It couldn't diminish the sensation throughout Luke's body, his very being, like his soul was halfway rotted through. Yes, the real villain here was Lacial and her legion of followers. It didn't change the fact that now, amongst those tragedies and poor decisions, Gaverson wanted Luke to play the part of the happy hero. No, this insanity had to end. I won't be privy to this, Luke said, and gestured a hand to the office window, at the buildings and skylanes beyond. Tell them the truth. You contact the Senate, hold a hearing, and place me on trial. My fate will be determined by the New Republic, not you. Do you think I want that? For our Jedi Master to be put on trial? I won't be the only one, I assure you. Your fate will be determined the same as mine. Gaverson remained still in his chair, his body slouched, his face, although alien, appeared haggard and worn. There was sorrow in the president's eyes, and for a second, Luke believed it was for the Calibop himself, knowing this was a career ender in the best-case scenario. But that wasn't it. There wasn't fear flowing through Gaverson, which is what he should be feeling in that instance. No, the sorrow was far more vast than mere self-preservation. You're right. The president finally spoke, voice barely audible. I made mistakes, Master Skywalker, and then I tried to bury them. And in a perfect galaxy, I'd be punished for my mistakes, and justly so. But I didn't do it for myself, believe me, I didn't. Luke hesitated a second, staring at the president, and in those bird eyes, there was no malice. Just desperation. We're so fragile, Gaverson whispered, more than we care to admit, even to ourselves. Between countless battles against the Empire and other would-be rulers attempting to shatter the little stability we've gained over the years, the New Republic is held together with little more than wishful thinking. His eyes focused on Luke, and they darkened just slightly. Now, imagine what would happen if people discovered what you did, that the legendary Jedi Master of the New Republic saved the leader of the Imperial Remnant. That he went rogue and aided the Galactic Empire in their attack on Lacial's new alliance. It almost sounded like a threat, but as Luke stared at the president, it became apparent what it truly was. A plea? I love this government, Gaverson went on and rotated his chair halfway to peer out his office window. I remember how the Empire rounded up my people, enslaving so many, and I promised myself that if I had the opportunity, I'd never allow such evil to spread again. No matter the sacrifices. He turned back to Luke. "I give my life to protect the New Republic, Master Skywalker, and I know you do the same. But sometimes, even that isn't enough. Is it?" The pain in the president's words paralyzed Luke in place. A few days before, Luke had been willing to sacrifice everything he was: his life, his freedom, his reputation, to stop Lae'zel and save her assassin. It wasn't just about them, however. It was about maintaining the balance within the galaxy, within the Force, to vanquish anything that threatened life and liberty, no matter the cost. Despite all his flaws, Gavrisson had been trying to do the same. He didn't block Luke from the investigation because he wanted to cover his own questionable deeds. He did it to protect the New Republic because, just like Luke, he was willing to sacrifice everything he was to defend what he loved. No, Gavrisson wasn't threatening Luke. In that instance, it was Luke who was threatening them all. Lowering his head, Luke leaned forward, resting his hands on the desk in front of him as if unable to hold himself upright, as the truth bombarded his mind. Gavrisson was right. If people found out what Luke had done as hero of the Rebel Alliance, the first line of a new Jedi Order, it would reveal to the galaxy that the New Republic wasn't as unified as they had thought, wasn't as pure or as just. That even its heroes could make decisions shrouded in controversy and lacking in confidence of the New Republic's might and morality. They had to stand together, or they'd fall apart in shreds. No, Gavrisson wasn't bargaining, threatening, or even rationalizing. He was begging Luke to skew the truth, to shove selfish righteousness aside in favor of prosperity, to help bind together the delicate pieces that made up the New Republic. By lying to the galaxy. "Please," Gavrisson whispered and again gestured a hand to the seat in front of his desk. As though his legs were moving apart from his brain, Luke turned and stepped back to his chair. Then he sat back down. Within the medical center of the Imperial Palace's lower levels, Luke watched. In front of him, the door was an outdated beige, a singular window constructed into its surface at eye level. Inside the room, multiple medics and 2 wannabe droids finished up their examinations for the night. At the far end, Tynan sat on a bed installed into the wall, covers cloaking his legs as he gawked at the commotion about him, seeming confused as to what all the fuss was about. Up and down the beige hallway outside Tynan's room, droids passed, attending to other patients. Everything stank of disinfectant and new plastics, and with all the busy metal feet around him, Luke might not have noticed her approaching. Not without the Force, anyway. But as Mara Jade walked to his side, with a slight limp to her leg, supply bag hanging from a shoulder, Luke offered a mere glimpse in her direction before returning to Tynan. "I heard you're leaving tomorrow," he said. "Well, you know," she shrugged dramatically enough for Luke to catch through his peripherals. "Life doesn't slow down just because you do." Luke sighed. "Wasn't that the truth? New Republic security paid me a little visit this afternoon," Mara went on. "I was kindly informed that our adventures the last few weeks have been labeled as classified by President Gavrisson. I take it you also had a similar chat with some not-so-friendly security types." President Gavrisson decided it was in the best interest of the New Republic to keep things quiet. The words felt like acid coming up. "So I assume you were threatened to be detained too, if you disagreed with that notion. They're giving me a medal." Mara snorted. "That sounds fair." Luke closed his eyes briefly and said nothing. "It's for the best, I suppose," Mara went on, surprisingly breezy. "Having the beloved Jedi Master of the New Republic save the Imperial Supreme Commander, and then aid him in battle would be a jagged pill for some to swallow. Speaking of, I've been wanting to ask, did you know?" Luke didn't react. "About ICAA's overseers," Mara explained. "You didn't seem particularly shocked on the Yarway when that Imperial fleet popped out of nowhere to lend a helping hand." "I had a feeling," he replied. "Me, too. I thought it best not to say anything, either plausible deniability can be nice safety blanket. But I'm surprised you held your cards so close to the chest. Skywalker, how very scoundrel of you." "I have my secrets too, Mara." Again, the words were almost painful as they escaped his lips, recounting how many times in the last few weeks he'd had to lie, manipulate, and sacrifice, and he still wasn't sure why the Force had led him down this path. As Luke sensed Mara, however, there was an ease about her, and he finally turned her way. While her face was still a little puffy, the edge of her jaw still red, both from the fractures and the marrow injections, her expression was far lighter than anything on his features. He was certain. Staring at her, Luke felt a small warmth in his gut. "You look better." "I feel better." Of course, when everything hurts, that word can be a bit subjective. "I'm so sorry, Mara." To his surprise, Mara's face darkened at that. She dropped her bag to the floor and then gestured to Tynan's room. "How is he?" Luke brought his attention back to the door's window. The medics have confirmed that his brain didn't develop beyond the age of 4. It's even shrunk in some regions due to lack of external stimulation. They're doing surgery in the next few weeks to implant cognitive enhancers to help replace some of the lost neurotransmitters, so he can eventually become a Jedi, so he can learn to dress himself. A knot swelled in Luke's throat. Silence. He maintained his stare into the room, observing as the medics talked to Tynan, the 40-year-old child bobbing his head in compliance as one of the droids retrieved pajamas for bed. A colorful rug blanketed the floor across the room, littered with toys. "I'm sorry, Luke," Mara said. "I know this didn't turn out the way you wanted." No, it didn't. None of it had, and it was all his father's fault. "Master Skywalker, there's too many of them. What are we going to do?" The words erupted through Luke's brain. Sucking in a breath, he shut his eyes, trying to gather his resolve, trying to pacify the agonizing memories from almost 40 years before that were as fresh as if they had happened yesterday. "What is it?" Mara asked. Luke turned to her, and upon seeing Mara's face clouded with worry, he felt the words clamoring to his mouth. His lips quivered. "I don't." "Come on, spill it. Whatever it is all re." Almost as if propelled on their own, Luke lifted his arms and wrapped them around Mara. She stood there shocked for a second before her arms mimicked his, folding around his back. He rested his head to the side of hers, and then one of her hands cupped to the back of his head, her fingers tangled in his hair. Through the Force, he felt her confusion and concern, but more than anything was compassion. A kindness that, 10 years before, he didn't believe she was capable of possessing. They held each other, and then Luke eased away just enough to see her face as he felt Mara's breath warm his neck. Then the words came barreling out of him. "I saw Rika." Mara's face pinched up. "What?" Realizing what he'd said, Luke edged away, his hand slipping from Mara's back down to her arms. "On the Yarway? In Lacial's lab, in the wall." "Wait." Mara stepped back, her hands falling from him. "She was there." "Yes. I'm sorry. I should have said something." Mara hoisted up both hands, her face angled away, clearly trying to grasp the moment. When she came back to him, any warmth on her expression was gone. "You saw my sister in one of those drawers, and you didn't say anything." Luke swallowed hard. "I should have, I know. How could you not tell me? I was standing right there, and you didn't think to tell me. I was trying to protect you." "I don't need you to protect me," Mara screamed. "That wasn't your call. None of it was your call." Luke blinked. "What do you mean? Why do you think I came back for you, Luke? When Lacial and Tynan had you in their clutches, why? Because I made a choice. You made a choice to go after them, and as insane as that was, I was just as insane in mine. But it was still my decision." Luke licked his lips. "I'm sorry I put you in that position that you had. Don't you get it? I put myself in that position. I decided to risk my life, and I got hurt because of it." Her eyes hardened. "You don't see that, though, do you? You don't respect me enough to let me take responsibility for myself." Mara's words struck with blaster beam intensity. Luke took in every word, and he knew that a part of what she had said was right, but not all of it. So as he stared at her, his jaw tightened, his eyes narrowed, and she frowned at him, seeming surprised by his expression. "I'm just a man, Mara," he whispered. "What else would you have me do? You're my friend, I care about you. It has nothing to do with disrespect." "You had no right to keep her from me," Mara replied. "To not allow me." "I had 2 seconds to think," Luke cut in. I made a choice, and perhaps it was the wrong one, but I had no time to weigh that decision. That's not fair. What would you have done if the roles were reversed? What if Leia had been in one of those bags, and you had mere seconds to decide if I should see her in that state? Just the scenario caused Luke's heart to ache, but it got the point across. Mara stood there slack-jawed, obviously attempting a rebuttal that refused to surface. "Tell me," Luke said, not letting up. "What would you do?" Mara diverted her gaze. "I don't know, Luke. That's not good enough. If you're going to berate me, criticize me, judge me for every choice I make, then at least tell me what I could have done differently. What I could have done better." The hardness on Mara's features didn't budge. Regardless, she said nothing. "You accuse me of trying to be everything for everyone," Luke went on, "that I can never live up to all their expectations. But when I make a mistake with you," he shook his head, "there is no understanding. There's no mercy. It's all right for me to be just a man, except with you." Arms crossed, Mara said nothing, her emotions through the Force flipping so quickly Luke couldn't keep up with them all. Anger, resentment, sadness. There was sorrow there, and it wasn't just about Rika. Mara felt like she was losing something in the here and now. At that, Luke took in a breath. "I'm sorry about your sister, I truly am. I didn't want you to see her that way, and I made a knee-jerk decision that I can't take back now. It was a mistake, and you're right, going after me was your choice. But Mara," he felt all the energy drain out of him, "what do you want from me?" Something in his words called her, and Mara turned back to him. For a second, her eyes appeared the same as on the Yarway when she begged him not to go after Lacial. Everything she was on full display, and as they stood there in the Imperial Palace, he could see it, her confusion to his question, as though he should already know the answer. Then her expression caved. Everything shut down back to those impassive features he recalled when they first met a woman who could not crack. The hatred she had for him all those years ago was long gone, but the warmth that had built up since then was suddenly lost. "I don't want anything from you, Luke," she said, and meant it. From beside her, she grabbed the strap of her supply bag and hefted the thing up to her shoulder. "You're right," she said, "about all of it. It's not my place to question your judgment. You're the Jedi Master, and this was your investigation, not mine." "Mara," he started, plus she lifted a hand. "I'm serious. You had to make decisions during this mission that none of us had to make. I don't know what I would have done in your shoes, and it's unfair for me to assume otherwise." Her words were authentic. Luke had won the argument. Then why did it feel like he was still losing? "Here," Mara said, and then opened her supply bag. She fished out a small holocube, one several years old. As Luke recognized it, he gasped. "I was able to salvage it from the rubble in your apartment," Mara explained as she handed over the old Jedi Order holocron. "It had a little wear and tear, but it plays just fine." Luke accepted the device. Yes, the corners were a bit cinched, but the overall mechanism seemed all right. "It was the only one I could save," she said. "A gift. For you?" Slowly, Luke lifted his gaze back to her. "Thank you," he whispered. "You're welcome." Then she reached out a hand and gently grazed it across the side of his face. For a moment, he expected her features to soften back to the kindness they had held when she had first arrived. It didn't happen. Her hand slipped away, and she turned from him. "See you around, Skywalker," she said as she began to walk back down the corridor. Then, she disappeared into the traffic of medical and utility droids out of his life once again. Luke stood silent, gazing at where she had been, now just a hallway with its sterile walls and smells. Gingerly, he dropped his gaze to the holocron and used the Force to press the activation button. In his hand, the holo projected upwards, and he skimmed through several lectures archived in the device until a familiar face flashed by in blue. Stopping the holo, Luke stared at the muted recording as Jedi Master Yoda stood before a pile of young students, each with a deactivated lightsaber in their grasp. In the back of the image, mixed in with the other younglings in a hazy blue, was Tynan. Feeling the heaviness in his chest, Luke shut down the holo just as the door opened behind him. Along with a few droids, 3 medics stepped out. "How is he?" Luke asked as the door slid shut behind the medical personnel. He's comfortable, one of the medics explained. The L-988 arms are bonding well, and the artificial skin on his neck should regrow the dead nerves. Of course, his cognition is severely impaired, but that's to be expected given the damage. He frowned at Luke. I am concerned about these Force abilities of his. We have noticed some things moving on their own. I plan to stay on Coruscant for the next few weeks, Luke said, and folded his arms over his Jedi robes to make sure his powers go dormant. I think that would be for the best, the medic replied. With a few courtesy nods, the men and women left down the hall, the droids following. As they curved around a corner, Luke peered back into the room. The lights were dimmed to a twilight glow, and Tynan was lying in bed now, eyes closed, left hand over the covers, his right hand by his face, as he sucked his thumb. Luke turned around and leaned against the door. His eyes drifted to the corridor ceiling, the artificial lights burning bright, and he stared until spots developed in his vision, thinking back over the last several weeks, trying to understand it all, trying to reason what he'd done and why the Force would urge him forward on such a merciless task. Of all the dreams, the memories, and what-ifs that had storm-clouded through his mind, what did it all mean? What was the Force trying to say? Luke lowered his head. He blinked the spots away, and then twisted back around to the window, surveying the 40-year-old man with his thumb stuck between his lips. For a second, Tynan appeared to be asleep, but then those big hazel eyes looked up to Luke. The two men watched each other, no words given, and then, almost reluctantly, Luke stretched out with the Force. The abyss that had been the assassin's mind had been replaced by warmth and candlelight side. Tynan smiled at him. With his thumb still in his mouth, he gave a little wave to Luke with his other 4 fingers. Peaceful. Happy? Taking in the image, a tiny grin played with the edges of Luke's lips. He lifted a hand and gave a gentle wave back. Tynan's smile broadened, a wonderful child's smile. Then those eyes closed, and the 40-year-old boy nestled into his bed, scooting his blankets to cover his shoulders as one of his toys dropped to the rug by his bedside. Then he began to fall into a sound sleep. Luke lowered his hand. He watched Tynan for a minute more, all the questions he'd had in his head, all the hows and whys gone. Maybe they didn't matter. Sometimes there were no answers. Sometimes things wouldn't turn out the way he would hope, no matter what he did, no matter what sacrifices he was willing to offer. Perhaps to the galaxy, that wouldn't be enough, and maybe one day they'd learn that Luke Skywalker could never live up to their expectations. After all, the man could never be as perfect as the legend, but the legend could never be as real as the man. But legends, they were for the past and the future. The man was for the here and now. Luke gave one more look to the sleeping 40-year-old boy. Then, he turned, walking down the hallway of the Imperial Palace, his Jedi robe swaying back and forth as he went.
This transmission has ended. You have reached the edge of the record. The story you have just experienced is one of many that live within the Makati archives, and there are countless more waiting in the dark, ready to be heard. If this one moved you, if it stayed with you like the best stories do, then you already know what to do. Subscribe to the channel, leave a like, drop a comment, and tell us what this story meant to you. Your voice becomes part of the archive too. And for those ready to go deeper, channel membership is open, with exclusive benefits for the truly devoted. The Force brought you here, let it bring you back. May the Force be with you, always.